Luan possessed an extraordinary talent for card crafting, yet he only had a single diamond-shaped card slot. An unexpected incident, however, gifted him with an incredible fusion ability, enabling one of his cards to surpass the power of 3 others. What are you relying on? That Skeleton Mage pet card of yours? Mr. Su, the homeroom teacher for the senior class, asked with a furrowed brow as he held the subject selection form. After a pause, he softened his tone. Luan, your academic performance is outstanding, and prestigious universities are within your reach. But the path of a card master might not be suitable for you. Luan smiled wryly, having anticipated this outcome. Teacher, let me try the specialization exam. If I don't pass, I'll focus on academics. Besides, I do have some talent, he said, pounding his chest with determination shining in his eyes. Mr. Su grasped his hand, where the lone diamond-shaped mark was particularly striking. Pet cards are rare, even at the lowest white level. You're among the top newcomers, he sighed, continuing, but the limitation of your card slot is a fatal flaw. With insufficient slots, you can't become a powerful card master. The diamond mark was a symbol of a card master's identity. Normally, advancing a level grants 3 card slots, representing the number of cards one can use simultaneously. Luan, however, gained only 1 slot per level, meaning he would always be outnumbered 3-1, a gap that would only widen. Teacher, my little bone is actually quite powerful, Luan said, summoning a card with a flash of white light. In his palm appeared a card depicting a skeleton wielding a bone staff, with flames erupting and arcs of electricity dancing. Mr. Su, surprised after examining the card's information, remarked, the second skill is an arc? You've completed the enhancement so quickly. You truly have a gift for card crafting. Leaving the office, Luan felt relieved. He had dreamed of becoming the world's greatest card master since childhood. A month ago, he barely advanced a level, and the card slot limitation was a blow. A week ago, he insisted on crafting a second card, which led to a fatal accident due to his impatience, but he unexpectedly traveled back in time. After absorbing the original owner's memories, Luan felt a sense of irony. The original owner had also failed the college entrance exam and died from a drunken fall off a bridge. Now reborn with a mysterious talent, he was determined to make the most of it. Returning to his shared apartment, he immediately immersed himself in card crafting, focusing intensely without distraction. Even the materials for a white-level card, though of the lowest grade, were enough to make him feel the sting of expense for 3 days. Late at night, his tall, skinny roommate tiptoed back, noticing the light under the door. Youth is wonderful. If I'd worked as hard as him back then, I could have gone to a good university too. Once his roommate's snores filled the room, Luan finally completed 3 new cards, a weapon card with a power gem, and enhancement cards for fire and lightning elements. He summoned his Skeleton Mage pet card and took out the 3 new cards. Though his mental space limited storage to 1 card, his special talent made it irrelevant. Fusion. His fingertips glowed with a milky white light, enveloping the 4 cards. The cards transformed into a liquid flow, with the diamond-shaped mark in his palm shining brightly. The liquid boiled and condensed into a new card, the Skeleton Mage's bone staff, now adorned with a brilliant blue gem. This was his special talent, fusion. He could perfectly integrate the abilities of multiple cards into one, breaking the constraints of card slots. The Skeleton Mage had already fused with arc magic, and now with 3 additional abilities, it was no longer 1 against 3, but 1 against 10. It's you, little bone, he declared. With a summon, a waist-high skeleton appeared, its blue flame eyes flickering joyfully as it bounced toward its master. Swinging its bone staff, fire and electricity intertwined, illuminating the room. These abilities had become innate to Little Bone, unrestricted by card slot cooldowns. As long as there was enough energy, they could be continuously unleashed. With 3 days until the specialization exam, Luan planned to craft more cards and show everyone what he was truly capable of. With just 2 days remaining until the Yukaku specialization exam, Mr. Su stood at the podium, his gaze sweeping across the faces of every student in the classroom. Today, we'll revisit the fundamental knowledge of cardcraft, he announced, his voice steady and commanding, capturing everyone's attention. Mr. Su proceeded to explain in detail the 6 categories of cards: beast cards, weapon cards, magic cards, enhancement cards, barrier cards, and utility cards. He emphasized the commonality of utility cards, noting that even non-card wielders could use them. He then briefly touched on the crucial rule that card wielders could only use cards they had crafted themselves. When discussing weapon cards, Mr. Su's tone became more animated. Weapon cards of blue quality and above come with inherent skills and are the most frequently used in combat, he said, his eyes suddenly fixing on Luan at the back of the class. And the rarest of all are the beast cards. Mr. Su went on to explain the intricate process of creating beast cards, describing the complex steps of using a spirit stone, exerting mental suppression, and forming a contract. His words conveyed the rarity and value of such cards. Luan, Mr. Su called out unexpectedly. Why don't you give us a demonstration? All eyes in the classroom shifted to Luan, filled with curiosity, envy, and a hint of disdain. Luan nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the front. He extended his hand, and a card appeared in his palm, transforming into specks of light that coalesced into a small skeleton. Kata. The little skeleton tilted its head, curiously observing the classroom, prompting gasps and murmurs. Mr. Su quickly restored order and continued to elaborate on the characteristics of the little skeleton. He mentioned that this skeletal mage had undergone secondary enhancement, mastering the skills of fireball and arc, making it quite formidable. He briefly mentioned the existence of special talents, but chose not to delve deeper, stressing that such topics were distant concerns for students at their current level and need not be overly focused on. As the class concluded, Mr. Su announced that the next 2 days would be free for students to manage as they see fit, encouraging them to use the time to familiarize themselves with cards and combat techniques. He also assured them that the teachers would be available in the office to answer any questions. Class dismissed. Mr. Su's words were barely out before the classroom erupted in cheers. For the senior students, these 2 days off were akin to a precious gift. Without a moment's hesitation, Luan quickly left the classroom. His mind was set on one thing: card crafting. He planned to complete 7 to 8 more cards over the next 2 days, aiming to have the little skeleton break through to the blue grade before the specialization exam. Luan could sense that the skeleton was close to its transformation to blue quality. Although its skill quality was still lacking, the quantity had already exceeded the standard. Luan was determined to add 2 more cards to the skeleton before the exam, helping it achieve a breakthrough. With a blue rank beast card in hand, Luan was filled with confidence for the upcoming subject exams, aiming for a top spot. Meanwhile, in the office, Teacher Su sat with a furrowed brow, staring intently at the class list. Over 80% of students had chosen the beast card specialization, which deeply concerned him. Pingyang No. 2 High School had always performed well in cultural exams, with many students gaining admission to top-tier universities. However, in the beast card master exams, only a few managed to get into even second-tier universities. Teacher Su knew well that becoming an outstanding beast card master required not only talent but also substantial resources. Unfortunately, Pingyang No. 2 High School lacked both quality students and sufficient resources. Whenever he saw students with excellent academic performance insist on choosing a field they were not skilled in, Teacher Su felt a deep sense of regret. Although legally, beast card masters were no more noble than ordinary people and couldn't claim superiority, the allure of the profession was undeniable. As the school bell rang, Luan returned to his rented apartment. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the aroma of food. As his roommate Wang Gu busied himself in the kitchen. Home early today? Wang Gu asked with a smile, putting down the knife and wiping his hands on his apron. We have a couple of days off. Wang Gu, let me help you, Luan said, slipping on his slippers and trying to squeeze into the cramped kitchen. Get out of here. There's no room for you in here. Wang Gu shooed Luan away. Go to your room and study hard. Aim for a good university. You hear? Luan chuckled helplessly. His roommate Wang Gu, 5 years his senior, had dropped out of middle school to work and regretted it ever since. Therefore, Wang Gu was particularly invested in Luan's education, even more so than Luan's own parents. All right, got it. I'll come out to eat when I'm done. No need to call me, Luan said, respecting Wang Ji's insistence and returning to his room to continue card crafting. He retrieved the last of his materials, deciding to enhance the close combat abilities of his skeletal beast, whose long-range attack capabilities were nearly maxed out. He secured the white blank card on a stand, gripped the specialized crafting knife, and began the card-making process. Pouring his mental energy into the blade's tip, he traced fleeting golden patterns onto the white blank. Engraving the inscription was the first and most crucial step in card crafting. Each card's ability required a unique flow of mental energy, represented by the inscriptions on the blank card. The process could not be interrupted, and the patterns vanished the instant they were carved. This tested the card crafter's concentration and demanded a high level of memory recall. However, for a first-tier card, especially one of a white grade, the inscriptions were relatively simple, primarily testing a novice's focus. Luan was unwavering, his gaze intense, fully immersed in the world of card crafting. An hour later, a brand new card lay in his hand. Another success on the first try. Luan was thrilled, as his skills in crafting first-tier white cards were becoming increasingly refined. Name: Mighty Strength. Type: Enhancement card. Quality: White. Description: significantly boosts the user's strength for a short period. Bright white moonlight spilled across the window. Overhead, layers of dim clouds obscured the sky, allowing moonbeams to filter through and illuminate the silent night. Luan held 3 cards in his hand, a confident smile playing on his lips. After the white grade enhancement card, Great Strength, he worked tirelessly to complete the Iron Will and Slash cards, addressing Xiao Gu's shortcomings in close combat. Despite the late hour, Luan was unusually exhilarated. He gazed out at the moonlight, his thoughts swirling. Creating blue-grade cards required not only advanced crafting techniques, but also rare materials. Even the most basic blue-grade blank card was beyond Luan's budget. He felt uneasy about asking his parents for money. Luan quickly calculated. The cost of producing a blue-grade card was 10 times that of a white-grade one. Based on his estimate of his fusion talent, he could potentially fuse 6 white-grade cards into 1 blue-grade card. It was a great deal. The moon appeared and disappeared among the clouds, casting a faint glow that enveloped Luan. In the moonlight, the cards in his hand reflected a soft halo. Luan took a deep breath and whispered, "Fusion." His unique talent activated, enveloping the cards in a milky glow that transformed into a flowing liquid, slowly merging together. Before long, a hint of blue shimmered within the liquid, like a fish occasionally surfacing. As the light faded, a brand new blue card floated above Luan's palm. Success! Luan grasped the card, suppressing his excitement, and focused his mind to perceive the specific details of the blue-grade card. Species: Skeleton Archmage. Type: Pet card. Level: Tier 1. Quality: Blue. Weapon: Bone Staff Amplification Gem White grade. Blue skill: Explosive Fireball LV.1. White skills: Fireball LV.2, Arc LV.1, Slash LV.1, Fire Element Amplification LV.1, Lightning Amplification LV.1, Great Strength LV.1, Iron Will LV.1. Description: An elite skeleton archmage skilled in various abilities, excelling in both fireball casting and close combat. Luan quickly skimmed the card's information, feeling a surge of joy. Xiao Gu's quality had improved, and its species had advanced from the lowest level skeleton mage to a skeleton archmage. It had also learned the advanced skill of explosive fireball. Even better, mastering the new skill had enhanced its proficiency in fireball. As the pet card dissolved into light, Luan immediately summoned Xiao Gu. But the sight before him caused him to pause. Xiao Gu's eye flames were the size of peas, its bone staff drooped, and the entire skeleton seemed dejected. Despite becoming a skeleton archmage, Xiao Gu still retained its small stature, barely recognizable as a blue-grade creature. Click. Xiao Gu looked at Luan expectantly, as if trying to convey something. Luan realized, "You want to fight?" He suddenly remembered that he had been so focused on card crafting that he forgot to test Xiao Gu's current strength. With each fusion and enhancement, Xiao Gu's growing power naturally left it eager to demonstrate its abilities. "Don't worry, Xiao Gu. Tomorrow we'll head to the club," Luan reassured with a smile, reaching out to pat Xiao Gu's head, only to notice that it had grown considerably taller. From waist height, it now nearly reached his chest. Every bone in Xiao Gu's body gleamed with a metallic sheen, hinting at the explosive power within despite the lack of muscles. A true powerhouse mage. Luan mused. It seemed that once enhancement cards became skills, they not only provided active abilities but also passive boosts. He tapped Xiao Gu's bones lightly with a hammer, producing a metallic clang. Luan imagined that Xiao Gu could easily knock out most novice card masters with just a club. Click, click. With Luan's promise, the flames in Xiao Gu's eyes flared brightly, as if declaring, "I'll take on 10. After some playful antics, Luan put away the cards, tidied up his room, and lay down to sleep. On his bedside was a spirit stone, now dull, a birthday gift from his parents 10 years ago. Realizing that apart from the monthly allowance, he hadn't seen his parents in 5 years, a tinge of bitterness crept into Luan's heart. With these mixed emotions, he slowly drifted into sleep. The clouds seemed ablaze, vast swathes of orangered sunset painting the sky, enveloping the city in the glow of the setting sun. The fragrance of osmanthus trees lining the streets filled the air, their golden blossoms clustered on the branches, with the orangered sunlight filtering through. A few vibrant petals danced in the breeze, swirling upward like a butterfly, floating through a window and landing gently on Luan's nose. At that moment, the Xiao Gu card in Luan's mental space began to tremble violently. "Master, you've almost slept through to the next evening." Xiao Gu's soul roared like a clap of thunder, jolting Luan from deep within his consciousness. Luan awoke with a start, bewilderedly surveying his surroundings. The dim room made it difficult for him to grasp the time. "What happened?" he mumbled to himself, shaking as he tried to get up. The sky outside was already dark, and Luan, still groggy, thought, "Oh, it's so late. Is it bedtime already?" As he spoke, he found himself involuntarily collapsing back onto the bed. Just then, Wang Ji's voice came from outside the door, like a lifeline pulling Luan back to reality. "Luan, dinner is ready outside. I'm off to work the night shift. Remember to get up and eat. It's a holiday, so rest well, but don't sleep too long." All right, I'm getting up," Luan replied helplessly, forcing his sleepy eyes open. He sluggishly got dressed and stumbled into the bathroom to freshen up. The week's accumulated exhaustion had made him sleep deeply, but now he had to muster some energy. After hastily grabbing a few bites of breakfast, Luan hopped on a shared bike and headed to the nearest skeleton club. Besides being close, he chose this place because the club owner, Uncle Gu, was a college friend of his parents and had looked out for him over the years. Upon reaching the club's entrance, Luan dialed a number. "Hey, Gu Peng. I'm at the door." On the other end was Uncle Ge's son, one of Luan's few friends in Pingyang City. Although they attended different schools, Gu Peng was a top student at Pingyang No. 1 High School. "Why are you just getting here? Didn't we say this morning? I thought you changed your mind." Gu Peng's voice carried a hint of complaint. Luan wasn't bothered and eagerly replied, "Stop whining. Today I'll show you what Xiaogu can do." "Are you kidding? My Lich King is a blue card. Just wait. Today I'll carry you." Gu Peng's voice was brimming with confidence. In no time, a rotund figure came rushing down the stairs, grabbed Luan's hand, and pulled him inside. "Come on, let's head straight to my room. Dad just upgraded my equipment today. It's better than the VIP room machines." Luan happily followed, knowing his trip to the Skeleton Club was all about using the equipment. After a few flights of stairs, they arrived at Gu Peng's private room, where a row of black, capsule-like machines lay quietly in the corner. These machines were used for virtual duels in the Cardmaster World. Cardmaster World is a virtual competitive game launched by the International Card Master Association, which perfectly replicates users and card information for duels identical to real-life matches, significantly reducing unnecessary injury risks. Before Luan could gather his thoughts, Gu Peng had already eagerly climbed into one of the capsule machines, shouting excitedly, "What are you waiting for? Today, I'll take you on a ride." The interior of the capsule was spacious enough for the user to stretch comfortably. Luan skillfully materialized a Xiaogu card and inserted it into the card slot on the capsule's inner wall. The system began reading the information as he donned the built-in virtual helmet and closed his eyes. A slight tingling sensation spread from his scalp, and his consciousness seemed to slowly sink into water. "Welcome to the Card Master World, esteemed Card Master." A pleasant voice sounded in his ear. Luan opened his eyes, looking around in amazement. This was his first real login to the game, and before him lay a vivid and fantastical world, with countless golden patterns floating in the air. A sultry woman stood in front of him, smiling. "I am your guide assistant. My initial form is determined by the user's subconscious." "What? No way. That's slander. Pure slander." Luan protested in a fluster. The guide assistant calmly explained, "If you're not satisfied with my initial form, you can change it anytime. Also, game users cannot see other users' guide assistants." Hearing this, Luan breathed a sigh of relief. "Can't see? Well, that's fine then." "Ahem, no need. I am a gentleman. I don't care about such things," he said, trying to sound serious. "Please confirm your username," the guide assistant prompted. A text box and signature pad appeared before Luan. "Call me Lord Devil," Luan typed without hesitation, a nickname he used in several games. "Lord Devil, we are now entering the Card Master World." The voice concluded, and the surrounding scene instantly blurred. In the blink of an eye, Luan found himself in another world. The new scene was an ordinary bedroom, with an incredibly realistic feel. The guide assistant explained, "This is your personal space. You can upgrade it by advancing in rank or through in-game purchases." Wow, they really don't mince words about spending money. Luan muttered to himself. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Lich King has sent you a friend request." Luan accepted, and soon received a connection invite from Lich King. "Luan, come to my room. I'm a supreme VIP with a fast-track queue." Gu Peng's voice came through, along with a room invitation. Luan clicked agree, and the scene changed once more. In a flash, he was transported to an astonishing spacea luxurious Chinese-style mansion perched atop a cloud-covered mountain, sprawling over thousands of square meters, complete with gardens and corridors. "Wow, how much did you spend on this?" Luan exclaimed. Gu Peng grinned smugly. "Don't worry about that, just team up with me. I'm telling you, I'm currently a white tier 3 star, and this next match is my placement game. I'm even willing to carry you. Isn't that brotherly?" He pulled up his personal panel and sent Luan a team invite. Luan chuckled. "You might end up thanking me after this match. My Xiaogu now has 1 blue tier skill and 7 white tier skills. Plus, I've specially crafted cards with high compatibility that work well together. With these white tier skills combined, they rival blue tier skills. You can consider my Xiaogu as having 3 blue tier skills, ready to dominate." "Big talk. Wait till you see how powerful my Lich King is," Gu Peng said, crossing his arms. "So far, my Lich King has been unstoppable." As they spoke, Gu Peng had already initiated the ranked match application. As expected, the Supreme VIP Fast Track was effective, and before the numbers on the queue panel could even change, the match started. There are a lot of players in the white tier, plus it's peak time for new card masters, so matching is easier, Gu Peng explained. The system announcement echoed. Welcome to the Cardmaster Arena. Your opponents are Lich King, and call me Lord Devil vs Great Sword from Dohua Live and Little Sword. What? Are you kidding me? Isn't Great Sword that famous purple tier streamer? How is he in this low-level pool? Gu Peng exclaimed. Luan frowned. He didn't know this Great Sword streamer, but it was indeed odd to match with a streamer in the lowest white tier rank. At that moment, the guide assistant appeared to clarify their doubts. Great Sword has used a consolation prize from last season Return to the Mortal Realm, which allows matching in lower tier games. The results do not affect rank stars, and users cannot use cards above their tier level. Regardless of the outcome, you will receive a compensation reward of a rank protection card and some game currency. After the explanation, both Luan and Gu Peng breathed a sigh of relief. It's a good thing that winning or losing doesn't affect their rank yet. They're still at the beginner level, which means the opponents can't use cards above the beginner tier. The odds are in their favor. Luan was secretly pleased, but then frowned as he glanced at the consolation prize in his hand. Wasn't this just a way for last season's losers to feel better by beating less experienced players? Just then, a system notification flashed across the screen, causing both Luan and Gu Peng to pause. Honorable, call me Demon King. Since both teams have members in the placement match stage, rounding up means the opponent can use one blue tier card at most. Luan's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, "They can round up like this?" Gu Peng received the same notification and immediately burst into a string of curses. "Screw your rounding up. How are we supposed to play like this? Why don't you round me up to blue tier too?" Luan quickly tried to calm him down. "All right, don't get worked up. This match doesn't affect our rank anyway. We'll just win the next one." Gu Peng let out a deep sigh, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. His frustration wasn't just with the ridiculous game mechanics, but also because he lost a chance to show off in front of Luan. Starting off on the wrong foot meant any later comeback would be less impressive. With eyes reddened and gritted teeth, Gu Peng said, "I remember that Big Sword's son is around our age, so Little Sword must be his kid. Let's focus on Little Sword and take him down instantly." Luan remained silent. He actually wanted to face off against the Big Sword streamer to test the strength of his card, Little Bone. But seeing Gu Peng's temper, he didn't dare to outright reject the suggestion. After some thought, Luan proposed a compromise. The opponent is a streamer. Their card quality and battle experience are likely better than ours. They might have already figured out our strategy. How about this? I'll hold him off while you take down Little Sword. Instead of an instant kill, making him watch his son get eliminated might be more satisfying. Gu Peng looked at Luan skeptically, feeling something was off. Your Skeleton Mage, it's not meant for close combat. It's for ranged attacks and support. Plus, you only have one card slot. Can you really hold him off? Don't get knocked out instantly. Luan raised an eyebrow, feeling slightly uncomfortable with Gu Peng's doubt. He confidently materialized the Little Bone card. Its background now a clear sky blue. A blue tier card, and I'm not the only one with it. Luan said smugly. Gu Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. How many times did you enhance it? And they were all successful? To evolve a beginner card to blue tier, it required at least 10 successful enhancements. Even one failure would ruin the card entirely. Achieving more than 10 consecutive successes, with that level of expertise, he could have just crafted a blue tier card from the start. Gu Peng fell silent. With a blue tier pet card, even if the opponent's card level was restricted, Luan, despite having just one card slot, might not be able to defeat the opponent but could possibly stall for time. Luan patted Gu Peng on the shoulder, full of confidence. "Don't worry. Leave this match to me." At that moment, Gu Peng suddenly realized, "By the way, isn't this wait taking a bit too long? We've been chatting away." Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Big Sword was examining their rank information, a confident smile playing on his lips. There was even a complete newbie with no rank. This was a chance to show off in front of his son. He turned to his son and said, "Son, just watch how your dad dominates the field. Learn a thing or two." The competition takes place in a standard arena. Both teams appear at the center of the ring, with a countdown timer displayed above them. 10-9. As the countdown begins, the contestants spring into action. On one side stands the father-son duo, Big Sword and Little Sword, while opposite them are Luan and Gu Peng. Within these 10 seconds, they can freely move to find advantageous positions, but they cannot summon any cards. The live chat is buzzing with excitement. Here we go. Big Sword is about to dominate again. Little Sword just became a card master. Big Sword might lead him astray. Once Little Sword grows stronger, it'll be father and son duo on the battlefield. This is Big Sword's first time bringing Little Sword to a card duel, and their opponents are bound to feel the weight of this special, fatherly love. However, someone jokes, fatherly love? More like showing off. The barrage of comments occasionally obscures Big Sword's vision, but he confidently leaves the chat open, knowing this is just a low-level match. "Dad, later on, let's take one each." "Don't interfere," Little Sword says with determination flashing across his stern face. "I'll take care of the chubby guy. His look annoys me." "No problem. I'll follow your lead. Big Sword agrees heartily. To him, this is just a low-level match, and even if his son falters, he's confident he can handle both opponents alone. A king in a bronze match can't handle 5 on his own? 2-1. The match begins. As the countdown ends, Luan immediately summons Xiaogu, a skeletal mage with blue flames burning in its eye sockets, brimming with fighting spirit. Simultaneously, Gu Peng summons his Lich King, a ghostly figure floating in the air, wielding a blue-grade spear. Big Sword wields a massive sword as tall as himself, while Little Sword brandishes dual daggers, both blue-grade cards. The live chat explodes with comments once again. No surprise, on the internet, even the rare blue-grade cards from Pingyang No. 2 High School seem common in any card duel. Luan quietly moves towards the edge of the ring, as he only has 1 card slot and loses his means of self-defense after summoning Xiaogu. Seeing the 2 pet cards summoned by the opponents, Big Sword frowns, sensing significant pressure. Wow, pet cards. They're not simple opponents. More or less. The Skeletal Mage is typically just a white card, but the Ghost is the real threat. It's a blue card and immune to physical damage. But the Ghost doesn't have direct offensive capabilities. It mainly provides support. Blue-grade pet cards usually come with 1 blue-grade skill and 2 white-grade skills, while blue-grade weapon cards typically have 3 white-grade skills. The gap doesn't seem that big. Unless the 2 white-grade skills have high synergy, their power can't match a blue-grade skill. The difference between weapon cards and pet cards isn't bridged until the purple grade. Seeing the opponent summon 2 pet cards, the live chat goes wild, almost blocking Big Sword's view. Son, maybe you should let me handle the chubby guy, Big Sword suggests, slightly worried. As a professional card master, he has plenty of ways to deal with spiritual entities, but his son, a novice, might struggle. No need, just bypass the Ghost and take out the chubby guy first, Little Sword replies, brandishing his dual blades as he charges towards Gu Peng. Bring it on. Let's see if you can take on the great Gu. Gu Peng retorts, facing him with the Lich King. The two soon engage in battle, leaving Big Sword and Luan watching from the other half of the arena. Don't blame me if I hit too hard, kid, Big Sword says, making the first move. He strides forward, dragging his sword, which sparks as it scrapes the ground. The Lich King's Ghost adds pressure, mainly out of concern for his son's ability to handle it. Despite his bulky appearance, Big Sword moves surprisingly fast. In a few steps, he closes the gap to Xiaogu. A mere skeletal mage can't withstand my blade. Big Sword raises his black sword high, its edge glowing faintly white, while white patterns emerge on his body, muscles bulging. The blade's edge targets Xiaogu's skull and slices down fiercely. This blue-grade sword boasts 3 white-grade skills: Quick Step, Power Strike, and Slash. Quick Step initiates a surprise attack, while Power Strike and Slash combine for a force rivaling a blue-grade skill. In his early days as a card master, Big Sword relied on this combo to dominate battles. To him, the skeletal mage would be nothing more than bone shards under his sword. Xiaogu, show them your might. Power Strike Slash. Feeling Xiaogu's fierce fighting spirit, Luan allows it to go head-to-head. Clang, a skeletal mage that doesn't strive for melee isn't a good pet. Xiaogu swings its bone staff, meeting Big Sword's powerful strike Hedon. Big Sword's pupils contract as the two weapons clash, producing a resounding metallic clang and a shower of sparks, with the force blowing his hair back in the wind. A tremendous force surged from the hilt of the sword, causing De Jian's grip to throb painfully, nearly losing hold of the greatsword. His eyes widened in disbelief, thinking, "You've got to be kidding me. A skeleton mage with strength and slashing attacks?" As soon as the clash occurred, the live stream chat exploded with comments. The viewers exclaimed, "What did I just see? A skeleton mage in melee combat? Even skeleton mages have strength and slashing attacks now? Did they upgrade the skeleton minion's gear or something? Oh my, that makes sense. This, your majesty the demon king, is really cunning." De Jian quickly composed himself, thinking, "No worries, even if I got caught off guard, a skeleton minion is just the lowest tier pet beast. One more strike should be enough to dismantle this skeleton." Years of ranked battle experience told him that the skeleton mage in front of him was no ordinary foe. De Jian decisively turned off the chat, focusing entirely on his opponent. Instead of continuing the power struggle, he used the force from the sword to withdraw and retreat, swiftly stepping to the side of Xiaogu with graceful footwork. Caught off guard, Xiaogu exposed a significant opening. Just as De Jian swung his sword to attack, a white card appeared out of thin air, transforming into light particles that infused into his sword. "White tier enhancement card sharpness," De Jian murmured, and the blade shimmered with a chilling gleam. Luan's expression was stern as he thought. Compared to professional card masters, their combat experience is indeed lacking. Judging by De Jian's muscular build, I thought he'd be a straightforward brawler, but he surprises me with such agile moves, leaving Xiaogu no time to react. "Iron Bones," Luan commanded decisively. Xiao Gu's bones suddenly gleamed with a metallic sheen. In the next instant, De Jian's sword was upon him, and with a thunderous crash, it left only a faint scratch on the white bones. De Jian's pupils contracted once again, astonished. It's just a skeleton mage, yet it's so tough and can fight back? The massive force made Xiao Gu stagger backward, the flames in its eye sockets flickering wildly, clearly enraged. Although this round of exchange hadn't caused any substantial damage, Xiao Gu had undeniably lost this bout. De Jian felt a surge of excitement. Its combat skills are no match for mine. If I keep this up, victory will be mine. He closed in again with another powerful slash combination. Xiao Gu chose to engage in close combat once more, swinging its bone staff forward. This time, however, the blue gem on the staff glowed with a fiery red light. Boom! Xiao Gu took 2 steps back, but De Jian managed to instantly absorb the impact, closing in once more. This time, Xiao Gu still couldn't defend in time. Suddenly, flames erupted from the blue gem on Xiao Gu's staff, and with the augmentation, a fireball the size of a wash basin appeared out of thin air. The intense heat made De Jian break out in a sweat from his back as he approached. Staff amplification, gem amplification, fire element amplification, fireball spell, invincible fireball spell. Luan shouted triumphantly. Damn it! De Jian could no longer keep his composure. This fireball spell had at least 2 enhancement skills boosting it. He was in shock. Strength, slashing, iron bones, fireball spell, and 2 enhancement skills. How many skills does this skeleton mage have? Is this really a skeleton mage? In front of De Jian, another white card appeared, transforming into light particles that formed a rock barrier. White tier magic card rock shield, he shouted. The fireball caused a violent explosion. The rock shield absorbed most of the attack before shattering and dissipating, and De Jian planted his sword in front of him to mitigate the remaining fiery aftermath. Luan displayed a sly smile, thinking, all 3 card slots are used up now. He explained that he hadn't used the more powerful blue tier skill explosive fireball earlier because he was wary of De Jian having a life-saving card. Moreover, the explosive fireball's power was too great and had explosive characteristics, which, at such close range, could have severely injured Xiao Gu as well, rendering it unable to fight. If it didn't take De Jian out of the game, that would be disastrous. Now that all 3 card slots were used, his opponent had no defense against his next wave of attacks. Fire element amplification explosive fireball, Luan commanded. Xiao Gu raised its staff high, and in De Jian's incredulous gaze, a massive fireball the size of a bathtub materialized. Sending you to the afterlife technique? Luan shouted triumphantly. With a wave of the staff, the massive explosive fireball whooshed towards De Jian, engulfing him in a blaze of light. De Jian felt as though he saw a Buddha beckoning to him from within the flames. Buddha's compassion? He murmured, closing his eyes. The live stream of De Jian's channel has erupted into chaos. Viewers are staring at their screens in disbelief, trying to comprehend the spectacle unfolding in the arena. Are you kidding me? Is that a skeleton mage? Was that just a fireball spell? Power strike, slash, iron bone, 2 enhancement skills, explosive fireball, 1 blue tier skill with 5 white tier skills. Is there such an overpowered skeleton mage? The chat is scrolling at lightning speed, with everyone attempting to make sense of the unbelievable scene before them. It's common knowledge that skeleton mages are considered one of the weakest in the pet beast hierarchy, ranking just above the harmless slime. Typically, they possess only 1 white-tier skill, fireball, and at most, another white-tier skill. Yet, the skeleton mage in front of them defies all expectations. A blue-tier skeleton mage with 2 extra white-tier skills? This is unheard of. Who would have thought skeleton mages could make a comeback? Are you kidding? That must be a skeleton archmage. But it probably just evolved from a skeleton mage recently, which is why it's still small. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed viewer points out a crucial detail. Did you notice the blue gem on that skeleton mage's staff? That's a white-tier weapon and amplification gem. It doesn't have any skills, but it provides a constant slight magical boost. The realization sweeps through the live stream. With the gem's amplification, the staff's boost, and the enhancement skills, it's no wonder the fireball spell packs such a punch. Rock Shield, known for its strong resistance to fire as an earth element card, was still blown away by a white-tier fireball spell. Unbelievable. De Jian, who has already left the stage, watches the arena with a grim expression, reluctantly admitting, I guess this skeleton mage card has been enhanced at least 20 times, evolving into a skeleton archmage. Enhancing a skeleton mage 20 times? That's absurd. True masters tend to strengthen their main cards repeatedly to make their skills more synergistic and targeted, but succeeding in 20 consecutive enhancements. It's hard to believe, especially when a single failure would destroy the card. A skeleton mage is just a white-tier card, so what if it gets destroyed? I bet they dared to enhance it because it's just a skeleton mage. That makes sense. So which big shot is here to dominate the noob arena? What's the point? Even if it's just a Y-tier card, the resources for a pet beast card are definitely purple tier. They must be a wealthy player to risk it. In the card master world, one can only bind one account. The opponent doesn't have a rank, so they must be a hidden master. But normally, users leveling up in ranked matches aren't restricted by cultivation and card levels. Why is this master only in the Y-tier rank and using just one blue-tier card? That's hilarious. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Maybe they're just testing their newly enhanced card. Jian raised his eyebrows, surprised to find himself likened to a chicken ready for slaughter. He continued watching in silence, pondering how to salvage his dignity as a father. How did trying to dominate the noob arena end up backfiring? The first match he played with his son was a disaster. On the other side of the arena, Xiaojian and Gu Peng were also stunned by the commotion. Gu Peng's reaction was particularly exaggerated. Eyes wide, nostrils flared, mouth agape in an O shape, making his already round body appear even rounder. Both had watched Jian's streams and knew that as a streamer, Jian was exceptionally strong in his rank. Who would have thought he could lose in the Y-tier rank? Gu Peng was even more astonished, knowing Luan's background. As a fellow rookie cardmaster, how could Luan be so outstanding? A month ago, that skeleton mage seemed weak and frail, but now it's suddenly so fierce? Come to think of it, Xiao Gu does seem to have grown taller. Xiaojian was the first to snap out of it, twirling his dagger as he charged at Gu Peng. Both were Y-tier 3-star rank, with Xiaojian having guidance from his streamer father and Gu Peng receiving coaching from his club. Thus, their skills were closely matched. However, Xiaojian's combat techniques were far superior to Gu Peng's, repeatedly breaking through Gu Peng's spear defense, his dagger aiming for the throat, only to be disrupted by the Lich King's mental attacks, leaving both sides at a stalemate. But now, the balance had shifted. You little punk, how dare you ambush Fatty? Gu Peng was startled by the sudden cold glint. Fortunately, the Lich King promptly unleashed a soul scream, causing Xiaojian to pause, allowing Gu Peng to roll away and create some distance. Xiaojian's interruption was brief, and Gu Peng didn't manage to fully evade, leaving a slash on his face. Darn. Why is this guy's mental fortitude so strong? Gu Peng fumed. In previous matches, a single soul scream from the Lich King, followed by a spear thrust from Gu Peng, would hastily conclude the battle. But this Xiaojian seemed to have an exceptionally high resistance to mental attacks, with the soul scream's control lasting only a fleeting moment. The battle heated up once more, and seeing this, Luan instructed Xiao Gu to gradually approach the fray. Seeing the skeletal mage who had blasted his father to the western paradise approaching, Little Sword felt immense pressure. The chubby Gu Peng stood by, and Little Sword defiantly shouted, "If you dare, let's duel unknown." Gu Peng laughed wickedly, like a thug bullying innocent women. Get lost. Who the hell wants a duel with you? Haha. Luan, go get him. With the support of Xiao Gu, Gu Peng had completely let himself go. The battle was about to begin. Gu Peng stopped dodging and opted for a strategy of exchanging blows, intending to pin Little Sword in place. Xiao Gu then unleashed a precise attack, family reunion technique, hitting Little Sword squarely. Ha ha ha, that felt amazing. The match ended, and Gu Peng's sinister laughter echoed around the arena. The scene suddenly shifted, and Luan found himself in Gu Peng's luxurious suite. As Luan regained his composure, his view was filled with Gu Peng's flabby flesh. Gu Peng enthusiastically gave Luan a bear hug. Ha ha, Luan, you're incredible. That was Big Sword, and you managed to topple him at the white rank. Luan humbly replied, all right, don't laugh so obnoxiously. We won by sheer luck. If they had known I only had one card slot and attacked me directly, the match would have been over in an instant. Despite his modest words, he was quite pleased. Xiao Gu's power had indeed exceeded his expectations, especially with that massive fireball spell. Through this battle, Luan also identified several areas for improvement. His lack of self-defense mechanisms, Xiao Gu's slow speed, and lack of agility. These were the aspects he needed to focus on in the coming days. Gu Peng eagerly said, come on, let's keep going. With you leading the way, we must both make it to the blue rank today. He then started another ranked match. An hour later, the duo team, Lich King and Call Me Demon Lord, had won 5 consecutive matches, both ascending to the blue rank. In these matches, they didn't encounter opponents like Big Sword again. Xiao Gu wielded his staff to sweep through the opponents, not even needing to use the fireball spell. His physical attacks alone left the opponents questioning their life choices. As night fell, Xiao Gu was satisfied, having fully indulged his long-suppressed battle cravings. Luan decided to head back to rest and prepare for the class division exam the next day. On his way home, Luan stopped by a card store to purchase some materials. Looking at the receipt in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. Back at his shared apartment, Luan casually tossed the materials onto the table and was about to wash up for bed when a notification popped up in the class group chat. To provide excellent new card masters with richer cultivation resources, the Pingyang Card Master Association has decided to establish the Pingyang Card Master Newcomer Elite class. This class will recruit outstanding new card masters from various schools, with cultivation resources fully provided by the Pingyang Card Association. The Elite class exam is set for a day later, and the division exam for Pingyang No. 2 High School's Card Master Department is postponed, extending the holiday by one day. Everyone, prepare well. If you have any questions, feel free to contact your teachers at school. The news of the elite newcomer class hit Luan like a bolt of lightning, shattering his otherwise calm evening. He had planned to relax, but the weight of this announcement instantly energized him. The competition was no longer confined to Pingyang's second high school. It now extended to the entire city of Pingyang. This meant fiercer competition, but also greater opportunities. Luan immediately pulled out his materials and began focusing on card crafting. The class offered by the Card Master Association boasted resources far superior to those of ordinary schools. To maintain his current pace of growth, he had two options: ask his parents for more living expenses or gain admission to this elite class. There was no third path. Sleepless through the night, Luan crafted 3 identical white-level enhancement cards Swift Step. His goal was clear. If multiple cards could be fused to upgrade Little Bone to blue level, other cards should also be upgradable. Facing the impending fierce competition, ordinary white-level cards were no longer sufficient for Luan's needs. He needed more blue-level skills. During the fusion process, the 3 Swift Step cards didn't immediately upgrade to blue level, but faint blue patterns appeared on the card surfaces. This discovery thrilled Luan, suggesting that the upgrade threshold for other types of cards might be much lower than for beast cards. He estimated that one more fusion might complete the transformation, unlike beast cards which required 6 tune fusions. These enhancement cards might only need 4 tune. With time running short, Luan dove into a new round of card crafting. Despite staying up all night, he was unusually energized. If he could successfully create 2 blue-level cards, along with Little Bone, this setup would undoubtedly be top tier among the new card masters in Pingyang City. Reflecting on yesterday's match with Big Sword, although he seemed to have the upper hand, it was because the opponent was unaware that he only had 1 card slot. If the opponent knew this weakness, even Little Sword might have a chance to defeat him. The format of tomorrow's assessment was still unclear, but if it involved dueling, someone might have already identified his shortcoming. Therefore, enhancing Little Bone's mobility and controllability became a priority. On this day, every new card master was making a final push for tomorrow's assessment. Some honed their combat skills in the card world, others worked overtime crafting trump cards, and a few even attempted to pull strings, only to be sternly rejected. Everyone was finding their own way to boost their strength. Meanwhile, under the guidance of a dedicated card crafting coach, Gupang was also preparing intensely. The coach emphasized that at the newcomer stage, due to the limited number of card slots, combo techniques were less feasible, making card quality crucial. If Gu could gather 3 blue-level cards, he would surely stand out in the assessment. Many families were purchasing blue-level card materials for their children. Even the most basic blue-level embryo was costly. While average families could afford it, they couldn't withstand repeated attempts, as crafting blue-level cards was exceedingly challenging for new card masters. Time flew by, and soon it was noon. Luan's card crafting skills had become more refined, allowing him to complete 4 cards in just one morning. Holding 1 Swift Step and 3 Arc cards, he had a sudden inspiration. What would happen if he fused these cards together? Driven by curiosity, Luan fused Swift Step and Arc, resulting in an entirely new card. Name: Thunder Sprint. Type: Enhancement card. Quality: Blue. Description: imbues the feat with immense power, significantly boosting speed for a short period, while surrounding the user with lightning during movement. This unexpected discovery delighted Luan. His fusion talent had allowed him to skip the design phase and create a brand new card. If he sold the design concept of this new card to the Card Master Association, he would earn enough for not just a set of blue card materials, but even purple card materials. However, Luan had no idea about the specific design principles of Thunder Sprint. Disassembling the card to study it? He couldn't bear to take that risk. A failure would waste all the materials, causing him heartache for months. Moreover, the review, recognition, and publication of new engravings required a lengthy process, and for Luan, who urgently needed to enhance his strength, time was everything. Without a moment's hesitation, Luan decisively fused Thunder Sprint into Little Bone's card, making final preparations for the upcoming assessment. Species: Skeleton Archmage. Type: Pet card. Level: Tier 1. Quality: Blue. Weapon: Bone Staff Amplification Gem Blue Grade. Skills: Blue Grade: Explosive Fireball LV.1, Thunder Rush LV.1. White Grade: Fireball LV.2, Arc Lightning LV.1, Slash LV.1, Fire Element Amplification LV.1, Thunder Amplification LV.1, Strength LV.1, Iron Bone LV.1. Luan gazed at the skeleton archmage, Xiao Gu, before him, filled with pride. As the elite of the elite, Xiao Gu had reached the pinnacle of strength, defense, speed, and magic among newcomers. Luan mused to himself that if the Arc Lightning skill evolved successfully tomorrow, Xiao Gu might be unbeatable in the upcoming assessment. However, Luan couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that the only weak link might be himself as the card master. Just as he was about to continue his late-night practice, a dull knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Luan, I brought you something," came a familiar voice from outside. "Coming." Luan rubbed his tired eyes and trudged heavily to the door. As soon as the door opened, Wang Ji's bright smile froze. He stared at Luan's haggard face and prominent dark circles, his tone laced with reproach. "How many days have you gone without sleep?" Luan was momentarily speechless, stammering, 2 or 3 days? In reality, he hadn't slept for a whole week. Wang Gu sighed, refraining from further comment. He knew that a lecture would be pointless at this moment. Instead, he stuffed a bulging bag into Luan's arms, feigning nonchalance. "I heard there's an elite class assessment tomorrow. I got you some study materials. We've known each other for years, and I've never given you anything decent, so you can't refuse this time." Luan was about to express his gratitude when he caught sight of the contents of the bag and was rendered speechless. 2 bluish glowing card blanks lay quietly in the center, surrounded by materials for crafting blue-grade cards. Wang Gu I. Luan instinctively wanted to return the valuable gift, knowing it must have cost Wang Gu 2 to 3 months' salary. "What are you doing?" "I said no refusals." Wang Gu pushed Luan back into the room, speaking earnestly. "I've always thought studying was great because not everyone can go out and fight. But whether it's studying or becoming a card master, isn't it all about finding a good path? I didn't get into college back then, but you're different. You're so good at academics that even if the card master path doesn't work out, you have a fallback. So why hesitate? If you want to do it, then do it. What's there to worry about?" Wang Ji's words were like a shot of adrenaline, warming Luan's heart. He held the bag of materials tightly, sincerely saying, "Thank you. No need to thank your brother." Wang Gu patted Luan's shoulder with satisfaction and, before leaving the room, encouraged, "Get to work and give it your all." Watching Wang Gu leave, Luan took a deep breath and sat back at his desk. He gazed at Xiao Gu, his eyes filled with determination. With these precious materials and Wang Ji's support, he was more confident than ever that he would shine in tomorrow's assessment. Source crystals, sky blue potion. These are all materials for crafting an energy barrier. Luan's eyes lit up with excitement. It was like a pillow being offered to someone in need of sleep. Quickly, he recalled the characteristics of the energy barrier. Besides its decent defensive power, its biggest advantage was its ability to be deployed at any point within a certain range. This meant that even if there was some distance between him and Xiao Gu, the energy barrier could buy time for Xiao Gu to return and assist. More importantly, the defensive capability of the energy barrier far surpassed that of a rock shield, and under normal circumstances, it could easily withstand the damage of a blue-level skill. Looking down at the 2 materials in his hands, Luan felt a bit anxious. The energy barrier was crucial to his current situation, yet he had no experience in crafting blue-level cards. He wasn't sure if 2 attempts would be enough for success. Reflecting on this, Luan couldn't help but lament the resource dependency of a card master. Many renowned card masters started off unnoticed during their early days. Only after a period of accumulation and honing did they gradually emerge, allowing their talents to shine. Tomorrow's assessment was undoubtedly a stage for the elite and the privileged. They had talent, resources, and worked just as hard. During the rapid growth phase of newcomers, they could easily outpace geniuses from ordinary backgrounds by a significant margin. However, Luan knew that with his unique talent, he was destined not to be overshadowed by these individuals. Clearing his mind, Luan took a deep breath, calmed himself, and focused intently on engraving the energy barrier's inscription. Since the energy barrier was a popular type among blue-level cards, he was already familiar with its inscription structure. Yet, the difficulty of engraving a blue-level prototype was more than twice that of a white-level one. The spirit-infused engraving tool struggled to make progress on the prototype, and the precision required for the inscription increased sharply. Luan was secretly relieved that this wasn't a purple-level prototype, as with his current spiritual strength, he might not have been able to leave a mark. The first 2/3 of the inscription process went relatively smoothly, but Luan clearly felt the strain during the final third. The consumption of spiritual energy exceeded expectations, and he found it increasingly difficult to maintain his previous level of focus. Losing focus in card crafting is fatal. As expected, just as the inscription was about to be completed, Luan's emotions wavered, and his efforts were wasted. Luan exhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. Although he failed, the result was better than anticipated. The precision of the inscription was on point, and he had gotten a feel for blue-level inscriptions on his first try. Next time, he just needed to manage his spiritual energy better, control his emotions, and maintain his focus to succeed. Once the inscription was successful, the subsequent crafting process wouldn't be as challenging, at least not to the point of completely ruining the prototype. Luan drank several vials of spiritual energy recovery potion and, after resting for a while, began crafting again. This time, Luan seemed more confident, more focused, and his technique was no longer as inexperienced. A drop of sweat trickled down his cheek as he finally succeeded in crafting his first blue-level card. Name: Energy Barrier. Type: Magic card. Quality: Blue level. Description: erects a barrier composed of energy, providing decent defensive capabilities. Luan was silent for a moment as he looked at the card's details. With the experience of Lei Bin, he didn't plan to end things hastily. With 2 art cards remaining, Luan decided to fuse them with the energy barrier. Upon completion of the fusion, a brand new card appeared before Luan. Name: Electrified Barrier. Type: Magic card. Grade: Blue level. Description: an energy barrier charged with electricity. Do not attempt to touch it, or you'll regret it. Luan was pleasantly surprised to find that, like Lei Bin, the fused energy barrier also acquired the arc's characteristics. He had a vague sense that he could control the fusion process's main card. If he focused on merging the energy barrier into the arc, another new card might emerge. With this idea in mind, Luan immediately materialized the Xiao Gu card, ready to proceed with the fusion. Race: Skeleton Archmage. Type: Pet card. Level: Tier 1. Quality: Blue level. Weapon: Bone Staff Amplifying Gem. Blue level skills: Explosive Fireball LV.1, Lei Bin LV.1, Electrified Barrier LV.1. White level skills: Fireball Technique LV.2, Arc LV.2, Slash LV.1, Fire Element Amplification LV.1, Thunder Amplification LV.1, Strength LV.1, Iron Bone LV.1. Description: a skeleton mage mastering multiple skills, capable of both offense and defense, near and far. A true elite among elites. The orange-eared sunset burned across the sky as the afternoon quietly slipped away. Luan felt a bit dizzy. The high-intensity card crafting over several hours had left him mentally exhausted. But the success of the electrified barrier made it all worthwhile. Even more gratifying was that since both Lei Bin and the electrified barrier possessed arc characteristics, Xiao Gu's arc proficiency had successfully advanced to LV2. Luan was secretly delighted. What if he only had 1 card slot? Xiao Gu had 3 blue-level skills and 6 white-level skills, capable of facing any opponent. Feeling completely at ease, Luan dragged his tired body to bed, planning to get a good rest and gather strength for tomorrow's challenge. Click. In Luan's mental space, after a series of intense enhancements, Xiao Gu let out a triumphant howl. I want to fight, 20 against 1. Xiao Gu exclaimed excitedly, while Luan was sound asleep, completely unaware of Xiao Gu's restlessness. In the early morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bringing a touch of brightness to the gray world. A discreet black car quietly pulled up beneath Luan's apartment. The rear window rolled down, revealing a plump, round face. Luan. Gu Peng cupped his hands around his mouth, shouting loudly. The sun's already up. All right, no need to shout so loudly, Luan replied with a hint of resignation as he pushed open the iron gate and stepped out. Gu Peng's shout had clearly disturbed quite a few residents. Windows above opened, and people peered out, their faces showing displeasure. Gu Peng quickly got out of the car, apologizing with a sheepish grin. Sorry, everyone. Go back to sleep. Don't mind me. Come on, stop embarrassing yourself, Luan said, pushing Gu Peng back into the car, which then drove away. Inside the car, Gu Peng eagerly questioned Luan about Xiao Gu, unable to stray from the topic. Luan, unable to resist his persistence, materialized Xiao Gu's card. Gu Peng handled it like a precious treasure, more carefully than his own Lich King card. How did you manage this? Gu Peng exclaimed in admiration. You're the first new card master I've seen who upgraded a white card to a blue card. And evolving a pet card is much harder than other cards. Luan raised his eyebrows with pride. It's called talent. But don't get complacent about today's assessment. Gu Peng returned the card to Luan with care. This assessment will gather many experts, and there are likely quite a few who have 3 blue-level cards. He cautioned. Remember, even the strongest player we met in the card world only used 2 blue-level cards in that battle. Don't worry, Luan replied confidently. I enhanced Xiao Gu again yesterday. There's no way I'll lose to anyone. Gu Peng was even more surprised. Enhanced again? Be careful, he said with concern. After all, if a pet card breaks, the creature inside is lost forever. Many card masters would rather let their pet cards fall behind in strength than risk further enhancement, treating them as companions instead. Don't worry, Luan reassured him seriously. Xiao Gu is family to me. I won't risk its safety without certainty. That's good. Gu Peng nodded, then reminded. Also, make sure to let Xiao Gu out more often. It's been away from home and trapped in the card. Keeping it in the mental space all the time isn't fair. Luan paused, realizing he'd overlooked this. He'd been so focused on card crafting that Xiaogu hadn't had a chance to come out for a while. No wonder Xiaogu was so eager to fight. It was probably restless. He resolved to be more mindful in the future. As they chatted, the black car arrived at the entrance of the Cardmaster Association. As soon as Luan and Gu Peng got off the bus, they were awestruck by the scene before them. The entrance of the Royal Card Master Association was teeming with people, with a constant stream of individuals pouring in like waves. Among them were weary students carrying large bundles of luggage. To accommodate the new card masters from the countryside, the association thoughtfully arranged for shuttle buses and provided free food and lodging. I heard the assessment will last 3 days, Gu Peng whispered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Luan nodded, a confident smile playing on his lips. Xiaogu's potential isn't limited by card slots. The longer the time, the better my chances. I'm a pro at grinding. After queuing up to enter the association, the staff carefully verified each candidate's identity and then guided them to different waiting rooms. Although Luan and Gu Peng came together, they were assigned to separate rooms. After a brief farewell, Luan headed upstairs alone to find his waiting room. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a simply furnished room. A dozen or so desks and chairs neatly arranged, a water cooler and trash can in the corner, and a private restroom. Luan glanced around and noticed only a few people in the room. He chose a less crowded corner to sit down, only to be approached by someone as soon as he sat. Hey there, which school are you from? The newcomer asked warmly. Pingyang No. 2 High School, Luan replied politely, thinking that a chat wouldn't hurt since there was still time before the exam. I'm Zhang Fan from Pingyang No. 1 High School. The other introduced himself. You look like you're aiming for a spot in the new elite class. Luan glanced at him but didn't respond. Zhang Fan seemed unfazed by the silence and leaned in conspiratorially. I've compiled a list of the top contenders. Interested? Luan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is it reliable? Heh, Zhang Fan chuckled smugly. I can't guarantee it's 100 accurate, but the data is based on their real performances in the card world. It's pretty credible. He pulled out a list detailing the names, nicknames, and IDs of the so-called top contenders. I'm a social guy, and it's not hard for me to find out their records in the card world, he said, rubbing his fingers together suggestively. So, what do you think? Luan was tempted but asked cautiously. How much? A flat rate 100, Zhang Fan said excitedly. Not interested. Luan refused without hesitation, thinking the price was outrageous. Zhang Fan was taken aback and quickly backtracked. Hey, the price is negotiable. Don't decide so hastily. How about this? Just as a friendly gesture, I'll give you a discount. Give it to me for free, Luan interrupted. What? Zhang Fan was momentarily stunned. I can't afford it, but I can trade you something, Luan said seriously, locking eyes with Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan was furious. You're just messing with me. He turned to leave, but Luan grabbed his sleeve. Hold on, I want to sell you some new intel, Luan said with a smile. Zhang Fan eyed him suspiciously. You're selling intel too? Not really, Luan explained. But I noticed my name isn't on your list, so I thought I'd sell you my information. You're crazy. Zhang Fan cursed, turning to leave. Wait, take a look at this. Luan quickly materialized his Xiaogu card and placed it on the table. A blue-level pet card? Zhang Fan's eyes widened in surprise. You wouldn't want people to say your information is inaccurate, right? Luan smiled. Zhang Fan sat back down, still wary but intrigued. I pride myself on honesty in business. You've shown me your card, which is a bit of a forceful move, but I'll accept it. What other cards do you have? None. This is my only card, Luan said truthfully. Zhang Fan's expression darkened further. We take credibility seriously in the intel business. Who would believe you're entering the exam with just one card? I'm not lying. See? Luan held out his left hand, revealing a lone diamond-shaped symbol. Only one card slot Pingyang No. 2 High now I remember. You're that guy. Zhang Fan exclaimed. My name is Luan, Luan clarified. Now you should believe me. Since the card slot remains occupied while using a card, bringing others is pointless. All right, that intel is worth 100, Zhang Fan conceded. Got your phone? I'll transfer it to you. No need for a transfer. How about we trade? Your intel for my information, Luan suggested slyly. Deal. Add me as a friend, and I'll send you the data and password, Zhang Fan replied. I've locked the data. Each time you forward, screenshot, or record it, the password will change. I won't help you unlock it if you share it. Fair enough, Luan agreed, taking out his phone. Luan felt a surge of joy. He hadn't revealed his card world ID to Zhang Fan, making it impossible for him to check Luan's records. With only one card slot, others would see it as a significant disadvantage, likely ranking him low on Zhang Fan's list. This way, opponents who might see Luan as a threat wouldn't, and those who wouldn't see him as a threat wouldn't be able to harm him. Essentially, the intel was worthless to him, but Luan got to benefit from others' information for free. This was a prime example of the art of playing dumb in the intel game. Zhang Fan held the new intelligence and continued to pitch it to others in the room. Despite some skepticism, most people paid for the information, hoping to gauge their own ranking. Luan glanced over the list and found that there were over 30 people, including himself. This meant that in the remote city of Pingyang, there were more than 30 novice card masters who possessed at least one blue card, indicating a moderate level of skill. The list showed that there were 4 people with 3 blue cards each, with 2 from Pingyang No. 1 High School and 2 from Luan Private School. Gu Peng's data indicated he had 2 blue cards, placing him in 6th position. As for Luan, with only 1 card slot, he was unsurprisingly ranked last. This list can't be fully trusted. Some people must be hiding their true strength, Luan thought to himself. If I can manipulate information, others can too. Take Gu Peng, for example. Yesterday was the last preparation day. If his family didn't provide him with another blue card, it wouldn't make sense. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Luan's thoughts. Attention, please return to your seats. The broadcast will now announce the 3-day exam schedule. The previously noisy waiting room fell silent as everyone returned to their seats, took out paper and pens, and listened intently. The broadcast began detailing the exam content. The first day's exam would start in half an hour, focusing on card creation. The association would randomly provide 3 white-grade materials and 1 blue-grade material. Candidates needed to complete at least 1 white-grade card within 3 hours to pass. If a blue-grade card was created, the exam time could be extended by 2 hours. The completed cards would belong to the candidates. Upon hearing this, most candidates' faces turned grave. For novice card masters, creating a card within 3 hours was already demanding, let alone ensuring success on the first try. The random materials also posed a significant challenge to the depth of their card pools. However, Luan didn't feel too pressured. He could now make a white card in under an hour with nearly a 100 success rate. Even for a blue card, if it was an energy barrier, he could complete it in about 3 hours. Still, he couldn't help but marvel at the association's generosity, giving away thousands of materials like that. The second day's exam would divide candidates into 10 zones, each with 10 examiners. Candidates could freely choose and defeat an examiner to pass. The minimum requirement for examiners was 1 blue-grade weapon card, which could increase to 3 blue cards depending on the candidate's strength. The entire process would be recorded, allowing candidates to request arbitration and view video records. This arrangement somewhat relieved the candidates. After all, a single blue card might not necessarily outperform a well-coordinated set of 3 white cards, and with monitoring and arbitration, examiners wouldn't dare to be overly difficult. In Luan's view, this exam seemed less challenging than the card creation assessment on the first day. The third day's exam location was Pingyang City's trial secret realm, the Undead realm. All gains within the realm, as long as they were not aided by examiners, would belong to the candidates. Detailed exam content would be announced later. Secret realm. The mention of this term instantly caused a stir in the previously quiet waiting room. Luan was also surprised at the scale of the novice card master exam. He recalled the origins of the secret realms. In ancient times, there were no pet cards until numerous fragmented worlds merged with Blue Star, forming what are known as secret realms. These realms were inhabited by various magical creatures and sparked a tremendous war. Although the beasts were generally stronger than humans, the fragmented and scattered nature of the secret realms made it difficult for them to mount an effective resistance. Ultimately, they were defeated one by one by the Blue Star Alliance, leading to a not-so-equal peace treaty that ensured the survival of creatures within the realms. Spirit stones originated from these secret realms and were extremely rare, with prices comparable to a purple-grade card. Therefore, few card masters used spirit stones before reaching a professional level. It was not worthwhile for those with lesser strength who could not contract a purple-grade pet. It was rare for someone like Gu Peng's father to afford a spirit stone for his son during his novice stage. Luan had been carrying his spirit stone for a long time. Since then, his parents had suddenly left on a long journey, and for years, except for sending him living expenses on time, there had been no other contact. The Pingyang Card Master Association controlled a secret realm, so theoretically, the development level of card masters should not have been stagnant. However, most resources in the Undead realm were ineffective for the living, making it essentially a barren land. It's ineffective for the living, but it works for him. Luan's eyes lit up with excitement as a bold idea quickly formed in his mind. Although Xiaogu was already quite formidable in terms of skills, its physical attributes and elemental affinity were still lacking due to its racial limitations. If they could enter the Necromancer's secret realm, it might provide a comprehensive enhancement for Xiaogu. Luan calculated silently, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Once he secured access to the secret realm, he would use it immediately, leaving the association no room to retract. Just as he was lost in these pleasant thoughts, the door to the waiting room suddenly opened. A staff member wearing an examination badge entered and began distributing temporary exam passes. Luan received his pass and carefully checked the exam location and identification number on the plastic card. Following the staff's guidance, the candidates filed out and headed towards their respective exam rooms. Luan noticed that not only the waiting room but also the exam rooms seemed to be randomly assigned. With the staff's help, he quickly found his exam room and sat down according to the number on his pass. In front of Luan was a transparent touchscreen that had yet to be activated. As the last candidate took their seat, the exam bell rang, and the screen instantly lit up, displaying a long list of material information. White-level materials included fireball, slash, and quickstep, while the blue-level material was energy barrier. Luan was delighted. These were materials he was very familiar with. According to the exam rules, the cards produced would belong to the candidates, and the maximum exam duration was 5 hours. Luan quickly calculated in his mind. This was enough time for him to complete 1 blue card and 2 white cards. If he leveraged his fusion talent, he might even create an entirely new blue card. This way, Xiaogu could have 4 blue-level skills, which would be an incredible gain. This realization filled Luan with excitement. The first exam was no longer just a test in his eyes, but a rare opportunity. Looking around, he noticed that other candidates seemed to have realized this too, and the atmosphere in the exam room gradually became more intense, with everyone's eyes shining with anticipation. Meanwhile, on a certain floor of the Card Master Association, several senior members were closely monitoring every move of the candidates through electronic screens. To them, the first day's exam was particularly important. Card-making ability is the foundation of a card master's skills, and every subtle action of the candidates was meticulously recorded. In the coming time, the examiners would conduct a comprehensive evaluation of each candidate's card-making techniques based on these records. However, the scoring standards were not solely based on the level of the cards produced. Considering the differences in family background and resources during the novice stage, card-making skills could not be measured purely by level. The examiners would conduct a comprehensive evaluation from multiple angles. Although this work was tedious and time-consuming, as the association representing the highest level of card masters in Pingyang City, they had a responsibility to ensure that the elite class did not become the exclusive domain of the wealthy and powerful. Old Yi, what do you think of these prospects? Under the glow of the screen, 2 middle-aged men were conversing in low tones. The man referred to as Old Yi was Yishang, the president of the Card Master Association. He didn't answer immediately, but pointed to a corner of the screen. Look at his eyes. Ah, you saw it too. The other man squinted, quickly pulling up a candidate's information from the database. From our vantage point, just by looking at the eyes during card making, we can roughly judge a person's level and talent. Yishang continued. Those who can achieve perfect mental and physical immersion are as rare as a rising sun among these newcomers, truly impressive. However, to fully evaluate a person's qualities and talents, we must consider all aspects. Yishang stared at the document for a long time, then slowly exhaled and shifted his gaze from the corner of the screen. Only 1 card slot. What a pity. Yes, such a shame. The other man's eyes had narrowed to slits. In that document, there was more information hidden on the next page, not visible to the 2 men. It included the battle records of the Card World ID, Call Me Demon King, and 6 complete battle videos that had already been reviewed. To truly spot a good prospect, you need to gather all kinds of data. The man murmured almost inaudibly, his eyes nearly closed. Halfway through, Yishang seemed to lose interest, closing his eyes to rest. He slipped his phone into his pocket, the screen still on, displaying a memo, Call Me Demon King. Name, Blaze Aura Blade. Type, Magic Card. Quality, Blue Level. Description. A concentrated energy of fiery sword aura, capable of being infused into a weapon or unleashed as a slash. Luan held the new card tightly, barely able to contain his excitement. As soon as the exam was over and the examiner confirmed his results, he rushed back to the waiting room. Carefully hiding the card up his sleeve, Luan discreetly activated his fusion talent. This time, he chose to focus on slashing as the primary carrier, fusing it with an energy barrier and fireball spell to create a brand new card not documented anywhere. In his mind, Luan had already mapped out Xiaogu's future battle strategy. Long-range attacks with explosive fireball and blaze aura blade, close-range slashes with blaze aura blade, speed with thunder sprint, and defense with electrified barrier. It was an all-encompassing blue-level setup. Who else can stand against me now? Luan thought smugly, even considering renaming Xiaogu to Bone King. However, Luan quickly realized that Xiaogu still had weaknesses. Besides the inherent flaws of its species, equipment seemed to be the only disadvantage. Xiaogu's staff was only a fusion of 2 white-level cards and had not yet reached blue level. Non-blue-level weapons don't come with skills and only provide minor enhancements like elemental amplification, durability, or sharpness. Luan pondered the fact that equipping pet beasts with weapons was generally a powerful combination. For instance, Gupang's Lich King didn't have a weapon, and most pet beasts didn't carry one either. However, the Skeleton Mage race was exceptionally fragile, and without equipment, it was even weaker than a slime. Perhaps for this reason, they were often equipped with shields words or staffs. Luan materialized Xiaogu's card and activated his fusion talent again. Species, Skeleton Archmage. Type, Pet Beast card. Level. Tier 1. Quality. Blue level. Skills. Explosive Fireball LV.1. Thunder Sprint LV.1. Blaze Aura Blade LV.1. Electrified Barrier LV.1. White level skills. Fireball Spell LV.2. Arc Lightning LV.2. Slash LV.2. Fire Element Amplification LV.1. Thunder Amplification LV.1. Strength Boost LV.1. Iron Bone LV.1. Thanks to the Blaze Aura Blade, the proficiency of the slash skill had also increased to LV.2. Click. Xiao Gu's voice rang in Lu Wen's mind. Master's powered up again, and I've become stronger. Stowing the card away, Lu Wen got up and left the waiting room. His phone had been ringing incessantly. No doubt Gu Peng was anxiously waiting outside. Outside the Card Master Association, a rotund figure was eagerly scanning the crowd. As other candidates gradually left, he finally spotted a familiar figure approaching leisurely. There. Lu Wen here. Gu Peng jumped up and waved his hand energetically. Let's go. Time to eat, Lu Wen said, scratching his head sheepishly, realizing that the card-making exam was lengthy, and he had lingered a bit, well past noon. Why were you so slow? Hurry up, Gu Peng grumbled, pushing Lu Wen into the car. Fu Shu, to the battle restaurant. Battle restaurant? Lu Wen asked, puzzled. I thought it wasn't open to new card masters? Gu Peng explained that the battle restaurant was a renowned chain in China, exclusively for card masters, and quite pricey. Its unique feature was the battles. Each private room was equipped with a Card World game capsule, and the restaurant had its own real-time broadcast arena in Card World. Winning 3 consecutive matches earned you a 20 discount, 5 wins got you 30, 7 wins 40, and 10 wins 70. Gu Peng showed Lu Wen the latest promotional poster from the battle restaurant. In light of the unprecedented elite newcomer class assessment by the Card Master Association, the battle restaurant had lowered its threshold for 3 days, offering a 50 discount exclusively to new card masters participating in the assessment. The restaurant had also designated a special novice arena within the battle scene, where winning streak discounts could be stacked on top of the newcomer discount. Lu Wen immediately understood Gu Peng's eagerness. Such a rare discount, coupled with the fresh and exciting battle experience, would undoubtedly attract a large number of candidates. Young and ambitious, they would surely be tempted to showcase their skills on the arena, making it an excellent opportunity to observe opponent strengths. I bet the arena's been going for a while now, Lu Wen reassured the anxious Gu Peng. But everyone's mainly gathering intel. Those with real skills won't jump in so quickly. We still have time. Gathering intel? Gu Peng looked at Lu Wen in confusion. This is a great chance to show off. When I get 10 wins in a row and impress the girls, it'll be awesome. Gu Peng tilted his head back, lost in his delightful daydream. Lu Wen shook his head, amused. Sorry, I overestimated you. The battle restaurant was not far from the Card Master Association, and within 3 minutes, they had parked at its entrance. At the entrance, a dedicated attendant warmly welcomed Lu Wen and Gu Peng. After they presented their admission tickets, the attendant skillfully opened the door and led them to a private room. The unique rules of the battle restaurant meant the main hall was rather quiet, as all guests were assigned to dine in private rooms. Inside the room, a screen was displaying an intense battle on the arena. Lu Wen's attention was immediately captured when he recognized one of the competitors, Zhang Yuan, a formidable opponent ranked 5th and 8th on the candidate list, possessing 2 rare blue cards. Lu Wen delegated the task of ordering food to Gu Peng, while he focused intently on the live broadcast. On screen, Zhang Yuan's performance was impressive. With a blue-tier spear card in hand, his superb technique allowed him to keep his opponent at bay with just this single card. Gu Peng sat down beside Lu Wen and explained that Zhang Yuan is from my school. His father is my spear coach. We train together often, and we're on good terms. I even sponsored his second blue-tier card. Lu Wen glanced at Gu Peng and chuckled. He's definitely strong. You might not be able to match him. Gu Peng, feeling provoked, retorted. Are you kidding? I have 3 blue cards now. I'm top tier too. Lu Wen didn't argue, but continued observing quietly. Although he wasn't an expert in spear techniques, he could discern a fundamental difference between Zhang Yuan's and Gu Peng's skills. On the surface, both had agile techniques blending offense and defense. However, Zhang Yuan's style contained an explosive force, with speed and power that left Lu Wen secretly amazed. Gu Peng wasn't oblivious either. After careful observation, he exclaimed in surprise, wow, has his spear technique improved this much? He wasn't this strong when sparring with me. Lu Wen chuckled. I bet he was holding back with you. His father works for your family. He wouldn't want to offend the big patron's son. Suppressing an opponent with 3 blue cards using just 1 blue card, and his skill she truly is the son of a spear master. He continued his analysis. Skilled card masters can use physical and mental strength to perform martial techniques comparable to card powers. Zhang Yuan clearly meets the threshold for martial skills. He's a spear prodigy. Confidently assessing the situation, Lu Wen remarked, in close combat, even Xiao Gu might not stand a chance, but if it comes to kiting Zhang Yuan, it would be a breeze for Xiao Gu now. He believed his own strength was among the top candidates, and Zhang Yuan posed no real threat, being only slightly stronger than the overconfident greatsword user he faced earlier. Finally, Luan patted Gu Peng on the shoulder and said, "He's got 2 wins in a row. I'll go meet him." With that, he lay down in a nearby capsule and logged into the Cardmaster world. Although he originally intended to quietly observe and gather information on the candidates, the rarity of encountering a newcomer skilled in martial techniques piqued his interest in experiencing their effects firsthand. When Luan stepped onto the battle arena in the duel restaurant, the match had already concluded, with Zhang Yuan emerging victorious without any suspense. Luan summoned Xiao Gu, bringing him to the stage. Xiao Gu's skeletal frame appeared particularly eerie, shrouded in ghostly blue flames. "Take your time. I can give you a moment to rest," Luan said, a slight smile playing at the corner of his lips as he looked at the ready Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan sneered, "Your name is Luan, right? A mere skeleton archmage doesn't require rest." A hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Zhang Yuan recalled the list of seeded contestants, calculating in his mind. A blue-level pet card with only 1 card slot, hardly a formidable opponent. Zhang Yuan had heard of Luan before, knowing that his original pet card was supposedly only white level. Although he wasn't sure how Luan had upgraded the Skeleton Mage to blue level, he assumed it was just a recently leveled up pet. How strong could it really be? At best, it had 1 blue level skill, only posing a threat to those rookies without even a blue card. In stark contrast to Zhang Yuan's disdain, a small group of examinees in the private boxes of the duel restaurant began to stir. "Doesn't that skeleton look familiar?" "The guy looks familiar too. Whitebone staff and amplification gem, no way. Is he the one who defeated the greatsword user? Seriously? Now that you mention it, he does look a bit like him. But wasn't that person supposed to be a real expert? How is he a student now?" "No rush. Once the battle starts and their information is displayed, we'll know from his ID." Luan shrugged. "Suit yourself. Let's begin." Xiao Gu took 2 steps forward, the ghostly blue flames reflecting Zhang Yuan's silhouette, silently taunting him. Both sides clicked the battle request simultaneously, and a giant card icon slowly rose from the center of the arena. As the IDs were displayed, the private boxes erupted into chaos. "Look at my gun as it pierces the dragon vs. Call me Demon King. What kind of bogus list is this? It hasn't been right once." He took down the greatsword user. Even if he's restricted to 1 blue card, he's still a professional cardmaster. He's ranked last on this list? I want a refund. Good thing I came to watch today, or I would have been misled by this list. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan, who had been profiting handsomely from selling information, was suddenly overwhelmed by a barrage of angry messages on his phone. He was enjoying his lunch when his phone started vibrating uncontrollably. Upon checking, it was filled with refund demands. A bewildered Zhang Fan skimmed through the flood of messages, catching glimpses of words like abnormal, ridiculous, skeleton mage, greatsword, and Call Me Demon King. Forgetting his meal, Zhang Fan immediately searched for the ID, Call Me Demon King, on his phone. He couldn't fathom why a novice cardmaster with only 1 card slot was seen as a top contender by so many examinees. Even if the pet card was powerful, he only had 1 card slot. There was no room for strategy or combinations. Zhang Fan quickly found a replay of the battle, with titles like Streamer Greatsword White Level Defeated glaring at him. The topic seemed vaguely familiar, but with the new season, many experts like to return incognito to take on easy opponents, and streamers losing was common. He hadn't paid much attention, but he never imagined that the one who caused the streamer to lose was Luan, this novice cardmaster. After watching the video at double speed, Zhang Fan was dumbfounded. No wonder people mistook Luan for a hidden expert. Just entering the card world, the skeleton archmage was simply too overpowered. No, wait, it was the skeleton grand archmage. The skeleton grand archmage's strength lay in its extensive and well-coordinated skill set, as if tailor-made. Pet cards typically gain skills through 2 methods, self-learning or enhancement by the cardmaster. Yet, as everyone knows, the skeleton mage species isn't exactly known for brains, making self-learning skills nearly impossible. Relying solely on enhancement to turn a widely considered useless pet card into this powerhouse, what else could it be but the work of a board expert? Why does everything that everyone knows change when it involves Luan? My sincerest apologies. Please don't worry. After today's battle, I'll immediately issue a new ranking and offer compensation. Please remain calm. Remain calm? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Fan quickly apologized to the complaining customers, and his phone finally quieted down. Gazing at the broadcast on the TV screen, Zhang Fan, relieved to have resolved the crisis, quickly entered the card world through his capsule. He needed to closely watch every battle today. Mere broadcasts weren't enough for his analysis of the matches, especially when it came to this damn Luan. When Zhang Fan arrived at the audience seats above the arena, Zhang Yuan and that absurd skeleton archmage were already locked in fierce combat. The look of shock and disbelief on Zhang Yuan's face was unmistakably clear. What a joke. A mere skeleton mage can actually match me in battle? Zhang Yuan thought in disbelief as he thrust his spear once more. Although his martial skills were still at a beginner level, each of his ordinary attacks was already as powerful as a white-level skill slash. Yet, to his astonishment, this seemingly fragile skeleton mage easily parried every strike. Zhang Yuan's frustration grew, while across from him, Luan remained calm and composed. The skeleton mage under Luan's control wielded a staff, releasing powerful fiery blades with every swing, surpassing even the power of regular slashing skills. Damn it! Zhang Yuan cursed inwardly, deciding to end this seemingly evenly matched struggle. His spear began to emit a faint blue glow, a sign of an impending skill activation. With force, piercing, and technique combined, even without a blue-level skill, Zhang Yuan was confident that this move would make him invincible among the new card masters in Pingyang County. As his mental energy infused the spear, the blue glow quickly spread throughout Zhang Yuan's body. His martial technique was known for its explosive power, and as he lunged forward, the speed was so great that the audience could barely catch the afterimage. Off the field, Zhang Fan gripped the railing with excitement, his eyes shining with anticipation. It was this combo move that placed Zhang Yuan just below the top-ranked candidates. He had watched all of Zhang Yuan's battle videos repeatedly, each time awed by this combination of skills. Zhang Yuan brimmed with confidence. This combo had made him unstoppable in the card world. Those who underestimated him for having only white-level skills were invariably defeated with a single strike. The disbelief in their eyes as they were eliminated gave Zhang Yuan an almost addictive thrill. Your pet beast's melee capabilities are impressive. You must have swapped the skeleton soldier's weapon for a staff to disguise it as a skeleton mage, right? Zhang Yuan speculated. But in the face of absolute power, such tricks are trivial. I'll show you what true martial skill is. However, just as Zhang Yuan's spear was about to strike, a transparent barrier suddenly rose before the skeleton mage. Zhang Yuan sneered, dismissing the energy barrier as insignificant. But in the next moment, blinding light erupted from the barrier, with countless arcs of electricity radiating outward like a blossoming flower. What? Zhang Yuan was taken aback. At such close range, he had no time to react and was instantly struck by the dense arcs of electricity. These arcs were not only weapon-enhanced but also amplified by lightning, far exceeding his expectations. While the direct damage from the arcs wasn't high, their paralyzing effect was the bane of martial skills, severely disrupting muscle function. Although Zhang Yuan's spear collided with the barrier, without the boost from his martial skill, the combined force and piercing were insufficient to break through, halting 3/4 of the way. Xiaogu, finish him off. Luan commanded decisively. The skeleton mage obeyed, swinging its staff as the electric barrier dissipated. Flames gathered on the staff, forming a crescent-shaped blade of energy over a meter long. Zhang Yuan tried to dodge, but the paralysis left him immobile. In disbelief and despair, he watched helplessly as the fiery blade struck him. The system's judgment turned Zhang Yuan's body into specks of light, which slowly disappeared. Even as he vanished completely, his expression remained blank, his mind echoing with a single thought. This is impossible. How could this be so outrageous? Like Zhang Yuan, Zhang Fan was also staring blankly, along with the spectators in the stands, the examinees in the viewing boxes, and the professional card masters who enjoyed watching rookies fumble. Luan's victory wasn't surprising, but the battle left everyone bewildered. The rookie card masters, in particular, rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had missed something. Zhang Fan sat in the audience, his mind racing to make sense of the battle. Luan's skeleton mage had only used 2 skills, but they were unlike anything anyone had seen before. Even more puzzling was the fact that a skeleton mage with such formidable melee abilities was unheard of. It wasn't in any textbook. It wasn't just a simple enhancement. It involved custom-made runes, and judging by the effects, it had likely reached a blue level. This realization left everyone gasping in shock. In one of the boxes, the squinting examiner who appeared in the monitoring room earlier spoke softly, with a hint of admiration in his voice. So young, yet a rookie card master who has already mastered multiple enhancements and custom-made runes. Even in a major city, such talent in card crafting is rare. He took a sip of his coffee, his eyes gleaming with appreciation. Truly a genius. It's fortunate we sent Yisheng away, or he might have missed out on such a promising student. Meanwhile, in another box, the man called Yisheng silently watched the battle replay on the screen, trying to uncover any clues. The examinees lacked the calm composure of professional card masters, and their boxes erupted with lively discussions. What skill did that skeleton mage just use? I've never seen it before. That might be an energy barrier, but why does it discharge electricity? And that fiery slash, it looks a bit like a flame slash. but not quite. I don't know, but judging by the power, it's definitely blue level. Along with the explosive fireball earlier, this skeleton mage has already shown 3 blue level skills. How many more tricks does it have up its sleeve? The skeleton mage's skills, both in quality and quantity, far surpassed those of the so-called top-tier examinees. The only consolation was that Luan had only 1 card slot, which might offer a chance. Zhang Fan finally snapped out of his daze and began to carefully review the battle. In terms of individual strength, the skeleton mage was likely at the top among the examinees. The only weak point was Luan himself. With only 1 card slot, he lost his ability to protect himself after summoning his pet. If they could bypass the pet and eliminate Luan directly, they could win. Zhang Fan wasn't alone in this thought. Many examinees were eager to try their luck. Hey, I challenge you. Luan didn't have to wait long before a female classmate confidently stepped onto the platform. She didn't seem to give Luan any time to rest and immediately issued a challenge. Her ID seemed to be based on her real name Wang Qingqiu, ranked 7th on the seed list. Luan was unfazed and calmly accepted the challenge. In the last match, Little Bone had used 2 blue level skills, which consumed some energy but not much. Moreover, the mental strength of a card master and their pet can be shared, and if Little Bone ran out, it could always borrow from him since he had no other cards to use. By this calculation, Little Bone could still use blue level skills 6 or 7 more times, which was more than enough. As the battle began, Wang Qing wielded 2 daggers. She started by using a white level enhancement card, Swift Steps, attempting to bypass Little Bone and go straight for Luan. Luan shook his head, thinking that there was no way she could break through Little Bone's defense like this. He remained within the casting range of the electrified barrier. Although its defense wasn't very high, it excelled in instant casting and wide-range interference control. Unless her speed surpassed the reaction time of Luan and Little Bone, such flanking maneuvers were futile. Wang Qing stayed on the edge of the platform, continuously approaching Luan. After successfully evading Little Bone's pursuit, she suddenly lunged at Luan. But before she could get close, a transparent barrier abruptly rose in front of her. Wang Qing's pupils shrank, and in panic, she halted her charge and leaped to the side. Wang Qing reacted swiftly, but the arcs from the electrified barrier were a fraction faster. A strong sense of paralysis instantly filled her left leg. Panting, Wang Qing's eyes were still wide with astonishment. The speed at which the barrier materialized was much faster than what she had seen on the screen. Even though she had been cautious, she was still unable to dodge it during her charge. With her left leg paralyzed, she couldn't even hope to escape that formidable skeleton mage, let alone fight normally. Little Bone quickly closed in on Wang Qing with a series of bone-cracking sounds, delivering powerful slashing strikes one after another. With her left leg paralyzed, Wang Qing couldn't dodge in time, and even with her blue-level daggers, she couldn't match Little Bone's strength. It wasn't long before Wang Qing was reduced to a scattering of light particles. Luan won again, and Zhang Fan wasn't surprised at all. The weakness had been identified, but whether it could be exploited was another matter entirely. The Skeleton Mage is undoubtedly one of the top contenders among the rookie card masters in Pingyang County. Zhang Fan whispered, "It's no easy task to bypass it and take down Luan. We need more people to challenge and keep trying different strategies. The most troublesome part is the paralyzing effect of its instant pinpoint arc, but there are plenty of cards that can resist the arc. This might be our breakthrough." The third challenger, Hao Yang, stepped up. Ranked 9th on the seed list, he wielded a blue-grade longsword and adopted a strategy similar to Wang Qing's, maintaining distance from the skeleton and then seizing the opportunity to charge Luan. Faced with the sudden rise of an electrified barrier, Hao Yang remained expressionless and swiftly threw out 2 cards. He first used an energy barrier to block most of the arc and then deployed a white-grade magic card, Rock Shield, to try and break through the arc's blockade. He's done it. Zhang Fan jumped up excitedly. Although the Rock Shield and energy barrier couldn't completely block the arc, Hao Yang was only slightly paralyzed. As long as he broke through the blockade, he was confident he could easily subdue the defenseless Luan, even in a paralyzed state. However, just as a smug smile appeared on Hao Yang's face, a fireball suddenly exploded right in front of him. What? How is this possible? Hao Yang exclaimed in terror as he swung his sword to block, but his defense was utterly insufficient against the fireball's power. He was instantly blown to bits, disappearing into a flurry of light. Luan chuckled at Hao Yang's final outburst. Everyone's so focused on dueling with Xiaogu, they forget it's a mage. How can you engage in melee with a mage and then get scared by a single fireball? Zhang Fan's joy froze instantly. Darn it, I forgot it was a skeleton mage. I thought it was just a skeleton soldier waving a staff like a club. The strategy against the skeletal overlord hit another stalemate. If all defensive assets are used to withstand the arc, there's no way to counter its absurd magical attacks. It seems only top rookie card masters with at least 3 blue-grade cards stand a chance against it. Zhang Fan quietly concluded. This skeleton mage is so well-rounded that it seems almost flawless. To execute a decapitation strike on Luan, the challenger needs at least 3 blue cards to cover any weaknesses. At this point, nearly all the examinees viewed Luan's skeleton as the final boss of the game, eagerly discussing strategies to defeat it. The squinting instructor's alternate account quietly mingled among the groups of examinees, watching with interest as they passionately debated how to defeat the great overlord. He chuckled to himself. Strategizing was supposed to be tomorrow's assessment, but this kid has given us a free trial run as the examiner. 2 more challengers took to the stage, but their skills were clearly no match for Luan, posing no threat to him at all. For Xiaogu now, any opponent lacking in any aspect of reaching the blue level standard could be easily defeated. Only opponents with top-tier configurations could potentially give Xiaogu a run for his money. Despite the ease of victory, 5 consecutive intense battles had drained Luan and Xiaogu's mental energy completely. Luan decided not to continue defending his title and logged out of the U-Card world. As soon as he disappeared from the stage, Luan heard Gu Peng's excited voice from outside the capsule. "My goodness, Luan, you were amazing." Gu Peng, leaning on the capsule, cheered enthusiastically through the transparent glass. Luan opened the capsule and said calmly, "Not too bad." Among them, only Zhang Yuan had some skill. The others were average. As he spoke, he playfully pushed Gu Peng off the top. Gu Peng agilely flipped to his feet, rubbing his hands eagerly. "Hee, now that you're done, it's my turn to show off," he said, quickly climbing into the capsule. Luan smiled and encouraged, "Give it your best. With your skills, a 3-win streak shouldn't be difficult." After seeing Gu Peng enter the capsule, Luan turned to the screen and started analyzing Gu Peng's 3 blue cards. The Lich King, a rare spirit control pet. The blue-level spear with skills like strength, agility, and piercing, a standard configuration similar to Zhang Yuan's. And the blue-level magic card Rock Armor, which offers good defense but slows down movement. Gu Peng's Lich King had only one skill Soul Scream, but it could directly impact the opponent's mental strength, causing instant dizziness, making it hard to defend against. More importantly, as a ghost type within the Undead, the Lich King was immune to most physical attacks. In the white and blue levels, cards that could harm it were extremely rare, giving Gu Peng an unbeatable control move. Considering these factors, Luan believed Gu Peng was quite competitive among the examinees. As time passed, Luan focused intently on the battles displayed on the screen. Besides Gu Peng, 5 top-tier candidates had already emerged. Among the 30 or so seed candidates, over 20 had participated in the battles. Judging by their performances, apart from a few dark horses like Luan, most candidates' strengths were consistent with their rankings. After watching duels for so long, lunch extended into the afternoon, and Luan and Gu Peng decided to have dinner together as well. With the 50 discount for candidates and Luan's additional 30 discount for his 5 consecutive wins, the meals didn't cost much, and Gu Peng generously covered the entire bill. When Luan got home, Wanggu hadn't returned from work yet. He took a shower and collapsed onto the bed. Xiaogu had enjoyed the battles, and Luan had spent all his money, leaving no resources to further enhance Xiaogu. So, he decided to get a good night's sleep to recharge for the next day's exam. The next day, Gu Peng arrived punctually downstairs at Luan's place to pick him up for the second day of the new elite class assessment. In the car, Gu Peng laughed heartily, his belly shaking, and said, "You know, Zhang Yuan came to the club yesterday to complain to me. When I told him you were my buddy, his face turned green. It was hilarious. Serves him right for getting beaten by you after learning martial arts and keeping it a secret from me." Luan squinted and asked, "Knowing you, you must have challenged him yesterday. Who won?" Gu Peng's laughter stopped abruptly, and he coughed awkwardly. "Well, he got lucky and managed to beat me by half a move." Luan wasn't surprised by the result. Both Gu Peng and Zhang Yuan learned spear techniques from the same master, and with Zhang Yuan having learned better, he naturally had a slight edge. Luan then asked, "What's Zhang Yuan's second blue card?" In yesterday's battle, Zhang Yuan was too overconfident and was defeated by Xiaogu before he could use his second blue card. Gu Peng replied, "It's a blue-level enhancement card, super speed. Zhang Yuan keeps talking about wanting a rematch with you, so be careful. His super speed combined with martial arts gives him a higher burst of speed, and your electric barrier might not be able to stop him." Hearing this, Luan's expression turned slightly serious. Zhang Yuan's super speed and martial arts combo posed a threat, as in terms of sheer speed, even Xiaogu's Thunder Sprint might not match it. Thunder Sprint's advantage lay in its functionality, but it lagged a bit in raw speed. However, as long as Xiaogu could catch up, even if not equal, the arcs from Thunder Sprint would still cause trouble for Zhang Yuan. Upon arriving at the U-Card Master Association, they entered their respective waiting rooms. This time, the assessment began quickly, and Luan didn't have to wait long before staff led the candidates to the examination hall. The second day's assessment featured 10 examination areas, with Luan's waiting room assigned to the second area. The examination hall wasn't the imagined large arena but a room filled with capsule terminals. The staff explained, The assessment will take place in the U-card world. Once logged in, the system will transport you directly to the examination venue. Feel free to choose any capsule. Luan was the first to step out from the crowd, casually selecting a capsule to lie in, while the other candidates followed suit. Upon entering the realm of cards, Luan was transported to the designated examination venue. 10 grand platforms stood tall, each marked with a wooden plaque detailing the card information of the defending examiner. The array of weapons was complete: knife, spear, staff, sword, halberd, bow, dagger, wand, hammer, and battle axe. As beams of light flickered, other candidates gradually appeared in the examination hall. They glanced at Luan and, as if by some unspoken agreement, kept their distance from him. A clear space formed around Luan, leaving him utterly perplexed. Why am I suddenly being isolated? Luan wondered to himself. The candidates browsed the information beneath each platform, while whenever Luan approached a platform, people would instinctively make way for him. This unusual treatment made Luan feel extremely uncomfortable. Am I really that scary? Luan asked, his lips twitching in bewilderment as he looked at the candidates retreating away from him. Instantly, everyone shook their heads, then quickly dispersed, rushing to other platforms. What the? Luan was completely stunned, unable to comprehend how his reputation had reached such a state. In fact, since last night, various private groups of candidates had been fervently discussing Luan. Ultimately, they reached a startling conclusion about him: contracting a skeleton pet abnormal, recklessly enhancing the pet multiple times, ruthless, willing to do anything to achieve goals, successfully enhancing crafting his own runes, genius. Abnormal, ruthless genius. Isn't that the perfect recipe for a quintessential villain? They believed Luan to be the kind of evil genius scientist conducting mad experiments on pet modifications, a thought that sent shivers down their spines. In just a single day, numerous experience-sharing group chats had been established among the candidates, yet Luan remained uninvited to any. Just last night, in one of those groups, Lich King, group admin, I have a video of you fighting alongside that big villain. What's your relationship with him? A curious candidate inquired. The Lich King replied, he had a club at my throat, threatening that if I didn't team up with him, he'd make that big villain fall in love with my Lich King. It was a nightmare. The candidates gasped in unison. Definitely a freak. The exam coordinator's reminder broke the silence beneath the arena, urging, candidates, please select your examiner quickly. Don't waste time. Despite the prompt, the candidates lingered around the arena, hesitant to step forward and challenge. Unanimously, their gazes fell upon Luan, as if silently urging, you're strong, you go first. Luan shrugged helplessly, thinking at least he wouldn't have to wait in line. After a mere 2 seconds of contemplation, he decisively stepped out of the crowd and headed straight for the 7th arena. This scene left everyone present stunned. The examiner at the 7th arena was Ouyang, known for his formidable setup, the Liuyu dagger, a rare blue-tier elemental weapon, boasting Y-tier skills like sharpness, rapid slash, and agility, along with the blue-tier skill Water Tail. Moreover, Ouyang wielded 2 blue-tier cards, the Super Speed Enhancement card and the Phantom Clone Magic card. Is he serious? Choosing Ouyang as his examiner? Doubts echoed around. Is this confidence or arrogance? Everyone understood that the real aim of this assessment was to test battle strategy and card combinations. Yet, Luan chose an opponent who could most effectively counter him. Ouyang's strength and his assassin-type card master abilities were a fatal threat to Luan's weak defensive capabilities. From a distant stand, 2 observers, the squinting examiner and Yishang, watched the scene with interest. Foolish, Yishang remarked coldly. The squinting examiner chuckled in response. What's wrong with that? Isn't it more interesting to turn the tables under the most unfavorable conditions? After a brief exchange, the 2 decided to visit other examination venues, dissolving into light particles. Meanwhile, in the most concealed corners of the stands, 2 figures appeared silently, both receiving a message. Stomach ache, need to use the restroom. Cover for me on patrol. On the arena, Luan and Ouyang locked eyes. With a faint smile, Ouyang said, I watched your battle yesterday. Your pet beast is impressive, but choosing me as your opponent, is that wise? Luan calmly replied, I never said yesterday's battle showed all my strength. Ouyang raised an eyebrow. Oh, your skeleton archmage is indeed strong. But if you have hidden strength, why reveal it now? Luan smiled without speaking, summoning Xiao Gu to the arena. The system announced the battle. Longli de Hudi vs. Call Me Demon King. Neither side rushed to make a move, leading to a brief stalemate. Ouyang hid his daggers behind him, muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. He knew Luan had only 1 card slot, and any hidden strength must lie with the Skeleton Mage. A reckless attack might lead to a humiliating elimination. After a prolonged stalemate, Ouyang realized he couldn't let the pace be dictated. Speed was his forte. He decisively broke the deadlock, his form ghost-like as he closed in on Luan. So fast, Luan marveled. Even with Ouyangji's power suppressed to the first tier, his combat skills remained exceptional, his speed surpassing that of candidates using the agility skill. Seeing Ouyangji easily bypass him, Xiaogu became slightly irritated. It swung its staff, and an arc of electricity rose from the ground. Ouyangji anticipated this, quickly leaping back, with only a trace of electricity grazing his left leg, causing minor paralysis. Just as Ouyangji smirked with satisfaction, 3 fireballs materialized simultaneously behind him, blocking his retreat. Luan hadn't expected the electric barrier to stop Ouyangji, but used it to create an ideal opportunity for Xiaogu to attack. In a moment of urgency, a thin mist enveloped Ouyangji's dual blades. He twisted his waist sharply, causing his body to spin rapidly in midair. The mist on the blade erupted into a fierce torrent, forming a waterspout that precisely neutralized the incoming fireball. This was the inherent blue-level skill of the Flowing Rain Dagger's water stream tail. Impressive, I really can't afford to underestimate you, Ouyangji thought to himself. The last encounter had indeed been perilous. He stopped holding back and immediately cloaked himself in a faint blue glow. The light quickly merged into his body, and his speed surged dramatically. This was the effect of the blue-level enhancement card hyperspeed. Xiaogu swept his staff, launching 3 fireballs again, yet they couldn't even touch Ouyangji's afterimage. Once the examiner got serious, it was a nightmare for newcomers like Luan. Even when his power was suppressed, Ouyangji's combat skills were far superior to those of a rookie card wielder. Coupled with the agility boost from the blue-level daggers and the hyperspeed enhancement, his burst speed surpassed that of a novice. Realizing the fireball spell was ineffective, Xiaogu switched to an arc skill, hoping to limit Ouyangji's movement with its speed and wide coverage. The continuous arcs formed a semicircle, instantly covering half the arena, forcing Ouyangji to retreat. I really need to give it my all against you. Ouyangji chuckled softly, as another card flew from his brow, transforming into light and merging with his body. Instantly, his figure blurred, and 2 identical Ouyangji's appeared on the arena, glaring menacingly at Luan. Let's see if your all-out attack can find my true self. The 2 Ouyangji's charged towards opposite ends of the arena, encircling Luan. Ouyangji silently calculated. A blue-level skill, 6 fireball spells, and 4 or 5 arcs. They undoubtedly drained a significant amount of mental energy. Luan quickly assessed the situation and decisively rushed toward Xiaogu. Their positions were awkward. If Xiaogu wanted to use a wide-range spell to attack both Ouyangji's, it would inevitably hit Luan as well. As both Ouyangji's launched their assault, Xiaogu shot several arcs, striking one of them but feeling no tangible impact. Meanwhile, Xiaogu cast an electrified barrier to block the other, but Ouyangji, in hyperspeed mode, easily broke through. Looks like you guessed wrong. Ouyangji's true form was exposed, but he was only a few steps away from Luan. Similarly, Luan was just a few steps away from Xiaogu. The spectators buzzed with discussion. He's lost, being forced into such close range by Examiner Ouyang. What a pity, he has such strong frontal combat abilities. But he chose an agility-type examiner. Do you think the examiners might give him a break? His skills are really strong. It's a shame to fail in the second test. What's there to pity? He only has 1 card slot. Even if he's ahead of us now, the gap will only widen in the future. Plus, he's reckless and lacks battle technique. Losing him isn't a big deal. The rest of the examinees, still waiting in line, focused their attention on Luan's battle, feeling a sense of schadenfreude at his impending defeat. At the critical moment, Luan suddenly shouted, "Xiaogu, Thunder Run!" Under normal circumstances, Xiaogu could hardly close the gap in a few steps, but in Thunder Run mode, his explosive power rivaled Ouyangji's. Luan had delayed until now to make Ouyangji let his guard down, focusing his attention on Luan and drawing him closer to Xiaogu. Otherwise, if the fight dragged on, Xiaogu would still be no match for Ouyangji in terms of speed. Xiaogu let out a fierce roar, with countless electric sparks dancing around him. Amidst the thundering storm, he collided with Ouyangji. Xiaogu's staff was engulfed in blazing flames, while Ouyangji's dual blades transformed into roaring torrents. Mist instantly filled the arena, with the clanging of blades interspersed with the sizzling of boiling water. This time, I'm really done for. Ouyangji smiled wryly. Xiaogu's fiery blade had both strength and fire element enhancements, and even though it was countered by the water stream tail, Ouyangji couldn't withstand it. As the mist cleared, only Xiaogu stood proudly on the arena, while Luan lay on the ground, twitching from the residual arcs of Thunder Run. Did I win? Luan opened his eyes and climbed out of the capsule, unable to believe his ears. The assessment had just ended, and he was forcibly ejected from the Card Master world. The surrounding candidates widened their eyes in surprise, murmuring among themselves. Another self-created skill? And it's blue level again, one candidate exclaimed. That's already the 4th blue level skill. It's insane. Another chimed in. Luan glanced around, listening to his peers' discussions. Someone remarked, "We have 3 card slots, and he only has 1. Yet he's surpassed us in the number of blue level skills. Even Examiner Ouyang Ji couldn't exploit Luan's weaknesses. I doubt there's anyone among the candidates who can match him," one candidate said, sounding defeated. Weaknesses? Another voice interjected. Luan's pet beast has such a perfect skill combination that it's almost flawless. To beat him, you'd need sheer strength. The examination hall was abuzz with chatter, and the examiners had to repeatedly call for order. Quiet. After the assessment, those in the back should fill the seats and refrain from making noise. Standing amidst the chaos, Luan was lost in thought. He glanced at his phone contacts for a moment, then muttered to himself, "No message from Gu Peng, so his assessment must still be ongoing." After sending Gu Peng a message, Luan left the Card Master Association, heading towards the battle restaurant. Just then, a clear female voice called from behind. "Hello, could you tell me how to get to the Card Master Association?" Luan turned around to see a graceful girl standing in the sunlight. Her every movement seemed to sway gently with the breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. "It's just down the road behind you. Keep going straight." Luan pointed back the way he came. "Thank you." The girl nodded slightly and turned to leave, her skirt fluttering in the wind. As Luan was about to leave, the spirit inhabiting his mental space, Xiao Gu, suddenly became restless. It hopped around in Luan's mind, its excitement directed at the departing girl. "You sense something about her that's drawing you in?" Luan asked, feeling Xiao Gu's emotions. Xiao Gu nodded emphatically. It could tell that the woman possessed a rare treasure of the undead element, something irresistibly attractive to undead-type beasts. Luan hesitated for a moment, then quickly caught up with the girl. Miss, would you like me to show you the way? I just finished my assessment at the association and realized I left something behind." "Thank you," the girl replied, not rejecting his offer, and stepped aside to let Luan lead. As they walked, Luan discreetly observed the girl beside him. She seemed about his age, exuding an air of elegance and warmth. Meanwhile, Xiaogu remained in a state of high excitement, its card vibrating intensely within Luan's mental space. "This is our Pingyang City's Card Master Association," Luan said as they reached the entrance. The girl smiled warmly and sincerely thanked him. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luan got to the point. "Could we exchange contact information?" The girl hesitated briefly but did not refuse. After they added each other, Luan was about to leave when she called him back. "Is there anything else?" Luan turned back with a smile. "You're a candidate from the elite class here, right? Did you pass the 2nd stage of the assessment?" the girl inquired. "Just barely," Luan chuckled. "In that case, you should prepare well for the 3rd stage. Your little pet might just get what it's after," the girl suggested with a sly look. A chill ran down Luan's spine at her words, and he awkwardly laughed. "I'm not sure what you're talking about, huh? Maybe I guessed wrong," the girl said nonchalantly before turning to leave. Watching her walk away, Luan felt uneasy. Could it be that Xiao Gu's strong will was detected by this woman? But logically, the mental space and the real world should remain separate unless a card master actively connects them. Luan paused for a moment, pondering to himself. His glancing might have been a bit too obvious, but that didn't necessarily mean he was eyeing the other person's treasure. If she misunderstood his intentions as trying to strike up a conversation, it would be somewhat understandable. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it any further. Although being caught made him feel a bit embarrassed, the outcome wasn't too bad. Most importantly, she inadvertently revealed a crucial piece of information. The treasure that intrigued Xiao Gu might appear in the 3rd round of the assessment. This revelation brightened Luan's eyes, filling him with a touch of anticipation. Could it be a prize? Or maybe appear in some other form? Luan speculated. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts. If it's part of the assessment, there's no point in guessing now. Focusing on preparation and improving my skills is the right approach. He had great confidence in his Xiao Gu, believing it could hold its own against any opponent. This unexpected incident actually made Luan lose interest in the battle restaurant. He had already gathered enough information yesterday and had a good understanding of the competitors' situations. Instead of going again, it was better to spend his time on more important matters. Glancing at his phone contacts, Luan silently noted the girl's name, Wan Yi. Upon returning home, Luan immediately dove into the final phase of intensive preparation. He took out all the remaining materials, ready to give Xiao Gu one last upgrade. He knew that repeatedly merging cards could not only enhance their quality, but for his pet beast, it meant improving its skill proficiency. The materials should be enough to upgrade a white level skill to blue, Luan calculated, his eyes scanning Xiao Gu's skill list. Xiao Gu's current blue level skills included the explosive fireball for long-range attacks, the electric barrier for defense and interference, the thunder dash for pursuit, and the blazing energy blade that could be used both in melee and at a distance. After careful consideration, Luan ultimately decided to upgrade the mighty strength skill. This skill not only significantly boosts strength when used but also provides a permanent strength bonus. Given that strength is the most frequently used attribute, upgrading it to blue quality would undoubtedly bring a substantial improvement. With this in mind, Luan immediately began crafting cards. Time was of the essence, and he had to complete this daunting task within half a day. But if successful, Xiao Gu's capabilities would reach a new level. Luan took a deep breath and immersed himself in the card-making process, determined to secure the greatest possible enhancement for Xiao Gu before tomorrow's assessment. Race: Skeleton Archmage. Type: Pet card. Level: Tier 1. Grade: Blue. Blue skills: Exploding Fireball LV.1, Thunder Rush LV.1, Flame Blade LV.1, Electromagnetic Barrier LV.1, Mighty Strength LV.1. White skills: Fireball Technique LV.2, Arc Lightning LV.2, Slash LV.2, Fire Element Amplification LV.1, Thunder Amplification LV.1, Iron Bones LV.1. Description: If you think it's just a mage, congratulations, you've seen the path to hell. Luan carefully examined Xiao Gu's skill list, a glimmer of surprise lighting up his eyes. The skill Mighty Strength successfully ascended to the blue level, causing the corresponding white skill, Great Strength, to disappear. However, what surprised him was that although Exploding Fireball appeared as an advanced skill of Fireball Technique, the latter remained in the white skill list and even increased to LV2. It seems not all skill advancements lead to forgetting the preceding skills, Luan murmured, then focused his attention on the new skill, Mighty Strength. Mighty Strength's function is essentially the same as Great Strength, but its effect has improved significantly. In passive mode, it provides a 1/3 strength boost. When actively engaged, it doubles the strength. Combined with Thunder Rush and Flame Blade, Xiao Gu's close combat abilities now surpass its long-range spellcasting power. A true battle mage, Luan chuckled, pleased with Xiao Gu's transformation. After upgrading the card, Luan lay on his bed, his mind filled with thoughts of tomorrow's exploration of the secret realm. For most novice cardmasters, an undead-themed secret realm is merely a trial, but for Luan, it's a rare opportunity. As an undead creature, Xiao Gu could potentially gain significant enhancements in such a realm. Yet what Luan coveted most was the mysterious treasure possessed by the beautiful girl. He glanced at the name Wan Yi in his contacts, recalling Xiao Gu's description. If he could absorb that undead treasure, Xiao Gu might ascend to a purple-grade pet. For a low-grade skeleton mage like Xiao Gu, this would be nothing short of a miraculous transformation. Of course, having a remarkably talented master like me is a kind of miraculous transformation too, Luan thought smugly, ignoring the disdainful vibe from Xiao Gu deep within his mind. Luan asked seriously, Xiao Gu, did you come from the undead secret realm in our Pingyang city? Typically, souls drawn by spirit-attracting stones enter the closest secret realm to their body, so Xiao Gu most likely originated from a local secret realm in Pingyang city. Clack, don't know, Xiao Gu replied. Luan sighed but understood that even if Xiao Gu did come from a local secret realm, it wouldn't be very helpful. Pets below the blue grade generally lack intelligence and can't provide much useful information. Let's take it one step at a time. Luan closed his eyes, planning to rest well. At least among the candidates in Pingyang City, he believed he had no real competitors. His true challenge lay with the creatures within the secret realm. This night was bound to be a sleepless one for many candidates. Whether they could enter the elite class of new cardmasters and gain access to citywide resources depended on tomorrow's final assessment. Moreover, the chance to enter a secret realm is rare even for professional cardmasters, let alone these novices with less than a month of experience. Meanwhile, in the top-floor VIP room of the Pingyang Card Master Association, Yishang, a man with squinting eyes, and Wan Yi stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city lights shimmering in the night. I didn't expect Xingdu University to actually part with such a treasure, the squinting man chuckled, his gaze fixed on the red jade sphere in Wan Yi's hand, his drooping eyelids unable to hide his disbelief. The principal said that true knowledge comes from practice. An artifact whose function is unknown holds no meaning even if preserved for ages. Wan Yi explained with a smile, though she too was surprised by the principal's decision. As expected of Principal Wan, such boldness. Yishang's voice was deep as he shifted the conversation. However, let's call you Miss Wan for now. Yishang stared directly at Wan Yi. Do you really think we'll believe such a story? After speaking, the squinting man also turned his gaze to Wan Yi, and a tense atmosphere filled the room. True knowledge does come from practice, but until now, there's never been a precedent for casually bringing out such a treasure, Yishang continued. Items of this caliber are meant to be under absolute protection. For most people, even if they spend a lifetime without discovering its purpose, it's far better than losing it. At worst, it takes more time. 10 years if not 100, but they'll eventually figure it out. Yishang and the squinting man had some understanding of this artifact. Moreover, concerning this particular artifact, Yishang lowered his voice. When it was first discovered, it was classified as a major disaster-type artifact, The quality of this gem surpasses even that of gold. It's considered a national treasure-level artifact. Wan Yi, an ordinary student, has been entrusted with the important task of delivering it to a small place like Pingyang City. The squinty-eyed man sneered skeptically. Just because Wan Yi is a top student? There's a small necromancy secret realm in Pingyang City? Are you kidding me? Uncle Yi and Uncle Hu showed signs of displeasure. Wan Yi straightened her back and said earnestly, Uncle Yi, Uncle Hu, please trust Xingdu University. Grandpa would never gamble with the safety of a city's people. If he's decided for me to bring the gem here, he must have made significant breakthroughs in its research. The squinty-eyed man pressed, What breakthroughs? What kind of breakthroughs? What abilities does it have? What impact could it cause? We are completely in the dark. His tone was filled with distrust. Yisheng coldly stated, a top-level artifact that could be called a major disaster is being sent to Pingyang City without any information. Pingyang City is just a small place, nothing like Xingdu. If anything goes wrong with this artifact, there's no one in Pingyang City who could contain the potential crisis. Wan Yi was silent for a moment because even she didn't know the specific function of the gem. She could only speak candidly, Grandpa didn't tell me much. Just that this artifact seems to be related to some kind of trial. Before I set off, Grandpa assured me that as long as the assessment in Pingyang City goes as planned, there would be absolutely no danger. Wan Yi's words slightly eased Yisheng's tension, but he still felt very uneasy. He asked, when the secret realm is opened, we just throw the gem in, right? That's right. Wan Yi nodded in confirmation. In their hearts, Yisheng and Uncle Hu roared, right, my foot. The simpler the operation, the more anxious they felt. This meant the situation was completely uncontrollable. Allowing a catastrophic-level artifact to develop freely in an unstable and hard-to-control secret realm, and with a group of candidates undergoing assessment inside, it's like gambling with their lives. The candidates who had made it to the third assessment were undoubtedly the elite among the new card masters in Pingyang City. Any mishap could cost the city its future. They wanted to refuse but couldn't, as this wasn't just a request from Morty University, but also an order from higher authorities. Yisheng stated gravely, if anything goes wrong, I will spare no effort to evacuate the candidates from the secret realm and forcibly sever the connection between the secret realm and Pingyang City, even at the cost of losing the secret realm. Wan Yi immediately responded, I will not interfere with your work and will respect all your decisions. She didn't want the artifact to cause a disaster for the entire city, something no one wants to see. Her task was simply to deliver the mysterious gem to Pingyang City's secret realm. Its fate afterward was beyond her control. Yisheng stared at the gem in Wan Yi's hand, feeling a wave of frustration. Such a high-level treasure being safely escorted by a high school student indicated that various forces, even international ones, had reached some sort of consensus. This attitude couldn't help but make one feel uneasy. Hello, candidates. I am Yisheng, the president of the Card Master Association of Pingyang City. Standing on a high platform, Yisheng looked down at the group of anxious candidates below him. His voice was strong and echoed through the spacious room. Next, you will enter the necromancy secret realm of our Pingyang City, which is also your final assessment for admission. He succinctly explained the assessment rules. It lasts for 3 days, and all gains belong to the candidates, with the association willing to purchase them. Each candidate will receive a special scoring device to tally points. 2 points for a white level beast, 10 points for a blue level, 50 points for a quasi-purple level, and material points are half of the corresponding beast. Yisheng particularly emphasized safety. The scoring device will automatically activate to transport you out of the secret realm if you suffer a fatal injury. However, this only works within the designated test area. Those who cross the boundary will be considered as voluntarily forfeiting and will be forcibly removed. He announced that only the top 30 candidates with the highest scores would be admitted, with scores settled immediately upon exiting the secret realm. Luan listened carefully while observing the unique room. Behind Yisheng, a massive bronze door floated, clearly the entrance to the secret realm. Good luck to all candidates. As soon as Yisheng finished speaking, the large door behind him slowly opened. Blinding light burst from the crack, enveloping the entire room in a white glow. The candidates' figures gradually disappeared into this radiance. 10 minutes later, the light began to fade, but the door remained slightly open, with a milky white glow seeping through the gap. At this moment, a side door in the room opened, and Wan Yi entered, holding a blood-red gem. Yisheng reached out and said, Give me the artifact. I'll deliver it into the secret realm myself. Wan Yi handed the gem to Yisheng and expressed her desire to enter as well. Yisheng nodded silently and stepped into the bronze door, with Wan Yi following closely behind. The squinting man remained outside with a solemn expression. Inside the secret realm, Luan found himself transported to an open plain. He quickly summoned Xiaogu as a guard and cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, a sharp wind sound came from behind. Xiaogu reacted swiftly, tackling Luan to the ground. An unknown object whizzed past his head, leaving him shaken. Luan rolled away to give Xiaogu space. Turning back, he saw a skeleton wielding a large sword charging at him. Xiaogu stood protectively in front of Luan, growling angrily at the skeletal soldier, blue flames flickering in its eye sockets. However, the skeletal soldier was unfazed, its eyes glowing red with provocation, as it brought its sword down on Xiaogu's bones. Feeling deeply insulted, Xiaogu, under the skeleton soldier's astonished gaze, swatted away its sword and launched a fierce attack with its staff. With its immense strength, Xiaogu quickly dismantled the skeletal soldier, scattering its bones. Yet, the soldier's tenacious life force was astonishing. Even with just a skull remaining, the red glow in its eyes persisted. Just as Xiaogu was about to crush the skull underfoot, it suddenly began to struggle violently, emitting a series of clattering sounds, as if pleading for mercy. Xiaogu paused mid-step, scratching its head awkwardly, and turned its gaze to Luan, seemingly seeking its master's guidance. What? It wants to pledge allegiance to you as its leader. Luan stared in shock at the skeletal minion before him. This creature, made entirely of bones, was clumsily rolling around on the ground, trying to win his favor with its odd antics. Luan scratched his head, thinking, does this thing actually know how to make alliances? Typically, a skeletal minion would be nothing more than a mindless, undead creature driven by the urge to kill. If not for Xiaogu's advancement to the blue level, granting it intelligence, it wouldn't possess such a personality. Luan carefully examined this unusual skeletal minion, noting how it was indeed different from the rest. After pondering for a moment, Luan decided to let Xiaogu accept this underling. Upon hearing this, the skeletal minion seemed to come alive with joy, rolling its bony head enthusiastically. It quickly reassembled its scattered bones, and gave both Luan and Xiaogu a solid bow. Luan watched the scene unfold with wide eyes, thinking, this little guy really knows how to play the game. A skeletal minion with such spirit was something he had neither seen nor heard of before. Xiaogu, ask it where we can find some good food or other leaders, Luan instructed. Realizing that this intelligent skeletal minion was a native of the area, he figured having a local guide would greatly enhance their resource-gathering efficiency. The skeletal minion, upon hearing the leader's request, began gesturing excitedly, almost like a one-man mime show. Despite its exaggerated motions, the skeletal minion's performance was remarkably vivid, and Luan quickly grasped the gist of it. This skeletal minion was a refugee. Its territory had been overtaken by a powerful mummy. After some thought, Luan decided to investigate. Mummies were considered the weakest among blue-level beasts, with nothing but thick skin to their advantage, posing no threat to Xiaogu. Led by the skeletal minion, Luan soon approached the mummy. However, the scene before him was unexpected. The mummy was surrounded by a dozen more skeletal minions. What's going on? Luan turned to their new companion in confusion. Normally, undead should only obey their direct leaders, and such a mix was unheard of. Yet, the newly allied skeletal minion simply tilted its head, seemingly unfazed by the scene. Luan could almost read the shocking message in its gaze. Defeat it, and you'll be our new leader. For a moment, Luan felt his entire worldview shatter. He couldn't help but wonder if everything he'd learned from books was a lie. Faced with this scene that defied all logic, Luan found himself deeply perplexed. Staring at the skeleton soldier before him, now turned into a subordinate, Luan suddenly had a wild thought. The behavior and thinking patterns of the undead in the secret realm seemed to defy logic, leading him to suspect that something unusual might be happening. Luan frowned and pondered for a moment, but eventually shook his head to dismiss the thought. He speculated that perhaps the association had deliberately altered the behavior patterns of the undead in certain areas to facilitate the assessment. While he wasn't sure if this was possible, he believed that if there were indeed issues with the secret realm, the assessment wouldn't proceed. Xiaogu, go for a decapitation strike, quick and clean, Luan ordered sternly. Xiaogu nodded vigorously, its eyes burning with battle spirit. This was its first encounter with other blue-level undead creatures, and its excitement was palpable. It quickly assumed a combat stance, its bone staff igniting with flames while electric arcs crackled at its feet. Xiaogu crouched, gathering terrifying strength with an impressive aura, causing the ground to crack instantly. With a combination of fiery blades, thunderous speed, and immense power, Xiaogu unleashed its most powerful close combat technique right from the start. The ferocious gusts of wind made it difficult for Luan to keep his eyes open, and he was astounded by Xiaogu's display of strength. The nearby skeleton soldiers were even more enthralled, their eye sockets glowing like stars in admiration. The commotion quickly drew the attention of the mummies and skeleton soldiers. However, before they could react, Xiaogu charged forward like a humanoid mech, tearing through the skeleton soldiers, reducing them to scattered pieces. With almost no resistance, Xiaogu covered a 100-meter distance, stepping over bones to confront the mummy. At this moment, the thunder and flames reached their peak, and the bone staff enveloped in lightning and fire came crashing down. The mummy, despite its tough hide and considerable strength, showed no fear in the face of the fierce Xiaogu. It clumsily used a white-level skill, hardening, to confront the attack. The outcome was predictable. Under the combined assault of 3 blue-level skills, the mummy's head was smashed to bits without a chance to resist. After the earth-shattering impact, silence briefly enveloped the scene. The skeleton soldiers, who had been poised to support their leader, froze in place, seemingly unable to process what had just occurred. Suddenly, one of the skeleton subordinates, who had somehow mingled with the group, dashed forward and slid to its knees at Xiaogu's feet. Click-clack. Greetings, boss. The skeleton subordinate shouted loudly. With a leader taking the initiative, the other skeleton soldiers, initially at a loss, quickly followed suit, kneeling down one after another. Amidst the monotonous clattering sounds, calls of greetings, boss, echoed continuously. Luan, hiding nearby, was utterly dumbfounded by the scene. This subordinate was really something else. Thus, Xiaogu naturally became the new leader of the skeleton soldiers, making Luan the boss's boss. Despite this, Luan still instructed Xiaogu to test their sincerity in submitting before he emerged from hiding. Under the skeleton subordinate's guidance, the other skeleton soldiers quickly assembled the scattered bones into a grand white bone palanquin, leaving Luan astonished once again. He silently thought to himself that this little guy was quite a talent and began contemplating how to take it out of the secret realm. Unbeknownst to Luan, the examiners monitoring from the shadows were equally stunned by the spectacle. As seasoned professional card handlers, these developments were particularly shocking to them. What do you think? One examiner quietly asked a colleague. No contact, came the terse reply, casting a shadow over both their faces. Could it be? The examiner swallowed hard. I'll stay here. You go check with the command center. All right. Without orders, these examiners had no authority to halt the assessment. However, the situation had clearly exceeded expectations, suggesting possible disruptions within the secret realm. Normally, they might not be so tense, but given that this was an assessment phase, with hundreds of candidates still inside even after 2 rounds of filtering, the stakes were high. Meanwhile, Luan instructed the skeleton subordinate to extract the crystal core from the mummy's body, then boarded the white bone palanquin with Xiaogu. Led by the skeleton subordinate, they set off towards other undead groups. After a whole day of traversing mountains and rivers, Luan had swept through all the surrounding undead groups. His efforts were quite fruitful. Not only had he dealt with 5 blue-level creatures, but the number of his subordinates had swelled to an impressive 100 white-level creatures. While such a lineup indeed looked quite impressive, Luan felt a sense of unease. Gazing at the massive skeleton army, he couldn't help but worry whether this situation might bring trouble upon himself. With these concerns weighing on his mind, Luan found it difficult to fall asleep. 100 white-level monsters. Luan surveyed the area, calculating silently. The sudden appearance of this army filled him with both excitement and a bit of anxiety. He knew that with his abilities, even if these creatures went on a rampage, breaking through wouldn't be difficult, and he could come and go as he pleased. However, as an ordinary human, he was acutely aware of his vulnerability. One wrong move, and he could be torn to pieces in an instant. How did this massive legion come to be? Luan recalled the diligent little skeleton companion. Every time he took down a blue-level leader, this little guy would immediately appear, tirelessly preaching to the scattered troops. Seeing its enthusiasm, Luan couldn't bring himself to dampen its spirits. Gradually, almost without noticing, the army had grown to its current size. As the sun set and dusk settled in, the areas known to the little skeleton had been thoroughly cleared. Luan directed the army to find an open space nearby to set up camp. The so-called camping was really just setting up a tent for Luan alone. The undead typically chose to bury themselves on the spot to rest. The little skeleton was particularly diligent, dismantling several skeleton soldiers to construct the tent. Luan noticed that as long as the skull remained intact, these skeletons wouldn't truly die. Once the tent was up, the little ones instinctively began to bury themselves. In no time, over 100 white-level creatures vanished into the night. Frowning, Luan pondered, damn, why are these undead grouping together? It's nothing like what the books say. Not far from Luan, another group was trudging along a rugged mountain path, looking for a spot to set up camp. This was a small team of about a dozen people. No idea, the leader said, gazing into the distance thoughtfully. Maybe it's to increase the difficulty of the assessment, to train our teamwork and cooperation. He spotted a flicker of light in the distance. There's someone setting up camp over there. Let's check it out. The small group quickly made their way towards Luan. When they found only him in the camp, they were quite surprised. In these times, a lone wanderer was a rare sight. With the undead starting to band together, it was tough for candidates to defeat the creatures and gather resources without teaming up. In the dim light, most couldn't make out the figure by the fire. Only the man at the front recognized Luan instantly and quickened his pace. As they approached, Luan gently tapped the ground, signaling the buried army to stay calm and not act rashly. The man leading the group greeted warmly, "Luan, I've heard so much about you. I'm Chun Nan, also a student at Pingyang No. 2 High School." Luan didn't mind Chun Nan's attempt to get close. He had thoroughly explored this area, and to learn about other places, he naturally needed to rely on information from other candidates. Besides, Chen Nan was quite capable, ranking 5th on the list of top contenders, and was likely to pass the assessment. In the future, they might even become classmates. Chun Nan got straight to the point. "Luan, you know the situation in the secret realm is quite unusual now. The undead creatures are starting to organize themselves. If you don't mind, would you like to join our team?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other members of the small group gathered around. They recognized the lone figure and couldn't help but show hopeful expressions. Luan's abilities were well known, making him an unofficial champion in the eyes of most candidates. Teaming up with someone like him would undoubtedly make the journey much easier. Despite Chun Nan's considerable strength and possession of 3 blue cards, he still struggled to overpower groups of monsters. Today, they had encountered 4 or 5 undead groups, with only a slightly better than half success rate, each encounter being quite perilous. However, Luan wasn't planning to accept the offer. To be honest, teaming up with them would bring him no benefit. Aside from Chan Nan, the other members were hardly comparable to even the weakest of his 100 subordinates. Luan smiled and politely declined. "I'm used to being on my own, so I'll pass on the team up." As he spoke, he retrieved a dried corpse crystal core from his tent. After a monster's death, the residual energy condenses into a crystal core, serving as proof of defeat and a common material for card making. "But I can't let you leave empty-handed. How about I trade this unscanned blue-level monster core for some information?" Chun Nan seemed unsurprised by Lu Wen's response and accepted the core without insisting further. Although some team members felt disappointed, they wisely stayed silent, appreciating the free blue-level core. "What do you want to know?" Chun Nan asked, though he couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Their entire day's effort had yielded only 3 blue-level and 37 white-level cores, which had to be shared among a dozen people. Lu Wen's generosity suggested he had likely collected at least 4 or 5 blue-level cores today, all for himself. Looking at his teammates, Chun Nan felt a twinge of disdain. The first 2 assessments were designed to give newcomers from ordinary families a fair chance, so the requirements for raw power weren't particularly high. Even in the second assessment, if the examiners saw potential, they'd go easy on the candidates. However, the minimum standard, even with leniency, was still above that of a typical white-level monster. While monsters had superior physical attributes compared to humans, their skills were often poorly matched. With good strategy, even 3 white cards could defeat a white-level monster. Yet, more than half of Chun Nan's teammates couldn't even handle skeleton soldiers and mages, completely overwhelmed by the monster's ferocity. Although Chun Nan could suppress a typical blue-level monster and even hold his own against 2, he had to divert his attention to avoid sneak attacks from white-level monsters and occasionally rescue teammates defeated by them. This split focus prevented him from effectively countering the leaders, repeatedly putting his team in danger. Seeing Lu Wen's decisive refusal, Chun Nan began to consider whether he should also be more ruthless and remove those team members lacking fighting spirit. After all, with examiners around, they should be safe even if they left the team. Lu Wen asked his first question seriously. "Would the defeated undead creatures recognize you as their leader?" Chun Nan and his group exchanged puzzled glances. What kind of question was that? How could the undead recognize a human as their leader? Chun Nan answered honestly, "No, we're humans and don't have spirit stones to tame those unruly undead. But we noticed something different from what's in the books. There's no strict hierarchy. It's more about strength. Among the undead, the strongest becomes the leader." Lu Wen nodded, which aligned with what he knew. However, they couldn't recruit followers? Upon reflection, it made sense. The skeleton soldiers and mages were actually under the command of his subordinate, Xiaogu. He was merely the leader of the leader. It seemed that among the candidates, besides Gu Peng, no one else could form an undead army like him. Lu Wen mused to himself, I should find Gu Peng and make him the Lich King, my right-hand man." Then he asked his second question. "Which direction did you come from, and how many undead groups are left?" In the west, the number of undead far exceeded expectations. Chun Nan and his team encountered at least 5 groups of undead, each numbering about a dozen, in just one day. However, in this area, they hadn't even seen a shadow of an undead creature. Chun Nan couldn't help but glance at Lu Wen, speculating to himself. Could this man have cleared out all the undead nearby? No, that's impossible. Although Lu Wen was indeed powerful enough to take down 4 or 5 blue-level creatures in a day, clearing an entire area without leaving a single white-level creature seemed too exaggerated. That would mean dealing with at least 100 creatures. Even if he had the strength to annihilate them, his mental energy wouldn't be enough to sustain such large-scale battles. After all, Their current mental energy was still at the first tier, making it impossible to handle battles involving hundreds. Chun Nan speculated that perhaps for some unknown reason, the undead had gathered to the west, resulting in the scarcity of undead in this area. This also explained why Luan was able to handle things so effortlessly on his own. With this thought, Chun Nan felt there was still a chance to persuade Luan to recognize the danger of the secret realm and join his team. However, just then, Xiao Gu, who was dormant in Luan's spiritual space, suddenly issued a frantic warning. The ground began to tremble, and small mounds started to rise, indicating that 100 or so of Luan's dormant minions beneath his feet were stirring. But without the boss's command, they dared not emerge. What's happening? Feeling the earthquake-like tremors beneath their feet, Qian Nan and his companions immediately leaped up. Luan, however, calmly stood up and gazed into the distance. At some point, at least 50 creatures had appeared from the direction Qian Nan had come. This is bad. How did so many undead suddenly appear? Chun Nan's face turned pale. Even with Luan present, the disparity in strength was too vast. Run! Chun Nan grabbed Luan's arm but found that he didn't budge. Instead, Luan summoned his pet beast, Xiao Gu, preparing for battle. Are you crazy? That's at least 2 groups of undead. Chun Nan shouted. The undead in the west are mostly banded together, unlike the scattered ones here. Let's go before we're surrounded. Chun Nan's teammates had already run far ahead, but he didn't mind. If they left, so be it. It was a good chance to part ways. If he could make Luan see reason and join his team, the future would surely be smooth sailing. With Luan, he would have the confidence to invite more capable individuals, perhaps even forming a new elite class during the assessment. Just as Chen Nan was about to say more, Xiao Gu suddenly let out a defiant roar, and the earthquake-like rumbling beneath them began again. One of the fleeing team members suddenly tripped over something, only to realize that sharp bone claws had emerged densely from the ground, covering a large area. Having spent a day in the secret realm, they immediately recognized these things. A wash of hopeless pale swept over their faces. We're done for. We've already been surrounded. Chun Nin almost instantly lost his fighting spirit. They had unknowingly been encircled by about 100 undead beneath their feet, and with the additional 50 nearby, even teaming up with Luan seemed to offer little hope of breaking through. Talk about a pillow for the weary, Luan said, leaving Chun Nin wondering if he had misheard. Brother, do you understand the situation at all? It's dangerous. Luan paid no heed to Chen Nan's alarmed reaction. The 50 or so undead in the distance let out roars, while Xiao Gu, through the spiritual contract, conveyed the meaning of their roars to Luan. Eastward march. Luan said with a satisfied smile, this saves us the trouble of traveling. With a determined heart, Chen Nan decided to go all out. He summoned his blue-tier weapon card, the giant sword, and his blue-tier magic card, the rock armor. His already muscular frame became even more imposing. He hunched his shoulders, slowly raising the giant sword, resembling a grizzly bear ready to pounce. Luan, Chen Nan said urgently, we're both top candidates. You don't want to be eliminated here, do you? Let's team up. If we strike before the undead complete their encirclement, we might still have a chance to break through. If you don't trust me, I can charge first, and when I'm exhausted, you can take over. What do you say? There was urgency in Chen Nan's eyes. Being surrounded by 150 monsters was exhausting enough to wear anyone down. Luan smiled reassuringly. I know you're anxious, but there's no need to worry. They're actually allies. What? Chen Nan was taken aback, struggling to comprehend. You have teammates? Which direction are they coming from? Let's rush to meet them. A glimmer of hope appeared in Chen Nan's eyes. Anyone teaming up with Luan must be formidable, at least top 10 material. If they could join forces, escape might be possible. Observing Chen Nan's bewildered expression, Luan realized that mere explanations wouldn't suffice. He decided to demonstrate. Well, never mind. Xiao Gu. Xiao Gu nodded solemnly at the command. Leading an army was second nature to it. Several skeleton soldiers knelt down, forming a skeletal platform. Xiao Gu climbed onto the makeshift high ground with a commanding stride. In Chen Nan's incredulous gaze, Xiao Gu raised its bone club high and, with a powerful roar, swung it down. Clack charge. The skeletal army, following the order, moved like a war machine, advancing with overwhelming momentum. The frontline skeleton soldiers crashed into the enemy ranks like a massive war hammer. The clash of swords and shields echoed like thunder, resonating in Chen Nan's ears. Skeleton soldiers were the most numerous among the undead, and Luan's skeletal army consisted of half skeleton soldiers, matching the number of Y-tier monsters on the opposing side. The remaining skeleton mages and archers were far from idle, unleashing fireballs and arrows that covered the battlefield in an instant. They're all my allies, Luan explained, patting the now completely stunned Chen Nan. Chen Nan admitted he was out of his depth. He couldn't fathom how Luan controlled a skeleton army. These were low-level undead, acting purely on instinct. How could they possibly obey human commands? Chun Nan's teammates were equally dumbfounded, unable to grasp the situation. Under the double onslaught of the skeletal army, the opposing expeditionary force quickly neared collapse. The blue-tier monsters stationed at the rear turned reedied with rage, joining the battle with furious roars. As the two monsters approached, Luan recognized them as blue-tier creaturesa mummy and a skeleton cavalry. Xiao Gu, it's your turn, Luan said without a hint of worry. In truth, even without Xiao Gu, the 100 Y-tier monsters could have taken down the expeditionary force, though at a significant cost. Facing two blue-tier monsters simultaneously was a first for Xiao Gu, but both Luan and Xiao Gu were brimming with confidence. Xiao Gu leapt off the platform, surrounded by crackling electricity. Arcs of lightning danced wildly as it charged into the fray. At the same time, its staff unleashed a torrent of flames, the combination of lightning and fire ravaging all monsters in its path. The combo of thunderous charge, mighty strength, and fiery blade was perfect against brute force opponents. Even Chen Nan couldn't help but be impressed, his grip on the giant sword growing sweaty. He shared a similar combat style, making him acutely aware of the Skeleton Mage's raw power. Under such an assault, even his blue-tier magic card, the rock armor, wouldn't stand a chance. Is this really a Skeleton Mage? Its skill tree must be all over the place. Chen Nan marveled, realizing he had underestimated Luan. The top 4 candidates were all exceptional, and Luan was the standout among them. As the two forces collided, lightning and fire blossomed like a lotus, sweeping across the battlefield. The Y-tier monsters at the center were thrown into disarray, and the battle temporarily descended into chaos. When the dust settled, all the undead ceased fighting, turning their gaze to the explosion's epicenter. Their simple minds operated on a straightforward principle: follow the strongest. Whoever emerged victorious would become their leader. Clack, with a clear roar, flames erupted once more, dispelling the lingering smoke. Xiao Gu stood atop 2 charred corpses, raising its staff high before bringing it down with force, sending a gust across the field. Submit or face annihilation. The battlefield fell into a brief silence. At a critical moment, a small skeleton minion, with unexpected swiftness, darted through the battlefield from behind, knocking over countless skeletons before bowing at Xiao Gu's feet. Click-clack, greetings, boss. The sound of bones striking the ground echoed all around. With the minion taking the lead, the rest of the undead followed suit, prostrating themselves on the ground in a grand spectacle. Seeing this, Luan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The recruitment was a success. Chun Nan was dumbfounded by the scene. Feeling that her understanding of the world had been completely overturned that night, she asked blankly, Luan, what is going on here? Luan didn't know how to explain either, so he mumbled, well, it's just like you see. In truth, not only Chen Nan, but also the examiners hidden in the shadows were astounded by Luan's maneuvers throughout the journey. Something's not right. The secret realm is behaving strangely, an examiner muttered under his breath. Zhouheng, is the command center really saying this? Zhouheng replied with a serious expression. Do you think I'd lie about something like this? I've been to the command center and met with President Yi. He only said that the assessments would proceed as usual. Despite his words, his expression showed no relief. There was definitely something amiss in the secret realm. Otherwise, their communication devices wouldn't have failed, nor would the behavior of these undead creatures have changed so drastically. But with President Yi overseeing things, it seemed the situation was still under control. After tidying up the aftermath, Luan took stock of his spoils. The Bone Army had expanded to 135 Y-tier creatures, and the 2 dead blue-tier creatures, along with about 20 Y-tier creatures, had all been converted into points. In just one day, Luan's score had reached an astonishing 130 points. After resolving this minor upheaval, Luan returned to his tent to sleep. Under the incredulous gazes of Chen Nan and others, the Bone Army, under the command of the skeleton minion, dug pits around Luan and buried themselves, as if guarding their new master. Throughout the night, Chen Nan several times tried to muster the courage to join Luan's team but ultimately refrained. She realized that with such a Bone Army, unless they encountered that purple-tier creature, they could probably easily deal with any blue-tier creature in the secret realm. Her joining would likely be of little help. Only the other 3 top-ranked seed candidates on the leaderboard would be qualified to be his teammates. That night, Chen Nan and her companions didn't sleep well. Before dawn, she decided to leave with her group before Luan woke up. As the sun slowly rose into the sky, Luan was awakened by a strange noise from the score tracker he carried. The screen displayed, End of Day 1 in the Secret Realm Assessment, new feature unlocked leaderboard. First place Luan, 130 points. Second place Lin E, 84 points. Third place Ji-Wan, 72 points. Fourth place Jing Chuan, 70 points. Fifth place Jin Nan, 42 points. Sixth place Zhang Yuan, 40 points. Seventh place Gu Peng, 36 points. Eighth place Wang Qing, 34 points. Ninth place Li Shizhong, 33 points. 10th place Hao Liang, 32 points. Luan gazed at the leaderboard, a slight frown on his face. If he hadn't incorporated all the white-level creatures into his legion, his score could have tripled. He had to admit, Zhang Fan was indeed impressive. The top 10 on the leaderboard matched his list of top contenders exactly. Recalling the information on the list, Luan pondered suitable partners. That quasi-purple level creature in the assessment was beyond his ability to handle alone. He would need a reliable ally. Chun Nan was a good candidate, but unfortunately, his less competent teammates might prove to be a nuisance, and Luan preferred to avoid such trouble. He mentally reviewed the list. 1. Luan blue-level pet card Skeleton Mage. 2. Lin E blue-level weapon card Rapid Fire Longbow. Blue-level weapon card Explosive Arrows. Blue-level enhancement card Super Speed. 3. Chi Wen blue-level weapon card Rain Dagger. Blue-level enhancement card Super Speed. Blue-level magic card Phantom Clone. 4. Zhang Chuan blue-level weapon card Swift Wind Sword. Blue-level enhancement card Super Speed. Blue-level enhancement card Armor Break. 5. Chun Nan blue-level weapon card Great Sword. Blue-level enhancement card Great Strength. Blue-level magic card Rock Armor. 6. Zhang Yuan blue-level weapon card Spear. Blue-level enhancement card Super Speed. 7. Gu Peng blue-level pet card Undead Lich King. Blue-level weapon card Spear. Blue-level magic card Rock Armor. 8. Wang Qing blue-level weapon card Dagger. Blue-level enhancement card Super Speed. 9. Li Shizhong blue-level weapon card Staff. Blue-level magic card Explosive Fireball. 10. Hao Liang blue-level weapon card Long Sword. Blue-level magic card Energy Barrier. Luan was most impressed by Lin Yi, Qi Wan, and Zheng Chuan. Their weapon cards were rare elemental types, each possessing at least one blue-level skill, making them as formidable as Examiner Ouyang Ji. Lin Yi, in particular, was noteworthy. His archery weapons required dual card synergy, and both of his were mutated blue cards, second only to Little Bone. Gu Peng was also a consideration. As the Bone Legion expanded, Little Bone found it increasingly challenging to command, and Luan remained wary of his skeletal minions. Gu Peng, with his undead pet, might help manage some of the creatures. Though Luan had candidates in mind, he wasn't eager to approach anyone first. Making the first move would seem like a sign of weakness, lowering his standing. They would all eventually meet over the purple-level creature. Packing his belongings, Luan climbed onto the bone carriage and, surrounded by the Skeleton Legion, set off westward. If they're heading east, then I'll go west, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, Chun Nan and his group had barely begun their journey when they saw the leaderboard and were taken aback. Chun Nan smiled wryly, having expected Luan to score high, but not to such an extent. With Luan's army of skeletons, Chun Nan felt a sense of futility. Looking around at his teammates, Chun Nan realized he had chosen the wrong path. They were students, not trained soldiers, nor relentless low-level creatures charging blindly. Some were scared, some had their own agendas, and some held the team back. He had recruited them to strengthen his position, not to play the benevolent leader. Those who didn't measure up, he decided to cut loose. They wouldn't be in the same class afterward, so their feelings were of no concern. After traveling for some time, Chun Nan's group encountered a band of creatures led by skeleton cavalry. He signaled for everyone to hide and observe. One blue-level creature and 15 white-level ones matched their numbers perfectly. Chun Nan gestured for a tactical approach, intending to use the battle to weed out the underperformers. Just as they were about to strike, flaming arrows flew from afar, landing precisely in the skeleton cavalry's joints and exploding on impact. In the dazzling firelight, bones scattered, and dust filled the air. The white-level creatures panicked, noticing Chun Nan and his group closing in. Damn it, charge! Chun Nan realized someone had beaten them to it. The blue-level creature was gone, but they needed to claim as many white-level creatures as possible. During the skirmish, Chun Nan remained vigilant, wary of a sneak attack. His peripheral vision caught sight of the explosion's aftermath, a field of scattered bones, the power immense. The blue-level skeleton cavalry had no chance to react, annihilated by a few arrows. An archer with such prowess could only be one person, Chun Nan thought Lin Yi. Chun Nan was secretly surprised. The current arena battle was highly unfavorable for Lin Yi, an archer. He couldn't help but imagine that if they were in the complex terrain of a secret realm, even the powerful Luan might not escape being kited from a distance by Lin Yi. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a man holding a flaming longbow approached slowly. It was Lin Yi. Meanwhile, Chun Nan and his companions quickly cleared out a dozen or so white-tire creatures in the vicinity. Both groups unexpectedly encountered each other, and a slight tension filled the air. Lin Yi, however, seemed unfazed by the atmosphere. Walking straight to the skeleton riders remains to retrieve a glowing blue crystal core. Chun Nan did not interfere, as it was indeed Lin Yi's trophy. Have you seen Luan? Lin Yi asked directly. Chun Nan pointed behind him. He went west. Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and headed in the direction Chan Nan indicated. Before leaving, he reminded them, the monsters in the east are mostly cleared. If you don't want to waste time, don't head that way. As Linny walked away, someone couldn't help but mutter, he's so arrogant. You'd think he was ranked #1. Does he plan to cause trouble for Luan? Another speculated. Him? Clearly, you haven't seen how formidable Luan is. Over 100 monsters. Just the sight of them is terrifying. I wouldn't be so sure, someone else countered. Did you see how he just took down that skeleton rider? That power was like taking the enemy general's head from 100 miles away. All right, quiet down. Chan Nan quelled the unrest and decisively ordered, let's turn around. Meanwhile, the number of monsters in the west was indeed significantly higher than in the east. In just half a day, Luan had encountered 4 groups of monsters, rapidly expanding his skeleton army to over 200. Along the way, Luan met many other candidates, but they all kept their distance from his skeleton army, so no one recognized the relaxed Luan inside the bone palanquin. At that moment, Luan suddenly heard a frantic shout not far away. I warn you, stop chasing me. Do you know who my brother is? He's a ruthless killer. Damn it. Why is my luck so terrible? Gu Pang cursed furiously as he dove to the ground, narrowly avoiding a fireball whizzing past. At this moment, Gu Pang was in a sorry state. The blue-level magic card armor he wore was shattered, and blood was pouring from his waist and abdomen. A wound on his thigh had stained his pants red. The undead creature chasing him let out an excited screech, quickening its pace. Just half an hour ago, Gu Pang thought his luck had turned. He'd encountered a lone blue-level skeleton archmage, a rare opportunity compared to the hordes of monsters he'd faced before. Without the Lich King's Soul Shriek, a powerful tool against low-intelligence monsters, he wouldn't have been able to handle large groups alone. But fate had other plans. The seemingly isolated skeleton archmage turned out to be a rare mutated type, wielding a weapon infused with elemental power. In the monster world, a few individuals undergo either mutation or gigantification. Mutations enhance elemental power or special abilities, while gigantification strengthens all basic abilities. The skeleton mage chasing him was a fire element mutation, with a weapon that was a fire element-infused mutation. This made its fire spells incredibly powerful, and a single blue-level exploding fireball had shattered Gu Pang's prized rock armor. Terrified, Gu Pang couldn't hesitate any longer. He used his last card slot to summon the Lich King to engage the enemy, while he made his escape. Unfortunately, the skeleton archmage's mental strength exceeded expectations, and the Lich King's soul shriek only controlled it for a brief moment. Soon, it broke free and continued its relentless pursuit. As time passed, Gu Pang felt he was reaching his limit. The bleeding wounds left him pale and weak, and the gap between him and the skeleton mage was closing rapidly. Although Gu Pang knew the examiners would intervene in an emergency, it would mean his elimination. Despite being in the top 10, the competition had just begun, and he couldn't predict how many would surpass him in the coming days. Failing to enter the elite class would mean facing his father's wrath. With the footsteps behind him growing louder and fireballs raining down more frequently, Gu Pang was out of ideas. Instinctively, he shouted, Old Lu, help me. The skeleton archmage was now within reach, a fireball ready to ignite Gu Pang's back. Feeling the heat behind him, Gu Pang nearly gave up in despair. But just as he was about to close his eyes, a dozen skeletal minions suddenly charged in from the side, forming a moving wall and toppling the skeleton archmage. What's happening? Internal conflict? Gu Pang, saved from the brink, was baffled, unable to comprehend why the skeletal minions had saved him. Before the skeleton archmage could break free, another minion rushed to Gu Pang's side, scooped him up, and carried him to Luan. Luan? Gu Pang was even more confused. Struggling to sit up, he glanced between the bone palanquin, the countless skeletons, and Luan, feeling as if the world had turned upside down. Gu Pang, take a rest and watch Xiaogu perform. Luan smiled, helping Gu Pang to his seat as Xiaogu eagerly jumped down to confront the enemy. With a roar and a burst of fire, the skeletal minions holding the line were blown to pieces. The skeleton archmage stepped over the debris, advancing steadily toward Xiaogu. Despite both being blue-level monsters, the skeleton archmage was half a head taller and its roar more resonant. Xiaogu fixed its gaze on the skeleton archmage's staff, eyes glinting with undisguised greed. After a brief standoff, both sides swung their staffs, and fireballs collided in midair, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave forced the skeleton archmage back several steps, while Xiaogu stood firm like an unyielding mountain. In terms of physical prowess, the skeleton archmage was no match for Xiaogu. However, Luan frowned, realizing this skeleton archmage was unlike any blue-level monster he'd encountered before. Xiaogu had used a blue-level skill, exploding fireball, but the skeleton archmage had only cast a basic white-level fireball. Yet, its power matched Xiaogu's blue-level attack. No wonder it's a fire element mutation. Its damage is insane, Luan thought to himself. Realizing its magic couldn't overpower the skeleton archmage, Xiaogu quickly changed tactics, activating Thunder Rush to close in. The most effective way to deal with a mage was close combat. As a blue-level monster with some intelligence, the skeleton archmage wouldn't let Xiaogu approach easily. It retreated quickly, launching a barrage of fireballs to block Xiaogu's path. However, with Thunder Rush, Xiaogu was exceptionally agile, unaffected by the skeleton archmage's fierce assault, continuing its charge toward the enemy. Meanwhile, the skeleton minions were lined up in perfect order at the rear, following commands. Over 50 fireballs rained down like a meteor shower, bombarding the escape route of the skeletal archmage and completely cutting off his retreat. Luan nodded in satisfaction, secretly delighted. With this army, who needs an unknown duel? The skeletal archmage, cornered, was furious. In a flash of blue light, he unleashed the explosive fireball skill. 3 massive fireballs arced through the air and exploded violently between the two sides. The intense shockwave swept through like a tsunami, forcing Xiaogu to stagger backward, barely maintaining his balance. However, the skeletal archmage was not spared either. Despite hastily raising an energy shield before the explosion, he couldn't fully withstand the immense power of his own spell. He was sent tumbling, looking utterly disheveled. Struggling to escape, the skeletal archmage was once again bombarded by over 50 fireballs, blanketing the battlefield like a barrage. Even with his energy shield, he was left reeling, barely able to stay upright. Xiaogu seized the opportunity as his opponent showed weakness. Without hesitation, he used the Thunder Dash skill, charging forward like lightning. A seamless combination of powerful strikes and fiery blade techniques landed precisely on the skeletal archmage's head, shattering his skull in an instant. With the battle over, Xiaogu discarded his ordinary staff and eagerly picked up the blue-grade weapon left behind by the skeletal archmage. Overjoyed, he ran back to Luan's side. Luan was equally ecstatic. This unexpected gain not only saved the cost of upgrading equipment, but also filled him with anticipation for this mysterious realm. He thought to himself, this is practically a gold mine without any investment. As Luan reveled in his joy, a card appeared before him. Race, Skeletal Archmage. Type, Pet Beast card. Level, Tier 1. Quality, Blue. Weapon, Blazing Staff. Blue-grade Fire Element Boost 50. All Element Boost 20. Magic Power Boost 20. Blue Skills, Explosion LV.1. White Skills, Burn LV.1. Fire Element Boost LV.1. Minor Healing LV.1. Blue Skills, Explosive Fireball LV.1. Thunder Dash LV.1. Fiery Blade LV.1. Electric Barrier LV.1. Mighty Strike LV.1. White Skills, Fireball LV.2. Arc LV.2. Slash LV.2. Fire Element Boost LV.1. Thunder Boost LV.1. Iron Bone LV.1. Description. If you think it's just a mage, congratulations, you've glimpsed the path to hell. Luan gazed intently at the weapon skill description of the fierce fire staff, a glimmer of understanding flickering in his eyes. The blue-level skill Explosion allows an object infused with mental power to gain explosive properties, while the white-level skill Burn grants a burning effect to its target. It dawned on him that the Skeleton Archmage had used these two skills to enhance an ordinary fireball, making its power comparable to Xiaogu's explosive fireball. The staff's elemental enhancements were astonishing. A 50 increase in fire elements and a 20 increase in all elements, stacking to a total of 70 fire element augmentation. This passive effect could continuously boost spell power. Luan thoughtfully stroked his chin, then waved his hand to summon Xiaogu back. A card flew into his palm, confirming his suspicion the fierce fire staff had not fully integrated with the Xiaogu card. The skills of Explosion, Burn, Minor Healing, and Fire Element Enhancement still belong to the weapon, not Xiaogu itself. Feeling the urge of his fusion talent, Luan activated this ability without hesitation. A flash of light, and Xiaogu's attributes changed. Species, Skeleton Archmage. Type, Pet card. Level, Tier 1. Quality, Blue. Weapon, Fierce Fire Staff. Blue level. Fire Element Enhancement 50. All Element Enhancement 20. Magic Power Enhancement 20. Skills, Explosive Fireball, Thunder Rush, Flame Blade, Electric Barrier, Mighty Force, Explosion. White level skills. Fireball LV.2. Arc LV.2. Slash LV.2. Fire Element Enhancement, Lightning Enhancement, Iron Bone, Burn, Minor Healing. Description. Adding fuel to the fire, it's fiercer than you think. Luan was ecstatic. His fusion talent could allow a pet to inherit weapon skills. This meant Xiaogu not only passively learned the skills Explosion, Burn, and Minor Healing but also advanced its Fire Element Enhancement to LV2, achieving a 50 boost. Combined with the weapon's 70 increase, Xiaogu's fire skills would see an astounding 120 enhancement. With the added explosion and burn properties, its output would reach unimaginable levels. Luan immediately summoned Xiaogu and pointed at the unconscious Gu Pang. Heal him? Xiaogu nodded, and the staff hovered over Gu Pang's head, emitting a gentle glow. His wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Luan silently thanked Gu Pang's luck. Without Xiaogu's timely acquisition of the healing skill, Gu Pang might have been out of the game. After arranging for a few skeleton soldiers to look after Gu Pang, Luan led his legion onward. He resolved to break the 300 mark for his White Bone Legion by the end of the day. Meanwhile, Lin Yi, Zhang Yuan, Qi Wan, and Zheng Chuan were discussing their next move. Lin Yi sat on a rock, back to the others, and asked, "Have you heard? There's a group of about 200 monsters up ahead." Zhang Yuan, roasting bread, inquired, "You want to attack them? That's quite risky." Qi Wan, Zheng Chuan, "What do you think?" Qi Wan replied indifferently, "I joined for bigger prey," and then closed her eyes to rest. Zhang Chuan chuckled. "Fortune favors the bold." Lin Yi made the decision, then it's settled. "That's our next target." He turned to face the group, eyes closed and head held high. Suddenly, Zheng Chuan asked, "Does anyone have news of Luan? If our ultimate target is a quasi-purple level monster, his Skeleton Mage's combat power is indispensable." The question brought a brief silence. Lin Yi smirked defiantly and declared, "In the secret realm, if I were to shoot an arrow at Luan, he wouldn't be able to block it. In the arena, I might not be his match, but in the secret realm, I'm unbeatable." Zhang Yuan remained silent, feeling a bit embarrassed as the only one among the four who had been defeated by Luan. Qi Wan opened her cold eyes, clearly intrigued by Luan. She quickly activated the score tracker to check the leaderboard. First place Luan, 256 points. Second place Lin Yi, 153 points. Third place Qi Wan, 136 points. Fourth place Zheng Chuan, 132 points. Fifth place Zhang Yuan, 114 points. Sixth place Chen Nan, 96 points. Seventh place Wang Qing, 74 points. Eighth place Li Shizhong, 72 points. Ninth place Gu Pang, 66 points. 10th place Hao Liang, 65 points. Luan was far ahead in points, while Gu Pang, who had fallen unconscious, had dropped to the bottom of the top 10. Qi Wan frowned slightly, puzzled. Luan's score was so high, he must be hunting monsters frequently, so why is it still impossible to gather any information about him? Lin Yi calmly remarked, "Don't worry about him. He won't give up on the quasi-purple level monsters. We'll meet him eventually." He had no intention of actively recruiting Luan, believing it would lower his standards. At this moment, apart from Luan, the top 5 on the leaderboard were all in his team. Lin Yi felt a sense of pride, convinced that ultimately Luan would seek his help. In his view, this was a contest between the strongest. "Let's not waste any more time. Let's move out," Lin Yi said, leaping down and heading straight in Luan's direction. "If you don't want to fall further behind Luan, you'd better hurry up." Qi Wan and Zheng Chuan said nothing, quickly packing their bags, dusting off their clothes, and following closely behind. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan muttered, "What's with the attitude?" but hurried to catch up, still clutching a few burnt buns. Although Zhang Yuan, Qi Wan, and Zheng Chuan all acknowledged Lin Yi's exceptional skills, if anyone among the candidates had a chance to defeat Luan, it would likely be him. However, Lin Yi's somewhat melodramatic demeanor was a bit much for them. Zhang Yuan thought, "We're seniors in high school, for crying out loud. And here you are, acting like a hot-blooded anime character." The sunset quietly vanished, leaving the sky adorned with brilliant crimson clouds. Darkness gradually crept over the horizon as a luminous moon began to rise from the other side. Amidst the layers of dim clouds overhead, a pale yellow moon occasionally peeked through. Suddenly, the clouds parted, and moonlight spilled across the ground, casting a long, indistinct shadow of Luan on the frost-covered earth. Gu Pang, who had been unconscious for half the day, opened his eyes in confusion. Luan gave a wry smile and said, "You're finally awake." Struggling to sit up, Gu Pang found his wounds mostly healed. He knelt on the bone carriage, staring blankly at the misty white army of skeletons below. "Damn it," was all Gu Pang could utter after a lengthy pause. Luan, feeling a sense of pride, tossed a small cloth bag to Gu Pang. "I saved this just for you. You've been out for so long that you fell out of the top 10 on the leaderboard. These crystal cores should help you climb back up." Gu Pang immediately brightened, pocketing the bag and giving Luan a bear hug. "Brother, old Lu, you're truly my dearest friend and brother. You're amazing. Where did all these skeletons come from?" Pushing Gu Pang's chubby face away, Luan couldn't hide his smugness. "Look at you, so easily impressed. This is what I call charisma." Gu Pang clung to Luan persistently. "I don't care, you have to teach me." Luan asked, ahem, "How many groups of monsters have you dealt with?" "I, Gu Pang, am unstoppable. 3 groups of monsters were no match for me." "The Lich King," Gu Pang boasted, suddenly recalling why he had been knocked out. His face briefly showed embarrassment before returning to normal. Today was just an accident. If it hadn't been for a sneak attack, I would have beaten it to a pulp. Luan teased. And did those monsters you defeated show any gratitude? Gratitude? What gratitude? They were all smashed by me. Gu Peng proclaimed boldly, but something felt off. No, it can't be. Luan recounted how he had tamed the skeleton minions, and Gu Peng regretted not realizing sooner. But it wasn't entirely his fault for being slow. White-level monsters had very low intelligence, often lagging in their reactions. After their leader was defeated, they typically fell into chaos or stupor, so Gu Peng missing the opportunity was understandable. Skeleton minions like those were rare talents. Clack. A skeleton minion poked its head out from the bone army, climbed onto the carriage, and gestured animatedly at Luan. Someone's approaching? Luan frowned, looking behind him. Now with a 300-strong skeleton army, any candidate would hesitate to attack, as the difficulty was comparable to a purple-level monster. They're finally here? Luan mused, then smirked. No doubt, anyone daring enough to attack such a large monster army would have to be Lin Yi and his crew. Patting the skeleton minion's head, Luan said, Dice. I'll call you Dice from now on. Turn the army around. Let's meet them. The newly named Dice was so excited it knocked its head 3 times, confidently thumping its chest until its bones nearly fell apart. Dice then merged back into the skeleton army, which suddenly halted, like a storm pausing, or the calm before the tempest. We've been spotted. Lin Yi quickly retreated, hiding in a prepared spot. As soon as he spoke, the skeleton army had already turned, with nearly 300 pairs of eyes fixed on them. That's normal. We lack experience in ambushing, Zhang Chuan remarked nonchalantly, gripping his Cyan Longsword Swift Wind Sword, a blue-level wind element weapon. Although not skilled in ambushes, Qi Wan, as an assassin, silently vanished into some unknown corner. Ah, we should have invited Chun Nan, Zhang Chuan chuckled. Zhang Yuan tightened his grip on his spear, his expression serious. With Lin Yi and Qi Wen's weapons not suited for direct confrontation, they could only rely on Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan to hold off the 300-strong monster group. Although the rapid wind longsword is known for its agility and physical attack, and Zhang Yuan's combat skills are renowned for their explosive power, confronting such a colossal creature would be suicidal if Qi Wan and Lin Yi's beheading attempt failed. In this scenario, having a heavily armored warrior like Chun Nan is crucial. Even though the odds are slim, he can at least alleviate some pressure and buy time for his teammates to escape if necessary. Despite the daunting challenge, Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan showed no hesitation. Having set their sights on this big target, they were determined not to leave empty-handed. They had unwavering confidence in their team's abilities, believing that as long as they could create a safe space for Lin Yi and Qi Wan to unleash their attacks, they stood a chance of instantly taking down even 4 or 5 blue-rank monsters. Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan advanced side by side, slowly approaching the skeletal army. Their steps were steady, their gaze resolute, as if they were invincible and unrivaled. Zhang Yuan, in particular, felt a surge of heroic spirit in the face of such danger, envisioning himself charging into battle, breaking through enemy lines, and claiming victory. Luan, while you're still timidly gaining experience by targeting weaker foes, I'm here taking on 100 at once, Zhang Yuan thought to himself. I've developed the heart of a true warrior, and you no longer have the right to compete with me. He felt as though he had finally shattered the shackles within his heart, completely freeing himself from the shadow of his past defeat by the great Demon King. As tensions were about to reach their peak, the skeletal army suddenly parted like a tide, creating a path that revealed a grand bone palanquin at its center. Lin Yi immediately raised his rapid-fire longbow, and Qi Wan could barely restrain herself from launching a sneak attack. Even Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan found their breathing quickening. 300 monsters, while not an overwhelming number, they were still significant enough to pose a challenge in a direct confrontation. Especially with these creatures protecting the blue-rank general, the situation was even more complex. Now that the monsters had voluntarily stepped aside, even the weakest among the 4, Zhang Yuan, felt confident he could leap onto the palanquin before they reacted. However, their rationality held them back, as the scene before them was too unusual. The monsters on either side of the path knelt down, and the palanquin moved forward slowly amid their worship. Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan swallowed nervously, while the hidden Lin Yi and Qi Wan prepared to strike at any moment. As the distance closed, the 4 of them could hardly restrain themselves from rushing forward to claim the head. At this critical juncture, an excited shout suddenly erupted from inside the palanquin. Hey, isn't that Zhang Yuan? Inside the bone palanquin, Gu Peng excitedly waved his arms, elated at the opportunity to show off. I finally pulled it off. Zhang Yuan stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered. Fatty Gu, what are you doing here? Zhang Yuan asked, his lips trembling. All his previous arrogance vanished. The fact that his father worked for Gu Peng made him wary of offending him. A ridiculous thought crossed Zhang Yuan's mind, but he quickly shook it off. He knew Gu Peng's strength all too well. Lin Yi and his two companions had no choice but to lower their weapons, their expressions cautious. They had all heard of Gu Peng's reputation. Among the top 10 examinees, Gu Peng was an anomaly. Mediocre in strength, with subpar shooting skills, a whimsical personality, overly confident, and a classic example of someone who is not skilled but loves to play. However, his pet beast was a rare ghost-type creature with psychic abilities and immunity to physical attacks, making him a tricky opponent for novice card masters. Long time no see, Luan greeted Zhang Yuan as he stepped out of the sedan chair. Suddenly, the bizarre scene before Zhang Yuan seemed to make sense, but the realization made his head spin and his heart ache. Nice to meet you, and to those hiding, why don't we have a chat? Luan suggested to Zhang Chuan, glancing towards a distant corner. As soon as he spoke, Dice skillfully dismantled a companion skeleton, swiftly assembling a makeshift tea room with astonishing efficiency. Come on in and have a seat. Dice pulled back the tent flap, and Luan calmly sat down, smiling at the two dumbfounded men. Gu Peng also plopped down with an air of arrogance, and the atmosphere became tense. Seeing that Zhang Chuan and Zhang Yuan made no move, and Lin Yi and Qi Wen had yet to reveal themselves, Dice's gaze turned dangerous. Several skeletal soldiers and mages silently surrounded them, and the situation grew tense. Oh, come on, we're all classmates here. No need for such formality. Zhang Chuan was the first to put away his weapon, patting Zhang Yuan on the shoulder and laughing as he entered the tent. Zhang Yuan reluctantly holstered his gun, wanting to fight Luan again but fearing Gu Peng's wrath. Before long, Lin Yi and Qi Wen emerged from hiding. Seeing Lin Yi's sullen, dissatisfied expression, Zhang Chuan couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Today's encounter was entirely Luan's show, a heavy blow to Lin Yi, who was eager to challenge Luan. Oh come on, why the long faces? Let's eat something. Luan invited. Gu Peng, serve the food. Dice, get cooking. Gu Peng immediately pulled out several lifestyle cards. Though such low-level cards required only a small amount of mental energy to use, they were costly, more expensive than many white cards. With a flourish, he laid out a feast of fish, meat, seasonings, and drinks, whetting everyone's appetite. 6 skeletal mages entered the tent, crouching beside each person and carefully casting fireball spells. Luan and Gu Peng led the charge, indulging in the self-service barbecue. Zhang Chuan was the first to dig in, secretly admiring. Clever and resourceful, Qi Wen couldn't resist joining in, having swallowed her saliva several times. Zhang Yuan slowly followed suit, thinking that all this meat belonged to Fatty Gu and had nothing to do with Luan. Only Lin Yi sat with his arms crossed, chest out, eyes closed in defiance. The others tactfully left him alone. Who would have thought a single undead pet could create such an advantage in the secret realm? I'm starting to wonder if President Yi is showing favoritism, Zhang Chuan chuckled. Connecting the dots with the unusual behavior of the monsters in the secret realm, he quickly understood the source of Luan's skeletal army. Since the undead could break conventions and serve a non-direct lineage monster, it wasn't too far-fetched for a demon king pet to command hundreds of minions. Could it be that Gu Peng tamed it? Zhang Chuan momentarily dismissed this possibility. He shook his head and refocused on the ongoing discussion. Luan smiled modestly and said, the association probably intended to test our team collaboration skills. It was pure luck that we stumbled upon this bug. Lin Yi, with his eyes closed, smirked disdainfully. In an arrogant tone, he said, Hmph, relying on shortcuts won't lead to growth. Only by swimming against the current can one truly become strong. Luan was taken aback by this and couldn't help but twitch his lips. He looked at Lin Yi with a hint of concern, thinking, oh boy, I thought his demeanor was just quirky, but it turns out he's got a serious case of adolescent delusion. Unable to resist a sarcastic retort, Luan said, if you're eager to push your limits, I'd love to see you take on a quasi-purple level beast by yourself. Unfazed, Lin Yi lifted his head higher, his tone even more self-assured. Humph. I'm merely giving you a chance to grow, to learn what it means to be the protagonist. Luan nodded internally, re-evaluating Lin Yi. He thought to himself, he wasn't provoked by my words, just kept arguing. It seems he has a decent character, just a bit clueless. A strong yet naive teammate can be quite beneficial. Zhang Chuan, Qi Wen, and Zhang Yuan were already accustomed to Lin Yi's antics. They sipped their drinks calmly, clearly used to his behavior. Clearing his throat, Zhang Chuan steered the conversation back on track. Let's return to the main topic. Does anyone have information on this quasi-purple level creature? He directed his gaze towards Luan. The atmosphere grew serious. Everyone understood that the ultimate goal of the exam was the quasi-purple level creature. As the strongest candidates, collaboration was a given. Luan spoke with composure. There are 5 blue-level mutated creatures guarding it, and they possess alien weapons. He had pieced together this information after taming many creatures. He didn't mention that there were originally 6, but one of the skeletal archmages had already become a trophy for his companion, Xiao Gu. Hearing this, Zhang Chuan and the others frowned. Even Lin Yi, who was usually overconfident, showed a serious expression. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Chuan said, I can hold off 2 of them. Chiwa nodded slightly, indicating her capabilities were on par with Zhang Chuan's. Zhang Yuan pressed his lips together and nervously said, I can take on 1. Luan nodded, silently evaluating. Zhang Yuan might be lacking in weaponry, but with his martial skills, he should be stronger than a blue-level mutant. Zhang Chuan looked at Chun Nan, who had been silent, and suggested, Chun Nan is tough-skinned. He should be able to handle 2 as well. Luan, Lin Yi, Qi Wan, and Zheng Chuan were the top fighters. Against a quasi-purple level creature, at least 3 of them needed to work together to stand a chance, and having all 4 would increase their odds. They couldn't afford to be tied up with blue-level creatures. Gu Peng frowned and said, we still don't have enough people. We should unite all the remaining candidates. Lu Wen quickly calculated in his mind. Using Zhang Yuan as a benchmark, Gu Peng's strength wasn't enough to solo a blue-level mutant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nearly been cornered by the skeletal archmage, so he counts as 0.8 of a mutant. Zhang Yuan's combat style focused on bursts, unsuitable for stalling, so he counts as 1.5 mutants. Chen Nan, with his resilience, could handle approximately 2 mutants. Rounding it up, they could only counter 4 mutants, leaving 1 still unaccounted for. As for the white-level creatures, his bone army should be able to handle them. After pondering for a moment, Luan said, there's no need to rush for now. Once more candidates gather, we can reassess and allocate roles. With their current numbers, facing a quasi-purple level creature was out of the question. Zheng Chuan suggested, we still have some time today. Before we encounter other candidates, we can help Lu Wen expand his army as a precaution. The purple tier marks a significant milestone in the career of a card master. Only those who can create and wield purple tier cards are eligible to become professional card masters. Countless individuals have seen their dreams shattered when attempting to overcome this hurdle. Typically, failing to create a card results in it being rendered useless for battle. However, due to the unique and rare materials used in purple tier and higher cards, combined with the card master's strong mental power, there is a chance for the card to successfully degrade into a quasi-tier card. The evolution of magical creatures follows a similar pattern. When they attempt to break through to the purple tier, there's a 90% chance they will be destroyed. The remaining 10, although not fully mastering purple tier skills, manage to grasp some essence and possess incomplete purple tier capabilities. In the examination venue, the specific species, appearance, and skills of the quasi-purple tier creature remain unknown to Luan and his peers. No candidate has encountered it yet, or those who did have already been eliminated. With time running out, Lin Yi and the others are fully focused on helping Lu Wen expand his skeletal army. Everyone is particularly serious about this task, as they need Lu Wen's army to hold off the quasi-purple tier creature and its guards, creating a safe hunting space for themselves. As night falls, they've reached the westernmost part of the examination area. By now, the skeletal army has grown to 400. The leaderboard standings are as follows. 1. Lu Wen. 2. Lin Yi. 3. Qi Wan. 4. Zheng Chuan. 5. Gu Peng. 6. Zhang Yuan. 7. Chun Nan. 8. Li Shizhong. 9. Wang Qing. 10. Hao Yang. Although candidates who have exited the secret realm no longer appear on the leaderboard, their previously earned points remain valid. Thus, it's still uncertain whether any of these 27 candidates will ultimately succeed. The candidates still in the secret realm gather together, gazing from a distance at the intimidating horde of creatures, none daring to approach recklessly. Damn, is this what a quasi-purple tier creature setup looks like? A candidate mutters, there must be around 400 creatures. To command so many white-tier creatures, there must be at least a dozen blue-tier leaders. Wang Qing, why don't you go scout it out? A male candidate jokingly suggests, earning himself a glare from Wang Qing. If you want to die, Hao Yang, go yourself. Wang Qing snaps back. This group of creatures is different from what we've encountered before. They're organized and disciplined, clearly under someone's command. If we're discovered, we won't even know how we died. Wang Qing looks around at the 20 or so candidates, realizing that taking on such a massive group of creatures would be suicidal unless someone could quickly take out the leader, which hasn't happened yet. I wonder what the association is thinking, organizing these creatures like this. It's just not playing by the rules. Hao Yang chuckles bitterly. Li Shizhong, you're from a cardmaster family in Pingyang City? Do you know anything? Wang Qing asks. Li Shizhong adjusts his glasses and explains, logically, this shouldn't happen. The undead don't have a king, so each faction acts independently, and even within factions, there's not a strong hierarchy. A king? Hao Yang asks, confused. As regular students, they don't have access to this kind of information. It's not exactly a secret, just not in the textbooks. Li Shizhong continues, a secret realm can be seen as the territory of different species of magical creatures, and the king is the ruler of that territory and species, representing absolute control over the realm and tribe. Without a king, the tribe falls into chaos and division. Are you saying they've elected a new king? Wang Qing asks. Impossible. Li Shizhong immediately denies, as I said, a king represents absolute control over the realm and tribe. If an undead king had truly been born, this secret realm would have long been beyond the Card Master Association's control. Moreover, choosing a king isn't just about strength. The exact requirements are unclear, but all kings are dead, and humanity has prevented the birth of new ones. Wang Qing and the others fall silent. All current secret realms have peace agreements with humans, allowing humans to enter and exit freely, gather resources, and even divide regions for new recruits to train and hunt magical creatures. How could there be a king? At least on Blue Planet, no city has ever allowed its inhabitants to be slaughtered by creatures for training. If they agreed, it would mean the king no longer exists. Let's not dwell on this. Why aren't the big shots here yet? Hao Liang shakes his head, dismissing inappropriate thoughts and bringing the conversation back on track. Not sure. The creatures behind us have long been cleared out, and with their skills, they shouldn't still be behind. Li Shizhong also wonders. Haha, I bet they're ahead of us. A heavy footstep sounds from behind, and Wang Qing and the others turn to see Chen Nan, clad in a thick rock armor, arriving with 4 equally weary companions. Judging by your appearance, did you have a rough encounter? Wang Qing asked with concern, eyeing Chen Nan's severely damaged rock armor. The two of them attended the same school and had crossed paths in this perilous examination arena. Chen Nan grimaced, clutching his wound with a flicker of pain in his eyes. Damn it, I ran into a mutated creature. Luckily, it seemed to be on a reconnaissance mission and retreated after a scuffle with me. He panted heavily, managing a faint smile, but it didn't come out unscathed either. It lost a couple of companions. Behind Chen Nan, his 4 teammates exchanged glances with a barely perceptible hint of fear. They knew well that if the mutated creature had really wanted a full-on fight, it might have taken 6 or 7 of them to defeat it, likely at the cost of everyone except Chen Nan. Impressive. Li Shizhong exclaimed with genuine admiration. As someone from a reputable family, he was well aware of how terrifying mutated creatures could be. Hao Liang frowned and asked, by the way, what did you mean when you said they're all ahead? Hearing this, Chen Nan straightened up despite his injuries and chuckled proudly. Haha, you guys haven't run into Luan yet, have you? It's understandable. Who would dare get close after seeing him? A fellow candidate chimed in. Those top-ranked guys aren't here. So they're probably teamed up with that big boss already? Li Shizhong and the others looked at each other, bewildered. What are you all talking about? Chen Nan waved his hand mysteriously. Never mind. You wouldn't believe it even if I told you. I'll show you in action. Follow me. With that, he removed his damaged rock armor and beckoned his companions to limp toward the approaching army of skeletons. Hey, Chen Nan, are you out of your mind? Wang Qing exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Chen Nan's retreating figure. She knew him too well. This guy, who feared pain and death, had even customized his card deck to become a heavily armored warrior. How could someone like that dare to confront such a massive group of monsters? Chen Nan's team had barely taken a few steps before they were stunned by the scene ahead. Wow, the numbers have increased so much in just one day. Chan, are we sure about this? One of his team members asked weakly, his voice trembling. For 100 monsters, their sheer presence is enough to scare us off. Chen Nan hesitated too, murmuring to himself. It shouldn't be wrong, such a large-scale gathering of monsters feels more like a boss fight. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. Whatever. Our points should be enough now, and a near-legendary level monster is beyond our reach anyway. Let's go for it. With that, he quickened his pace, silently praying. Brother Lu, please let it be. What exactly is he planning? Is he trying to sneak in under the cover of darkness? Hao Liang asked, watching Chen Nan's silhouette in the dim firelight. Wang Qing immediately dismissed the idea. No way. Even Wen couldn't pull that off. She explained that although dagger users have bonuses in agility and stealth, making them suitable for roles like assassins and scouts, they are still just ordinary students lacking professional training. Sneaking through 400 monsters is unrealistic, let alone for Chen Nan, a heavily armored warrior. Li Shizhong frowned in thought. What does he mean by this? Chen Nan said Luan and the others are ahead. I believe in their ability to break through, but why take such a risk to get there? Wouldn't it be better to plan a strategy together and seize the opportunity to break through? Should we stop him? Hao Liang suggested. Wang Qing sneered. Don't be ridiculous, it's too late for that. If you wanted to stop him, you would have done so already. You're just hiding here to see what Chen Nan has up his sleeve. Hao Liang grinned. If his classmate doesn't mind, then I certainly don't care. Shoo. Li Shizhong suddenly whispered. They're getting close. Chen Nan was only 5 meters away from the nearest skeleton soldier. In fact, from 100 meters away, hundreds of monsters had their eyes on them, making everyone break out in a cold sweat. Yet, they pressed on, and the monsters showed no signs of attacking. Lu Gu is amazing. Chun Nan and the others silently celebrated their correct guess. Haoyang frowned. Strange. Why aren't those monsters attacking? Li Shizhong exclaimed. This shouldn't be happening. Without the king's control, the undead should have an uncontrollable aggression towards the living. How could they allow Chun Nan to get so close? Wang Qing widened her eyes, staring at Chun Nan. Keep watching. Is anything in this realm ever normal? Maybe the association left something that confuses the undead. Chun Nan took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and suddenly shouted, Lu Gu. His yell nearly made the 20-odd spectators behind him fall over. What an idiot! Wang Qing cursed, quickly summoning her daggers and dashing out. She had assumed Chen Nan, the coward afraid of pain, had some plan, but it turned out to be a reckless shout. Even if those people did break through and were willing to come back to help, they couldn't possibly arrive in time. Chen Nan would likely be torn apart before they could react. However, Chen Nan stood frozen, not even summoning his rock armor and greatsword. Wang Qing nimbly stepped on Chun Nan's head and whispered, You hold them off, and I'll strike when the time is right. My target isn't the quasi-purple level monster anyway. I just need a few more points to break even. Just as she was about to leap out and take down a few skeleton soldiers, Chun Nan grabbed her ankle and slammed her to the ground. Chun Nan, are you setting me up? Wang Qing stifled the urge to look back at Chen Nan, rubbing her reddened nose and eyes. The fall had been hard, bringing tears to her eyes. Chun Nan rubbed his forehead with a wry smile. You're still as impulsive as ever. He pointed ahead. Look, there's no need for a fight. Wang Qing realized the monsters hadn't attacked and, upon closer inspection, saw they were silently making way. Wow, what's happening? Look at you, we're all classmates. No need for such formalities. A cheeky voice came from the darkness. Gu Peng, flanked by skeletons, stood before Wang Qing and shouted to Hao Yang and the others hiding in the distance. Come on out, guys, we're all friends here. Not only was Wang Qing dumbfounded, but the other examinees hiding in the shadows were also too shocked to speak. This is Li Shizhong murmured to himself. Gu Peng laughed heartily, helping Wang Qing up and putting an arm around Chun Nan as they walked further in. Haha, I love seeing you all so confused. Come on, get in here. What do we do? Hao Yang looked bewildered at the equally baffled Li Shizhong. Li Shizhong replied irritably, Let's go. In this situation, could they really be setting us up? If they can control so many monsters, I'll take the risk. Hao Yang nodded in agreement. These bizarre things just keep getting crazier. The Skeletal Legion's camp was bustling with excitement, welcoming a slew of new companions. Most of the examinees were outside the tents, happily roasting meat, while the top 10 on the list were inside strategizing. We've had a few skirmishes with that quasi-purple level monster. Zhang Chuan took a sip of hot tea, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the tent as he slowly spoke. The number of white-level monsters is about the same as ours. Zhang Yuan picked up the conversation, adding, There were originally 20 blue-level monsters. We've already taken down 2, leaving 18. Luan quickly listed the remaining formidable foes. Among them are 5 guards. A giant mutated mummy, an altered skeletal archer, an altered vampire, a giant mutated werewolf, and an altered ghost possessing an iron golem. Chun Nan recalled with a wry smile. I fought that vampire. Its speed was incredible. It must be a sharp trait mutation. It pierced several holes in my rock armor. Wang Qing frowned and asked, A ghost that can possess? Isn't that a skill only a purple-level wraith can master? Li Shizhong explained, Mutation can indeed grant monsters special abilities, but it can't allow them to master skills across levels. This should be an incomplete possession, only able to inhabit lifeless objects and requiring long-term nurturing of mental power. Chi-Wan, with a serious expression, analyzed. The iron golem compensates for the ghost's lack of physical attack capability. Plus, the golem's material is tough, making it hard to damage with regular attacks. Even if it's damaged, the ghost won't feel any pain from the golem's destruction. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Li Shizhong frowned and asked, What about that quasi-purple level monster? Have you seen it? The group fell silent. Lin Yi, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, coldly answered, A half-evolved skeletal knight, a quasi-skeletal commander. Quasi-purple level, mutated, altered weaponry, with lightning amplification. The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. Gu Peng, however, remained unfazed, flicking a piece of lint into the fire and nonchalantly said, What's there to fear? We won't die. If things get dangerous, the scorekeeper will pull us out of the secret realm. Just charge at them. Zhang Yuan immediately agreed. Fatty's right. Zhang Chuan and Qi Wen nodded slightly, and Linny proudly lifted his head. The tension in the air eased considerably. Luan got down to business. Let's discuss who will take on which opponents. Gu Peng volunteered. I'll handle the altered ghost. My Lich King can temporarily eject it from the Iron Golem. With a teammate's help, keeping it engaged won't be an issue. Qian and thumped his chest. I can hold off those two werewolves and the mummy. Li Shizhong smiled. Then I'll team up with Gu Peng. I've trained in mental resistance at home. It's not much, but I should be better suited than most to withstand a ghost's mental attacks. Zhang Yuan grinned. Leave the vampire to me, Luan said seriously. Then Wang Qing and Hao Liang will take on the skeletal archer. You need to suppress it enough so it doesn't interfere with the others' battles. Wang Qing nodded in agreement, while Hao Liang casually waved a hand to indicate his consent. Zhang Chuan felt the pressure lift. The remaining 17 of us will distract the 13 blue-level monsters, leaving the white-level ones to be handled by the Bone Legion. The 4 of us will take on the quasi-purple level 1. Luan concluded. Everyone get a good night's rest. Tomorrow is the big day? He turned to Gu Peng. Fatty, did you bring any prototypes? Lend me a few. What are you doing? It's the last night, and you're still making cards? Gu Peng asked suspiciously, furrowing his brows as he looked at Luan. Luan replied irritably, Ugh, don't worry about it. I'm a bit nervous, and making cards helps me relax. Is that okay with you? His tone was tinged with impatience, clearly not in the mood to explain further. Although Gu Peng was doubtful, he couldn't argue with Luan. He pulled out 3 blank card templates from his pocket and handed them to Luan. Fine. I only have 3 white-level templates. Just make do with these. Don't worry, go get some rest, Luan said with a sly grin as he took the templates, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Once Gu Peng left, Luan immediately began crafting cards. He knew that when facing a quasi-purple level creature, no amount of preparation was too much. Although most of the materials collected in the secret realm were suitable only for undead creatures, he managed to find some that could be used to create useful cards. Luan's goal was to create a white-level magic card charge. This was specifically prepared to counter the quasi-skeleton general. As night fell, the camp gradually quieted down. Darkness enveloped the desolate land, with only a few campfires flickering here and there. Dice was methodically directing the troops on patrol, wary of any possible ambushes. Late into the night, when the other candidates had fallen asleep, Luan finally completed his card. He murmured to himself, Little Bone also has the Arc and Thunder Element Amplification, 2 white-level lightning skills. With Arc's proficiency at LV.2, merging these 3 should easily upgrade them to a blue quality skill. With determination, Luan activated his innate ability and fused a blue-level enhancement, Card Tempered Thunder. Upon seeing the card's effects, he couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, this skill effect. I could believe it's a purple-level skill. Is it really just from merging 3 white-level skills? The thrill of a gambler's luck? Luan was so thrilled that he could hardly sleep. This short 3-day journey in the secret realm had earned him the Fierce Fire Staff and the Tempered Thunder skill, bolstering his confidence in claiming the top spot in the Cardmaster Provincial exam. After forcing himself to calm down, Luan began meditating to nurture his mental strength. The continuous card-making and use of his innate ability had drained a lot of his mental energy, and he needed to restore himself to peak condition before the next day's actions. The following morning, Gu Peng's voice came from outside the tent. Luan, it's time to head out. Luan emerged from the tent to find the other 26 candidates ready to go. He was secretly annoyed with himself for being the last one to wake up. Lin Yi stood proudly in the center of the group, though inwardly he was regretting being the second to last to rise. Luan quickly adjusted his demeanor and climbed onto the bone sedan, surrounded by skeletons. He looked around and announced loudly, All right, sorry to keep everyone waiting. Let's go over the task assignments briefly. He began distributing tasks. The top 10 were assigned to deal with the guards and the quasi-purple level creatures, while among the remaining 17 candidates, only 12 possessed blue cards. This number was far below their expectations, causing Luan to frown in concern. Luan and his team were well aware that any candidate who could last until the final day in the secret realm must have unique strengths. Their abilities were unquestionable. With only 13 blue-level creatures left to guard against, their numbers were just right. Most candidates didn't feel pressured by their tasks. The real burden lay on the top 10 candidates. Suddenly, a candidate raised his hand, interrupting Luan's speech. Yes? Luan paused, signaling him to speak. How will the loot from the quasi-purple level creatures be distributed? The question instantly touched on everyone's concerns, plunging the scene into silence as all eyes turned to Luan. Luan's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied easily, Whatever you earn is yours to keep. We won't take a share of anyone's spoils. The moment he said this, the candidate's expression changed, and he retorted with a hint of aggression. What do you mean? We help you hold off the blue-level creatures, and you won't even let us have a taste? His words seemed to ignite a fuse, and the candidate's dissatisfaction erupted instantly. The smile vanished from Luan's face, replaced by a cold smirk. He raised his hand to quiet everyone and then spoke slowly. Let's all calm down. I hope you understand a few things. He raised one finger. First, not only are you helping me fend off the blue level creatures, but we're also helping you with the quasi-purple level ones. He raised a second finger. Second, you should do as much as you can handle, and you'll get accordingly. If anyone has issues with the task allocation, you can switch battlefields, either face the mutated creatures or handle the quasi-purple ones with us. Finally, he raised a third finger. Third, if we pooled all the resources and distributed them based on effort, you might not end up with as much as you have now. As soon as Luan finished speaking, the dice immediately commanded 400 creatures to let out an earth-shattering roar. The sound was like thunder, causing the candidates' faces to turn pale, and some even stepped back involuntarily. With such a formidable skeletal army, who would dare to challenge Luan taking half the spoils for himself? Without Luan's skeletal army, facing such a number of creatures, they might struggle just to survive. From the remaining half, Lin E and his group faced immense pressure from quasi-purple and mutated creatures, taking another 2/3, and again, no one dared to object. The little that was left was divided among the remaining 17 candidates, more a token gesture than a fair share. In reality, their task allocation divided the final battle into 4 arenas. Luan, Lin E, Qi Wan, and Zheng Chuan handled the quasi-purple battlefield. Chen Nan, Zhang Yuan, Gu Peng, Wang Qing, Li Shizhong, and Hao Liang dealt with the mutated blue-level battlefield. The other candidates took on the regular blue-level battlefield, and finally, the dice-led white-level battlefield. Luan looked around, his gaze sharp and cold as a blade, and said, "If anyone thinks I'm being overbearing, we can disband right here. Honestly, I'm not that concerned about the quasi-purple creature. If necessary, our assessment ends here. What do you think?" "No, we can't," a candidate shouted anxiously. The third assessment was about accumulating points, not how long they stayed in the secret realm. Among the 27 candidates, those near the bottom needed to earn as many points as possible on the final day to secure their spot in the elite newcomer class. Naturally, Lin E and the others didn't want to miss the opportunity to hunt the quasi-purple creature. The atmosphere became tense, and no one dared to bring up the distribution issue again. The reality was clear. If they wanted to gain significant points, they needed Luan's strength. And for Luan, without them, the opportunity to hunt the quasi-purple creature was almost non-existent. But with his skeletal army making a move, it was worth at least 100 points. This harsh reality forced everyone to accept the current distribution plan. How are things looking? Luan and his team didn't have communication devices suited for the secret realm, so they could only edge closer while waiting for scouts Qi Wan and Wang Qing to report back. Moments later, Qi Wan and Wang Qing rushed back with grave expressions. Qi Wan sneered. "They're all set up and waiting for us," Wang Qing added. "It seems like they knew we would come. They've gathered all the monsters from the Western examination field, about 450 white-level monsters. We couldn't go any deeper, but it matches the intelligence we gathered." Upon hearing this, Luan nodded decisively and ordered, "Let's attack directly. I'm no military genius, and we don't have one in our team. As long as we know who to fight, that's enough. I doubt their tactics are much better than ours." With Luan's command, the skeletal army marched forward in grand procession. The monsters trampled the wasteland, kicking up clouds of dust. Strips of cloth fluttered in the wind, openly displayed. All the boys were bare-chested. To distinguish allies from enemies during battle, they tore their clothes into strips and tied them to the monsters. The skeletal sub-commander noticed the commotion, the ghostly fire in its eye sockets flickering as it directed its forces forward. The monsters' war cries echoed, causing many candidates to turn pale, even before the armies clashed. They glanced back at the massive horde of monsters behind them, finding some comfort in their numbers. Soon, Luan and the others could see the dust clouds at the horizon, stirred up by the advancing army. Luan waved his hand and shouted, "Skeleton Mages, prepare to launch fireballs." In an instant, hundreds of fireballs were launched from the rear of the army, covering the ground between the two forces and explosions, leaving the battlefield in chaos. Seeing the scorched ground, Luan felt slightly relieved. No traps, no trenches, no fortifications. Good. I was worried we'd face a monster that knew military tactics. Since both sides are on the same tactical level, it's down to brute strength now. At Luan's next command, the skeletal army charged. The vanguard, made up of skeletal soldiers, thrust into the enemy like a sharp blade. Fireballs and arrows rained down indiscriminately. Neither side employed strategic finesse. It was sheer brute force. The opposing monsters fared no better than the skeletal army, often striking their own in the heat of battle. The battlefield quickly descended into chaos, with cloth strips flying everywhere, even causing Luan to lose track of his own forces. Sparks and flashes filled the scene, creating a spectacular and intense spectacle. In the distance, a few examiners watched the battle intently from their hidden vantage point. One examiner remarked, "Wow, this year's newcomers are something else." This was the final battle of the examination, and most examiners could hardly hide their surprise. The undead have changed their behavior for some reason, making the challenge much harder than expected. Yet, they still manage to put up a fight. Luan is quite unexpected, but it's a pity he only has one card slot, so he can't walk the path of the strong. That's not necessarily true, another examiner countered. There are plenty of monsters that could take you out in a second. I think his Skeletal Mage has great potential. The quality is too low, and the efficiency of upgrading monster quality is poor. It's tough. Becoming a professional card master is the limit for him. That's laughable. As if you've ever become an elite card master yourself. The difficulty of upgrading quality is high, and while improving monster quality is tough, making high-quality cards isn't easy either. Many card masters hit a bottleneck in card making despite having high mental power. Quiet. The candidates are entering the field, another examiner said in a low voice. The arguing examiners immediately turned their attention back to the battlefield with serious expressions. The battle with the white-level monsters was deadlocked, turning into indiscriminate attacks, and had become a complete mess. The blue-level monsters watching grew furious and leaped into the fray, still sweeping through without distinguishing friend from foe. The skeletal subcommander and its 5 guards remained still, so Luan and his team continued to wait, with the remaining 17 candidates taking the field. Lin Yi finally opened his tightly shut eyes and lowered his slightly numb arms from his chest. He glanced at the battlefield and said coldly, "Boring, let's end this quickly." With that, he materialized a longbow and a quiver. "I only have 20 arrows." Lin Yi drew his bow, and as soon as he infused the arrow with his mental power, it ignited with searing flames, soaring through the air with a brilliant fiery tail. Given Lin Yi's talent, stabilizing the fire on the arrow with mental power should be easy, but doing it with such flair was just typical Lin Yi. Gu Peng sneered, rolling his eyes in disdain, thinking to himself, Lin Yi and Luan. One loves to show off, the other does it automatically, always putting on airs, leaving me with no chance to show off. Truly, they are my lifelong rivals. A gigantic mummified creature hopped in front of the skeletal subcommander, allowing the flaming arrow to hit it. The intense burst of fire was contained within the mummy's chest. Lin Yi stared at the charred chest of the mummy, secretly astonished. Although he hadn't used his full strength with that arrow, it should have been enough to instantly kill an average blue-level monster. Yet, it only caused moderate burns to the mummy. Mummies are known for their tough skin, and it seemed its gigantification trait mainly focused on further hardening its body. Zhang Chuan brandished his swift wind sword, with a blue-level armor-piercing enhancement card in hand. It should have been highly effective against this mummy, but unfortunately, it wasn't his target. His attention was involuntarily drawn to another, larger threat. Suddenly, a deafening howl resounded across the battlefield. The largest of the gigantified werewolves howled toward the sky, its eyes instantly turning a blood-red hue. Its muscles swelled like boils at a shocking speed, and its nearly four-meter-tall frame exuded a deadly sense of oppression. Qian swallowed hard, his throat still dry. He was well aware that while the mummy had impressive defenses, it wasn't much of a threat. Fighting it was akin to a mutual tickling match. However, the werewolf's muscle strength could likely send him flying with just a few swipes. If it decided to intervene in Lu Wen's battle, Qian felt powerless to stop it. "I'll cover you," Lin Yi said in a low voice, reaching for the quiver on his back and estimating the number of arrows he would need. Seeing this, Wang Qing whispered, "We should join the fray too. Otherwise, these guards won't leave the quasi-skeleton general's side." With that, she moved swiftly and gracefully through the battlefield, closing in on the quasi-skeleton general. Seeing her move, Chun Nan and the others immediately geared up and followed. Unlike Wang Qing, they lacked stealth skills and had to cut their way through, noticeably slower. Meanwhile, Dice was sneaking around the battlefield's edge, moving stealthily. Taking advantage of the monster's frenzy, he occasionally landed a few sneaky hits and picked up fallen arrows from the ground. Unnoticed, he withdrew from the battlefield, offering the collected arrows to Lin Yi in bundles. Lin Yi accepted the arrows, carefully selecting and adding about 20 to his quiver. Although these arrows weren't crafted from his cards and had limited power, the boost from his rapid-fire longbow made them sufficient. He nodded in satisfaction and said to Dice, "The quality is a bit low, but they'll do. You've done well, worthy of being my sidekick." Hearing this, Dice froze mid-motion on the battlefield, suddenly hesitant. Should he continue collecting arrows? The guards had all been lured away. Although Chen Nan and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage almost immediately upon engaging, they managed to hold their ground to some extent. In the center of the battlefield, Luan and his group faced off against the skeletal commander, tension crackling in the air. Suddenly, Lin Yi released an arrow that tore through the sky, flames swirling around it as it headed straight for the skeletal commander. This arrow encapsulated all of Lin Yi's strength, its fiery intensity even causing Luan to gape in astonishment. With an explosion, combustion, and elemental enhancements from 2 mutated weapons, Lin Yi's arrow, though lacking in skills, was packed with buffs, making it incredibly powerful. Linny smirked, seemingly relishing Luan's surprise. However, the skeletal commander was not idle. Sensing the threat, it swiftly drew its sword. In an instant, electricity crackled, arcs of lightning snaking across its body. With a thunderous battle cry, the skeletal commander swung its sword, blue lightning entwining it, slicing toward the oncoming arrow. Fire and lightning clashed violently in midair, the resulting explosion diminishing the arrow's momentum. Seizing the opportunity, the commander struck the arrow with precision, cleaving it in two. Smoke and dust filled the air, momentarily obscuring the skeletal commander from Luan and his group. Chiwen seized the chance to slip into the battlefield and hide. Meanwhile, Zhang Chuan skillfully maneuvered through the creatures, boldly making his way toward the skeletal commander. 5 mutated guards, seeing their leader under attack, were eager to return to its aid but were each held back by their opponents. Only Chan Nan, pinned down by the frenzied attacks of a giant werewolf, found the massive mummified creature trying to retreat. Luan made a quick decision and summoned Xiaogu. Xiaogu, don't let it get close. With a new weapon in hand, Xiaogu could clearly feel the surrounding fire elements rejoicing. A fireball the size of a bathtub formed in the air as Xiaogu gripped his staff tightly, flames coiling around it. Twisting his body, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending the fireball hurtling across half the battlefield to catch up with the retreating mummified creature. Under the astonished gaze of everyone, the fireball exploded instantly. Ultimate art. World-ending grand grenade technique. This strike from Xiaogu combined explosive fireball, blazing blade, explosion, immense strength, fire element amplification LV.2, combustion, and the fierce fire staff enhancement, producing astounding power. What kind of godlike setup is this? Li Shizhong, being a mage, felt a severe mental warning. Holy run! He immediately abandoned the fight and turned to flee. Gu Pang was even more instinctive, rolling away the moment Li Shizhong issued his warning. Chen Nan, being closest to the mummified creature and still under the werewolf's pressure, had no chance to evade the explosion. In desperation, he stopped struggling, locking his arms and legs around the werewolf, hiding in its embrace. Wang Qing, Hao Yang, and Zhang Yuan, being naturally agile, retreated promptly. Zhang Chuan, still making his way with his sword, was nearing the explosion's range. His sharp gaze scanned the surroundings, fixing on a spot as he shouted, "Hey, you're in danger. I'll help you." The candidates all scattered, each seeking safety from the blast. The skeletal commander's eyes also showed a hint of fear as it retreated swiftly. The remaining guards, no longer restrained, rushed back toward their leader, all charging into the explosion zone. Flames soared skyward, engulfing the 6 creatures and Chan Nan in the blast. Chan Nan felt a momentary blankness in his mind, the searing pain threatening to breach his mental defenses. The explosion's shockwave swept him away, flipping him over along with the werewolf. Holy! Luan exclaimed in astonishment, turning stiffly to Xiaogu, bewildered. When did you come up with this combo technique? The combustion made the fireball burn more fiercely, the explosion exponentially increasing its power. Blazing blades, like shrapnel, lay hidden within the fireball, releasing not just searing flames, but shockwave-driven blades upon explosion. Coupled with a mighty full swing and various enhancements, the final explosion was simply extraordinary. The cost was almost exhausting Xiaogu's mental energy. Creating a combo move isn't about merely stacking skills. To truly achieve a greater effect, one must use mental energy to bridge the skills, adjusting and refining them. Explosion and combustion were skills learned just yesterday, and today a combo move was already possible? Lin Yi was even more shocked, staring in disbelief at the recent explosion. How is this possible? How is this possible? Abba, Abba, Abba. Lin Yi's mouth opened and closed, unable to comprehend. Zhang Chuan effortlessly dispatched a regular blue-level creature and looked at the desolate aftermath of the explosion, lamenting, "Deske? A bit of a waste. It's a pity. This powerful move should have been aimed at the skeletal commander for maximum effect." Li Shizhong knocked out a low-tier magical creature with his staff and turned back to the battlefield, his face filled with regret. As the dust settled, the corpse of the giant mutated creature at the blast's center lay shattered. Even if it wasn't dead, it had lost its combat ability. Although other creatures were severely injured, missing limbs, they still retained some fight. The werewolf, being the closest, suffered the most severe injuries. Half of its body was charred, and its back was a mess of blood and flesh, with bones visible. Chen Nan, hiding in the werewolf's embrace, managed to avoid the worst but still sustained extensive burns and a concussion, which was quite serious for a high school student. However, the most critical target, the skeletal lieutenant, had managed to retreat to the explosion's edge just in time, resulting in minor injuries. This would undoubtedly make it more cautious, squandering a perfect opportunity. Luan sighed and patted Xiaogu's head, channeling his mental energy into it. Xiaogu, try not to get carried away next time. Xiaogu seemed to realize its mistake, gripping its staff tightly, looking a bit flustered. Just then, Dice eagerly approached, hopping around Xiaogu, eyes full of admiration. Luan smiled and reassured. It's okay. Your move was crucial to securing our victory. Given the current state of the mutated creatures, they won't stand a chance against Gu Pang and the others if the fight continues. Suddenly, the ghostly flames in the skeletal lieutenant's eye sockets flared intensely, and it spewed out a thick miasma. Electric arcs spread like a giant net, indiscriminately attacking everything around. Even its own guards weren't spared. Lu Wen's expression turned serious as he loudly warned, "Be careful. Retreat quickly. It's about to unleash a near-purple tier skill." With the vast experience and keen senses of a card-wielding expert, Li Shizhong instantly recognized the impending threat of the skeletal lieutenant's skill and unhesitatingly activated his passive skill to begin retreating. "You're like a damn alarm system," Gu Pang shouted, having barely taken 2 steps before rolling back. Li Shizhong snapped back, "If you're so brave, go fight it yourself," only to find Gu Pang had already rolled ahead. "Hey, wait for me." Chan Nan, unable to figure out which way to run, had no choice but to grit his teeth and leap towards the werewolf that smelled deliciously of cooked meat. The werewolf screamed in terror, "Stay away from me." Wang Qing and Hao Liang had just returned to the battlefield and stood aside, watching the spectacle unfold. Hao Liang rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "It's like we're not needed here." These two big bosses, trading blows, seemed to have taken out all 5 guards on their own. "Thunder Prison," Zhang Chuan said in a deep voice, a trace of seriousness flickering in his eyes. Li Shizhong looked at the vast field of lightning spanning several dozen meters and appeared troubled. "This is going to be tough." The Thunder Prison, a skill equivalent to a purple-level magic card, unleashed a massive amount of lightning, creating a terrifyingly dense area of electrical attacks. Faced with such a skill, any numerical advantage vanished, as if they were in a giant slaughterhouse. Even long-range attacks would be weakened by the layers of lightning. "Keep retreating. Wear it down," Li Shizhong shouted, leading the retreat. The other students quickly followed, not daring to linger. Although the Thunder Prison skill of the Quasi-Skeleton Commander was powerful, it wasn't perfect and consumed a lot of mental energy. Once its energy was depleted, the threat of this quasi-purple level skill would disappear, leaving it vulnerable. 5 mutant creatures were trapped within the Thunder Prison, struggling painfully to escape. The werewolf, using its physical advantage, fled the fastest, with Chan Nan clinging tightly to it like an accessory, being carried out of the thunder field. Just as the werewolf escaped, Wang Qing swiftly followed, delivering a fatal blow to the exhausted creature and quickly pulling Chan Nan away. After enduring 2 rounds of high-risk skills, these mutants were no longer a threat to Luan and the others. Crack roar. The Quasi-Skeleton Commander let out a raspy growl, touching the bare bones of its horse's back before mounting it. "Damn! Run faster!" Li Shizhong shouted frantically. After becoming a Skeleton Commander, they usually dismantle their mounts to enhance themselves, sacrificing mobility. However, this Quasi-Skeleton Commander hadn't completed its transformation, and its retained mobility became crucial to its victory. The skeletal warhorse began to gallop, with relentless lightning turning the surroundings into charred earth. Groups of white-level creatures, friend and foe alike, were knocked down by the lightning. With the commander's incomplete control over Thunder Prison, precision strikes were impossible. At such speed, if no one intervened, the thunder field would soon engulf Luan and the others. "Screw it. Let's grab what we can before exiting the secret realm." Hao Liang raised an energy shield, eyeing the scattered monster corpses and crystal cores on the ground. "Once we're hit, just dive to the ground and grab whatever we can." Just as everyone was ready to leave it to fate, a figure charged into the thunder field amidst sparks and lightning. The 2 sides collided with such force that the shockwave nearly knocked Hao Liang off his feet. Thunder Infusion, Mighty Strength, Thunder Sprint, Flame Blade, Explosion, Burn Iron, Bone Fire, Element Amplification, LV.2 Inferno, Staff Amplification. Luan collapsed to the ground, channeling all his mental energy to Xiaogu, allowing it to unleash its full power. This left Luan utterly exhausted, but he couldn't hide the joy deep in his eyes. "Heaven is on my side." The explosive power of a quasi-purple level skill, particularly a lightning element skill, was nothing short of violent. Luan had worried that the commander's burst would exceed the limits of Thunder Infusion, but encountering a wide area, continuous damage skill like Thunder Prison was a blessing. For Xiaogu, it was like a giant charging station. Xiaogu even used the white-level skill Iron Bone to crazily enhance its conductivity. The Quasi-Skeleton Commander, facing Xiaogu, was filled with terror. Its Thunder Prison not only failed to harm this skeletal mage, but seemed to make it stronger. How could this be? How could something so outrageous exist? Damn! Holy crap! What the hell? Gu Pang, lacking better words, resorted to colorful language. What a monster! Zheng Chuan smiled wryly. The Thunder Prison was just a hair's breadth away, yet Xiao Gu held it at bay. Chiwen bit her lip, watching silently from afar, while Lin Yi was utterly dumbfounded, muttering nonsensically. The staff and sword clashed fiercely, explosions echoing as neither side could gain the upper hand. Xiao Gu's Thunder Infusion significantly boosted its resistance to lightning element skills, but without an offensive lightning skill, it could only neutralize the opponent's quasi-purple level skill. Even so, this was a huge win. Without its quasi-purple level skill, the quasi-skeleton commander wasn't much stronger than its guards, and even Lin Yi and the others could take it on unknown. As long as Thunder Prison is present, Xiaogu's mental vitality and physical strength continue to increase, eventually allowing it to completely suppress the demon. On the battlefield, lightning flashes and thunder roars, fortifying Xiaogu's skeletal frame under the tempering of the storm. Hidden in the shadows, the examiners watch the unfolding battle intently. One examiner whispers, "They've already won." The others remain silent, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. What difference does it make from Lu when soloing this challenge? Another examiner can't help but ask. What a pity. Such a pity. One examiner mutters under their breath, clearly still troubled by Lu Wen's single card slot limitation. On the battlefield, the skeletal lieutenant grows increasingly alarmed and furious as it realizes it's being gradually overpowered in close combat by this skeletal archmage. Xiaogu's strength and skill power seem to be constantly increasing, leaving the lieutenant baffled. In just a minute, the skeletal warhorse is shattered by Xiaogu's mace, forcing the lieutenant to dismount and fight on foot. Yet even then, it struggles to withstand Xiaogu's ferocious assault. Despite being a blue-tier creature on the verge of ascending to purple, with a vast array of skills at its disposal, the skeletal lieutenant finds itself evenly matched against Xiaogu. Xiaogu dodges most of the lieutenant's skills, except for the lightning-based ones, which it seems to embrace as if relishing the electrifying experience. This bizarre fighting style infuriates the skeletal lieutenant. Feeling its dignity insulted, it recklessly unleashes lightning skills, while Xiaogu welcomes them all without hesitation. The battle takes on a surreal tone, almost like a strange game. Zheng Chuan watches, dumbfounded, as Xiaogu, who had the upper hand, now seems like a dog chasing a frisbee, eagerly pursuing the lightning unleashed by the lieutenant. It must be a skill of this skeletal archmage, absorbing lightning to grow stronger. It's like its nemesis, Li Shizhong marvels. Hidden so well. Chiwen mutters, unimpressed. Clever boy. Zhang Yuan adds with a smirk. Lin Yi, Chen Nan, and Luan are left bewildered, only able to utter meaningless sounds in response. 27 candidates sit in a row, fixated on this peculiar battle. Behind them, a cheering squad of 500 creatures, led by Dice, enthusiastically click in support of Xiaogu. In this dramatic showdown, Xiaogu's absorption of lightning reaches its peak. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning more violent than Thunder Prison shoots skyward, and Xiaogu's aura surges to its zenith. At the same time, Xiaogu experiences a strange transformation within its spirit, a sensation of unprecedented comfort washing over its soul. Xiaogu doesn't attack immediately, but instead raises its head, calmly gazing at the skeletal lieutenant. To everyone's surprise, the ghostly flames in Xiaogu's eye sockets turn gold. With just this look, the skeletal lieutenant feels its soul struck, momentarily freezing in place. In this critical moment, Xiaogu seizes the opportunity, delivering a precise blow to the lieutenant's skull, shattering it completely. Quick, get the injured to treatment immediately. The squint-eyed man shouted urgently, then frowned. What? Only one injured? The one who's the toughest? Why do we need a psychologist? As the moment the quasi-purple level creature was defeated, the candidates were instantly transported out of the secret realm as if seized by an invisible hand. The squint-eyed man had been waiting there for some time, his expression grave. From the information gathered from candidates who had been transported out earlier, he had already concluded in his heart. Something had undoubtedly gone awry in the secret realm. The various abnormal behaviors of the Undead clan all pointed to one possibility: the birth of a king was imminent. Losing the secret realm was a minor issue. A king would be a catastrophe for the small city of Pingyang. The Undead clan's king would surely harbor resentment for the decades of exploitation of the secret realm by Pingyang. The squint-eyed man looked worriedly towards the gate of the secret realm, his mind preoccupied with the safety of Yishang and the other candidates. He decisively ordered the evacuation of all ordinary staff from the association and secretly mobilized all the association's card masters, ready for anything. The secret realm is weakening, he murmured to himself. He knew that without a king's control, the already incomplete secret realm world would erupt with power in a depleting manner. This was both a crisis and an opportunity, a chance to yield abundant resources in a short time. Over the past decades, this had been the golden era for the rapid development of card masters. But now, the energy of the major secret realms was nearing exhaustion, and the Undead clan's secret realm in Pingyang was no exception. Creating a new king? He mused. A new king could gradually restore the secret realm to normalcy, and if used judiciously, the secret realm could become an inexhaustible resource reservoir. However, this king must only be a puppet. The squint-eyed man felt no sympathy for these kings. When the secret realms first appeared, these kings aimed to seize Blue Star, to replace their shattered world. It was humanity that defended their homeland with their own strength. Yet, a new worry surfaced in his mind. Even though human power had improved significantly, would this approach eventually backfire? Blue Star was once weak too, but it was the human spirit that won the ultimate victory. Would the secret realms, after nearly a century of humiliation, bow to humanity again? Just as the squint-eyed man was deep in thought, the gate of the secret realm opened once more. The last 27 candidates returned safely, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Except for Chen Nan, who was seriously injured, the other candidates only had minor scratches and appeared surprisingly well, showing no signs of the fierce battle they had endured. The squint-eyed man was secretly amazed. I'm aware of the strength of that quasi-purple level creature in the exam. Even with more numbers, it could only buy time in the Thunder Prison. This Chun Nan is tougher than I imagined. I must have underestimated him. He thoughtfully stroked his chin. He was the most injured, undoubtedly the main force holding off the creature, enduring a lot of hardship, truly deserving of both credit and effort. The final ranking was promptly announced. First place Luan, 478 points. Second place Lin Yi, 306 points. Third place Chi-Wan, 295 points. Fourth place Zheng Chuan, 288 points. Fifth place Gu Peng, 262 points. Sixth place Wang Qing, 256 points. Seventh place Zhang Yuan, 240 points. Eighth place Qian Nan, 200 points. Ninth place Li Shizhong, 196 points. 10th place Hao Liang, 191 points. The assessment of the new elite class concluded successfully. However, the squint-eyed man's gaze remained fixed on the secret realm's gate. Those two hadn't come out yet. He quickly issued orders. Evacuate all candidates from the association, and all examiners on duty in the secret realm, please proceed to the examination office to submit monitoring equipment and write evaluation reports. Luan and others were immediately taken to the hospital for a thorough checkup. In the hospital, Luan lay on the bed, with only a curtain separating him from Chan Nan's bed. Among the candidates, they were the only ones who truly needed treatment. The examiners advised them to rest well for 2 days, after which the new elite class would officially begin. Sipping the mental recovery potion provided by the hospital, Luan felt his depleted mental energy being revitalized. He smiled contentedly as he took stock of his loot from the expedition. Weapons. 1. Flaming Staff Blue level. Fire Element Amplification 50. All Element Amplification 20. Magic Amplification 20. 2. Thunder Battle Sword Blue level. Thunder Element Amplification 50. All Element Amplification 20. Strength Enhancement 20. Skills. Blue level skill, Thunder Strike LV.1. White level skills, Charge LV.1, Arc LV.1, Thunder Element Amplification LV.1. Luan was pleasantly surprised to discover that besides various materials, he had also acquired 2 mutated weapons from this secret realm journey. He secretly calculated. Card masters could only use cards they created, while creatures could only use weapons they spiritually refined. The difference was that card masters couldn't turn others' cards into their own, but creatures could refine weapons into their own, provided the original owner was deceased. After the Skeleton Archmage, Xiaogu also refined the Quasi-Skeleton General's weapon before leaving the secret realm. Fusion. Luan intoned deeply. Race, Skeleton Archmage. Type, Pet Card. Level, Tier 1. Quality, Blue Weapon. Thunderfire Staff Blue level. Fire and Thunder Element Amplification, 50. All Element Amplification, 40. Magic Amplification, 20. Strength Enhancement, 20. Blue Skills. Explosive Fireball LV.1. Thunder Dash LV.1. Blazing Airblade LV.1. Electrified Shield LV.1. Mighty Strength LV.1. Detonation LV.1. Thunder Infusion LV.1. Thunder Strike LV.1. Lightning Rod LV.1. White Skills. Fireball LV.2. Slash LV.2. Fire Element Amplification LV.2. Ignite LV.1. Minor Healing LV.1. Description: Thunder and Fire Double Explosion. Also, avoid staring into its eyes. Luan gazed at the pet card before him and nodded with satisfaction. This fusion wasn't just an upgrade to the weapon. He had also merged the Arc, Charge, and Thunder Element Amplification from Ironbone and the weapon into a brand new skill. Undoubtedly, Little Bone's power had been significantly enhanced once more. However, as Luan examined the illustration of Little Bone on the card, he noticed an odd detail: a small red blood jade embedded in Little Bone's abdomen. Before Luan could ponder this further, a wave of dizziness suddenly swept over him. The fusion had nearly drained his mental energy. Quickly, Luan grabbed a few recovery potions from the drawer and gulped them down without hesitation. After all, the association was footing the bill, and he didn't want to waste any opportunity for recovery. Just then, a new skill card appeared in front of Luan. Name: Lightning Rod. Type: Magic card. Quality: Blue. Description: during a thunderstorm, it attracts lightning, greatly increasing the probability of a lightning strike. This skill is highly environment dependent, but in the right conditions, it can produce astonishing effects when combined with thunder and fusion. Luan was lost in thoughts about the new skill when his phone suddenly vibrated violently, pulling him back to reality. When he checked his phone, he found that Gu Pang was frantically sending screenshots of chat conversations, along with 7 friend request notifications. Opening the screenshots from Gu Pang, Luan saw that the major student groups were buzzing with the news of Lin Yi's breakthrough to Tier 2 mental power. The discussions were heated. Have you heard? Lin Yi is Tier 2 now. Big deal. I heard he not only advanced in mental power, but also awakened a talent. No way. That's strong? Probably got a beating from the Great Demon King in the Secret Realm. I heard the Great Demon King soloed a quasi-purple grade monster. Is that true? Absolutely true. I saw it myself. It was incredible. I've never seen such a powerful skeleton archmage before. It crushed the quasi-purple grade monster. Too bad though. The Great Demon King didn't hold the top spot for long before Lin Yi surpassed him. Yeah, after Lin Yi reached Tier 2, he has 6 card slots, while Luan, even if he advances, only has 2. The gap is widening. I've always said the one who laughs last is the winner. Someone with Luan's talent doesn't deserve to be in the rookie elite class. I suggest giving his wasted spot to me. You clearly haven't seen the world. If you'd witnessed the Great Demon King fighting the quasi-purple grade monster, you wouldn't say that. The Great Demon King's blue skills are definitely more than 6. Just wait until it advances to Tier 2. The result is still undecided. Those who supported Little Bone were mostly students who participated in the final battle. The impressive scene of that showdown was still vivid in their minds, making Lin Yi seem rather ordinary by comparison. Gu Pang. Hehe. All the student groups are debating who's stronger between you and Lin Yi, but it seems Lin Yi has way more supporters. Luan. Student groups? Where did these come from? Why am I not in them? Gu Pang. Seeing Gu Pang suddenly go silent, Luan didn't bother to pursue the question further and turned to handle the friend requests. Luan had a habit of not allowing any red dots on his phone screen. As soon as he accepted the requests, a message popped up. I reached Tier 2. And then another. I awakened a talent. When Luan didn't immediately reply, another message came in. Rubbing his temples, Luan didn't need to guess who it was. Lin Yi. Lin Yi. It's Fire Element Enhancement Talent. Luan. Congratulations. In fact, Luan did hold some admiration for Lin Yi. Reaching Tier 2 mental power and being able to craft blue-grade cards marked the status of a formal card master. Achieving such a rapid advancement within just over a month of becoming rookie card masters was extremely rare in Pingyang City. Not to mention, awakening a Fire Element Enhancement Talent meant Lin Yi's firepower might even rival Little Bone's. Lin Yi. Luan didn't pay much attention. Little Bone had gone through numerous intense battles and absorbed many materials from the Secret Realm, so it wasn't far from Tier 2 either. The power of a pet is somewhat reflected in its master. Luan's frequent use of his fusion talent was, in itself, a form of mental training. His mental strength was already substantial, and Little Bone's breakthrough could help him overcome the bottleneck of advancement effortlessly. Unfortunately, they hadn't encountered the treasure Little Bone had been yearning for. Luan thought it over and found it unlikely. If it were truly a treasure, how could a newbie card master like him possibly obtain it? It was probably that girl Wan Yi, playing a prank on him. This, however, only piqued Luan's curiosity about her identity. She seemed about his age, yet carried valuable items with her. Which major family was she the heiress of? Shaking his head to dispel these odd thoughts, Luan began contemplating the use of his second card slot. Perhaps as a price for his fusion talent, he only had 1 slot per level. To avoid falling behind others, he needed to stack enough skills on a single card. Only pet cards and weapon cards could carry multiple skills. What weapon should I choose? Luan pondered. Having started with the privilege of a pet card, he hadn't undergone systematic weapon training, and all types of weapons were new to him. Maybe I should make a set of armor. With Little Bone as a walking cannon, all I need to do is protect myself. Luan mused aloud. With no new ideas for the moment, Luan decided to relax. He turned on the TV in the hospital room, unconcerned about disturbing the still unconscious Chan Nan. As the screen lit up, a familiar voice came through the TV. It was a show Luan had loved as a child, about a passionate young boy aspiring to become a card master. Speaking of which, back on Earth, my childhood dreams were to become a Pokemon master, an armor hero, or a Cayman rider? Wait. As these memories resurfaced, a classic line from his childhood struck Luan. Armor fusion. Luan's pupils suddenly contracted. You finally made it back, the squinting man said with a sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. The entrance to the secret realm slowly opened, revealing the figures of Yishang and Wan Yi. They appeared unscathed, but the scarlet gem was nowhere to be seen. The squinting man furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "What exactly happened?" Yishang sighed wearily. "Let's discuss it later." He turned to Wan Yi, his tone calm. "Your task is essentially complete. I'll arrange for someone to escort you back tomorrow." "Thank you, President Yi." Wan Yi nodded respectfully and tactfully left the room. As the door closed, Yishang leaned against it, slowly sliding down to sit, his voice low. "If not for this probe, I would never have guessed how deeply Wang was hiding." The squinting man widened his eyes in shock, his hair standing on end. "What do you mean?" Yishang explained slowly. "When the secret realms first appeared, not all of them had kings, as you know. I always thought our Pingyang city's undead realm was a kingless one." The squinting man stepped back in terror, his gaze involuntarily drifting to the door connecting to the secret realm, a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Yishang suddenly laughed, seemingly oblivious to the danger a realm with a king posed. "Getting so worked up isn't like you. I still think the squinting look suits you better." He stood up, patted the squinting man's shoulder, his tone light but his face weary. "Relax. The purpose of this trip was to negotiate a deal with the undead king's superiors. It's beyond our control now, but at least until they turn hostile, the realm won't change." With that, Yishang tiredly left the room. The squinting man stood frozen, the words echoing in his mind. Secret realm, gem, trial, king, deal. It took a long time for him to calm the storm inside. When he looked at the door again, the dangerous glint in his eyes had faded, replaced by a deep sense of powerlessness. A king hiding in the shadows. Can Pingyang City withstand such a test? He murmured to himself, his voice filled with anxiety about the unknown. Meanwhile, a heated debate about the new card master's prowess was taking place among Pingyang City students. 2 days had passed since the exam ended, and the names Great Demon King and Lin Yi were on everyone's lips. Nearly everyone knew about the two exceptional newcomers, the Skeleton Archmage and Lin Yi. The debate over who was stronger was ongoing. Currently, the majority opinion favored Lin Yi as the top newcomer in Pingyang City, considering his breakthrough to the second level of mental strength, additional card slots, and awakened talent. However, as footage of the assessment circulated, particularly the thrilling moment when the Great Demon King single-handedly defeated a quasi-purple-level monster, support for the Great Demon King was rising. At the same time, Luan, Wan, Chen Nan, and Wang Qing had become celebrities at Pingyang Second High School. On their return to school, they were personally commended by the principal. Luan's homeroom teacher, upon hearing the news, was beaming. Though he couldn't hide his guilt when meeting Luan's eye, she had almost overlooked such an outstanding student. Online, students from Pingyang Second and Pingyang First High Schools were engaged in fierce debates. Who was hiding in the back mumbling while our Demon King was bravely fighting? After 3 days, you should see him in a new light. Lin Yi's mental strength is at level 2, and he's awakened his talent. How can someone with just one card slot compete? Who said anything about Luan? Anyway, your guy can't beat our Great Demon King. You. Mumbling. Level 2 mental strength. Mumbling. Awakened talent. Mumbling. This debate led to Lin Yi being nicknamed Mumbler in some circles. However, Luan had no interest in these trivial arguments. Until Xiaogu advanced to the second level, he couldn't be sure of victory. A second level meant 6 card slots, and increased mental strength would enhance the power of cards, making it easier to craft stronger, more sophisticated cards. Lin Yi was already formidable, and if the gap in skill quantity and quality was closed, Xiaogu might not have a guaranteed win. Still, Luan believed Xiaogu had a better chance. Currently, Luan was fully focused on creating his next card. He thought to himself, once the card is complete and his mental strength reaches level 2, what is Lin Yi? Just someone he could easily dismiss. Fortunately, after the assessment, the school awarded a substantial sum, and the first batch of resources for the new elite class was distributed promptly. Combined with the money earned from materials obtained in the secret realm, Luan had accumulated a significant fund. He was sparing no expense on this second core card. Name: Skeleton Knight Belt incomplete. Type: Weapon card. Quality: Blue. Description: insert different cards to transform into armor of 5 elements: water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder. The powerful armors of Yanlong and Leilang caught Luan's eye. The Yanlong armor boosts fire elements by 20, enhances physical strength by 20, and comes with the Yanlong Greatsword, which further amplifies fire elements by 50 and enhances strength by 30. It boasts blue-level skills like Mighty Strength, Explosive Fireball, Fiery Blade, Explosion, and Energy Shield. along with white-level skills such as burning, slash, and fire element amplification. In comparison, the Leyline armor is equally formidable. It offers a 20 boost to lightning elements, a 20 increase in physical strength, and comes equipped with the Leyline spear, which increases lightning elements by 50, strengthens power by 20, and enhances speed by 10. Its blue-level skills include Lightning Rod, Thunder Sprint, Tempered Lightning, Thunder Strike, Mighty Strength, and Energy Shield, while its white-level skills feature Pierce, Sharpness, and Lightning Element Amplification. What's even more astonishing is that both armors possess a beast mode. Infused with the spirit of the undead, forged from numerous undead materials, the armors can transform into beast forms independent of their wearer. Although Luan can currently only complete the night belts for these two armors, he is already thrilled beyond measure. Eagerly, he activated the newly crafted card, and a sharp-edged orange cube materialized in his hand. Luan placed the uniquely shaped box on his waist, and to his surprise, black belts extended from both ends, fastening tightly around his waist. On the right side of the belt hung a card pouch containing the cards representing the Yanlong and Leyline armors. He took out the card representing Yanlong, which depicted a dragon entwined in flames on its front. Inserting the card into the slot on top of the box, a dazzling blaze was released from the belt, forming an energy shield around Luan. A vivid dragon head pattern appeared at the center of the box. Pushing the box's corners outward, the dragon head pattern seemed to come alive, opening its mouth to unleash a burst of fire. The fireball flew out, instantly obliterating Luan's desk. At the same time, a life-size dragon-shaped card image floated before Luan. Instinctively, he reached out to touch it, and a tumter-long greatsword materialized in his hand, its tip embedded deep into the floor. Before Luan could react, the dragon-shaped image surged along his arm, swiftly enveloping his entire body. Accompanied by a deep sound from the belt, a red and black armor fully covered Luan, flames raging across it, setting the furniture ablaze. Luan panicked, shouting, "Oh no! Wongo! Come help, there's a fire!" He quickly deactivated the transformation and dashed out of the room to seek assistance. Hearing the commotion, Wongu rushed in, witnessing the chaos. He scolded, "You little rascal! What have you done?" Quickly, he pulled out a cherished life card and summoned a stream of water to extinguish the fire before it spread. Later that night, Luan lay in bed, clutching the night belt card, unable to sleep. Eventually, unable to contain his curiosity, he slipped out of the shared apartment and headed to a practice room at the association. Here, Luan once again summoned the night belt, recording videos of his transformation from various angles with his phone. He was so engrossed in admiring his own coolness that he didn't notice the dawn breaking. Estimating that his roommates were likely awake by now, Luan, satisfied, sent the transformation video to all his friends in his contact list. Soon, he received a from Gu Pang and a from Lin Yi. After showing off his skills, Luan quickly left the practice room and made it back home just in time. He opened his wardrobe and carefully selected from the few clothes he had. This morning marked the start of the new elite class at the association, and several master-level card masters from Pingyang City would be attending. As the top-ranked newcomer, he felt he needed to make a strong impression. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, Luan thought he looked quite handsome. Just as he was basking in self-admiration, his phone buzzed with a notification from Wan Yi, who had sent a thumbs up. It dawned on Luan that he had sent his message too hastily, forgetting that a new beauty had been added to the group. "Wan Yi, did you design this weapon card yourself?" Wan Yi's message interrupted Luan's moment of awkwardness. Sort of." Luan hesitated to reply. He hadn't expected her to take an interest in his night belt, and he was unsure how to explain. At his current level, creating such a card was impossible, but he managed to achieve it through fusion. Luan recalled the frenzied fusion process. Countless cards wasted, various mismatched combinations discarded, until finally, this card emerged. It was a battle for perfection. Only then did he realize that fusion could fail, resulting in card destruction. Cards with high compatibility had a better chance of successful fusion, while forcing incompatible cards together would instantaneously turn them to ash. Grateful he hadn't experimented recklessly with Xiaogu, Luan shuddered to think what might have happened if Xiaogu's skill fusion had failed. Wan Yi carefully examined the transformation video Luan had sent. As someone with a certain level of card-making expertise, she recognized the card's high difficulty. Although the transformation efficiency wasn't great, it featured both defensive and offensive capabilities during the transformation, making it quite entertaining, though its practical effectiveness remained to be proven. Armor that can switch between various forms, transform element types, with a trigger mechanism similar to card slots. Wan Yi murmured, "The complexity and creativity of this weapon card are impressive. Even I couldn't make it." Her impression of Luan shifted from a somewhat talented peer to someone worth taking seriously. If Luan's card-making talent was as exceptional as she believed, Wan Yi wouldn't mind introducing him to her grandfather to secure him a direct entry opportunity. "Do you have time now? If possible, I'd like to see the real combat effectiveness of your weapon card, Wan Yi proactively invited. Huh, now? Just the two of us? Luan replied in surprise. Sorry, I have to leave Pingyang City this afternoon. So now is the only time I have, Wan Yi explained. If this is your secret weapon, I can arrange for a private practice room to ensure the data won't be leaked. Luan found himself in a dilemma, but the elite class opening ceremony is happening soon. As the top newcomer, he was supposed to give a speech, and it was not easy to skip it. However, the chance to be alone with a beautiful girl was hard to pass up. Besides, he was also curious about that treasure. If you don't mind this work being known to President Yi, I can help you get excused, Wan Yi suggested. I'm sure President Yi would be interested in your card and would value you even more after knowing about it. Get me excuse? Luan was surprised by her familiarity with the president. Even a city-level card master association president was a master-level card master, an unreachable figure for Luan. Although he could see the president at the ceremony, this opportunity might offer him individual guidance. I agree. I'm coming over right now, Luan replied decisively. Meanwhile, at the Cardmaster Association, President Yi, the elusive figure Luan spoke of, stood beside Wan Yi. President Yi, take a look at this, Wan Yi said with a smile, handing her phone to Yisheng, playing Luan's transformation video. Oh, interesting. Yisheng, with his keen eye, immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of the weapon card. It seems to be only in a semi-open state, with much potential. Wait, this person? The card user caught Yisheng's attention even more. It looks like President Yi noticed him too, Wan Yi smiled. To be honest, I'm quite interested in his weapon card. I've already invited him to the association's practice room. Would it be possible for him to be excused from today's elite class opening ceremony? I'll join you. Yisheng decided without hesitation. Upon learning he would meet the president, Luan became extremely attentive. He carefully selected what he considered his most stylish outfit and repeatedly checked himself in the mirror. Seeing his dashing reflection, Luan nodded in satisfaction and prepared to head out. Regardless of whether it was before or after his time travel, Luan was always quite handsome. Walking down the street, his excitement was palpable, and he almost wanted to whip out his knight's belt and show it off. He fantasized about changing forms with each step he took, strutting into the association as the sound of armor clashing echoed through the hall. However, reality quickly dampened his enthusiasm. Non-professional card masters were strictly prohibited from using cards on the street, and doing so recklessly would surely attract the police. This inability to show off felt like wearing fine clothes at night when no one could see them, and Luan immediately felt deflated, dragging his feet as he headed toward the association. All the way, Luan's phone vibrated non-stop, with countless missed calls and message notifications flashing on the screen. He knew exactly who was trying to reach him, and a smug smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Upon reaching the entrance of the association, Luan was surprised to find Wan Yi already waiting there. She skillfully led him through the corridors to a practice room. Watching Wan Yi move with such familiarity, Luan couldn't help but marvel at how well she knew the place, as if it were her second home. In the center of the practice room stood a burly man, smiling kindly. He spoke. You must be Luan. I'm Yisheng, the president of the Pingyang Card Master Association. Luan immediately straightened up and nervously replied. Reporting to the president, I am Luan. Yisheng patted Luan on the shoulder, speaking gently. Relax. Both Wan Yi and I are very interested in the new weapon card you created, so we wanted to see it firsthand. Looking up at the nearly 6-foot president, Luan felt as if he were facing a mountain. He humbly smiled and said, It's an honor to have the president's approval. Yisheng pointed to Wan Yi, who was quietly standing beside him, and introduced, By the way, I'm not sure if you know this student. She's a genius from Xingdu and is already a professional card master. Luan looked at Wan Yi in surprise, and she returned his gaze with a gentle smile. The fact that someone his age was already 2 major realms ahead of him instantly shattered the pride he had felt from recently achieving first place in his assessment. Sensing Luan's change in mood, Yisheng comforted him. Don't lose heart. Not only does Wan Yi have exceptional talent, but she also has a great teacher guiding her closely. You can come to me with any questions you have in the future. Consider me your teacher. I'll guide you with all my effort. I believe you'll catch up to her soon. As he spoke, his hand moved from Luan's shoulder to his head. These words made Wan Yi's smile freeze momentarily. Luan was initially taken aback, but quickly grasped the deeper meaning in President Ye's words. He immediately adopted an expression of admiration and eagerly said, Thank you, Teacher Yi. I've admired you since I was a child, and getting your guidance is truly a blessing for me. How about you, Wan Yi? Give Luan a bit of practice? Yisheng suggested, his gaze shifting between the two young people. Wan Yi nodded slightly, a spark of interest gleaming in her eyes. She had long been curious about Luan's unique weapon card and was eager to test it firsthand. Hearing this, Luan couldn't help but swallow nervously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Standing before him was a professional card master of his age, and the pressure felt significantly greater than when facing the older generation. Wan Yi gracefully flicked her fingers, summoning a purple card out of thin air. Luan's pupils contracted sharply as he thought to himself, a purple-grade card. She really does think highly of me. Wan Yi's weapon was an elegant paintbrush and a pristine canvas. This unusual weapon form often indicated extraordinary abilities, typically only achievable with purple-grade cards. In comparison, Luan's flashy knight's belt was merely a blue-grade card, albeit a rare one. Faced with the purple-grade weapon, Luan dared not underestimate her. He swiftly donned his knight's belt and decisively inserted the flame dragon card. In an instant, a massive fireball erupted from the belt, hurtling towards Wan Yi. After a night of practice, Luan had mostly grasped the belt's capabilities. He knew that the more mental energy he infused while inserting a card, the stronger the fireball and energy shield pre-transformation would be. This particular fireball was a genuine blue-grade skill, the explosive fireball. Wan Yi remained calm in the face of the incoming fireball. With a few deft strokes of her paintbrush, she sketched a barrier in the air, effortlessly blocking the explosion. Then, with a casual tap on her canvas, tiny droplets of paint shot from it like bullets, battering Luan's energy shield until it teetered on the brink. It dawned on Luan that his understanding was too shallow. While lifelike illustrations were indeed powerful, they took too long to create. On the other hand, basic elements like points, lines, and planes were not only potent but also quick to execute. Fortunately, Wan Yi held back, and the paint droplets didn't pierce the knight's belt's energy shield, allowing Luan to complete his transformation. The flame dragon armor enveloped Luan, transforming him into a formidable crimson dragon. The sleek design contrasted sharply with the massive Tumterlong sword, and the dragon scale armor, with its sharp edges, exuded an aggressive, violent aura. His 5 claws were as sharp as blades, capable of tearing through prey even without the sword. 2 horns, striped red and black, extended back from his head, and his entire body was wreathed in searing dragon-shaped flames. Impressive. Among the current blue-grade weapons, it's quite a powerhouse, Wan Yi complimented, her hair fluttering in the aura emitted by the flame dragon armor. Yisheng nodded in agreement. Trading longer preparation time for explosive performance, with decent defense and attack options even pre-transformation, it's definitely worth it. It's nearly perfect. He silently marveled at how witnessing the armor firsthand gave a true sense of its visually stunning impact. Gripping the flame dragon sword tightly, Luan felt a continuous surge of power, akin to a volcanic eruption, filling him with an overwhelming urge to unleash it. Despite a whole night of practice, he still couldn't fully adapt to the armor's wild power. The power is too intense for his body to handle, Yisheng observed. Luan's body simply couldn't withstand the armor's explosive capabilities. The accumulated power, if not released, would harm him, thus triggering an instinctual desire for release, frenzy, and aggression. Wan Yi nodded slightly, tearing a sheet from her canvas. Instantly, 3 elegant blonde female swordsmen leaped from the paper, growing to match Luan's size. Being able to store manifestations? If she plays it safe, she'd be unbeatable, Luan chuckled, his voice tinged with a slight madness. Each of the 3 swordswomen seemed as formidable as the mutated sentinels in the secret realms. Just smash it. Luan hefted the flame dragon sword onto his shoulder, crouching into a stance. The dragon-shaped flames roared silently, opening their jaws to swallow Luan whole, transforming into a towering pillar of fire reaching the ceiling. Luan nearly exhausted his mental energy in one go, cramming all the skill cards from his card box into the slot on the flame dragon sword's hilt. Flame blade, explosion, mighty force, burn, slash, fire element amplification. While the power might not be immense, the visual effects were absolutely spectacular. Engulfed in flames, Luan charged at Wan Yi with overwhelming momentum. As he ran, the flames enveloping him morphed into a colossal dragon head, and as he swung his sword, it seemed to open its maw wide, ready to devour Wan Yi whole. Luan was well aware that exerting himself to such an extent was not wise, as depleting his mental strength in an instant would leave him powerless afterward. However, given the slim chances of victory, he resolved to showcase his most formidable and spirited side. After all, Wan Yi and President Ye's purpose in this visit was to assess the combat performance of the Knight's Belt, not to evaluate his personal battle experience. As the heavy sword crashed to the ground, the dragon's mouth snapped shut, and a deafening explosion engulfed the 3 female swordsmen. The blast's shockwave even sent Luan flying, landing heavily on the ground. At that moment, his mental strength was already exhausted, unable to maintain the fiery dragon form. The armor disintegrated into fired specks of light, disappearing like fireflies, leaving only a solitary belt wrapped around his waist. Amidst the rising smoke, a white figure shot out like lightning, swirling above the practice room. Upon closer inspection, It was none other than Wan Yi riding a snow-white Pegasus. The three female swordsmen had completely dissolved under Lu Wen's earth-shattering strike, turning into colorful puddles scattered on the ground. Wan Yi landed gracefully on her Pegasus, her gaze sweeping over the chaotic aftermath of the explosion. She couldn't help but exclaim, "The power is indeed impressive. Even without the help of that skeletal archmage, your strength among the novice card masters is remarkable." Yisheng clapped with a smile, his eyes full of approval. "Your level is still shallow, and the card's creation is not yet perfected. It has immense potential for development." His gaze grew increasingly satisfied as it rested on Luan. At Lu Wen's current mental strength level, maintaining a single form of the Knight's Belt for combat was his limit. Once he completes this weapon and his mental strength is abundant, he will be able to switch combat modes that will according to different situations, revealing the true power of this weapon. It can be said that the Knight's Belt already has the prototype of a purple level weapon and only needs continuous refinement. Lu Wen's promotion to a professional cardmaster is almost certain. Yisheng was secretly delighted, as if he had discovered a treasure. Occupying only one card slot, while aiming to unleash dozens of skill effects, is this how you define your future direction? The design concept of the Knight's Belt aligns perfectly with the card slot system of a cardmaster. Lu Wen's ability to conceive such an idea demonstrates extraordinary creativity. More impressively, he can put such bold ideas into practice, truly making him a rare genius. Whether it's the astonishing talent of the skeletal archmage or the innovative concept of the Knight's Belt, they both cleverly compensate for Lu Wen's inherent shortcomings in card slots. Yisheng firmly believed that the gap between Lu Wan and top talents like Wan Yi was merely a matter of resources. With his strong support, catching up was only a matter of time. "Here you go. Take small sips, and be careful not to overdo it." Yisheng, in high spirits, casually tossed a vial of purple potion. Lu Wan sprang up as if resurrected, carefully catching the potion with both hands and cradling it protectively. He couldn't help but marvel at having such a generous teacher. A purple-grade potion thrown around so casually. Lu Wan unscrewed the cap and lightly touched the potion with his tongue. Instantly, he felt his exhausted mental state rejuvenate, leaving him refreshed and invigorated. "All right, you should hurry to the opening ceremony," Yisheng said with a smile. "Huh?" Lu Wan scratched his head in confusion, looking at Wan Yi. "Didn't Wan Yi help me get a leave of absence? Plus, I'm already half an hour late." Yisheng patted Lu Wan on the back and nudged him out the door. "Don't worry, those busybodies won't all be there yet, and I haven't even entered the venue myself. The ceremony hasn't started, so you're still on time." Hey. Lu Wan stumbled as he was pushed out of the room, looking back at the closed door with a bewildered expression. Inside, Yisheng's face suddenly turned serious as he turned to Wan Yi. "Any reaction?" Wan Yi nodded slightly and took out a thumbnail-sized blood jade from her pocket. The stone emitted a crimson glow, though it seemed to be weakening as someone left. Just as expected, Yisheng's expression was complex, unsure whether to feel pleased or concerned. Judging by the skeletal grandmaster's final moments, it seemed to have grasped the concept of force. "It's not surprising to qualify for the trial with a blue-grade comprehension at the first level," Wan Yi said calmly. Yisheng waved his hand. "All right, this plan was originally set by your grandfather. Tell whoever you need to. I won't interfere. You should head back too, and quickly return that hot potato you're holding. Who knows how many eyes are watching you right now." Lu Wan cautiously pushed open the back door of the elite class, instantly feeling at least 30 pairs of eyes on him. It made him so embarrassed that he wished he could dig a hole with his toes and hide inside. "Lu Wan, as the representative of the new students, why are you late?" A stern-faced, sharp-eyed male teacher stood on the podium, his hawk-like gaze fixed on Lu Wan. "Wow, that aura is definitely from someone who's seen blood." Lu Wan was so frightened that his hair stood on end. "I was just late, and you want to kill me?" Besides the podium stood 3 other teachers, all watching him intently except for one seemingly kind-looking man with squinted eyes. Lu Wan thought, "I'm done for. They must think I'm arrogant and are trying to put me in my place. It's not fair. Yisheng didn't get me a leave of absence." Reporting, Lu Wan straightened his back. "I ran into Teacher Yi when I arrived at the association. He said he admired me and thought I was a once-in-a-century genius. He wanted to see my skills, so I've been training in the practice room downstairs." "Teacher Yi?" the hawk-eyed man asked in a deep voice. "Oh, that's President Yi. He told me to call him teacher from now on." As soon as Lu Wan finished speaking, the eyes of his classmates practically sparkled, nearly blinding him. Even the hawk-eyed man was taken aback. But just as Lu Wan thought the misunderstanding was cleared, the murderous aura around him intensified instead of diminishing. He felt enveloped by invisible bloodlust, far stronger than before. "What the heck is going on? Do you all have a grudge against the president?" Lu Wan shouted in his mind. Not only him, but the other students and even the teachers on the podium were startled by this cold aura. The hawk-eyed man slowly turned his neck to look at the squinting man with a sinister smile. Vice President Lu? Only then did Luan realize that the squinting man was actually Lu Xin, the vice president of the Pingyang City Card Masters Association. Why is he directing such intense killing intent at me? Have I somehow gotten caught up in his power struggle with President Yi? Haha, it's nothing, I was just testing you, Lu Xian said, dispersing the killing intent with a smile. Actually, I have high hopes for you too. Being unfazed under my killing intent is impressive. Call me Teacher Lu. He seemed to emphasize the last sentence. Feeling the pressure suddenly lift, Lu Wen's legs went weak, and everyone looked at Vice President Lu in confusion. Unfazed? Lu Wen thought. I nearly had, spare me written on my face, and you're just giving me undue praise, huh? Hello, Teacher Lu. Thank you for the compliment, Luan said through gritted teeth, secretly wondering, am I really that in demand? No need to be so formal. Come over and sit down, Lu Xian said kindly, leading Lu Wan to a seat in the front row. This made Lu Wan feel a bit overwhelmed. Ahem, everyone, no need to be so tense, Lu Xian smiled. Once President Yi and the other leaders arrive, the opening ceremony will begin. Until then, feel free to relax a bit, just don't leave your seats. The students immediately started to stir, having been sitting upright for over half an hour, their backs aching. At this moment, Lin Yi, Qi Wan, Zhang Chuan, Gu Peng, and Chen Nan sat surrounding Lu Wan, as if they had formed a circle around him. The looks from Gu Peng and the others were relatively normal, but Lin Yi's was filled with jealousy. Damn it, so handsome. Spill it. What was that video you posted this morning? Gu Peng poked Lu Wan's back with a pin. Qi Wan, Zhang Chuan, and Chen Nan all tossed notes at Lu Wan from different directions. Oh, nothing much, just a newly developed weapon card, Lu Wan said proudly. Lin Yi's jealousy was almost palpable. Your new weapon is way too flashy, I don't even have such cool stuff in my collection. Gu Peng was envious to the core. How effective is it? Zhang Chuan tossed another note. It can take down those mutated creatures from the secret realm with a single strike. Is it stronger than the big boss? Chun Nan threw another note. Not quite. Let's spar after class. Qi Wen tossed another note. No problem. I'm at the second level now. Lin Yi tossed a note. Congratulations. I've awakened my talent. Lin Yi tossed another note. Congratulations. It's a fire element enhancement talent. Lin Yi continued tossing notes. Congratulations. I've revamped my card setup, and now I have 8 blue cards. Lin Yi kept tossing notes. Impressive. My Swiftfire Longbow now has 2 blue grade skills, and explosive arrows also have 2 blue grade skills. Lin Yi tossed another note. Really impressive. I can solo that Quasi Skeleton Commander now. Lin Yi tossed yet another note. That's expected. I'm the top new student now. Lin Yi tossed a final note. Bullshit. You little rascal. So you've been hiding in the bubble tea shop next door all along. Lu Xian's voice echoed down the street, drawing curious glances from passers-by. He turned and pointed at the breakfast shop across the way. Don't scold me, old Yin. Haven't you been lurking there for hours as well? At the corner, Lao Ma was chatting animatedly with a young female clerk at the counter of a shop. Lu Xian snorted. Lao Ma is the slyest of all, flirting with the young lady right at the front desk. His gaze shifted to the tardy arrival of Lao Yi. His tone tinged with exasperation. Lao Yi, as the president of the association, how can you be the one leading the charge and being late? Leading a group of chattering people, Lu Xian made his way to the elite classes classroom. His temples throbbed as he recalled the scene 10 minutes earlier. After half an hour of fruitless waiting, the students were nearly deflated. Unable to take it any longer, he had marched out of the association and expertly rounded up these master-level card handlers one by one. These oblivious fools, all for the sake of appearances, had been lying in wait around the Card Handlers Association before dawn, waiting to be the last to enter. Yishang was the most patient of all, sitting in the surveillance room without blinking an eye. Pushing open the door to the elite class, a glint of mischief flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, quickly concealed by his eyelids. He suddenly spun around, darting behind the group, and mercilessly kicked these shameless individuals into the classroom, showing no mercy. That's what you get for caring about appearances. Lu Xian gritted through his teeth. Just as he was about to kick Yishang in as well, the figure before him suddenly parted. Alarm bells rang in Lu Xian's mind, and he instinctively tried to dodge, but Yishang, appearing out of nowhere, landed a solid kick on his backside. 5 renowned master-level card handlers from the magazines tumbled into the classroom in a chaotic human domino effect, much to the students' surprise. No, I didn't. Don't say that. The masters hurriedly defended themselves, while the students lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. Only Lu Wan, sitting in the middle of the front row, looked up at the ceiling in agony. The 5 masters were kneeling right in front of him, forcing him to confront this embarrassing scene. If I'd known it would be like this, I would have just skipped. Luan lamented internally. Yishang stifled his laughter, swaggered into the classroom, and solemnly announced, "Ahem. The opening ceremony is officially starting." Without the earlier scene, this would have been a very serious occasion, the students thought. Lu Xian and the others quickly stood up, acting as if nothing had happened, and took their places on the podium. 6 master-level card handlers and 3 teachers crowded onto a single podium, with no seats to spare. "Get off me, Lao Ma. You're stepping on me. Why don't you squeeze Yin Lao? He's thinner. Can't you be respectful to your elders, you little rascal? Yin Lao, stop squeezing. Can you show some dignity?" The 3 teachers stood nervously at the edge of the podium, faces darkened with embarrassment. Although the podium was spacious enough to accommodate everyone, each master-level card handler was vying for the center spot, their clothes nearly tearing from the jostling. "This is my turf, after all. Show some respect." Yishang and Lu Xian stood at the center, enduring the relentless attacks from the other 4. The 4 simultaneously showed disdainful expressions, but ceased their quiet competition. The opening ceremony finally proceeded smoothly. The 6 master-level card handlers struck dashing poses and warmly greeted Luan and the others. The ceremony was simple. First, President Yi gave an opening speech, then Lu Xian as the head of the elite class, followed by speeches from the 4 master-level card handlers drawn by lot. "Hello, students. I'm Yin Hui. You can call me Grandpa Yin. Hello, students. I'm Lin Zida. Hello, students. I'm Li Ba Wang. In the days to come, I, Ma Baogua, will..." "Hey, Oldly. You grabbed the wrong one. That's my script." Li Shizhong, sitting in the 3rd row, hid his face in shame with a book. "Hello, students. I'm Ma Baogua. The road ahead is long and winding, and I will seek high and low. I, Li Ba Wang. Oops." Finally, Luan gave a speech as the student representative and led the class in a few chants, bringing the ceremony to a perfect close. After friendly interactions, Yishang and the others left the elite class, leaving behind 30 students and 3 teachers, with the atmosphere falling into silence. The eagle-eyed male teacher was at a loss for words, unsure how to salvage the dignified image of the big shots. With a resolute decision, he announced, "Everyone. Class is dismissed early today. Come back tomorrow." If he couldn't build up their grand image, he could at least be the one who lets them off early. Class dismissed. As soon as the words were out, everyone bolted out of the room. In this atmosphere, whoever wanted to stay could stay. Luan, 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 Gupeng, Lin Yi, Qiwan, Zhang Chuan, and Chen Nan immediately called out to Luan. "Practice room or simulation room?" Lin Yi and Qiwan said in unison, exchanging a glance with sparks flying. Luan looked at them helplessly. "You all want to spar with me?" Only Gupeng shook his head vigorously. "Are you guys trying to wear me out?" Luan sighed, furrowing his brow slightly. He looked around at his eager companions. For the past 3 days, no one had been idle. After acquiring a large batch of resources, they had all been busy updating and strengthening their cards. Now, each person's eyes were filled with excitement, especially Lin Yi, whose eyes seemed to be burning with fighting spirit. "Let's start the battle. Come on, let's go." Gupeng shouted excitedly, bouncing around and gesturing wildly. The Cardmaster world could support up to 12 players in a match, and their group of 6 just hit the team limit. "No, you have to face me first," Lin Yi said firmly, fixing his gaze on Luan. Zhang Chuan, noticing the tension, gently patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and advised, "Lin Yi, I get how you feel, but isn't this a bit too much?" Lin Yi turned back, dissatisfied, only to see the others looking at him with the same understanding gaze as Zhang Chuan. He paused, confused as to why they were all looking at him that way. Gupeng coughed twice and interjected, "Actually, Lin Yi, I've been wanting to have a match with you for a while. I'm about to reach the 2nd tier. How about we have a duel after I advance?" As he spoke, he cleverly positioned himself between Lin Yi and Luan. Hearing this, Lin Yi opened his mouth, seeming to realize something. His expression softened a bit, and he murmured, "Winning like this isn't really impressive. Luan, I'll be waiting for you," Lin Yi declared before turning and leaving. The atmosphere grew a bit awkward. Qiwan wisely refrained from mentioning the challenge again and quietly left. Only Luan and Gupeng remained. Luan pondered to himself, advancement is indeed a part of strength, no doubt about it. Geniuses often have high expectations, and if he were still far from the 2nd tier, no one would say much. But now that everyone was close to breaking through, Lin Yi's eagerness was understandable. However, Luan wasn't really concerned about all this. Since merging with the Thunderfire staff, Xiaogu had become a true powerhouse. Even if Lin Yi had just advanced, Xiaogu's strength could bridge the gap in levels. What excited Luan even more was a faint sense that something about Xiaogu had changed, something he had yet to fully grasp. This intuition told him that Xiaogu might be even more powerful than he imagined. Luan felt a sense of pride. Even if he hadn't reached the 2nd tier yet, Lin Yi probably wouldn't be a match for Xiao Gu. How about a duo at my place? Gu Peng suggested enthusiastically, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Luan didn't refuse, already calculating the opportunity to snag some free Yucca capsules. He followed Gu Peng into the private car, his eyes glued to his phone screen the entire way. Suddenly, a news article caught his attention. A sudden upheaval in Kintai City's forest secret realm leaves over 30 candidates injured and 2 dead. The truth behind the incident is still under investigation. Luan read aloud, frowning as various possibilities flashed through his mind. The Yucca Master Association's elite class wasn't exclusive to Pingyang City. It was a nationwide initiative launched simultaneously by city-level associations. Every city with a secret realm chose to conduct their final assessments within these realms. Sudden upheaval, Luan muttered, recalling recent news. Not just Kenai City, but the secret realms in Bingyuan City and Sidu City had also experienced changes, though without causing casualties, thus garnering less attention. This made Luan wonder about the Undead secret realm in Pingyang City. Could the sudden change in the Undead's behavior be related to these incidents? Thinking about the secret realm, Luan remembered his little brother, the clever creature he had left behind there, which was truly a pity. Before Luan could ponder further, the car pulled up in front of Gu Peng's home club. Gu Peng eagerly dragged him into the exclusive gaming room, and they quickly logged into the Yucca world. Luan effortlessly navigated to Gu Peng's VIP space, enjoying the premium VIP matchmaking speed. Meanwhile, many users received notifications that someone on their watchlist was online. Dedujian, having just been thoroughly defeated by a gun expert, was fervently defending himself in the chat. Guys, that last match was a fluke. I'll show you some real skills in the next one. In the midst of the debate, Dedujian suddenly paused, noticing a red in his message list. He exclaimed excitedly, guys, my demon lord is online. I'm telling you, I lost that match fair and square. The Yucca Master Association is hosting a rookie elite class, and my demon lord is Pingyang City's top rookie this year. He's a force to be reckoned with, even taking down near-purple level creatures solo. The chat immediately filled with comments like excuses, shameless, and sore loser. Dedujian quickly clarified, hey, don't be like that. My demon lord is about to match up. Let's watch together, and I'll analyze this genius from a pro's perspective. With that, he clicked into the spectator mode. The Lich King and Call Me Demon Lord versus Tong Tian Yang Jiang and 1-2-3. All 4 players on the screen were at the blue rank. Dedujian confidently remarked, trust me, folks, the Demon Lord is unbeatable at this level. Only at blue rank 2 might we see a more evenly matched battle. Based on online information, the Demon Lord's skills were indeed top-notch among rookies, except for those from major cities. At blue rank 2, where second-tier Yucca masters with enhanced mental strength dominated, Luan might truly unleash his full potential. As Dedujian finished speaking, the chat exploded with 666 Chinese internet slang for impressive. However, there were skeptics. Skill is skill, no need to overhype the opponent, right? First, you said he was a pro in disguise, then just a student, and now he's an unbeatable rookie? Unbeatable or not, I'm from Pingyang City. You haven't seen the Demon Lord solo a near-purple level creature. Check it out online, someone countered. 666, just a small city, and their top rank is only first tier. Even less impressive than I imagined, another scoffed. As the loading screen ended, both teams appeared on the arena. Opposite them were 2 boys around Luan's age. As the countdown began, Luan slowly retreated, creating distance from his opponents. He thought to himself that being too close could disrupt his transformation, making it inconvenient to strike a pose and show off. Seeing Luan back away, Gu Peng also retreated. His goal today was to witness that stunning armor, so he couldn't let Luan out of his sight. Dedujian wasn't surprised by Luan's retreat. He analyzed, with only 1 card slot, once Luan summons the Demon Lord, he'll be vulnerable. Keeping a distance is the right move. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Gu Peng immediately summoned the Lich King, unleashing a soul scream at the opponents. He remembered the video Luan had sent him that morning, knowing the transformation required time and that he couldn't let the opponents approach Luan during this critical moment. Luan simultaneously played his card, and an orange box appeared in his hand. Dedujian looked puzzled. The chat erupted. 666, where's this Demon Lord you talked about? Just a brick? What is that thing? Looks so ordinary. It must be a weapon card. I've heard some weapons have special abilities and weird designs. Stop joking. One of the audience members scoffed. A weapon with special abilities is at least of purple rank. A blue card can't possibly bear complex engravings. Besides, having special abilities doesn't mean they're strong. I still believe brute force can overcome any skill. Before Big Sword could respond, Luan swiftly strapped the mysterious box to his waist. Instantly, 2 deep black straps shot out like snakes, fastening securely. This scene immediately set the live stream ablaze. with mocking comments flooding the screen. Someone from Pingyang City, come explain how amazing this auto-fastening belt really is. One person sarcastically remarked. Strange, why didn't he use this during the Pingyang City elite class assessment? Another voice questioned in confusion. Don't be foolish. How could this possibly be a powerful weapon? Someone sneered. Without that pet beast, he's nothing. Although Luan couldn't hear the audience's chatter, he keenly noticed the confusion and delight flickering in his opponent's eyes. He chuckled internally, thinking, it seems my night belt is quite deceptive below the purple rank. Suddenly, Luan shouted, Thunder Wolf armor, transform. This abrupt, cliché line startled Gu Peng, who looked at Luan in horror, thinking, so you're a hidden nerd too, not much different from Lin A. Luan quickly inserted the Thunder Wolf card into the belt. In an instant, thunder roared and fierce winds howled. An energy shield enveloped him, with dense lightning wildly dancing within. Faintly, wolf-like electric lights encircled him. A Thunder Wolf emblem emerged at the belt's center, its jaws wide open, and a 1-meter-thick lightning bolt shot out from the small belt, accompanied by a piercing wolf howl. Watch out, it's a lightning strike. San shouted urgently. That's not just a belt. It's a staff in disguise. The lightning strike came too fast, leaving Tong Tianyangjiang with no time to dodge. He hurriedly activated an energy barrier. With a loud explosion, the barrier shattered into pieces. Just as the two sighed with relief, the sight before them completely overturned their understanding. Armor fusion, Luan shouted, and the night belt projected a life-sized Thunder Wolf card in front of him. This hologram swiftly swept over Luan, instantly enveloping him in a set of majestic silver-white armor. Big Sword, San, Tong Tianyangjiang, and all the onlookers were stunned, left with nothing but a series of question marks in their minds. What the heck? That was insanely cool. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, all eyes glued to the dazzling figure on the stage. Luan, clad in a blue Thunder Wolf armor, crackled with electricity, surrounded by wolf spirits. His entrance instantly ignited the crowd's enthusiasm and sparked intense discussion. Someone said a blue-level card couldn't have complex abilities. A voice shouted, questioning, what is this barrier, this discharge, this transformation, and special effects belt all about? The armor's aesthetics are one thing, but those wolf spirits flying around him are just so cool. Another spectator exclaimed excitedly, it's so over-the-top. I feel like I'm watching an animated movie. However, not everyone was impressed by the flashy display. A calm voice interjected, all style, no substance. He probably sacrificed combat effectiveness for special effects. Exactly, just showing off, someone else chimed in. I can't believe this guy became the top rookie in Pingyang City. Doesn't say much about Pingyang City. The debate raged on, but the professional card master, Big Sword, looked serious. Guys, from my professional perspective, this armor is no joke. Those wildly flickering lightning bolts give me an extremely dangerous vibe. On the opposite side, San clearly felt the pressure and didn't hesitate to launch an attack. Luan reacted swiftly, inserting a card into his belt. Thunder infusion. Instantly, the surrounding electricity became subdued. The armor began to pulse rhythmically, its surface shimmering, then bursting into a brilliant blue glow. Thunder infusion is quite restrictive, needing absorbed electricity to unleash its power, Luan thought to himself, but with its charge-stirring feature, unleashing the first stage's power is no problem. As for the thunder burst state, I'll have to rely on my opponent or Mother Nature for more electricity. Then, Luan inserted a second card, Thunder Sprint. The subdued lightning exploded from his feet, transforming him into a streak of blue light that zipped across the stage with incredible speed. Before San and the Sky Sun Essence could react, Luan was already upon them, surrounded by raging lightning, like a thunder god descending, swinging his spear in a sweeping arc. The Lich King and Call Me Demon Lord win. With the battle concluded, Luan and the passive Gu Peng exited the stage, sparking another round of heated discussion among the audience. Oh? Where are the people who were mocking him earlier? Come and see your so-called Demon King. So cool. So strong and cool. However, Big Sword was lost in thought. The unusual nature of the belt intrigued him. Folks, I have a hunch that Call Me Demon Lord's weapon card has other abilities. This is my professional intuition as a card master, he remarked. Despite the admiration, some still question Luan's combat style. Honestly, his weapon is all flash. With such a powerful armor, he should just use it. All these boxes and belts and transformations. What's the point? Exactly, just bullying rookies who can't even gather a few blue cards. If it were our city's elite class students, any of them could easily defeat him. Nevertheless, Big Sword remained composed. Everyone, hold your horses. Call Me Demon Lord hasn't logged off yet. Let's wait and see what other surprises he has in store for us. Back in his personal space, Gu Peng beamed at Luan, his eyes filled with envy. Enough already, stop looking at me like that. Luan waved dismissively. Man, you're something else. Gupang hooked an arm around Luan's shoulder. I've never been this envious of my own bones. That knight's belt makes me green with envy. Maybe you should focus on improving your card-making skills. Luan rolled his eyes. Otherwise, you'll fall behind when it comes to becoming a professional card master. The exam ended 3 days ago, and most candidates had shown significant improvement, except for Gupang. Among the original top 10, only Gupang's weapon card remained plain white, while others had successfully created mutated or giant weapons. Heh, I know, it's not like I don't care. Gupang chuckled. Actually, I plan to make a mutated weapon card today. I just wanted to see your knight's belt first. I'll go make cards now. You can use the equipment here, but don't leave until I succeed. With that, Gupang's body dissolved into particles and logged off. Luan sighed, continuing to match opponents. This time, his opponent was a young girl with an aggressive style. As soon as the countdown ended, 3 explosive fireballs came hurtling toward him. Luan didn't dodge, relying on his transformation's energy barrier to effortlessly block the attack. Flame Dragon Armor, transform. Luan decided to fight fire with fire. Amid the explosion of the fireballs, the Flame Dragon Armor emerged, carrying the Flame Dragon Sword as he calmly strode forward. The audience erupted once more, the comments scrolling frantically. Oh? What the heck? He switched armor. This one looks so fierce, I love it. Don't tell me this belt can transform into several types of armor? I get it, this belt is a converter. The young girl was clearly intimidated, unleashing fireballs without regard for her mental energy. Luan, however, stood his ground, letting her attacks shatter into sparks against his sturdy scales. After testing the armor's defense, Luan stopped advancing, inserting 2 cards into his belt, super strength, fire element amplification. Then he inserted 3 cards into the slots of the Flame Dragon Sword, Flame Blade, burn, explode. With the great sword on his shoulder, the released fiery skills enveloped the entire arena, casting a massive shadow over the young girl. No, please, she stammered, her legs trembling. Luan mercilessly drew his sword boom. Have you advanced to the second stage? Not bad. Lin Na watched her younger brother dance with excitement, a gentle smile spreading across her lips. Lin Yang puffed out his chest proudly. I heard Linny has already reached the second stage. As the top newcomer in Yunlei City, I can't fall behind. His eyes sparkled with confidence. Just then, a low voice called from outside the room. Lin Yang, come out for a moment. Lin Yang froze instantly, as if struck by lightning, his smile turning rigid. Lin Na couldn't help but laugh. Why are you so afraid of Dad? He's just calling you, go on. Lin Yang's expression turned a bit resentful. I don't have the same talent as you, sis. You're already a core member of the Xingdu University Battle Club in your sophomore year. He grumbled, slowly making his way out of the room. In the living room, their father sat sternly on the sofa, his cold gaze making Lin Yang want to turn and run. You advanced? His father asked, with a barely noticeable hint of expectation in his voice. Yes, Dad. Lin Yang stood tall and responded loudly. How's the card update going? Lin Yang quickly handed over a prepared tablet. Except for the weapon card, I've upgraded or replaced all the other cards. The magic card, Mulei, is now at LV.2, and the enhancement card, Lei Element Amplification, has upgraded from white grade to blue grade. The tablet displayed Lin Yang's latest card configuration. Blue grade weapon card Thunder Sword blue grade skills. Thunder Slash LV.1, Thunder Net LV.1. Blue grade weapon card Thunder Armor blue grade skill. Thunder Call LV.1. Blue grade magic card Mu, Lei LV.2. Blue grade enhancement card Super Speed LV.1. Blue grade enhancement card Great Strength LV.1. Blue grade enhancement card Lei Element Amplification LV.1. After carefully reviewing, his father nodded slightly. Not bad. Hearing this, Lin Yang let out a relieved sigh. His father pointed to a delicate box on the table. The materials for the new weapon card are in there. 3 sets? If you fail, you'll have to earn the money to buy more yourself. He paused and added, now go to the simulation room and train with your sister for 3 days. I want to see if you've made any progress. Lin Na, you come too. Okay, father. Lin Na replied cheerfully as she emerged from her room. The 3 entered the card world, and Lin Yang, with a confident smile, entered the matching channel. As a certified cardmaster at the blue grade first stage, he was ready to showcase his skills at this level. Although he might not completely satisfy his father, he was determined not to get scolded. The system quickly matched him with an opponent. Thunder Shatters Darkness vs Call Me Demon King. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed, filled with fierce determination. The top newcomer from the neighboring city. If I beat him, Dad might be a little happier. Meanwhile, Luan was also strategizing. Thunder Shatters Darkness. The top newcomer from the neighboring city? He recalled seeing this name in the news and pondered whether to use the Knight's Belt. If it were Little Bone, it would be a sure win. the Knight's Belt isn't a bad choice either. If he hasn't reached the second stage, the Thunder Wolf armor should do the trick. As the scene shifted, Luan and Lin Yang appeared on the arena. Lin Yang, top newcomer from Yunlei City, pleased to meet you. Lin Yang cupped his fists, exuding confidence. Luan, it's an honor to battle with you. Luan returned the gesture. The 5-second countdown began, and neither moved hastily, each assessing the other. You only have one pet card as your trump, right? I suggest you keep your distance from me. Lin Yang sneered confidently. He believed he could gain the upper hand in this standoff due to their close proximity less than 5 meters apart, and once the countdown ended, his sword might strike before the opponent's pet could intervene. 2-1, start. In a flash, Lin Yang summoned the Thunder Sword. Its blue-grade skill thunder, crackling with lightning as it surged towards Luan. However, the electric arc was blocked by a sudden barrier. Luan had already equipped the Knight's Belt, activating an energy shield. Despite this, Lin Yang's strike was powerful enough to leave web-like cracks upon it. Second stage. Luan's expression turned serious. Lin Yang was equally surprised, not expecting the opponent to use such an unusual belt that hadn't appeared in any of the Pingyang City assessment videos. But he quickly regained his composure, believing that as long as his opponent wasn't that freakish skeleton mage, he had a good chance of winning. Thunder Wolf armor, transform, Luan shouted. A more intense current than Lin Yang's thunder slash surged across the barrier, the blinding lightning forcing Lin Yang to retreat temporarily. Armor fusion. The barrier dissipated as Luan, clad in the Thunder Wolf armor, charged through the electrified arena, lunging towards the retreating Lin Yang with a spear aimed at his chest. Thunder armor. Lin Yang swiftly activated his second weapon card, the azure armor enveloping him instantly. He deflected the spear with a sword swipe and followed up with a side kick that sent Luan flying several meters. You're not great at close combat, are you? Pingyang City's #1? Lin Yang taunted, sensing his opponent's lack of combat experience. Luan steadied himself easily, brushing off his armor as if dusting off dirt. Didn't eat enough, did you? Although the kick was embarrassing, the Thunder Wolf armor's defense made it feel negligible. The next strike won't be so easy for you. Lin Yang suddenly erupted with violent electric arcs, the rumbling thunder like a mountain collapsing, and the lightning snaking around him like fiery serpents. With the Mu Lei LV.2 effect, Lin Yang was continuously generating high-voltage electricity, making him akin to a hedgehog getting close would result in severe damage. You want to act as a power bank? I'll oblige. Luan smirked, as lightning branched out like golden tree veins amidst the Thunder Wolf's roar, threatening to carve fissures into the arena. With LV.2 Mu Lei and second stage mental power, the power approached that of a thunder prison, but against the Thunder Wolf armor, it served only to charge it up. Lightning rod. The Thunder Wolf armor began to hum, as if breathing, its overlapping plates gently fluctuating. The electric arcs around Lin Yang surged towards Luan in an instant. Feeling his power intensifying, Luan charged once more, engaging Lin Yang in close combat, their entwined lightning fiercely clashing. After a brief clash, Lin Yang's face changed dramatically as he swiftly distanced himself from Luan like a flash of lightning. Only when he reached the edge of the arena did he manage to control the lightning he had unleashed to prevent it from being absorbed by his opponent. The combination of the thunder quench and the lightning-attracting needle was astonishing, nearly covering the entire arena. Lin Yang's expression was grim as he recalled the battle videos of the Great Demon King against quasi-purple level magical creatures, realizing that Luan's armor also had the capability to absorb lightning. Continuing to engage would only make Luan stronger, while his own attacks proved ineffective. Lin Yang decisively halted the thunder bath, and the rampant lightning ceased abruptly. He quickly analyzed the situation. Thunder Quench was the core skill of Luan's armor. Without providing additional charge, the stored electricity alone wouldn't offer significant enhancement. Although this skill was a nemesis to lightning, it might not be as useful in other scenarios. Lin Yang still had 2 trump cards, immense strength and super speed. With his extensive combat experience, there was still hope for victory. Luan breathed a sigh of relief as the effect of Thunder Quench exceeded expectations. Even though Lin Yang's mental strength had advanced to the second tier, increasing his control and power, it was still difficult to resist the absorption of Thunder Quench. Lin Yang launched a sudden attack, crossing half the arena in the blink of an eye with the aid of super speed. Luan swiftly inserted the Thunder Run and immense strength into his belt, transforming into a flash of lightning to clash intensely with Lin Yang. The two of them darted around the arena, leaving only dazzling sparks from their weapon exchanges each time they met. Without a continuous power supply, Lin Yang relied solely on his second-tier mental strength and physical prowess, using only the immense strength and super speed skills to match the fully powered Thunder Wolf armor. Luan silently acknowledged that the Thunder Wolf armor's strengths and weaknesses were quite apparent. Apart from lightning strikes, it lacked other offensive skills and relied entirely on the Thunder Quench for amplified benefits. Even without power supply, the boost from Thunder Quench was not weak, but it was just enough to bridge the gap in their levels. If you're not using lightning, then I won't either. Luan took another card from his card box. Flame Dragon Armor, Transform. Beast Mode, Activate. The armor on Luan's body quickly disassembled, and the entwined lightning vanished in an instant. The Thunder Wolf howled, and the dispersed lightning and armor surrounded it in a flash, transforming into a Thunder Armor Battle Wolf that charged straight at Lin Yang. Armor Fusion. The Thunder Wolf raced, and the Flame Dragon shot skyward from his belt, completing its transformation into the explosive power-filled Flame Dragon armor, releasing scorching flames that changed Lin Yang's complexion. He's won. Luan has completely taken control of this battle, Dedujian said with a smile. Lin Yang using electricity would result in it being absorbed by the Thunder Wolf armor, and not using electricity meant Luan would switch to an armor that didn't need charging, cornering Lin Yang completely. The audience marveled at the versatility of the Knight's belt. Choosing the appropriate form based on the combat situation, I finally understand the strength of this belt. How can there be such a perfect weapon? I used to think humanoid armor was cool enough, but I never expected this wolf form lightning could wear armor. I'm really envious. Oh my gosh, I've been wanting to say this. The moment that Thunder Wolf donned the armor, my heart almost jumped out. I declare, the Thunder Armor Battle Wolf has surpassed the Bone King in my heart. While the Thunder Armor Battle Wolf entangled Lin Yang, Luan inserted the immense strength and blazing air blade into his belt and greatsword, charging at his opponent with a sea of flames that seemed to engulf the entire arena. The beast mode placed a heavy burden on Luan's mental strength, so he needed to finish the battle quickly. Lin Yang, caught between attacks from both sides, was already in disarray and retreating step by step. Using lightning element skills would be directly devoured by the Thunder Armor Battle Wolf, followed by even more frenzied counterattacks. Relying solely on immense strength and super speed was far from enough to withstand the explosive damage of the Flame Dragon armor. Damn it, I'm such a failure. Lin Yang lay on the ground, too exhausted to stand. He had always lived in the shadow of his sister, who had now gone to university far away, while he was still being beaten by his peers. Struggling to get up, Lin Yang knew his dad and sister were watching and didn't want to appear too pathetic. Nonetheless, tears uncontrollably streamed down his cheeks. Damn Luan, why couldn't he let me lose with some dignity instead of shattering my armor? Covering his eyes, Lin Yang didn't want them to see his pitiful state. He used his last bit of strength to charge at Luan. Call me Demon King, I win. Dad. Lin Yang abruptly opened the capsule, only to find his sister was the only one left in the simulation room. You did really well. If it were me back then, I probably wouldn't have been his match either. Lin Na gently wiped Lin Yang's cheeks with a handkerchief, offering comfort. Is Dad really disappointed in me? Lin Yang choked out, tears glistening in his eyes. The son of the chairman and the #1 in Yunlei City had been defeated by someone of a lower rank. His confidence was shattered, as if his entire world was collapsing. Lin Na gently reassured him, Father has never expected anything from you. That's because I'm not as outstanding as you, and I can't live up to Dad's expectations. Lin Yang abruptly pushed his sister's hand away and climbed out of the U-card capsule. He fought back his tears and sniffles, scrunched his face, and ran out of the room, leaving behind the sound of hurried footsteps. Meanwhile, Luan slowly emerged from the U-card capsule, feeling utterly exhausted. He regretted not letting Xiaogu fight in his place, knowing how tough his opponent would be. Reflecting on the battle, he realized that until his armor beast mode was activated, he hadn't gained any advantage over Lin Yang. Even in the later stages, when victory seemed assured, the fight remained intensely challenging. Determined, Luan resolved to improve his level quickly. His current mental power was barely enough to handle 2 sets of armor simultaneously. Lin Yi and the so-called #1 in Yunlei City had already advanced to the 2nd tier, while he was still stuck in the 1st. His slow progress was partly due to the lack of funds to buy potions that could enhance his mental strength. Feeling somewhat weakened, Luan headed straight to the bathroom to take a short break, waiting for Gu Pang to finish card making. In stark contrast to Luan's calm, the chat in Big Sword's livestream had exploded. The comments poured in like rain. Did the #1 from Yunlei City just cry? No. Stop spreading rumors. He's not even the real #1 here. This is so embarrassing. Getting beaten to tears, haha. I mean, I would cry too if I were him. It's tough being the top and then getting defeated by someone from a lower tier. They're still kids. Don't be too harsh. He's still in the 1st tier now. But once he's leveled up and uses Bone King with that weird belt, it'll be something to see. Though Big Sword wasn't a top-tier streamer, he had a decent following. In just one night, many viewers became aware of the ID Call Me Demon King and that insanely cool and impressive belt. The rivalry between the top contenders of the 2 cities sparked intense debate among cardmasters about whether experiencing Secret Realms offers an advantage. However, the spotlight was soon stolen by the news of Yunlei City's top rookie being defeated by someone of a higher rank, who ended up in tears. The answer quickly surfaced. rumors began to circulate that Yunlei City's top rookie had become a mere test subject for new cards. Speculation suggested that a new type of weapon card was responsible, with some even boldly predicting the rise of a second Luan in the Eastern Empire. Meanwhile, the performance of Pingyang City's top rookie left everyone in armor fusion. This seemingly melodramatic move turned out to be incredibly powerful, shattering the norms of blue-level cards. Who exactly is this top rookie from Pingyang City? This question caused an uproar online. Meanwhile, Yunlei City's top rookie, seemingly infuriated and embarrassed, went on a 12-match winning streak, leaving no challengers in the rookie elite class. Unbeknownst to Luan, his battle with Lin Yang continued to stir up interest. The Knight's Belt, appearing to be an ordinary item, caused quite a stir in Pingyang City's card master community. What started as a casual viewing in the Big Swords livestream caught the attention of professional-level card masters due to the unique identities of the participants. Brother, look! A little girl excitedly held up a computer to her brother, her eyes sparkling with hope. Be good, Xiaoxin. Let's watch together. Her brother gently picked her up and took the computer. The video on the screen, professionally edited and analyzed, provided detailed close-ups and breakdowns of Luan's transformation and unique triggering mechanisms. As the video progressed, the boy's expression grew serious. His initial reaction was that his research had been stolen, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Although the Knight's Belt mechanism seemed similar, it was fundamentally different. What was even more surprising was achieving such complex changes on a blue-level card, something even he found challenging. This only heightened his interest in Pingyang City's #1. Brother, I want that big doggy. The little girl pleaded, pointing at the thunder armor wolf at the end of the video. Be good, Xiaoxin. I'll make the big doggy for you right away. Just give me some time, okay? The boy reassured her. Okay. The little girl beamed with joy. After setting his sister down, the boy immediately pulled out his phone to contact his mentor. Professor, it's Luan. I want to send you a video. If possible, I hope you can secure a special admission spot for him in our card creation department. Meanwhile, far away in Yunlei City, Lin Yang was in a foul mood. A seemingly ordinary blue-level first-tier battle had caused such a stir, and to make matters worse, a video of him in tears had gone viral online in various edited versions. As a result, Yunlei City's rookie card masters appeared inferior to those from Pingyang City. Your Yunlei City's top rookie got beaten to tears. What else do you expect? Such taunts greeted Lin Yang as he entered the classroom, drawing cold stares. Furious, he immediately declared a challenge to everyone in the elite class, vowing to quit if he lost. The ensuing scene went viral online. Lin Yang won 12 consecutive matches. Without the suppression of the thunder armor, he wielded his newly completed weapon card like a storm god, defeating the 2nd to 13th ranked members of Yunlei City's rookie elite class until a teacher intervened, leaving no one else daring to challenge him. This outcome left Yunlei City's rookies unable to hold their heads high against their counterparts from Pingyang City. As Luan walked into the classroom, he immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Why is everyone staring at me? He instinctively touched the corner of his mouth to check for food crumbs. Way to go, man. It's only been a short while since the assessment, and you've already made a name for yourself, bringing honor to all of Pingyang City. Chun and charged at Luan with a bear hug, laughing. Huh. Luan was even more bewildered. Do you only check your phone when bragging to us? Wang Qing teased, shoving her phone screen in Luan's face. Pingyang City's top rookie wins decisively, proving their overall superiority. Wang Qing explained, look, you're famous now, Lu. Everyone online is saying Pingyang City's rookies are better than Yunlei City's. And he's the son of Yunlei City's Card Master Association president. You didn't even use your trump card, and now he's made a fool of himself. You sly dog, Gu Peng chuckled. You sent us that video so early yesterday, and now you claim you didn't know about this big news? Were you just waiting for us to praise you? Lin Yi turned his head away with a dissatisfied huff. Don't get it twisted, I really didn't know anything. Luan quickly clarified, and Lin Yang is genuinely strong. It was just that my armor skill happened to counter him. Without the Knight's Belt, I wouldn't be his match. He never expected that a battle in a game could have such a huge impact. Luan glanced around and saw the excitement on his classmates' faces. He secretly thought to himself. Neither side seemed to have given their all in this match, and even Xiaogu didn't participate. The noise in the classroom gradually subsided as students returned to their seats. At that moment, a tall man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's walked into the classroom with long strides. With just one cold glance at the whispering Luan and others, he instilled an inexplicable sense of awe in Luan. Luan immediately rushed back to his seat, fearing to provoke this seemingly stern teacher. The man stood at the podium and said in a deep, commanding voice, My name is Xiao Jun, and you can call me Mr. Xiao. From today on, I will be your homeroom teacher. Without giving the students time to react, Mr. Xiao began introducing the elite class curriculum. The courses in the elite class differ from those at your school. In the morning, you will need to complete a day's worth of academic lessons in just a few hours. In the afternoon, there will be practical courses. Evenings are yours to manage as you wish. He went on to elaborate on the teaching resources. All teachers responsible for the elite class will be available in the association until the college entrance exams are over. You can approach them with questions anytime during or after class. However, please ensure not to disturb other students during class and make up for any missed lessons. With a hint of pride in his voice, Mr. Xiao continued, a dedicated practice area on the same level has been set up for you, equipped with the most advanced facilities in the entire city of Pingyang. You are free to use them, and any equipment malfunctions during practice won't require compensation unless caused intentionally. He further explained, the Pingyang City Library has also granted you access to most of its resources, allowing you to consult materials at any time. The library staff have collaborated with the association, so you can seek their help if you encounter any issues while researching. Mr. Xiao then mentioned some practical benefits. Each month, you can apply for materials from the association with the allowance depending on your academic performance. The association will also issue student cards, which will entitle you to a 30% discount at any national Yukash or supply store before the college entrance exams. Finally, Mr. Xiao's tone became stern. I must remind you that the elite class is not permanent. We will continuously monitor the academic performance of students citywide. You are at risk of being eliminated at any time. It's no wonder that the elite class, crafted with the city's finest resources, offers opportunities that most people could never have imagined before. In the classroom, over 30 students listen intently to the teacher, each pair of eyes gleaming with the light of curiosity. Despite the fierce competition, they remain undaunted, as these young individuals are the creme de la creme, having emerged victorious from thousands of candidates. The morning schedule is packed, with a full day's worth of material condensed into just a few hours. For Luan and others, it's an ordeal with barely a moment to catch their breath. Yet, Gu Peng appears at ease, his round face always adorned with a relaxed smile. As the perennial top student of Pingyang No. 1 High School, this curriculum is a breeze for him. Although the other students also perform well academically, they still fall slightly short compared to Gu Peng. They can't help but cast curious glances at him, wondering how this seemingly clever yet goofy fellow manages to excel. After the academic classes, the association's cafeteria provides the students with a lavish free meal. As long as they are willing to spend more time in the practice room, they'll never have to worry about going hungry. This high-benefit strategy is far more effective than high-pressure tactics in motivating the students. Following lunch, the students engage in light activities before quickly diving into the afternoon's practical course. Standing at the front of the class, Teacher Xiao surveys the eager faces before him and announces, "This is your first combat class. Before we officially begin, I'd like 2 students to volunteer for a demonstration battle. Any takers?" As soon as he finishes speaking, everyone's gaze instinctively shifts to Luan and Lin Yi. Ever since Lin Yi advanced to the second tier, he's been eager to challenge Luan, a fact well known among the students. The debate over who is the top newcomer in Pingyang City, Luan or Lin Yi, has been a hot topic. Initially, public opinion favored Lin Yi due to his breakthrough and awakening, but last night's events dramatically shifted perceptions. Even the top newcomer from the neighboring city lost, and not even to Luan's ace. Can Lin Yi really defeat this formidable opponent? The students are brimming with anticipation, eager to find out. With his head held high, Lin Yi boldly declares, "I'm up for it. Whether now or later, I'll accept your challenge. Luan, I'll wait for you to advance to the second tier for a fair fight." Teacher Xiao turns to Luan and asks, "Luan, what do you think?" He too is keen to witness up close the battle between the first and second best. Moreover, Lin Yi, unlike the recently advanced Lin Yang, has had 3 days to consolidate his skills and mindset, likely reaching his peak condition. Sure, Luan responds succinctly, also curious about the current power of his companion, Xiao Gu, after the fusion with the Thunderfire staff. Teacher Xiao nods in approval and instructs the class, "Everyone, head to the simulation room. Insert your student cards into the capsules, and you'll be automatically transferred to the association's dedicated space in the card world." As the countdown begins, Lin Yi swiftly retreats to create distance, while Luan, contrary to his usual strategy, aggressively pursues him. The two of them quickly approach the edge of the arena, heightening the tension. At the end of the countdown, Luan immediately summons Xiao Gu, while Lin Yi's flaming arrow of light appears almost simultaneously, colliding with Xiao Gu's Thunderfire staff in a dazzling explosion. Hiding behind Xiao Gu, Luan's pupils contract as he silently marvels. He had witnessed Lin Yi's arrow speed in the secret realm, but hadn't expected it to improve so much in just 3 days. This is why Luan chose to close in. Without limiting Lin Yi's movement, Xiao Gu, burdened with Luan as a deadweight, would be in a highly disadvantageous position. A thought flashes through Luan's mind. If I were at the second tier with armor on, this mixed doubles match would be a sure win. Using the surprise attack of the arrow, Lin Yi temporarily halts Luan's advance, then quickly increases the distance, not forgetting to unleash a triple arrow shot midair to keep the pressure on. Xiao Gu, unwilling to be outdone, counters with fireballs, turning the sky into a spectacular tug-of-war resembling fireworks. At this stage, both Xiao Gu and Lin Yi are still testing each other, and against the threat of an archer, Luan dares not stray far from Xiao Gu. The outcome of the battle hinges on whether Xiao Gu's magic or Lin Yi's arrows will prevail. Feeling a sense of superiority, Lin Yi becomes impatient, as his arrows and bow burst into searing flames, resembling a phoenix poised to rise from the fiery inferno. His eyes burn with a battle spirit more intense than the flames he unleashes, as he declares, Flame Arrow Explosion Flame Jet Blue Level Fire Element Amplification Fire Element Enhancement Talent Mastery Phoenix Strike. For Lin Yi, this isn't just a match, it's a true showdown. While he could resort to ambush tactics to secure a win against Luan, in this decisive moment, Lin Yi is determined to defeat this so-called formidable opponent fair and square, rather than resorting to sneaky tricks. No way. He's going all out right from the start? Luan exclaimed, eyes wide open. He quickly turned to Xiaogu and whispered, if he's going hard, you go even harder. Before he finished speaking, Luan had already turned and sprinted towards the edge of the arena. Two ultimate moves were about to collide, and being so close meant he could easily get caught in the aftermath. As he ran, he adjusted his position, keeping Lin Yi in his left peripheral vision. When it comes to battling an overzealous opponent, you have to out-crazy them, Luan thought to himself. Xiaogu responded with a determined click, its skeletal frame trembling slightly as if to say, just a bunch of skills? The Bone King fears no one. Although Lin Yi had advanced to the second level and might have superior mental strength quality, Xiaogu could tap into the mental power of its cardmaster, potentially not falling short in total capacity. Suddenly, Luan felt a wave of dizziness, as if his brain had been struck. He stumbled and fell hard onto the floor. You really aren't holding back on me, huh? Luan muttered to himself, feeling utterly drained. Xiaogu unleashed a relentless combo. Explosive Fireball, Fiery Blade, Thunder Strike, Explosion, Thunder Infusion, and the upgraded version of the Great Destruction Artillery Ultimate Art, World Pacifying Thunderfire Artillery. This terrifying combo used 6 blue-level skills but didn't exhaust their combined mental power. Xiaogu first drained the cardmaster's mental strength and then added some of its own. In the center of the arena, a flaming phoenix clashed fiercely with a massive thunder fireball. Flames roared amidst the explosion, with terrifying shockwaves propelling high-temperature fire across the arena. From the explosion's core came a piercing phoenix cry as the fiery phoenix spread its wings, enveloping the thunder fireball in a fierce struggle. Lin Yi's skin reddened from the intense heat as he gritted his teeth, maintaining his flame-enhancing ability. Xiaogu, too, poured in all its mental power, making the thunder fireball grow ever stronger. Finally, the critical moment arrived. The fire phoenix and the thunder fireball exploded simultaneously, with a heat wave instantly engulfing the entire arena, turning it into a hellish scene. In the nick of time, Xiaogu dashed in front of Luan, shielding him from the explosion's aftermath. Exhausted, Lin Yi wasn't as fortunate. Flames engulfed him instantly, and the ensuing fiery blade slashed through him, dissipating into light particles. Call me the Demon King, victorious. With this proclamation, the thrilling showdown finally came to an end. Nima, is this really the power of a first-level skill? Li Shizhong stared in disbelief at the scene before him, unable to trust his own eyes. Hao Yang was equally stunned, with a bold thought flashing through his mind. Could shouting the skill's name really make it stronger? Even Gu Pang and Chen Nan were left speechless, their eyes wide open in shock. It wasn't just the students watching who were amazed. Even Teacher Xiao couldn't help but silently label them as freaks. Especially that skeletal Grand Wizard, though the clash seemed evenly matched at first. It was the explosion that truly revealed the power of the lightning fireball. The accumulated lightning and flames erupted instantly, shattering Lin Yi's fire phoenix, and the concealed sharp air blades swept through, sealing Lin Yi's defeat. Yisheng turned to Lu Xian and praised, not bad, you're truly my student. Whether it's this pet card or the creative weapon card, both have the potential to reach the pinnacle of genius. Lu Xian, unwilling to be outdone, retorted, pressing his forehead against Yisheng's, exactly, just like my student. The precision in combining techniques is very much like me. The two immediately fell into a childish argument, accusing each other of being shameless and tardy. Seeing this, Teacher Xiao snorted coldly, glaring at the group of students who were enthusiastically discussing skill names, and sternly said, Luan and Lin Yi have shown you a wonderful demonstration battle. You should learn from them. Their strength is the result of solid fundamentals and diligent study. Don't stray from the path. Gu Pang and the others felt a chill down their spines and immediately stood up to respond. In the elite class's exclusive space, Lin Yi, who was teleported out after his defeat, was surrounded by classmates showering him with praise. Teacher Xiao objectively commented, Your combination technique is impressive, but the harmony and skill fusion needs improvement. Monsters have a natural advantage in this aspect, so just a bit more training is needed. Don't be discouraged. Linny nodded, his expression difficult to read. Luan was teleported out soon after and received Teacher Xiao's evaluation as well. After the afternoon classes, many students stayed in the simulation room to continue battling, while others mingled with new friends in the association. Lin Yi, however, quietly left the association. The autumn wind rustled, tugging at Lin Yi's lonely figure. He tightened his collar, finding a small comfort in the rhythm of his heartbeat. After a while, he managed to calm his frustration, but tears still welled up uncontrollably as he replayed the scene of his phoenix being torn apart. He couldn't help but think, damn, that was awesome. Meanwhile, Hao Yang and Yi slipped out the back door of the association, donning caps and masks as they headed for a nearby black market internet cafe. They handed the receptionist 2 cigarettes and made their way to a reserved computer in the corner. Hao Yang extended his hand to Yi. Where's the stuff? Yi placed a black memory card in Hao Yang's palm, warning coldly, I advise you to use it carefully. If we're caught, neither of us will leave the association unscathed. Hao Yang sneered. I didn't drag you into this. You wanted in. In our line of work, you better be prepared. Yi mockingly retorted. I'm prepared, just worried about your skills. Hao Yang pushed him away in annoyance. Don't joke around. Worry about yourself first. If it doesn't work, you better get lost. We're already in the same boat. It's too late to fly solo now. Yi laughed. Oh, you enjoy going down with the ship, huh? At least you have some style for our kind of work, Hao Yang replied with a cold smile. 3 hours later, a sensational piece of news that sparked heated discussion among students erupted online. The headline boldly read, Why are 2 geniuses crying? Is it a twist of human nature or a decline in morality? What will the great Demon King do next? Whose heart will be won over? The accompanying images featured striking close-ups of 2 tear-streaked faces. The comment section quickly became a frenzy of debates and opinions. Imo Ranjinyan really lives up to the title of Great Demon King. First, he beats the top student from the neighboring city, then the second best around him, not even sparing his own people. Poor Chu Tian, look at how he's crying so bitterly. His face twisted like a pretzel. Haha, hey, show some restraint. But he really does look awful crying. So powerful. This skeleton archmage has become even stronger. Actually, Lin Yi isn't bad either. Just reaching the 2nd tier and already pulling off such combo skills, considering humans are naturally way behind monsters in skill control, Lin Yi is too fixated on maintaining the form of a phoenix, without enough control. If he just used straightforward attacks like this skeleton archmage, the power could be even greater. A user named the Supreme Emperor of all realms, seeing through the world, turning into a demon, without beginning, unmatched commented, the one above is right, but are the newcomers' delusions this severe this year? What virtues or abilities do these kids have to earn such praise from the ancestor above? Is it trendy now that the longer the name, the cooler you are? Focus on the main point, it doesn't matter how long the name is, the key is to be cool. Amidst the online chatter, Luan had just returned home when his phone started buzzing incessantly like a busy bee. A barrage of messages and calls overwhelmed him, with the little red notification that's refusing to disappear. As he scrolled through his contacts, he noticed Lin Yi's messages dominated the screen. After dozens of voice and video calls were made and then hung up, only one voice message was left. Luan, I'll definitely win next time. Definitely, boo. Luan was puzzled, muttering to himself, what happened now? I hope his mom doesn't come looking for me. Just then, the phone rang again. When Luan answered, a burst of laughter came through the earpiece. Beep, beep. Boop Luan. You sly fox, you're famous again. After hanging up the phone, Luan let out a deep sigh. He glanced at his mobile phone and saw a close-up photo of Lin Yi crying her heart out, which sent a chill down his spine. The relentless intrusion of paparazzi made him reflect for a moment, but he quickly dismissed these thoughts. As night descended, Luan focused on spreading out the new materials he had purchased, ready to enhance Xiaogu's skills. The moonlight dappled across his body, highlighting his intense gaze. He worked tirelessly through the night, immersed in crafting cards, until the red glow of dawn melted the frost on the ground. When he finally snapped back to reality, he was delighted to find that Xiaogu's abilities had significantly improved. The fireball spell had reached its maximum level, while the blazing edge and thunder infusion both advanced to level 2. The fire element amplification had impressively upgraded from white to blue level 2. Even more thrilling was that both his and Xiaogu's mental strength had broken through the 2nd tier, expanding their mental world more than twofold. Feeling invigorated, Luan heard the excited clicking of Xiaogu in the mental space, as if it had grown taller. We can finally fight side by side, Luan exclaimed, revealing a 2nd diamond pattern in his palm. Just as he was tidying up his room to head to school, the doorbell suddenly rang. Peering through the peephole, Luan was surprised to see no one outside. Yet the knocking and doorbell continued insistently. Fear gripped him instantly, and he instinctively summoned his night belt. After calming himself, Luan instructed Xiaogu to open the door. Though puzzled, Xiaogu complied. The moment the door cracked open, a hand abruptly reached out, gripping the door tightly. Both Luan and Xiaogu gasped in shock. Driven by instinct, Luan completed his armor fusion in an instant. Xiaogu, terrified, retreated repeatedly until it hid behind Luan. Helplessly, Luan tried to coax Xiaogu out, but it clung to his waist, refusing to move forward. Click click, I'm not afraid if it's a ghost, but it's terrifyingly powerful, Xiaogu explained. Luan then examined the hand that had appeared out of nowhere, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. The chilling aura nearly stopped his heart. Only then did he realize that before him was not just any spirit, but a vengeful ghost. Swallowing hard, Luan felt the suffocating pressure. He knew he was about to face an unprecedented challenge. Luan stood at the doorway, utterly dumbfounded as he stared at the ghostly hand hovering in the air. The aura of this mysterious entity was so powerful that it reminded him of a master-level card wielder. His mind raced, trying to comprehend why such a formidable creature would appear in the city center, and more puzzlingly, why it would show up at his doorstep. Just as Luan was lost in confusion, the ghostly hand suddenly moved. It fumbled around in the air as if searching for something, and then, to his surprise, it formed a heart gesture towards him. Luan was at a loss, staring blankly at the unexpected display of friendliness. When Luan failed to respond, the ghostly hand seemed to grow agitated. It launched a furious assault on his front door, the pounding so intense that he nearly bolted for safety, planning to escape through Wang Ji's window. After venting, the ghostly hand made a rubbing motion with its fingers. Luan finally snapped out of his daze and tentatively asked, sir, are you looking for this? He mimicked the hand's gesture. The ghostly hand nodded, or at least Luan felt it did. Well, sir, we don't really use cash much these days, you know? Luan said awkwardly. Before he could finish, the hand opened its palm, and its wrinkled skin slowly formed into a QR code. Luan was so shocked he nearly dropped his jaw. He quickly pulled out his phone and unlinked all his bank cards at lightning speed, bracing for the worst. Taking a deep breath, he scanned the QR code. To his surprise, the screen didn't show the expected payment interface or a virus warning. Instead, it slowly revealed a letter and invitation to a special program at the University of the Underworld. Luan, bewildered, looked away from his phone only to find the ghostly hand had vanished, leaving a paper invitation on the ground. Sincerely, my foot. Luan shouted in frustration, his legs turning to jelly. He pushed open the door, determined to confront the hand. As Luan searched outside, a sudden whooshing sound came from inside, followed by the sound of shattering glass. He rushed back in to find a palm-sized owl, clutching an envelope, passed out on the floor a special invitation to Spirit City University. Feeling utterly defeated, Luan picked up the shattered glass, his world suddenly dimmed. Sincere? At least don't break my windows. No sooner had he complained than several more loud crashes jolted him. No way more? Luan exclaimed. Sure enough, more invitations poured in. Star City University, Ancient City University. Each one sincerely inviting him for a visit. Standing amidst the chaos, Luan realized that this absurd day was far from over. An unexpected special invitation from the four great cities of Donghuang arrived at Luan's shared apartment, delivered in a manner so peculiar that it left him speechless. Surveying the chaos around him, Luan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The universities named after the four great cities Gudu University, Xingdu University, Lingdu University, and Mingdu University represent the pinnacle of card mastery education in the country. As Luan meticulously examined each invitation letter, the distinctive features of these institutions flashed through his mind. Lingdu University, originally founded on magic, now excels in comprehensive combat training, producing talents ranging from explosive mages to berserk warriors. They value firepower above all else and scoff at unconventional techniques. Reflecting on Xiaogu's impressive performance at the first tier, Luan understood why Lingdu University was drawn to him. Mingdu University is renowned for its expertise in nurturing pet beasts, located in the city with the densest concentration of secret realms in Donghuang. This place was once the main battlefield for global secret realm invasions, with countless casualties. Luan recalled Xiaogu's immense potential and realized Mingdu University's interest in him. Xingdu University, despite being the youngest, has experienced rapid growth and is a leader in technology and card creation. The students here use a diverse array of cards, showcasing unparalleled innovation. Seeing his own creation, the Knight's Belt, Luan could easily guess why Xingdu University extended an olive branch to him. Gudu University boasts the longest history, rumored to have existed since the dawn of card mastery history, never having ceased. It's said to house numerous ancient legacies and is a gathering place for sages. Luan thought that since the other three top universities had sent invitations, Gudu University naturally wouldn't lag behind. Realizing he had simultaneously received special invitations from the four top universities, Luan couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Although getting into these schools with his city-topping grades wasn't difficult, receiving special invitations still filled him with immense honor. As he flipped through the invitations, Luan discovered they included round-trip tickets and meal vouchers, making it seem like a tour of the four great cities. Glancing at the calendar, he noted that there were still 2 months until winter break, when he would visit the four universities to explore them firsthand. In a buoyant mood, Luan carefully stored the invitations and hurried out to school. After advancing to the second tier, his physical fitness had improved significantly, and with Xiaogu's feedback boost, he ran as if the wind were beneath his feet, feeling invigorated. Luan arrived at the classroom just in time, greeted by the gazes of his teacher and classmates. At that moment, his loosely fastened backpack suddenly opened, and the conspicuous invitations fell out. Feigning surprise, Luan exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh dear, whose invitations to Xingdu University, Gudu University, Lingdu University, and Mingdu University are these? How could they be so carelessly dropped?" The classmates' reactions varied, with expressions of envy, surprise, and confusion. Although all four universities are top tier, it wasn't difficult for someone with Luan's grades to get in. Each year, these schools send invitations to outstanding students to compete for top talent. However, receiving invitations from all four simultaneously is extremely rare nationwide, typically reserved for the most brilliant prodigies. Teacher Xiao seemed unsurprised and motioned for Luan to take his seat. Luan took the opportunity to show off the invitations to his classmates, detailing each school's invitation, tickets, meal vouchers, and even discovering some souvenirs he hadn't noticed before. Teacher Xiao explained that the four universities had already communicated with the association regarding the special recruitment, and the messenger was a monarch-level pet beast, comparable to a master-level card master. He emphasized that the special recruitment opportunity was precious, offering the chance for reduced exam scores or even admission without exams after passing the tests. However, given the students' capabilities, even without special recruitment, they had a good chance of getting into these schools. Finally, with a serious expression, Teacher Xiao announced an important notice. City-level card master associations had applied for and approved a plan for an elite class alliance competition, and had officially partnered with the Card Master World yesterday. Mr. Xiao pushed open the classroom door, holding a stack of documents. He walked to the podium, turned on the computer, and projected a detailed map onto the large screen. "Class, please take a look." Mr. Xiao pointed to the map. "This is the territorial map of Dongwang. Our new elite class from Pingyang City will join an alliance with the 6 surrounding cities, forming the Huazhong Alliance. In 1 week, we will select 3 representative teams to compete in the National Alliance competition. Ultimately, the top alliance team in the country will emerge victorious." The classroom fell silent, with everyone holding their breath. However, Luan and Lin Yi's eyes lit up as they exchanged an excited glance. This was more thrilling than receiving any invitation. Mr. Xiao's tone turned serious. "The president has given us a strict mandate. Our elite class in Pingyang City must be selected as part of the alliance representative team. Failure to do so will prove that you are not true geniuses. The consequences are severe. Evening free time will be cancelled, training volume will double, and the elite class will revert to traditional exam-oriented education." The students' expressions changed instantly. Those in the elite class had strong self-discipline, and the evening free time was extremely valuable for them to engage in independent study and address their weaknesses. Mr. Xiao continued, "The minimum requirement to participate in the alliance competition is to be a certified card master and reach at least blue level stage 2. In 3 days, I will select our class's representative team to compete in the event a week from now. Please make the most of your time and feel free to form your own teams. In the end, let our strength do the talking." As soon as the morning class ended, Lin Yi and others quickly gathered around Luan. Seeing even Lin Yi joining in, Luan looked at him in surprise, thinking that this kid truly doesn't hold grudges so pure it's almost endearing. Zhang Chuan was the first to speak. "I've made some progress, and I should break through to stage 2 by tomorrow at the latest." "I'm already at stage 2, Lin Yi and Chiwen said in unison. Gupang and Chun also chimed in. "We'll be there by tomorrow at the latest." Luan smiled. "I just broke through to stage 2 today, so how about we team up?" Everyone looked at him in surprise, yet it seemed expected. They were silent for a moment, unsure of how strong this monster had become. However, Chiwen unexpectedly declined. "You and Lin Yi have already demonstrated your strength. Although we ranked highly in previous assessments, joining your team like this feels undeserved." She turned to face the whole class, her voice resolute. "If we want to stand out, we must form the strongest team with the strongest members. Everyone has seen Luan and Lin Yi's strengths. If I, Chiwen, want to be their teammate, anyone who disagrees can challenge me." I will also challenge everyone in the next 3 days to prove with strength whether I deserve this spot. Well said. Wang Qing stepped out from the crowd, eyes burning with fighting spirit. No need for so much fuss. Let's just see who's the strongest. Ha ha ha, nicely put. Chun Nan also stepped forward. I, Chun Nan, will also compete for this spot. Let's all have a go. The classroom erupted in excitement, with students shouting, "Bring it on. Who's afraid?" Exactly. The strongest will prove themselves. Whether you like it or not, a good fight settles it all. Ha ha. Humph. You're not the only ones making progress. We'll prove ourselves too. Mr. Xiao stood quietly by the window, watching the passionate scene unfold in the classroom, a satisfied smile on his face. He murmured to himself, "Excellent, talent, passion, and spirit, these are the students of our elite class. Zhongxi, call me Demon King is online." The message from his best friend suddenly flashed on Zhongxi's phone screen, breaking the tranquility of the bathroom. Zhongxi was leisurely soaking in the warm bathtub. He raised an eyebrow at the message and teased, "You actually brought your phone to school? I'm going to report you to the teacher." "Darn. I was just trying to give you a heads up, but I gotta go. The teacher's coming," his best friend replied hurriedly, making Zhongxi chuckle. Zhongxi's gaze dimmed slightly as he remembered the fact that he couldn't become a card master due to a congenital defect in his mental space. Once, he too was a middle schooler who idolized card masters. Now, thanks to his outstanding performance in various academic competitions, he had secured a spot in a top university and hadn't attended classes for quite some time. Just a couple of days ago, Zhongxi learned about Luan, a newcomer who ranked first. Like Zhongxi, Luan also had a congenital defect but still managed to become an excellent card master. This discovery sparked a glimmer of hope in Zhongxi's heart, almost turning into admiration for Luan. Seeing Luan come online, Zhongxi immediately climbed out of the bathtub. He hastily dried himself off and rushed to the card capsule in his room. After logging into his personal space, he quickly started a live stream. Even though there were only a few people in the live chat, Zhongxi wasn't discouraged. He had created his streaming account simply to avoid cheering alone, like singing a solo. For him, having someone to chat with was enough. Meanwhile, Luan was focusing on his stats, blue level 1, 750 points. Since registering his account, Luan had maintained a winning streak, with a high point multiplier, reaching the verge of leveling up after only a few matches. He set a personal goal for the night, to reach blue level 2. Despite having Gu Peng's fast-track channel, the matchmaking time was slightly longer than usual. Most blue level 1 players were students, and at this hour, most were still in evening study sessions. Additionally, Luan's high win rate made it difficult to match with less skilled opponents. After nearly a minute of waiting, he finally entered a match. The IDs of the opponents were displayed. Ryu Shishue vs Call Me Demon King. Seeing the match information, Zhongxi excitedly told his viewers, "Hang tight, everyone. Let's check out this Ryu Shishue's profile." However, a comment quickly popped up. "No need to check. The opponent is from the elite class in Qianlong City, not ranked very high." Qianlong City? Isn't that a first-tier city? They're second only to the 4 great capitals, right? Wow, Demon King is in danger. Are you kidding? They said the opponent isn't highly ranked. We students from Pingyang City aren't weak. Reading these comments, Zhongxi was a bit surprised. Most of his viewers were from Pingyang City, but he didn't expect there to be any from Qianlong City. He immediately voiced his support for his idol. As the top student of Pingyang City, "I believe Luan's skills are on par with students from the 4 great capitals." Ryu Shishue glanced at the opponent's ID, not particularly impressed. As a student from Qianlong City, which ranked high even among first-tier cities, he only paid attention to members of the elite classes from the 4 great capitals and cities of similar standing. Places like Pingyang City, which weren't even top-notch among second-tier cities, failed to pique his interest. Luan appeared on the arena with a calm expression, thinking to himself, "One more win and I'll reach blue level 2. This time, I must aim for the Alliance Championship." Reaching level 2 would allow him to use both Xiaogu and the Night Belt simultaneously, boosting his confidence. As long as he didn't face an overpowered opponent like Wan Yi, he was confident he could be unbeatable. Armor Fusion. As the countdown ended, Luan didn't summon Xiaogu but directly transformed into the Flame Dragon armor, launching a blazing fireball to take the initiative. Ryu Shishue swiftly sidestepped, wielding 2 blue daggers and wearing light armor shrouded in a faint mist, charging towards Luan. What a peculiar weapon. Ryu Shishue muttered to himself. Luan's achievements were only known in Pingyang City, Yunlei City, and among university admissions offices, so he hadn't recognized the uniqueness of the Night Belt. Ryu Shishue thought. Initially, it was just a box, then it turned into a belt, and after releasing fireballs and barriers, it became a full armor with a great sword. However, he didn't feel pressured. At the blue level, all sorts of oddities were mere paper tigers. He was confident he could shred his opponent to pieces instantly. Ultimate technique. Megalodon. Ryu Shishue didn't want to drag things out any longer. Water surged from the tips of his daggers, forming a long, sharp blade, while his light armor sprouted countless water blades that spun rapidly in the air. Does everyone like to start with their ultimate move these days? Luan shook his head helplessly, then crouched into a fighting stance. The flame dragon's sword spewed fierce flames, cutting across half the arena. If it's a showdown of strength, I've never been afraid. Clack, clack. Xiaogu cheered Luan on from the mental space while enhancing him with the newly upgraded blue-level fire element boost. The blazing blade, explosive force, and enhanced fire elements perfectly combined as Luan unleashed a stunning combo move secret art. Serious strike. His flaming dragon sword roared forth, colliding violently with the swirling torrents of water blades, as if they were fish swimming in water. In an instant, the arena was enveloped in boiling steam, creating an illusion of a mystical realm. However, this ethereal scene vanished as quickly as it appeared. The onslaught of water blades seemed to crash against an unyielding rock, relentlessly striking but unable to extinguish or sever Luan's flames. The great sword, unstoppable, swiftly overwhelmed his opponent. Yu Shishue's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how his attack was so effortlessly suppressed. He had only sensed such power from the top newcomer in Qianlong City. When the sword landed heavily, Yu Shishue's water blades drooped powerlessly, leaving a wide charred scar across the arena. "Call me Demon King wins," the referee announced. Luan maintained a calm demeanor, as if it were just a routine sparring match, and got ready for the next battle. Outside the ring, Zhongxi danced with excitement, as if he were the victor. Did everyone see that? That's what you call strength. What is true power? This is overwhelming strength, he shouted enthusiastically. Seems like the elite class from Qianlong City isn't that impressive, couldn't even withstand a single blow. What's the difference between them and regular students? Someone remarked. Keep it low-key, it's not that they're weak, it's that the Demon King is too strong. Another voice chimed in. The Demon King must have broken through to the second tier. Zhongxi asserted confidently. Even as an outsider, I can see that Luan has changed. This strike was controlled and precise, rather than the wild ferocity of a beast. Understandable, as the city's top. If he hasn't advanced to the second tier by now, he'd be falling behind, someone agreed. As if savoring the ease of ending battles with a single strike, Luan continued to win match after match with just one blow each time, leaving nothing behind but charred marks on the arena floor. Blue level, stage 1, 970 points, one last match. Luan murmured, his gaze shifting to the information on his next opponent. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. I am Qianlong City's first divine dragon hero vs. Call me Demon King. Luan was taken aback, and Zhongxi, along with the onlookers, exchanged puzzled glances. Does the card world even call in parents? Someone exclaimed. More importantly, that name is way too obvious, another person criticized. Is it a requirement to be over T-top to be number one? Everyone shouted in unison. Unexpectedly matched against him? Not to brag, but I admit the big devil is formidable, though he's bound to lose this time. So said the only person from Qianlong City in Zhongxi's livestream chatroom. The chat exploded with skepticism, with someone retorting, the match hasn't even started yet, and you're already predicting the outcome? Objectively speaking, there's some truth to what he's saying, another viewer analyzed. You guys can check the video from the elite class assessment. The level of violence was way beyond what the big devil can handle. The guy was already at the second tier during the assessment, so the gap is indeed quite significant. I'd say, the big devil's talent lies in card crafting, not combat, as evidenced by his development of that belt card. Losing a match or two is no big deal. Seeing the overwhelming doubts in the chat, Zhongxi felt less confident. As an outsider, he didn't quite grasp how powerful the opponent was. He quickly searched for information on the top newcomer from Qianlong City, and his screen was instantly filled with visually stunning images. Zhongwudi, a name even more arrogant than his online persona. With a talent for enhanced strength and natural brute force, he was practically a giant in human form. Qianlong City's giant beast secret realm is nationally renowned for producing giant-type magical creatures, and the search results were full of iconic scenes of him tearing beasts apart and smashing skulls with guns. The level of violence was astounding. On the arena, Zhongwudi's hearty laughter echoed as soon as he was teleported in. Not bad. Matching with me means you've at least had a winning streak and defeated quite a few well-known students. Zhongwudi laughed heartily. Top newcomer from Pingyang City, pleased to meet you. Luan decided to maintain a cool demeanor and stay away from someone with questionable intelligence until he figured out what made the opponent tick. Pingyang City? Never heard of it. Strange, Zhongwudi said, laughing and looking puzzled. I lost to a girl from Xingdu, but I shouldn't have been placed in the blue tier 1 to fight. He was in blue tier 2, where the student ratio isn't as high. Zhongwudi usually matched against geniuses from the 4 major capitals or first-tier cities, and occasionally faced opponents from blue tier 3. Matching with someone from Blue Tier 1 was indeed rare. Luan wasn't interested in chatting and focused on preparing for battle. Winning this match would mean ranking up, and he didn't want to fight an extra round. As the countdown ended, Zhong Wudi's carefree demeanor suddenly turned solemn, a stark contrast that even made Luan pause. Clad in heavy armor and wielding an oversized spear, Zhong Wudi resembled a humanoid giant beast even more. Weapon of gigantification, Luan thought, his expression serious. Among mutation weapons, those with elemental attachments are more popular among students, with their flashy and spectacular effects. Flame Dragon Armor, Transform. Zhong Wudi charged forward, the ground cracking beneath his feet as he surged toward Luan with overwhelming momentum. Luan quickly launched an attack, a fiery explosion on the armor leaving only scorched marks, not even slowing Zhong Wudi down. As expected from a gigantification weapon, the boost to defense and strength is incredible. Luan was astonished. In an instant, Zhong Wudi was upon Luan. He swung his spear in a sweeping motion, shattering the energy barrier infused with flames. The mere force of the spear's swing felt like needles pricking Luan's skin. Armor fusion. At the last moment, the Flame Dragon armor completed its transformation. Faced with the approaching giant, Luan raised his sword to meet him, and the two clashed fiercely. The force swept through the arena, and Luan was sent flying with a single blow. In midair, he quickly inserted the power card into his belt, barely managing to stabilize himself. Before he could catch his breath, Zhong Wudi was already lunging at him again, and they collided with intense force once more. With the power boost, Luan could barely hold his ground. Yet Zhong Wudi hadn't even used any skills yet. That big sword is just for show, kid. You lack strength. Zhong Wudi laughed wildly, gradually pressing the massive spear down on the Flame Dragon sword. The last girl I fought left me frustrated with a vague loss. I thought you'd give me a good fight, but it seems like you're just unlucky to have matched with me. Boom. Zhong Wudi kicked Luan away again. In the livestream chat, comments flooded in like a tide. He's lost. The gap is too obvious. It's like playing around. What genius. A small city is a small city. Can't really compare with a big city. This? And you call him the big devil? Zongxi bit his lip, clearly displeased with the criticism of his idol in the chat. Luan hasn't even given his all yet, he retorted passionately. He hasn't summoned the Bone King, and you're all whining here? Go big devil. Don't be blindly idolizing. Someone doused his enthusiasm. Has Zhong Wudi even gone all out? Remember, besides the two weapon cards, he hasn't used a single skill or card yet. Zongxi gritted his teeth, eyes fixed on the arena. Damn it. Xiaogu, block him. Luan gritted his teeth and shouted, watching helplessly as Zhong Wudi charged like a bolt of lightning. Luan instantly realized he was no match for him, even with Xiaogu's help. He looked down at his trembling hands, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from his opponent. This monstrous strength was beyond his imagination. Xiaogu was already prepared, aware that they were facing a formidable foe. As it burst from the spiritual realm, it went all out, unleashing its enormous strength and thunder strike skill, colliding with Zhong Wudi like a skeletal lightning bolt. Thanks to its innate physical advantages as a creature and the two enhancement skills, Xiaogu managed to barely suppress Zhong Wudi. However, this suppression was nowhere near as effortless as Zhong Wudi's earlier domination over Luan. A powerful skeletal mage? Now this is getting interesting. Zhong Wudi laughed excitedly as his spear was slowly pushed back, showing no signs of panic. Suddenly, Zhong Wudi's armor swelled, and his stature grew even taller. His strength seemed to be infused with new vigor, escalating to a terrifying level. Unbelievable, that's definitely level 2 brute force. Luan couldn't help but mutter in amazement. Even Xiaogu felt overwhelmed this time. It immediately activated its flame blade, further enhancing its close combat abilities, and fully unleashed its thunder dash skill, barely managing to hold its own against Zhong Wudi. Luan was secretly astonished. It was his first time seeing someone who could comprehensively suppress Xiaogu at the same level. Truly, there's always someone stronger out there. Beast Armor Mode. Activate. Thunder Wolf Armor. Unite. Luan commanded, and his armor peeled away, transforming into a fiery dragon that soared into the sky, circling above the arena before forming a 10-meter-long flame armor dragon. Luan quickly donned the Thunder Wolf armor himself, with violent lightning erupting from its surface, operating at full power. With a combination of skills Thunder Strike, Brute Force, Thunder Dash, Thunder Element Amplification, Sharpness, and Piercing 3 blue, 3 white, in the Beast Armor mode, even for Luan, who had reached the second tier, it was an immense mental burden. This was the strongest opponent Luan had faced since his debut, and he had to reveal all his trump cards without reservation. Even so, he was not entirely confident he could defeat Zhong Wudi. Meanwhile, although Xiaogu was being completely suppressed by Zhong Wudi, its fighting spirit only intensified. It seemed determined to go down with Zhong Wudi if necessary. Here it comes. It's the armor beast mode. Zhong Si leaped up excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Lu Wen's armor beast mode had always been his favorite, with the beast spirit dancing and the armor attaching itself, creating a breathtaking scene. However, the commentator beside him analyzed calmly. Do you know what this means? The great demon king has run out of tricks. Despite this, he had to admit, but it's already impressive. In Donghuang, which newcomer could develop such an astonishing blue-level card at this stage? I've always said, another voice chimed in, the great demon king's true talent lies in card crafting. Such a person is destined to become a major player in the card-making world. Someone scoffed. If the great demon king were willing to sell the belt inscriptions, he would probably be as rich as a nation by now. Who are you to criticize? Zhong Wudi sneered, his eyes full of disdain. All show and no substance. Except for that skeleton, there's nothing impressive. The flashy blue-level cards are just paper tigers. Lu Wen ignored the chatter, charging at his opponent like lightning. Watch me crush you, Zhong Wudi shouted, swinging his spear to counter. The air was torn apart with a piercing whistle. Faced with this formidable strike, Lu Wen neither dodged nor evaded, as if determined to go down with his opponent. Zhong Wudi smirked, thinking it had been a long time since anyone dared to underestimate him like this. Just as the spear was about to strike Lu Wen's head, a thunderous dragon roar echoed across the arena. The flame armor dragon spiraled down from the sky, its massive body coiling around Zhong Wudi's spear and body like a giant serpent. The dragon's mouth opened wide, spewing flames like a volcanic eruption, mercilessly scorching Zhong Wudi. Impossible, Zhong Wudi exclaimed, feeling the searing heat, incredulous that this armored dragon could restrain him at his full power in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Wen's Thunder Wolf spear, charged with lightning, pierced towards Zhong Wudi. Simultaneously, Xiaogu attacked from behind. Lightning and fire intertwined, sweeping across the arena, leaving charred marks in their wake, unstoppable and formidable. The pincer attack, combined with the close-range dragon's flames, caused a violent explosion that blasted a large crater in the arena. Luan and others were forced back by the shockwave, while the flame armor dragon lay curled up in a corner of the arena, barely clinging to life. He did it. The great demon king did it. Zhong Si was so excited he danced around, but his joyful expression quickly faded. Xiaogu, don't stop. Keep attacking. Lu Wen fixated on the rising smoke from the explosion's center, gripping his spear tightly as he charged again. He knew that giant-type creatures were powerhouses of stamina and stats, and until he heard the victory signal, he dared not relax for a moment. It hurts. It's heavy. I apologize. You're tougher than that, girl. Come on, keep hitting. Ha ha ha. As expected, Zhong Wudi burst out of the smoke, laughing wildly. His armor was shattered, but his momentum only increased, his eyes blood-red, like a beast that knew only battle. Blue-level rage card, just what I feared. Lu Wen gritted his teeth. He knew that once enraged, Zhong Wudi would only grow more frenzied and powerful with each hit. But at the same time, the damage Zhong Wudi took would also increase significantly, turning it into a test of who could endure the pain the longest. The flame armor dragon roared and flew out again, a sweeping tail attack aimed at Zhong Wudi. However, Zhong Wudi caught the dragon's tail, swinging it like a flail across the arena, preventing Lu Wen and Xiaogu from getting close. Seeing this, Lu Wen decisively ended the armor beast mode. The flame armor dragon dissipated into light particles, causing Zhong Wudi to stumble, nearly falling. Xiaogu seized the chance, swiftly closing in and engaging Zhong Wudi in close combat again. Lu Wen circled around, launching surprise attacks on Zhong Wudi. However, in his enraged state, Zhong Wudi became even fiercer, pinning Xiaogu down and pummeling him relentlessly. Flame dragon armor, transform. Lu Wen switched armors again, rescuing Xiaogu from Zhong Wudi's grip, taking his place to withstand Zhong Wudi's fierce assault. We can't drag this out. Xiaogu, go for a decisive strike. Lu Wen instructed while enduring Zhong Wudi's relentless attacks, tightly clinging to his opponent's waist. His mental energy was nearly depleted, and although Xiaogu was in slightly better shape, prolonging the fight would be like boiling a frog in warm water, a test of endurance that favored the berserker. Xiaogu nodded in understanding, beginning to form an enormous fireball, infusing it with a mix of various skills. Sensing the impending threat, the frenzied Zhong Wudi instinctively tried to abandon Lu Wen and lunge at the charging Xiaogu. But Lu Wen wouldn't let him have his way, employing a tenacious and shameless strategy to cling to the immensely powerful Zhong Wudi. Go, go, go. Ah. Outside the arena, Zhong Si was so overwhelmed with excitement that he was at a loss for words to express his feelings. Though his appearance was far from impressive, the Dark Overlord was giving it his all to claim victory. Lu Wen's figure flickered across the arena, each movement brimming with determination. His eyes shone with a steadfast light, seemingly narrating his journey from a disadvantaged start to becoming a top-tier card master. The audience erupted with fervent cheers. No way. The Dark Overlord might actually win. An upset. An upset. Go, Dark Overlord. The excited voices echoed, and the crowd's emotions were completely ignited. Some were already imagining replaying this spectacular duel after it concluded. That was amazing. I have to watch the replay once it's over. As the battle reached its peak, the crowd's cheers grew even louder. Win or lose, the Dark Overlord is definitely going to become a sensation, and not just in Pingyang City. Go, Dark Overlord. Luan took a deep breath, beginning to gather his most powerful technique. The air was thick with tension, as if time itself had paused. Explosive fireball blazing blade thunderstrike explosion fire element amplification tempered thunder ultimate strength technique. World annihilating thunder fire colossal grenade. As Luan chanted, a formidable energy coalesced around him. Zhong Wudi felt unprecedented pressure. His previously relentless charge towards Xiaogu suddenly halted, and he immediately thought of fleeing. It's true that rage grows stronger as health depletes, but if my health is completely drained in one go, there's no way to rage. I'd just be a corpse. Zhong Wudi thought, a sense of fear creeping over him. A determined look flashed in Luan's eyes. No way. It's come to this, and I can't let Zhong Wudi escape no matter what. Seeing that Luan might not hold Zhong Wudi for long, Xiaogu acted without delay, hurling the weapon that held all his remaining strength. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the entire arena. Having advanced to the second tier, and with several skills upgraded to LV.2, the world-annihilating Thunder Fire Colossal Grenade technique became even more formidable. A small mushroom cloud instantly enveloped the entire arena, with lightning, flames, and air blades chaotically swirling within, creating a scene both magnificent and terrifying. Through the dust, a red figure emerged. It was the flame armored dragon, battered and broken. Its original 10-meter-long body was now only half its size, yet it tenaciously carried the barely conscious Luan, hovering in the sky. Luan murmured in a daze, "Damn it, firing without asking me first. I wanted to say fire at will." Failing to deliver his final cool line, Luan felt rather disappointed. In the nick of time, Luan activated the armor beast mode, allowing the flame armor dragon to carry him to safety, sacrificing half its body to shield Luan from the explosion and air blades. In the Cardmaster world, such feats are possible, but in real combat, the flame dragon armor would be near breaking point. Proclaim me the victor, Dark Overlord. Luan's weak yet resolute voice declared the end of this thrilling battle. Leaving the card capsule, Zhong Si was ecstatic in his room. Won. We won. He cheered, his entire body brimming with excitement. The battle's intensity and passion were feelings he hadn't experienced in a long time. Is this the charm of a card master? It's really cool. On the other side, Hao Yang, who had exited from spectating, was in deep contemplation. Recalling the final moments of Luan and Zhong Wudi's clash, he was deeply impressed. This is truly the top rookie, our pride in Pingyang City, he murmured, reflecting on whether he had been too negligent in his duties. Meanwhile, Zhong Wudi exited the card capsule, laughing heartily amidst the accustomed gazes of his classmates in the elite class. Ha ha ha, that was exhilarating. This is the way to lose gloriously. The news spread like wildfire. Someone inquired in astonishment. Zhong Wudi lost? To whom? Which genius from the 4 great cities? Immediately, a commanding voice rang out. Find out who the top rookie from this year's Pingyang City is. This battle, like a bombshell, caused a massive stir in the card master world. Luan, the newcomer from Pingyang City, was beginning his legendary journey in a truly astonishing manner. After claiming the top spot in a first-tier city, Luan didn't feel much joy in victory. Instead, an overwhelming sense of crisis loomed over him. He was acutely aware that his own abilities were still far from sufficient. Defeating Zhong Wudi was more a combination of skill and a stroke of luck. Throughout the match, Luan and Xiaogu were mostly at a disadvantage. If Zhong Wudi hadn't been somewhat unhinged, giving Luan an opening, Luan would have likely been thoroughly defeated by a more composed opponent. What worried Luan even more was the presence of top-tier talents like Wan Yi, who had already reached the level of a professional cardmaster. The disparity in their abilities made Luan feel an urgent pressure. After a brief exchange with Gu Peng, Luan quickly left his club and headed home. He resolved that, since he had the talent for fusion, a near shortcut should not waste any time and must seize every moment to improve his skills. Gu Peng didn't try to persuade him to stay. Over the past few days, aside from Luan and Lin Yi, a fierce wave of solo challenges had swept through the elite class. As one of the top 10 in evaluations, Gu Peng had his share of challengers eyeing him. The Alliance tournament. We'll meet again. Luan clenched his fist, making a silent vow. In the tournament 7 days later, he was determined to make everyone see him in a new light. Meanwhile, in the training room of the elite class in Tianqiong City, a fierce sparring session was underway. Hey, did you hear? Zhong Wudi just lost 2 matches in a row. A sweaty boy panted, gloating. One was to a girl no one's heard of from Xingdu, and the other to a newcomer from Pingyang City. Opposite him was a cool, aloof boy who seemed unfazed by the 3-0 assault, even handling it with ease. Another participant, attacking the aloof boy aggressively, laughed and said, Zhong Wudi isn't all that, is he? He came looking for our leader a few days ago and got beaten badly, and now he's been knocked down by 2 nobodies. The aloof boy suddenly swung his sword, forcing all 3 opponents back, and coldly said, Who gave you permission to lose focus while sparring with me? The 3 immediately dropped their playful demeanor, looking at him in fear and repeatedly apologizing. Sorry, boss. You have no right to judge Zhong Wudi, the aloof boy continued. If any of you could withstand 3 of his strikes, I wouldn't have you here for extra practice. Lesson learned, boss, the 3 said sheepishly. One of them couldn't help but express curiosity, but who would have thought that someone from a small place like Pingyang City could defeat Zhong Wudi? And that flame armor dragon of his is so cool. I admit, his card-making skills are top-notch. The aloof boy sheathed his sword and calmly walked out of the training room, saying, Don't focus too much on others. Improving yourself is the key. The one from Pingyang City might reach the top tier, even surpass me, after going pro, but right now he's no threat. He continued to analyze. No matter how much you study blue level cards, they have their limits. After reaching the purple level, that's when this prodigy will truly shine, likely soaring to unstoppable heights. But for now, a confident gleam flashed in his eyes. I am the strongest, even in the 4 capitals. This was none other than Su Ming, the top newcomer in Tianqiong City. Soon, the news of Zhong Wudi being defeated by the newcomer from Pingyang City spread rapidly among the first-tier cities. It wouldn't have spread so quickly if not for Zhong Wudi's own actions. Laughing heartily, he inquired about the newcomer from Pingyang City and loudly proclaimed his 2 recent losses, making it hard for people not to notice. Being defeated and yet not feeling sad or angry, but instead looking foolishly happy, was probably a unique trait among newcomers throughout the entire eastern Huang country. You rascal, get home right now. Zhong Wudi's father hurriedly arrived at the association, dragging him home by the ear. Zhong Wudi, however, was still excitedly saying, Dad, it was such a thrill today. Everyone else fights so predictably, but he was like a mad dog, clinging to me and going all out. Besides myself, it's the first time I've seen someone so wild. His father gave him a couple of exasperated kicks, thinking that while his son was excellent in strength, talent, and character, his head wasn't quite right, and he wondered who he inherited that from. Pingyang City's #1 Lu Wen's name officially entered the radar of first-tier talents, including top prodigies like Wan Yi. What a poor big guy, losing again right after fighting me. A petite girl beside Wan Yi giggled. Wan Yi, looking concerned, asked, What happened on your side? You stayed so long. We were worried about you. The petite girl, with a helpless expression, explained, Oh, it was nothing, just a little unexpected incident. Who knew the elf prince would suddenly propose to me? It turned out she, like Wan Yi, had gone on a mission to the forest's secret realm of Kintai City, home to a special group of magical creatures, small, winged humanoid elves, nature's darlings. As the most nature-loving magical creatures, the elves have long been dissatisfied with the humans' forceful exploitation of the secret realm. Seizing the opportunity during the elite class assessment, they launched a surprise attack, causing considerable chaos. Just as the situation was about to escalate into a full-blown war, an unexpected twist occurred. The prince of the elves fell in love at first sight with a human girl. Amidst the back-and-forth disputes, the situation ultimately ended inconclusively. Surprisingly, the elves even compensated with a substantial amount of resources. However, this incident led to the forest's secret realm in Kintai City being listed as high risk by the headquarters of the Eastern Card Masters Association. So, how did it go on your end? It's surprising that a mere second-level secret realm would contain a treasure-level item, the petite girl asked curiously. She and Wan Yi were still relatively inexperienced and could only train in second-level secret realms, but the treasure Wan Yi acquired this time far surpassed her own finds, even more precious than most royal artifacts. Wan Yi smiled mysteriously. Second-level secret realm. Don't ask. My mission has been classified as confidential. That's serious? The girl widened her eyes in surprise. All right, go see your grandma now, my dear classmate. Wan Yi playfully changed the subject. She's been missing you, you ungrateful disciple. Isn't it because my dear Wan Bao came to see me first? The girl playfully clung to Wan Yi's arm. I'm going to see my mentor now. With that, the two of them left, chatting and laughing. The scene shifts as Lu Xian presents a video to Yishang. He's grown so fast. How far do you think he can go in the league? Yishang remained silent, his eyes reflecting deep contemplation. You always keep quiet and end up scheming behind the scenes. Lu Xian said in mock annoyance. Yishang finally spoke, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. It's tough for others to keep up with Lu Wen's pace. Lu Xian sighed deeply. Our bloodline, heritage, resources, cities like ours are indeed lacking in many aspects, but at least we have Lu Wan. Yisheng nodded in agreement and added, compared to the truly top-tier talents, others seem rather ordinary. But Lu Wan, even on a grander stage, would still shine with his own brilliance. Top talents often carry traces of others. While Luan possesses a distinct individuality, Yisheng continued his analysis. This is the resilience of a small-town genius, the sharpest edge that the so-called top-tier talents cannot overshadow. After 3 days of getting to know each other, I believe everyone has a clear idea about the candidates for our Pingyang City team, right? Ms. Xiao said solemnly, looking down at the students from the podium. The classroom was silent, but all eyes instinctively focused on a few individuals, and a slight tension filled the air. Clearing her throat, Ms. Xiao continued, I will now announce the list of candidates for the team, as determined by the association based on your performance since the start of the class. If anyone has any objections, feel free to voice them now. Her voice echoed through the room, and every student held their breath. Captain of Pingyang City Team Lu Wan. Vice Captain Qi Wan. Official members Lin Yi, Zheng Chuan, Zhang Yuan, Chun Nan. Alternates Gu Peng, Wang Qing, Li Shizhong, Zhen Ri. Ms. Xiao read the names in one breath and looked around. Does anyone have any questions? No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Yi shot up his hand. Excuse me, he declared with determination in his eyes. I want to be the captain. Ms. Xiao replied without hesitation. Request denied. Unwilling to give up, Lin Yi tried again. Then I want to be the vice captain. You're not suitable. Ms. Xiao began, but Lin Yi was already staring at her defiantly. Their eyes locked in a silent battle, and the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense, with other students holding their breaths, eager not to miss a single detail. Just when everyone thought Lin Yi might continue to argue, Ms. Xiao closed her eyes, took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing some internal impulse. She opened her eyes and said seriously, in light of Lin Yi's outstanding abilities, I appoint you as the head of the Pingyang City Team's inspection unit. You have no authority to interfere with the captain's and vice captain's decisions, but you have an independent reporting channel, directly to the top. Lin Yi's eyes lit up, and he asked, head of the inspection unit? Who are the members? Ms. Xiao replied with mock seriousness. This task is of great responsibility, and no one but you can handle it, so you are the only member. Hearing this, Lin Yi flashed a triumphant smile, casting a challenging glance at Luan before sitting down proudly. The rest of the class looked at him with a mix of helplessness and a bit of sympathy. Ms. Xiao continued to explain the rules of the league competition. The league consists of 2 stages, the duel and the team battle. Winning 2 rounds in the duel qualifies you for the team battle, where victory is decided. Conversely, if you win 5 rounds in the duel, you can skip the team battle and claim victory. She detailed the league structure and the schedule, emphasizing the importance of the team battle. There are 4 days until the selection for the league team, and during this time, the evening free activities for team members are cancelled for specialized team battle training, Ms. Xiao said with a serious tone. I hope everyone can achieve a great result and return home triumphantly for the new year. The following classes focused on preparing for the team battle in the league competition. Luan and others were not strangers to team battles, having coordinated successfully in the past to defeat a quasi-purple-level monster. However, Luan was aware that the opponents in the league would be talented individuals from other cities, and unlike the monster hordes, these teammates might not provide him with the same sense of security. Over the past 3 days, Luan had been working hard to enhance his abilities. He fully utilized his fusion talent to upgrade the blue-level skills of his Bone and Knight's Belt to LV.2, and significantly improved the proficiency of his white-level skills. He also added a Flame Jet skill to his Flame Dragon armor, greatly enhancing his mobility. However, this intense training came with side effects. Luan relied heavily on mental stamina potions, leaving him looking exhausted and showing signs of mental fatigue. Despite this, his abilities had improved significantly, preparing him well for the upcoming league competition. The Knight's Belt is a type of incomplete equipment, distinguished by its blue-grade weapon card quality. Its uniqueness lies in its ability to insert various cards to transform into armor of 5 elemental types: water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. The Flame Dragon armor exudes a blistering aura, enhancing fire elements by 20 and strengthening the body by 20. The matching Flame Dragon Greatsword is even more formidable, boosting fire elements by 50 and increasing strength by 30. Blue-grade skills include Flame Jet, Blazing Airblade, Explosion, Fire Element Amplification, Explosive Fireball, Mighty Strength, and Energy Barrier, while white-grade skills feature Burn and Slash. The Thunder Wolf armor, on the other hand, crackles with electricity, increasing lightning elements by 20 and enhancing physical strength by 20. The accompanying Thunder Wolf spear boosts lightning elements by 50, strength by 20, and speed by 10. Blue-grade skills include Thunder Sprint, Tempered Thunder, Lightning Element Amplification, Lightning Needle, Thunder Strike, Mighty Strength, and Energy Barrier, with white-grade skills such as Pierce and Sharpness. Luan is confident in his fusion talent, believing that with this ability, no one can surpass his pace of progress. As long as he quietly develops, those so-called first-class geniuses and top talents will eventually be left far behind. However, one thing deeply concerns Luan, his pet, Xiaogu, is currently in a so-called awakening state. Just a day ago, after Luan enhanced Xiaogu, a flash of golden light appeared in Xiaogu's eyes. In that brief moment of eye contact, even Luan, who had a spiritual contract with Xiaogu, felt as if his brain was struck, causing a violent upheaval in his spiritual world. Immediately after, Xiaogu fell into a deep sleep, and no matter how Luan called, he couldn't wake it up. Luan quickly scoured all related materials but found no similar records. However, regarding that flash of golden light, he had some vague and unrealistic guesses. Helplessly, he decided to bypass Teacher Xiao and others, seeking advice directly from the association president, Teacher Yi. At this critical time of preparing for the league competition, Luan's state could directly affect whether the Pingyang City team advances. Having the president personally oversee matters seemed reasonable. However, President Ye's response was rather vague, simply instructing Luan to stay at the Card Master Association for the next few days and not to go home. This made Luan almost suspect that his extraordinary talent had caught the attention of some evil organization. In class, Luan listened intently while closely monitoring Xiaogu's condition. In his spiritual world, Xiaogu lay quietly asleep, but the ghostly fire in its eye sockets had turned into a sacred and domineering golden flame, with a faint crimson light hovering over its chest. Xiaogu's appearance had changed significantly. While Luan was focused on taking notes, an unexpected event occurred. A scarlet vortex suddenly appeared in Luan's spiritual space. Realizing this change, Luan's eyes turned bloodshot, and he abruptly stood up from his seat, startling his classmates and the teacher. "Luan, is there a problem?" the teacher asked in confusion from the podium. But Luan had no intention of answering, or rather, he couldn't spare any attention for the outside world at this moment. The spiritual world is the supreme domain of a card master and the foundation of all. If something goes wrong in the spiritual world, one could lose their identity as a card master, or even their life. Luan immediately mobilized all the power within his spiritual space to counterattack. In his spiritual world, Luan's power should be amplified 100-fold or more. Yet, his counterattack was futile. The scarlet vortex continued to swirl in his spiritual world, seemingly searching for something. As the vortex drew closer to Xiaogu, Luan grew even more frantic. He hurriedly attempted to materialize Xiaogu to remove it from the space, only to see the vortex, moving faster than he could react, envelop Xiaogu and then both vanished from the spiritual world. Luan was horrified to realize that the unknown entity had pinpointed Xiaogu's location through the mental energy fluctuations he generated while trying to summon it, and then whisked it away at a speed faster than his summoning. In his own spiritual world, Luan was utterly powerless to resist. Staring at the now empty spiritual world, Luan dashed out of the classroom. He needed to find Teacher Yi immediately. Xiaogu was missing. In the city of Pingyang, if anyone intended to harm Luan, the only person he could turn to for help was Chairman Yi. Luan was well aware that Chairman Yi not only possessed extraordinary power but also stood at the pinnacle of authority in Pingyang. Only he had the capability to protect him. However, a terrifying thought crossed Luan's mind: if even Chairman Yi wanted to harm him, then there might be no place left for him in all of Pingyang. Even though the bizarre vortex hadn't directly harmed him, Luan was equally concerned about Xiaogu's safety. He rushed towards Chairman Ye's office, flinging the door open with force. "What's the matter?" Yisheng immediately put down the documents in his hand upon seeing Luan's terrified face and quickly approached him. His broad hand rested on Luan's shoulder, sending a warm, calming energy that soothed Luan's anxious nerves. Luan first displayed a look of despair. He had been attacked within the Card Master Association, right under Chairman Ye's watch, yet he had been unaware. What worried him even more was the formidable force that had appeared in his mental space, one he couldn't resist. Luan was unsure if Chairman Yi truly had the power to help him recover Xiaogu. "Xiaogu is missing." Luan tried to stay calm, speaking with a heavy heart. "I can't even sense our soul contract anymore." "Explain. What happened?" Yisheng asked in a serious tone. Luan quickly recounted the sudden appearance of the Crimson Vortex and Xiaogu's abduction, watching Yisheng intently. Even if Yisheng couldn't solve it, he could request assistance from higher authorities. Surprisingly, Yisheng seemed relieved after hearing the story. Or was it a sigh? "Teacher, what does this mean?" Luan asked, puzzled. "Don't worry for now. Xiaogu isn't in immediate danger. Let's talk as we walk." "We shouldn't waste time," Yisheng said, heading towards the door, with Luan hurrying to follow. "Originally, you weren't supposed to know about this due to the level of secrecy, but since you're already involved, There's no way to keep it from you, Yisheng said with a hint of resignation. Do you remember the changes in the magical creatures during the assessment? I remember. Their behavior was completely illogical. Wasn't that set up by the association? Luan asked, confused. We don't have that kind of power, Yisheng replied with a bitter smile. Actually, what you saw was the logical behavior. Logical? How is that possible? Luan was astonished. As a student of the elite class, he had some understanding of these deeper matters. Yisheng explained, the secret realm doesn't have a king anymore. The newcomer assessment was just a cover, and the establishment of the elite class was a convenient excuse to open the secret realm on a large scale. The real plan from above is the new king project, which you don't need to know much about. The associations in various cities have sent the king's artifact into the secret realm. The artifact will choose a new king, which is why the magical creature's behavior changed, becoming organized to welcome the new king. A new king. What does this have to do with Xiao Gu? Luan felt a sense of foreboding, filled with deep concern. You've probably guessed, haven't you? During the last assessment, your Xiao Gu earned the right to undertake the king's trial in the secret realm. With a heavy heart, Luan arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Yisheng slowly said, that's all I can tell you. If your Xiao Gu can pass the first trial, I don't know what changes will occur, but it will definitely become stronger. Luan couldn't help but recall the state Xiao Gu was in during its previous awakening. As Yisheng finished speaking, the door to the secret realm slowly opened, and a gentle light enveloped them, transporting them into the secret realm. They arrived in a special area within the secret realm, Yisheng expressionless as he said, according to the terms of the agreement, I have the right to monitor the selection and appointment of the new king. But the agreement only allows for one person. Who is he? The beautiful vampire in front of Yisheng raised her slender, pale finger, pointing leisurely at Luan. At that moment, Luan felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Luan was certain that if she wished, she could kill him and Chairman Yi in an instant. Yes, even Chairman Yi. Just a glance, a mere gesture, and Luan felt as though he was plummeting into an endless chasm, an indescribable fear nearly crushing his mental world. Even Chairman Yi was no match for this female vampire. Isn't the Pingyang secret realm a second-level realm? How can there be such a terrifying presence? Luan thought in shock. It didn't collapse. Does he have the budding form of a king's will? The beautiful vampire seemed slightly surprised, but soon lost interest in this ant. She gracefully lifted the hem of her medieval-style dress and gave Yisheng a slight bow. You are the king's esteemed guest. We are pleased to have you here for the new king's selection, but please refrain from bringing unrelated individuals. One of the candidates for the new king is his companion beast, so he naturally has the right to attend, Yisheng replied calmly. Luan felt the vanished attention return to him, this time with a more intense and frenzied intent to kill. The beautiful vampire approached him slowly, her alabaster nose sniffing lightly at his neck. What should have been a tantalizing scene instead made Luan feel as if he were plunged into an icy abyss, teetering on the edge of a blade. The vampire's cold breath brushed against his neck, sending a shiver down his spine. Aren't you going to intervene, Teacher Yi? Luan couldn't help but plead for help. Where's the security of having a guild leader? The vampire bared her sharp fangs, her voice chilling. The equal contract is barely acceptable, but I still want to kill you. At this critical moment, Yisheng stepped between the two. You have no right to interfere with this person's life, he said coldly. If you make any reckless moves, the headquarters of the Eastern Emperor's Summoner Guild can declare war at any time. One secret realm more or less doesn't matter. These words were meant not only to protect Luan, but also because the Eastern Emperor would never agree to a new ruler emerging from a secret realm prone to crossing boundaries. Moreover, if a summoner's beast could become king, it would align more with the guild's intentions. The vampire snorted coldly. You may proceed. Then she gave Luan a malevolent look. Kid, I wish you a long life. Luan couldn't help but feel a chill. To the long-lived undead, wishing someone a long life was akin to a curse. The three followed the vampire into another mysterious space. Before them, a massive arena unfolded. Dozens of undead lay still on the platform, resembling lifeless corpses, though they were indeed walking corpses. Guided by the soul contract, Luan quickly spotted Xiao Gu among the many undead below. Yisheng found a casual spot on the empty stands above and sat down. Take a seat. We cannot interfere with the selection of a new king. Luan sat next to Yisheng, puzzled. What is the first trial test? It's not unknown combat, is it? He swallowed nervously. At a glance, many of those creatures exuded terrifying auras, likely on par with master-level summoners. If it came to fighting, Xiao Gu might not even leave behind a trace. Don't worry, Yisheng reassured him. The first trial tests strength of will, not combat against other creatures. You just need to withstand the aura of the king's artifact without breaking down. He paused, then added. As for whether it's dangerous, that depends on how strong your skeleton archmage's resolve is. Luan had a vague understanding of the mysterious concept of force. It was said to be something only sovereign-level magical creatures or master-level card masters could comprehend. In the entire city of Pingyang, it seemed that only President Yi, President Liu, and one of Li Bawang's sovereign-level pet beasts had mastered this power. As Luan pondered, he attempted to summon Xiao Gu back to the spiritual realm. However, every attempt felt like hitting an invisible wall, repeatedly failing. Although the new king's trial appeared to offer many benefits, Luan dared not put Xiao Gu at risk. He firmly believed that, with his own abilities, he could reach such heights alongside Xiao Gu. If they possessed the strength of someone like President Yi, Luan wouldn't mind letting Xiao Gu try. But the reality was that Xiao Gu was still too weak. Compared to the dozens of powerful magical creatures in the arena, it was simply fragile. This trial was far too daunting for Xiao Gu. At that moment, a beautiful vampire gave Luan a cold glare and sternly warned, "The new king's trial has begun and cannot be stopped. Stop your little tricks. If you interfere with the selection, not even 100 of you would be enough to die." Luan realized that trying to remove Xiao Gu from the trial area was seen by her as breaking the agreement and a blatant provocation. Yisheng understood Luan's concerns and gently reassured him, "All we can do now is wait." He then added, "It's not surprising you haven't noticed since you don't really understand force. In fact, your Xiao Gu already comprehended force during the battle with the quasi-purple level magical creature." "Really?" Luan was incredulous. "Isn't this supposed to be a skill only sovereign-level and master-level beings can comprehend?" Yisheng patiently explained, "Card masters and magical creatures are categorized based on their spiritual power into novice Ganon fodder, official extraordinary, professional commander, elite general, master sovereign, king overlord, and legend totem. At the legendary level, they are already elusive big shots on this planet. It's said there might be levels beyond that, but their existence is uncertain." In the assessment, Xiao Gu was only at the first tier, undeniably cannon fodder level. Luan murmured, "Levels are not absolute barriers," Yisheng continued. "In reality, only individuals with king overlord potential can possibly comprehend force. You can think of it as a stepping stone to the 6th tier. However, your Xiao Gu comprehending force at this stage is indeed miraculous. In this regard, it's even more extraordinary than you, and more terrifying than the geniuses of the 4 capitals. Of course, this might also be because you've given it immense confidence. After all, force is essentially a form of belief." "Belief?" Luan pondered. "Exactly, the belief of invincible with me, unmatched under heaven," Yisheng stated emphatically. Luan fell into deep thought. Invincible belief? Where's the standard? Even someone as powerful as President Yi couldn't claim to be invincible, not even at the master level, let alone the vampire who could effortlessly annihilate them. President Yi mentioned giving Xiao Gu confidence? The only thing Luan could think of was his fusion talent. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Luan's mind. Could the so-called king's belief be the confidence born from one's own strength, the conviction in one's potential and future? In that moment, it felt like enlightenment struck him. Why were all the formidable talents among newcomers so full of themselves? It turns out that youthful arrogance is indeed the stepping stone to becoming a king overlord. If you're not confident, not arrogant, and don't put on a show, how can you be invincible? How can you be unmatched under heaven? How can you become a peerless king? Damn, I always thought I should be more reserved, have the grace of an exceptional genius, but now it seems Xiao Gu, Lin Yi, and Zhong Wudi see more clearly and have a longer vision than I do. What's there to be shy about? If you're strong, act. If you're weak, bide your time. After biding your time, act again. I'm a transmigrator. I have fusion talent. What am I afraid of? Given time, with my fusion, what king or legend isn't at my fingertips? Xiao Gu was once just an ordinary white-level card, and I've strengthened it into a fearsome demon king, a bone king. How can I not be a little arrogant? I'm the real demon king. Everything else is nothing. You may not know it, but I do. I'm practically cheating. I might be weak now, but give me a couple of years, and I'll crush them all. I'm the invincible one. What do you have to compete with me?" In an instant, Luan felt his mind clear, his thoughts free, and his spirit, energy, and essence aligned. His spiritual world roared like thunder. Deep within Luan's spiritual world, there lay a hidden golden vortex. He discovered it while exploring his ever-expanding spiritual realm after advancing to the 2nd tier. This golden vortex seemed to represent his fusion talent, and whenever Luan activated his talent, the vortex would slowly rotate. Now, with the turmoil in his spiritual world, the golden vortex began to move on its own. A terrifying suction emanated from within, and his spiritual world suddenly squeezed out scattered golden light points like a sponge. In Luan's mental realm, golden specks flickered, evoking memories of Xiao Gu's eyes, which had glowed with golden light during its awakening. He recalled Yisheng's explanation and speculated that these might be remnants of Xiao Gu's power, not fully dissipated due to their soul contract. The specks were gradually absorbed by a vortex, and soon the golden light spread throughout the mental realm, merging with the budding kingly will within Luan. In his imagination, a golden throne symbolizing invincibility stood at the center of the world, radiating a holy and domineering light, rendering his mental realm magnificently dazzling. Yishang observed Luan suddenly fall into a trance, then a flash of gold surged into his eyes as a kingly will soared skyward. This sight not only astonished Yishang, but also caught the attention of a beautiful vampire nearby. Yishang was taken aback, wondering, how did Luan suddenly comprehend this force and awaken a kingly will? Could my casual comments have triggered this? He began to suspect he might possess extraordinary teaching talents. This thought invigorated him, and his own grasp of the force advanced unexpectedly. The beautiful vampire glanced disdainfully at the two, who appeared foolishly delighted, and shook her head. She floated midair to the arena's center, suspending a crimson gem beneath the dome. Creatures in the arena began to awaken, with Xiaogu looking around in confusion. Suddenly, it sensed the soul contracts thrill and locked eyes with Luan's vacant stare. Xiaogu silently mused. Master is indeed impressive, effortlessly merging abilities to such an exhilarating extent, though at the cost of intelligence. In the moment Xiaogu was distracted, the crimson gem unleashed a torrent of blood energy, enveloping the entire arena like a cage. The oppressive force struck directly at the heart, making Xiaogu feel like a lone boat in a vast ocean facing terrifying 100-meter waves, utterly losing any will to resist. This is impossible. How can there be such a powerful being? I can't possibly defeat him, Xiaogu thought in despair. In an instant, its resolve was like a small boat capsized by waves, teetering on the brink. Yisheng stood up abruptly, shouting anxiously, "What's happening with Xiaogu?" Luan looked tensely at the arena, sensing Xiaogu's dire state through their faint soul contract. Yisheng explained, "Its comprehension of the force is too brief, its proficiency insufficient. The kingly will alone can't sustain the release of the weapon's force. Xiaogu likely can't endure this trial." Luan's face turned ashen at these words, his heart aching. He tried again to summon Xiaogu back to his mental space, but found it impossible. "Is there any way to help Xiaogu?" Luan asked urgently. Yisheng hesitated. "There's no way. Or maybe there is, but I don't want you to try it." In his desperation, Luan's eyes inadvertently gleamed with gold, a kingly pressure emanating towards Yisheng. Yisheng forced a wry smile, softening his own force to avoid harming Luan. Seeing Yisheng's reluctance, Luan even considered jumping into the arena to rescue Xiaogu. At this moment, the beautiful vampire suspended in the air spoke. "What you're thinking now is the only solution." She watched Luan with interest. Yisheng was instantly furious, unleashing a kingly pressure towards the sky. The vampire casually waved it away, her effortless manner deepening Yisheng's frown. "What do you mean?" Luan asked the vampire. The vampire explained, "You've already signed a soul contract with it, making you essentially one entity. Plus, you've grasped the force, barely qualifying you to participate in the trial." Yisheng immediately warned, "Think carefully. Unless the secret realm violates the rules first, I can't interfere with the new king's trial. If you choose to help Xiaogu endure the trial, once you fail, even I can't bring you back." Luan felt a tightening in his chest. The vampire sneered, "If you lack the resolve to live and die with it, you're unworthy of a contract with a future king. In that case, letting that little skeletal grand mage perish here is quite fitting. How can a lowly human coexist with a king?" Luan clutched his chest. Beneath his clothes lay a dull spirit stone pendant. Xiaogu was the pet brought forth by this spirit stone, his first successful card creation. When life gives you a cheat code, play it safe when you must, charge ahead when you can. Luan resolved inwardly. From the battle with Zhong Wudi, it was clear that Luan, seemingly docile, was, at heart, a slightly eccentric daredevil. This was why Yisheng hesitated to reveal the solution. "Armor fusion," Luan shouted. Yisheng wanted to stop him but was met with a warning glance from the vampire. "Now that he's decided to join the new king's trial, he's a participant, and you can't interfere unless Donghuang plans to breach the agreement first." "So that's your plan." Yisheng clenched his fists, eyes filled with rage. The vampire sneered, "Had you not brought outsiders, or advised him earlier to dissolve the contract with the new king candidate, this little one wouldn't be in danger. Do you really think we don't know what you humans are scheming?" Luan transformed into the Thunder Wolf armor, activating the Armor Beast mode, and rode the Flame Armor Dragon, diving from the stand straight into the Crimson Prison. "It's just force, just conviction. I am cheating. Who can stop me?" Luan shouted inwardly. As Luan staggered into the prison, the flames of the Flame Armor Dragon suddenly extinguished. The once majestic dragon armor fell to the ground like lifeless scrap metal, dissolving into specks of red light that vanished into thin air. The Thunder Wolf armor fared no better. It barely maintained its form with the remnants of Luan's aura, sputtering like a short-circuiting appliance. At that moment, Luan finally understood the immense pressure Xiaogu had previously endured. The overwhelming force felt like an insurmountable mountain, leaving him breathless. Faced with this abyss of power, Luan was like a lone boat adrift in a vast ocean, unable to find a direction forward or a path back. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a thought flickered like a beacon in the darkness, anchoring his last shred of consciousness. I have a cheat. This idea became his lifeline, and Luan repeated it desperately in his mind. With my cheat, I'm invincible. After several minutes of self-encouragement, Luan managed to open his eyes. Upon entering the prison, his soul contract with Xiaogu was instantly restored. He immediately conveyed his belief through the contract. A Yucca master with a cheat is as good as you having one. The previously lifeless Xiaogu responded weakly. Kata? Seeing this glimmer of hope, Luan doubled his efforts. With a cheat, we're unbeatable. All those so-called masters, vampires, guild leaders, and the invincible Zhong are trash. No one can stand against us. Everyone else is garbage. A faint flame reignited in Xiaogu's eye sockets, a hint of golden light flickering within. It seemed to realize something, letting out a sudden roar. The battle spirit reignited within it. Luan joined in with an excited roar, both of them encouraging each other with fervor. However, once the excitement subsided, the harsh reality returned. Luan realized that this king's artifact seemed to exert pressure based on the power gap. Even the minimum pressure was beyond what Xiaogu could endure alone. Only by sharing it through their soul contract and bolstering their will with the cheat could they barely hold on. But this state was unsustainable. Their mental strength would eventually deplete. The trial's duration was unknown, and if they were exhausted at the last moment, it would be a complete failure. Suddenly, an idea struck Luan. Since the trial's vortex could directly enter his mental space and seize Xiaogu, what if he voluntarily brought Xiaogu back into his mental space now? Would the pressure follow it inside? It was a risky and bold thought, as the mental world, though powerful, was also incredibly fragile. In this realm, a Yucca master could wield extraordinary power, but any mishap could lead to instant demise. Xiaogu, extend a finger inside first. Let's test it out, Luan instructed. Although Xiaogu didn't fully understand, it complied. As soon as part of its finger vanished, a faint force seeped into Luan's mental space. However, his invincible throne merely glowed slightly, pushing the force into a corner where it trembled. Seeing the effect, Luan was overjoyed. Keep going, Xiaogu, slowly and carefully. Don't rush. Xiaogu nodded stiffly, cautiously proceeding. Under the influence of the soul contract, Xiaogu was almost a co-master of Luan's mental world. While its power boost wasn't as dramatic as Luan's, suppressing this force was certainly manageable. As Xiaogu slowly moved, the powerful aura gradually shifted into Luan's mental world. Amplified hundreds of times, Xiaogu easily controlled this intimidating force, as if manipulating a puppet at will. The overwhelming pressure on Luan and Xiaogu was instantly halved, significantly reducing the strain. With just a sliver of focus, Xiaogu managed to suppress the force within Luan's mental world, allowing him to fully assist Luan in dealing with the remaining pressure. Yisheng witnessed this scene and exhaled a sigh of relief. He silently praised them, thinking, I never expected them to come up with such a method to counter the trial's pressure. They truly are my students. I've taught them well. With the trial lasting half a day, they should barely make it through. However, Yisheng harbored a question. Why had their kingly will suddenly become so powerful? Though the kingly will doesn't necessarily make the force stronger, it enhances its quality. This was the key to them turning the situation around. Yisheng understood that the kingly will isn't something one can simply imagine into existence. It requires a foundation in reality. Typically, this foundation comes from strength. The stronger one is, the more confident they become, and thus, the stronger their kingly will. Facing the terrifying force of the kingly artifact, it was normal for Luan and Xiaogu to feel overwhelmed, doubt their own strength, and experience a collapse of their kingly will, leading to the breakdown of their force. Yisheng mused to himself, could these rookies really think they can now rush forward and showcase their skills after this trial? He usually seems quite cautious, but does he really have such a strong kingly spirit? After hours of this baptism, the Crimson Gem finally ceased its outpouring of force, and the blood-red prison dissipated. On the arena, the magical creatures began to awaken, though a full 4/5 remained in eternal slumber. Suddenly, Luan felt several aggressive gazes upon him, a dangerous aura looming. Oomph! Chairman Yi let out a cold snort, and an endless kingly force descended like a colossal palm. This wasn't an artifact that automatically adjusted its power. If it struck with full force, half of the remaining creatures would likely be lost. Even if you're a guest, I can still get angry, you know? The beautiful vampire woman exhaled a cloud of blood mist, blocking Yisheng's force. She coldly remarked, since he's passed the trial, He's officially a candidate for the new king. I won't let them harm him in the slightest. I can at least offer this sincerity." With that, she waved her hand, and Luan was transported to the viewing platform. With the danger gone, Luan was overwhelmed with joy. Kingly skill. Kingly skill, he thought excitedly. Their force, having been tempered by the kingly artifact, had skipped the initial stages and directly awakened a kingly skill. At the initial stage of mastering Sure, one can only unleash a moderate mental shock, causing temporary dizziness in the enemy. As proficiency increases, practitioners will eventually awaken a king's skill. Although the initial king's skill is only at the blue level, it can be strengthened and even upgraded as one's Sure grows. Remarkably, the scope of Sure expands from a single target attack to a group deterrence, greatly enhancing its power. Luan and Xiaogu excitedly discovered that upon reaching the king's skill stage, the color of their Sure could change based on their mental attributes. Lu Wen's Sure remained a dazzling gold, while Xiaogu's turned into a deep black. Xiaogu underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into an unprecedented demon species recorded in the Eastern Empire. It embarked on a unique evolutionary path, becoming an aberrant species with a 50 boost in undead skills. Although undead skills are not elemental and cannot benefit from weapon elemental enhancements, they still receive a 20 magic boost. This means Xiaogu's king's skill, the Undead Legion summoning, has been significantly enhanced. Now, it can summon 34 white-level creatures and 5 blue-level creatures, with a notable increase in the probability of mutations. These are genuine second-tier combat forces. Not to be outdone, Luan awakened his own king's skill Invincible Throne. This blue-level LV.1 group enhancement skill can summon the Phantom of a Throne and release its blessing, improving the attributes of 50 marked beings within its range. The complementary nature of their king's skills transformed what seemed like a hopeless team battle into one full of promise. Faces of opponents like Lin Yi flashed through Lu Wen's mind, and he couldn't wait to confront them and use his newly awakened king's skill to prove his prowess. Back at the association, Yisheng simply reminded Lu Wen not to become arrogant. Lu Wen took it to heart, pondering, "Seize opportunities when they arise, and play it safe when necessary." This is his philosophy of life. Unless it's time to show off, be proud if you can, be humble if you can't. Flexibility is key. After Lu Wen left, Yisheng excitedly slammed the table and exclaimed, "We have a shot at the league championship." Lu Wen's awakening of 2 king skills seemed tailor-made for team battles. Yisheng even joked about stepping in himself if Lu Wen couldn't carry the team, confident that students from Pingyang City and the Huazhong Alliance would shine on the battlefield. As night fell, Lu Wen was intercepted by Hao Liang, who had been waiting for some time. With a hint of melancholy, Hao Liang reminded Lu Wen that teacher Xiao and the others were waiting for him to train. Sensing Hao Liang's mood, Lu Wen patted his shoulder in comfort and hurried to the simulation room. Once everyone had gathered, teacher Xiao announced the start of training. They all entered the simulation capsules and logged into the simulation world. Teacher Xiao explained, "Today, we'll start with a man vs. machine simulation battle against 10 blue-level creatures. I want to see how well you work together." The 6 official members appeared on the arena, facing 2 skeletal knights, 2 skeletal mages, 2 skeletal archers, 2 werewolves, and 2 vampires. The intense simulation battle was about to begin. They were quite familiar opponents by now. 10 blue-level monsters appeared in the arena. Although they posed no real threat to Luan and his team, they were determined to showcase their abilities to teacher Xiao by winning impressively. All eyes were on Luan, waiting for the captain's tactical plan. Luan assigned the tasks concisely. Zhang Yuan will take the lead. Qian Nan will engage the front line. Qiwen will lie in ambush. Zhang Chuan will act as the situation demands, while Lin Yi and I will provide support from the rear. Even against opponents of this caliber, clear roles were crucial. The 6 quickly adjusted their positions. As the countdown ended, the 10 ferocious blue-level monsters charged at them. Chun Nan swiftly switched weapons, wielding a rock shield in each hand. As he brought his arms together, the shields fused into a massive barrier resembling a mountain. He slammed it down, pinning a charging werewolf and blocking the other monsters' attacks. The other team members took their positions, ready to engage. Lin Yi, with bow drawn, prepared a flaming arrow. Just at this critical moment, teacher Xiao's voice rang out, "You should also pay attention. You'll all take turns in the upcoming rounds, so get familiar with the team's combat mode." Hearing this, Gu Pang and the others watched the arena intently. However, just as Lin Yi and the team were about to launch their offensive, a sudden change occurred. A black light and a golden light burst forth from behind them. A dense array of black vortexes appeared at their feet, while a golden throne phantom, inscribed with the words "Invincible," materialized behind Luan. Immediately, over 30 undead monsters crawled out of the black vortex, clawing their way towards the opposing side. To their astonishment, some of these creatures were mutated. Lin Yi and the others were left dumbfounded, unsure of how to react. Empowered by the invincible throne, even white-level monsters could hold their own against the opponents. especially the mutated giant werewolf, which tore through the enemy ranks like a relentless machine. As the summoned creatures wreaked havoc, the black and gold lights erupted once more, transforming into an invisible wave that swept across the arena. The opposing monsters froze in place, only to be torn apart by the summoned beasts. Lin Yi, Qi Wan, Zheng Chuan, Zhang Yuan, Chun Nan, along with Gu Peng, Wang Qing, Li Shizhong, and Zhen Ri, all turned to Teacher Xiao in astonishment. Their eyes were filled with questions, silently asking, "Is this what you meant by team cooperation?" Teacher Xiao's eyes were wider than those of his students. The suffocating aura of power just now was undeniably a genuine manifestation of Shi. What astonished him even more was that Xiaogu and Luan had both comprehended Shi and awakened their king skills simultaneously. And at such a young age and at their current level, the gap between their displayed strength and their actual stage was simply unbelievable. Teacher Xiao shook his head with a wry smile, thinking he might not be able to stay around these prodigies much longer, or else he'd be left in perpetual shock. Shi was a realm he hadn't even dared to dream of reaching. Suppressing his inner amazement, Teacher Xiao resumed a serious expression. "Training continues. Luan, come over here. The rest of you, take turns." Luan approached the corner of the stands, meeting Teacher Xiao's eyes, which were filled with surprise. Embarrassed, he explained, I just grasped it today. I wanted to test its effect and couldn't hold back." Luan knew he genuinely wanted to experiment, but also couldn't deny a bit of showing off. He hadn't expected the king's skill to be even more impressive than he had imagined. Teacher Xiao took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Indeed, it is sure. Luan, you are not destined for mediocrity. Because of you, Pingyang City will surely secure a spot in the Alliance tournament." In Teacher Xiao's eyes, for someone to comprehend Shi at the official level of a card master, Luan was undeniably one of the top talents in Donghuang country. Besides some theoretical knowledge, there wasn't much more he could teach Luan. No wonder the kid frequently visited the president's office. Only a master-level card master was qualified to be his mentor. Luan modestly replied, Xiao Gu and I are still at a low level, and the current Shi doesn't have much power, just equivalent to 2 blue-level skills. We're still a bit behind top-tier talents in terms of combat strength. With their current mental strength, they couldn't fully utilize the various miraculous effects of Shi. Although the deterrence was roughly equivalent to an indefensible blue-level group mental attack skill, plus a king skill, compared to geniuses like Wan Yi, who were already professional card masters, there was indeed a significant gap. Teacher Xiao shook his head and said earnestly, "A temporary lead doesn't prove much. Your potential is far greater than theirs." He paused, and his expression turned serious. "Although this request might be difficult for young people like you, I hope you can keep Shi hidden for now and showcase it during the Alliance tournament." Teacher Xiao understood well that for young people like Luan, not showing off their skills was almost as unbearable as being killed. However, Shi and the King skill would be the key to their team's success in the Alliance tournament. If kept as a secret weapon, they could indeed make a stunning impact. Luan readily agreed. No problem, no problem. After all, he had already shown off enough. Hiding it for a while wouldn't hurt. Luan then returned to the arena to continue training. As time passed, their opponents grew increasingly challenging, eventually consisting entirely of mutated species, even those terrifying among the mutants, capable of giving Luan a run for his money without using the King's skill. When the difficulty became extreme, Teacher Xiao allowed Luan to use Shi and the King's skill, spending nearly half of the training time refining tactics to complement Luan. The one-man pivot tactic, Teacher Xiao told the other team members, learn from this. When this tactic starts, it doesn't matter who else is on the field besides Luan. Gu Peng and the others exchanged bewildered looks, wondering what kind of tactic this was. Whack-a-mole? Hit where it lights up? The arena was in chaos, with Xiao Gu's undead army summoning more under the Invincible Throne's boost, resembling a human wave tactic. Lin Yi and the others' only tactic was to outnumber the enemy, charging wherever there were monsters in sight, mostly 5-yenon or 6-yenon. Although most were only white level, combined with Lin Yi and the others' strength and occasional full-field deterrence, the effect was entirely different. Teacher Xiao and the others could only silently marvel at the spectacle. No wonder it's a king's skill. After the training, everyone except Luan left the simulation room in a daze. Some elite class students still lingering in the simulation room thought it was because their training was too harsh. Gu Peng opened his mouth, wanting to say something but swallowed it back. Damn, there's a gag order. Can't talk. At that moment, Lu Xian appeared in the elite class, calling Luan out of the post-training meeting. Luan, come over here. Luan eagerly trotted out. For the past 3 days, the mental potions he used were mostly personally sponsored by the wealthy President Lu, who also broke protocol to increase the quota for his card enhancement materials. As the overall head of the elite class, managing all its resources, President Lu was practically Luan's financial backer. Lu Xian personally opened the car door for Luan, saying, in 3 days, we'll compete for the Alliance representative team. Tomorrow, the Alliance is organizing a meeting for the team captains from each city in Yuan City. You'll come with me tonight. Luan sat in the back seat and cautiously asked, will there be fights? He doubted they'd gather all the city captains just for a chat. Lu Xan chuckled. There might be some small competitions, but they probably won't have you fight directly. That's for the Alliance tournament. He shifted the topic, squinting his eyes and asking, I heard from Old Yi that you comprehended, sure? Luan humbly replied, thanks to Teacher Yi. However, upon hearing this, Lu Xian's expression changed, showing displeasure, making Lu Wen tense up. Uho, did I say something wrong? Just then, Lu Wen's phone chimed with a notification. He opened it to see a compressed file sent by President Lu. Lu Xian casually said, here are some insights I've gained over the years on honing Sure, along with some demonstration videos on basic Sure applications. You can take a good look at them after we return tomorrow. Lu Wen was overjoyed. Thank you, Teacher Lu. Thinking to himself, President Lu was straightforward, unlike President Yi, who liked to play mysterious. Initially, seeing President Lu always squinting, he thought he was a cunning and dangerous man, but he turned out to be so upright. The journey to Yuan City will take a few hours. Since you just finished training, you should rest first. Lu Xian shifted his tone, squinting with a mischievous smile. If you dare embarrass Pingyang City at tomorrow's captain meeting, I guarantee you won't want to know the consequences. Luan was so startled he shivered and immediately promised, I'll complete the mission, silently retracting his previous thought. Squinty eyes are indeed dangerous. Meanwhile, in a certain chat group, Dominant One, is everyone on their way? World in a slit. Already on the road. Cloud barrier. Little White Dragon, are you ready with everything? Little White Dragon. Relax, they'll definitely be surprised. Turns to wind. Little White Dragon. Be careful and watch your limits. Little White Dragon. Trust me, I've got this. Vigorous Rooster. It's because you're handling it that I'm worried. Cloud barrier. My heart is an ice wall. Please keep an eye on things. My heart is an ice wall. Will do. Boom. Lu Wen was jolted awake by a thunderous noise, his eyes snapping open. A streak of green light shot across the silent night sky like a meteor, instantly melting the car window. Before the driver could even scream, the green light pierced through his skull, sending blood splattering everywhere. Lu Wen's mind went blank, unable to comprehend the scene before him. A terrorist attack? Is the target me, or President Lu? Lu Wen had no time to ponder as more green lights rained down from the night sky like a meteor shower. Lu Xian swiftly grabbed Lu Wen and dashed out of the car. You go first. They're probably after you. In Lu Xian's hand, a crimson longbow appeared out of thin air. With a gentle pull, 1,000 blood-red arrows soared upwards, colliding fiercely with the green lights in the sky, creating brilliant sparks above the city's neon lights. Armor Beast Mode. Activate. The Thunder Armor Wolf unleashed its full power, carrying Lu Wen like a bolt of lightning as it fled into the distance. With the wind howling, Lu Wen glanced back to see the dazzling explosions, but President Lu's figure was no longer discernible. He dared not think further, knowing this level of battle was beyond his capability. Suddenly, the Thunder Armor Wolf let out a low growl. Lu Wen focused and saw a dozen figures appearing ahead, slowly closing in. In this critical moment, Lu Wen couldn't trust anyone, immediately unleashing his sovereign's intimidation. A golden wave swept out like a storm, leaving the approaching figures in a daze. Thankfully, they're not very strong. Lu Wen sighed in relief, realizing these blockers were at most second tier in strength and of average level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so easily intimidated. Over 30 black vortices emerged around him, summoning undead creatures that immediately charged at those trying to approach. After breaking through the encirclement, Lu Wen didn't relax for a moment, speeding through the night. He pulled out his phone to call President Yi for help, but he couldn't get through, deepening his sense of despair. Not bad at all. The voice seemed to come from right beside him, though no one was there. Lu Wen felt as if his heart was being gripped, his life no longer in his control, utterly powerless. His vision went black, and he lost consciousness completely. I was trying not to harm you too much, but you nearly escaped. I can't underestimate you, even if I wanted to. A shadowy figure emerged from the darkness, effortlessly dispelling the protective Thunder Wolf armor and hoisting Lu Wen onto their shoulder. Lu Xian descended from the sky, a few scorch marks still visible on him. You didn't hold back just now, did you? What? Looking to settle a personal score? The shadowy figure chuckled. Heh, opportunities to catch you off guard are rare, so I had to make the most of it. I'm taking him with me. Your city of Pingyang has quite the prodigious talent. Make sure to treat him well, Lu Xian replied with a smile. With that, the figure vanished with Lu Wen. The resurrected driver arrived with the car, taking Lu Xian away from the scene. Hey, where am I? Let me out of here. The clanking of chains woke Lu Wen. He looked around, finding himself in a prison-like room, with heavy shackles binding his hands and feet. I can't use my cards? Are these ancient nether stone shackles? Lu Wen's heart sank. The ancient nether stone could sever the mental connection between a card master and their card slots, preventing them from using their card shackles designed specifically for imprisoning card master criminals. No need to guess. They are indeed ancient nether stone. A deep voice came from the opposite cell. The people who captured us likely have official backing and considerable influence. Lu Wen looked over, seeing a disheveled young man lying calmly on a bed. You're the last of us 7 to be caught, the only female prisoner said, looking at Lu Wen with curiosity. Let me guess, you're the top newcomer in Pingyang City, right? Hello, I'm Lu Wen replied, glancing at the cell diagonally across from him, feeling a sense of familiarity with the person inside. Hey, you don't remember me, do you? The person, seeing Lu Wen's confusion, burst into anger. Don't think just because you beat me once you can look down on me and push it. Let's all introduce ourselves, the female prisoner suggested. I'm Lu Chi, the top newcomer from Moluo City. Lin Yang, top newcomer from Yunlei City. Lin Yang said with a sullen expression. Ha ha ha. I know. The one who cries. The large male prisoner who had been banging on the door burst into laughter. Big guy, talking won't get you anywhere. If you've got guts, let's see you prove it. Lin Yang sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. He was tired of hearing such taunts lately. Clenching his fists, he believed actions spoke louder than words. Oh, you've got guts, do you? The large guy wedged his broad face between the bars, sneering. I'm Su Datsai, the top rookie of Panyin City. Nielon, top rookie of Yuan City, drawled a laid-back man nearby, his tone tinged with indifference. Quang Han, top rookie of Bingyuan City. Another voice joined the introductions. Wang Yao, top rookie of Fengqi City, and by the way, I'm a girl, said someone with a buzz cut and a cool demeanor. Everyone turned to look, and upon closer inspection, realized she was indeed a girl, though it was hard to tell at first glance. Noticing the stares, Wang Yao explained, Fengqi City specializes in wind element cards, and long hair just slows me down, so I chopped it off. Luan glanced around and asked, how long have you all been here? Lu Chichi replied, Wang Yao, Nielon, and I were the first to wake up. The 6 of us were already here then. About half an hour later, a man in black brought you in. Lin Yang added, you were out for around 10 minutes. The mention of the man in black made Su Datsai's blood boil. He punched the bars, causing them to shake violently. Damn it, if that guy dares come in again, I'll smash his face in. Nielon, lying on a bed, replied nonchalantly, yeah, right? You can't even use your cards. How do you plan to take them on? Su Datsai retorted with a cold laugh, so you're just going to lie there and wait to die? If someone like you is the top rookie, Yuan City must not be that great. Nielon shot back, at least I've got more talent than you. If someone as brainless as you is the top rookie, Panyin City must be even worse. You skinny beanpole, say that again if you dare. Su Datsai shouted, his face turning red with anger. Lu Wen covered his ears, silently assessing the situation. He realized Su Datsai wasn't as magnanimous as Zhong Wudi, just hot-tempered. Taking advantage of their argument, Lu Wen tested his abilities and found that although he couldn't use cards, his mental strength was intact, and he could still use his force and even his special skills. Looks like it's not a high-grade Mingu stone, Lu Wen thought with relief. If his mental strength and force were completely locked, he'd be in serious trouble today. Unexpectedly, our captain's meet and greet is taking place like this? Wang Yao shook her head with a wry smile. Only then did everyone in the cell remember that their original purpose was to attend the meeting. Unfortunately, they were welcomed before reaching their destination. Lin Yang turned to Nielon and curiously asked, hey, we were all caught in the suburbs. What about you? The meeting place is in Yuan City. You didn't go to the outskirts too, did you? Nielon's face darkened, and he replied in a low voice, I was getting a foot massage at the time. What? Lu Wen instinctively dug at his ear, doubting what he had just heard. I was getting a foot massage, and then I just passed out. Nielon was visibly annoyed, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Su Datsai couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha! I have to say, that's pretty pathetic. Quang Han interrupted their chatter with a serious tone. Let's stop with the irrelevant talk. The pressing issue is how we're going to get out of here. Lu Chichi timidly suggested. Maybe the association will figure out a way to rescue us. Quang Han responded coldly, we can't rely entirely on others. The people who captured us might even be high-ranking members of the association. Nielon suddenly spoke up, catching everyone off guard. I just scouted the area. There are only 3 guards outside, and they appear to be just regular card masters. They shouldn't be too difficult to handle. Everyone turned their gaze to him. And Wang Yao asked excitedly, how do you know that? Nielon seemed disinterested in explaining further. It's my ability. Don't worry about it. Su Datsai was eager, clenching his fists with a dangerous glint in his eye. Only 3 second-tier guards? I can take them down with 1 punch each. Just as Lin Yong was about to mock Su Datsai for being a simpleton, a sharp creaking sound interrupted him. Everyone looked towards the source to see Lu Wen's cell door suddenly open. Lu Wen smiled awkwardly. Hi. Kwang Han immediately lowered his voice and asked excitedly, how did you open the door? Lu Wen was evasive. You could say it's my ability. He had promised Mr. Xiao to keep it a secret and didn't mention the force. Su Datsai urged, well done. Hurry up and open my door too. Lu Wen chuckled. Don't worry. I'll get the keys and get you all out soon. This comment made everyone else look grim. Lin Yong hesitantly asked, you're not planning to face those 3 card masters on your own, are you? Kwang Han also advised, I know you're strong, stronger than any of us, but don't try to be a hero. Even the usually quiet Nyalan sat up and said, those 3 guards may look ordinary, and with our skills, we could easily take them down, but we're unarmed right now. It's better if we all go together. Lu Wen reassured them, don't worry, if I can avoid a fight, I always will. With that, he left the cell without freeing the others. Lu Wen quietly called out, Little Bone. Although he couldn't summon Little Bone, he could still use the king's skill through the soul contract. 13 undead creatures emerged from a black vortex at his feet, surrounding Lu Wen. They moved through the narrow corridor and soon encountered 3 black-clad guards. Invincible throne. Lu Wen shouted, summoning a phantom throne. Golden marks shot out from the words invincible, imbuing the summoned creatures with power. The domain unfolded, and golden light filled the area, enhancing both Lu Wen and his summons. Lu Wen and Little Bone took the lead, with black and gold phantoms forming above them. The king's aura swept over like a roaring tsunami. The 3 guards were stunned by the invisible force. The undead creatures seized the opportunity to surround and easily defeat them with a single blow each. Lu Wen searched the guards' waists and quickly found a ring of keys. He patiently tried each one until he finally unlocked his handcuffs and shackles. Phew, finally free. Feeling the restored flow of his mental space, Lu Wen exhaled deeply. He returned to the cell and used his force to unlock all the doors in one go. Since I already explained it as an ability, unlocking a few more locks at once shouldn't matter, right? Lu Wen thought. He handed the key ring to the others and said, here are the keys. Find the right ones and unlock your handcuffs and shackles. In the midst of the group's stunned silence, Lu Wen tossed the keys to Lin Yong, who was standing closest to him. The room was filled with puzzled and astonished glances, as if everyone was silently questioning. How did this happen so quickly? Did he just pick up the keys while running an errand? Lu Chi smacked her lips, curiosity glinting in her eyes, eager to ask something. But as she looked around and saw everyone else was silent, she reluctantly held her tongue. The atmosphere in the room became oppressively heavy, as if the air had thickened. Outwardly, everything seemed calm, but inside, each person was wrestling with a storm of emotions, held back only by the need to maintain appearances. Meanwhile, in a dark little room, 7 Ultimers sat together, their eyes glued to the surveillance screens. Their expressions shifted from initial surprise to excitement and envy. Can you believe it? It's actually sure. This kid's something else. One of them marveled. These 2 skills, combined with the wide-range mental intimidation of Sure, are like a team battle cheat code. Your city, Pingyang, really hit the jackpot this time, producing such a talent. Another remarked, a tinge of jealousy in his voice, as the air grew thick with envy. Lu Xine exaggeratedly grimaced as he bit into a lemon. Wow, that's sour. He turned to Wang Lang, his tone slightly reproachful. I was worried you were going too far, but this? It's just underwhelming. Wang Lang felt a wave of injustice wash over him and quickly defended himself. How is this my fault? When I set this up a couple of days ago, who could have guessed a student would grasp Sure? If it weren't for him, just unlocking the door would have been a challenge for them. I hid a ton of props in the cells, and they didn't use any of them. Who's to blame? Wang Lang's agitation grew as he spoke, his expression almost contorting in frustration. Even if they managed to get out, facing 3 certified card masters barehanded, I cleverly designed various terrains, hid numerous weapons for kiting and skirmishing strategies, and they didn't use any of them. They just bulldozed through with summons. Who's to blame? Wang Lang was nearly drowning in his own regret. He had meticulously prepared this escape room scenario, only for it to fall apart before it even began. He couldn't help but scream internally. Why didn't they follow the script? Wang Lang bitterly recalled the moment they captured Lu Wen. At the time, he was fully focused on his duel with Lu Xin and hadn't noticed Lu Wen's use of Sure, mistaking it for some kind of mental attack spell card. He regretted not realizing sooner. If he had known, he swore he'd have kept them unconscious a few more days and redesigned the whole plan overnight. Just then, Lu Xin narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with a hint of menace. All right, enough with the half measures. Let's get serious. Otherwise, I'm not getting my fill of entertainment. In a fit of rage, Wang Lang waved his hand, causing 2 eerie shadows to appear on the surveillance screen. These shadows slowly transformed into figures dressed in black. With a sinister grin, he manipulated these two professional-level fighters to swiftly head towards the direction where Luan and his group were located. Meanwhile, Lin Yong and his companions finally managed to free themselves from their shackles. Nialan flexed his aching wrists and noticed an eye pattern on his palm, quietly fading away. His unique ability allowed him to mark 3 locations within a certain range for surveillance, but when he tried to uncover Luan's secrets, the mark was mysteriously erased. This unprecedented event piqued his intense curiosity about Luan. The 7 of them knew they couldn't stay long and quickly left the cell to search for an exit. They moved cautiously through the complex structure, marking their path as they searched. The weapons they found along the way were of little use to them now that they could wield cards. Half an hour later, just as they were about to complete their exploration, Nialan's expression suddenly changed. Damn, 2 powerful individuals are heading this way. They might be professional-level card masters, Nialan said gravely. The group quickly hid, and Nialan left an eye mark to monitor the situation. However, Wang Lang already foresaw everything. He smirked and directly commanded the black-clad figures to charge towards Luan and the others' hiding spot. Nialan soon sensed the approaching danger, forcing the group to prepare for a confrontation. Luan sighed, realizing he had no choice but to use his force. A golden throne phantom formed behind him, resembling a rising sun, its majestic light illuminating the entire passage. At the same time, Xiaogu emerged from the spiritual world, surrounded by an aura of death. Black vortices appeared around them as 39 undead creatures crawled out, leaving Lin Yong and the others utterly stunned. The invincible mark transformed into a golden stream, infusing into everyone's chest, instantly boosting their strength. Luan decisively commanded, "Let's move back and find a larger space. We can't fight effectively here." The group quickly retreated to a more spacious area, preparing for the imminent intense battle. After Luan finished speaking, he led the undead army towards the rear. Lin Yong and the others followed in silence, unable to tear their eyes away from the massive army of creatures that filled almost the entire room. Their faces were etched with shock and confusion, their thoughts in turmoil. "This can't be real, can it?" Lin Yong murmured under his breath. During the assessment, Luan did have a bone army of 400 to 500 creatures, but weren't those from the secret realm? How could he bring them here? Just then, they noticed the throne that had been floating behind Luan. What was that? A weapon card or a power-up card? Whatever it was, it seemed to have a powerful amplifying effect on the entire army. As they moved forward, Lin Yong and the others gradually realized the implications. With the representative team competition just 3 days away, how could they stand a chance against such a skill? A chill ran from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, leaving their hands and feet icy cold. "How are we supposed to fight against this?" someone muttered, their voice filled with despair. The group arrived at a spacious arena-like area. Everyone was fully armed, warily awaiting the arrival of the men in black. Lu Qiqi stood at the entrance, holding a wooden staff. She waved it, casting a greenish light, and countless seeds took root. In the blink of an eye, vines and shrubs covered half of the arena. Luan frowned at this scene. While such traps were effective, they also limited his and Xiaogu's use of fire element skills. If they accidentally burned the traps, all would be lost. Sensing Luan's concern, Lu Qiqi timidly explained, "These are specially cultivated fire-resistant seeds. Flames can burn them, but it's hard to sever them. As long as the skill isn't particularly powerful, you can use it without worry." Hearing this, Luan nodded, thoughtfully rubbing his chin. Specially cultivated fire-resistant seeds, could they be targeting me? He wondered. Everyone knows that the card masters in Pingyang City love using fire element cards. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached from the distance, growing closer. Luan and the others felt their heartbeats quicken and their breathing become rapid. This wasn't a simulated battle in the card world but a real fight, one that could be life-threatening. Facing the threat of professional card masters, a single misstep could cost someone their life. 2 figures appeared at the entrance, and Lu Qiqi immediately waved her staff. The previously dormant plants seemed to awaken, as countless vines surged towards the shadowy figures like a tidal wave. The vines extended deep into the darkness and suddenly went still. The plants continued to writhe wildly, yet eerily made no sound. Seeing this, Xiaogu commanded 10 skeletal mages and 1 skeletal archmage to unleash a barrage of fireballs, instantly igniting the vines. The flames quickly spread, roaring across the vines, but instead of burning them away, they seemed to enhance their power. Luan's eyes lit up as he glanced at Lu Qiqi, as if he had discovered a treasure. He mused to himself, no wonder the cities of Pingyang and Moluo have such a strong relationship. The compatibility of card masters is exceptionally high. Despite the vines growing more frenzied, the entrance remained eerily silent, as if they were battling an invisible enemy. Luan sensed something amiss and said sternly, "Lu Qiqi, retract the vines first." He stared intently into the darkness at the entrance, his mind on high alert. From the purple level onward, while strength remains crucial, bizarre abilities from cards are increasingly unpredictable and hard to defend against. Just as Lu Qiqi was about to wave her staff, her expression changed dramatically, and she exclaimed, "They're out of my control." Before she finished speaking, the burning vines that were attacking the entrance abruptly turned, sweeping towards the group like a massive fiery net. The group, already on guard, quickly retreated, leaving only a dozen skeletal minions and a blue-level vampire ensnared by the vine net. Luan and the others looked grimly at the vines covering half the stadium. Wood element magic takes time to prepare, but once ready, it can exert a terrifying suppressive force with minimal energy. After Luan and his team exited the attack range, the vines receded like a tide. Surprisingly, the previously entangled summoned creatures were unharmed. Suddenly, Xiaogu shouted alertly, "Click! They're out of control too." The undead creatures slowly turned, their crimson eyes filled with hostility. Luan gritted his teeth. Purple-level magic card control transfer. He realized the opponent knew them inside out. This skill can seize control of a target's summoned or controlled entities if the user's mental power exceeds that of the opponent. The trigger condition is being touched by either oneself or one's controlled entities. This move effectively nullified half of Lu Qiqi's skills, and Lu Wen's undead army and armored beast mode became liabilities. Xiaogu acted decisively, dismissing the undead army. The uncontrolled undead summons were instantly pulled back by tentacles emerging from a black vortex. Luan also retracted the invincibility seal engraved on the controlled undead. In an instant, they lost their numerical advantage. Two figures in black stood guard at the entrance, protected by the vines and undead. This was both the only entrance and exit. The opponents clearly intended to engage in a war of attrition. Armor fusion. Flame jet. Luan transformed into the flame dragon armor, while recalling Xiaogu into his mental space. Torrents of flames erupted from his back, propelling him forward like a meteor. The others followed closely, charging at their adversaries. The opponents refrained from attacking, instead holding their position at the soul entrance, evidently waiting for reinforcements. Even with just 2 professional-level cardmasters, the situation was precarious. If more arrived, the stakes would be even higher. They had to act swiftly. Under the fierce propulsion of the flame jets, the vines attempting to entangle them snapped one by one. Luan swiftly passed the first figure in black, his flame dragon sword aimed directly at the user of control transfer. Flame blade. Explosion. Fire element amplification. Mighty strength. Burn. Slash. With 6 skills stacked, the flame dragon sword erupted with towering flames. A colossal blade seemingly capable of cleaving the clouds, crashing down with violent energy. The other figure in black attempted to rush back, wielding a narrow blade to intercept. However, a surge of black and gold deterrents burst forth simultaneously as Xiaogu emerged from the mental space to confront the oncoming figure. Yet their previously unstoppable momentum felt as if it had struck an iron wall. The opponent's third-tier mental power stood unyielding, like an impregnable fortress amidst the surging tide of force. Despite the overwhelming presence of the king's aura, the 2 figures in black momentarily faltered. Luan seized this fleeting chance and unleashed a thunderous attack. The black-clad adversaries hastily raised their swords in defense, but the deafening explosion sent them crashing into the wall with a massive force. Xiaogu followed closely, unleashing a full barrage. With a wave of her lightning and fire staff, a terrifying web of flames and lightning engulfed another black-clad figure. In the blink of an eye, the 2 formidable professional cardmasters, who had previously intimidated Lin Yang and his group, were both defeated by Luan and his beast, sent flying through the air. Lin Yang and the others were left utterly speechless, their minds blank except for one thought. How could he be so powerful? Seeing this, Luan shouted angrily, "Don't stop. Don't give them a chance to recover." He was secretly anxious, thinking, at a time like this, they can't afford to lose focus. Do I really have to handle all 6 of them by myself? Sudatsai was the first to snap out of it. In an instant, his body was covered in rock armor, and sharp stone spikes emerged from his gauntlets. He charged like an arrow toward the black-clad figure in midair, delivering a powerful punch that sent his opponent crashing to the ground. The others quickly followed, surrounding the fallen adversary. On the other side, the fate of the black-clad figure embedded in the wall remained uncertain, but Luan and Xiaogu were not about to let their guard down. Xiaogu was recalled to the spiritual space, and Luan, propelled by jets of flame, shot like a burning meteor toward the human-shaped hole in the wall. Xiaogu reappeared, her staff pressed against the chest of the black-clad figure, relentlessly unleashing explosive fireballs and lightning strikes. However, Luan soon sensed something amiss. Whether it was the previous sword strike or the current collision, much of his force was dissipated at the moment of contact. Although it seemed powerful, The opponent's injuries were far less severe than expected. As Luan pondered this, fiery vines suddenly wrapped around his limbs, slowly pulling him out of the pit. Forced to split his attention, Luan had to temporarily recall Xiaogu, reducing the pressure on his opponent. At that moment, a terrifying counterforce erupted from the pit. Luan's pupils contracted as he quickly recalled Xiaogu to the spiritual space, boosting his flame jets to maximum power to break free from the vines and narrowly evade the attack. The black-clad figure emerged from the pit, his sword slightly damaged. Luan realized, absorption and reflection? He gritted his teeth, thinking, it feels like today's opponents are all targeting me. But it's fortunate that it seems to be only a quasi-purple level skill. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't be damaged. Luan quickly analyzed, to deal with him, I can't use energy attacks. I need to use physical techniques. Absorption and reflection can only absorb energy attacks and counter them, but physical damage still works. Skills like the Flame Dragon Armor, which rely on explosive damage, aren't suitable for this black-clad figure. Without the flame propulsion, Luan plummeted rapidly. He shouted, Thunder Wolf Armor, transform, while calling out to the other side of the battlefield, Lin Yang, come over here. Although the black-clad figure wielding the knife was facing a 6-0 situation, the battle was not going well. The opponent's purple-level scimitar was incredibly powerful, and no one dared to take it heeded, forcing them into a prolonged battle of attrition. In contrast, the black-clad figure Luan faced used purple-level skills in a bizarre manner, making him even more challenging to deal with. Hearing Luan's call, Lin Yang immediately disengaged from the battle and rushed over. He felt a small sense of pride. Out of all 6, Luan called for him, which must mean his strength was the most recognized. Lin Yang slashed through dozens of vines, attempting to attack Luan, clearing the way for his landing. As Luan landed firmly, he activated all his skills, Thunder Infusion, Thunder Sprint, Mighty Strength, Lightning Needle, and Thunder Element Amplification. Surrounded by raging lightning, he charged forward again. Amidst the crackling lightning, Luan's voice echoed, Charge me up! Lin Yang was momentarily stunned, left with a giant question mark in his mind. Lin Yang felt utterly betrayed. He was well aware that Luan and Xiaogu had the ability to absorb lightning to become stronger, but being used as a power source infuriated him. You can't just treat me like a tool, Lin Yang shouted through gritted teeth. I worry about your safety and even fight through obstacles for you. And you treat me like a power bank? Fuming with anger, Lin Yang resolved to teach Luan a lesson he wouldn't forget. He positioned himself behind Luan, shielding him from the vines and undead attacks while unleashing torrents of lightning. Lightning Strike, Thunder Shower, Electric Grid, Lightning Element Amplification. Lin Yang bellowed, his entire body bursting with blinding electricity. I'll outlast you if it's the last thing I do. Luan, however, reveled in the stormy currents. Oh my god, this feels amazing, he shouted in the midst of battle. Lin Yang, you're the best. Hearing this praise, Lin Yang couldn't help but pinch his nose with pride. Well, I'm just alright, he replied modestly, though secretly pleased, thinking, why am I feeling a bit happy about this? With Lin Yang as their ultimate power source, Luan and Xiaogu quickly grew stronger. Their attacks became increasingly fierce, soon overwhelming their cloaked adversary. Despite the mysterious abilities of the cloaked figure, under the relentless assault of Luan and his allies, he was outmatched. His control over the vines and undead was troublesome but not significantly threatening. The absorption and reflection limited Luan's output, but with the power source backing him, it wasn't a major hindrance. 2 streaks of lightning danced wildly around the cloaked figure, growing faster and hitting harder. The cloaked figure, like a lone boat in a storm, wavered under Luan's relentless barrage. Damn it, I'm about to be drained dry. Lin Yang complained loudly, his lightning starting to wane. Come on, you weakling. Luan teased, panting heavily. At that moment, Luan and Xiaogu simultaneously flashed to the front and back of the cloaked figure, transforming into terrifying bolts of lightning that pierced through his body. With Luan's labored breathing, the cloaked figure finally fell, and the vines and undead instantly lost their life force. Control is back, Lu Qiqi exclaimed joyfully. She immediately commanded the vines to sweep in, and Xiaogu resummoned her undead army. Luan removed his armor, called forth his Thunder Armor Wolf and Flame Armor Dragon, then collapsed in a corner, leaving only the shadow of a throne to continue providing amplification. Damn, I'm exhausted, not fighting anymore, Luan panted. With Xiaogu's addition, the battle quickly turned in their favor. The summoned creatures charged fearlessly, creating numerous opportunities for their allies to attack. Before long, the second cloaked figure also fell to Xiaogu's staff. After the battle, everyone looked at Luan, who was sprawled on the ground, with eyes full of respect, not just for his formidable strength, but also for his wild fighting style. Facing 2 professional card masters, He charged in without hesitation, determined to blast them into submission with absolute force. At this moment, Luan was covered in burns of varying degrees, grimacing in pain. The group shivered at the sight of the battlefield, blown to bits, realizing the stark difference between real combat and the world of card mastery. Everyone remained silent, except for Lu Xian, who laughed heartily. Munching on a lemon, he chuckled. Sour. So sour. Without this, I wouldn't know how sour you all feel. Ha. Lu Xian was thoroughly impressed with Lu Wen's performance. Such a face saver. How is this different from 1 against 6? They must be dying of envy. Ha ha ha. The others stayed silent, having nothing to say. From the start, Lu Wen had demonstrated overwhelming strength and control. His judgment of the situation was precise, and he adapted his tactics according to the opponent's card abilities, leaving no aspect to be criticized. Even though the black-clad figure summoned by Wang Lang wasn't particularly strong, possessing only a single purple-level skill and being considered the weakest among professionals, he still posed a formidable challenge to an average card master. This was closely linked to Lu Wen's comprehensive card abilities. No matter what strategy the opponent employed, Lu Wen could always find a countermeasure from his own deck. Coupled with the support of momentum and kingly skills, Lu Wen was undoubtedly a prodigy. Watching the surveillance footage, Wang Lang sighed softly. All right, let's stop playing around and go meet them. He felt a bit weary, and it was time to bring this test to a close. After defeating the black-clad figure, Lu Wen and his group didn't dare to relax, rushing towards the exit. At the tightly shut door, just as Lin Yang was about to take out the keys to unlock it one by one, Xiaogu directly unleashed a blast of explosive fireball, shattering the door into pieces. As the dust settled, 6 figures stood awkwardly at the doorway, involuntarily twitching their lips. Wang Lang nudged Lu Xian's back and whispered, "You're going to have to pay for that." Lu Wan and the others stood dumbfounded behind the door, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Blocking the doorway were none other than the vice presidents of the City Card Master Associations. Their initial reaction was despair if the association's higher-ups were after them. What hope did they have of survival? But soon, they realized something was off. Reflecting carefully, this so-called imprisonment felt more like child's play. Sparse guards, lax security, and although the 2 professional card masters did pose a significant challenge, such a setup was clearly insufficient to restrain a group of geniuses like them. Without further ado, the vice presidents stepped forward to reclaim their kids. Come with me and reflect on your actions. Extra training. What kind of performance was that? Look at you, bringing shame to Yuan City. Now you know there are always others better than you. Let's see if you'll slack off again. The comparison was stark. They suddenly went from being the pride of their families to envying the achievements of others. The vice president of Yunlei City took Lin Yang away with a slightly gentler tone. Come on, you did well. She didn't specify what was commendable, but clearly, without Lin Yang acting as a battery, Lu Wen couldn't have dispatched the black-clad figure so swiftly. Lu Xian patted Lu Wen on the shoulder, showing a rare smile. You've barely passed. Didn't disappoint me. Lu Wen was still puzzled. Mr. Lu, what is this about? We'll talk outside. It's time for your official team leader meeting, Lu Xian said with a smile. The group climbed the long staircase and finally emerged into daylight. The sky was just breaking, and the golden rays of the morning sun rejuvenated their weary spirits. Huh. Lu Wan and the others exclaimed in unison as they looked at the towering building before them. They had been just across from the Yuan City Card Master Association the whole time? Even more amusingly, directly opposite the association was a foot massage parlor. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lu Wen's mind. So, Nielon really was attacked in the foot massage parlor. Lu Xian explained, Yuan City might not have a secret realm, but it has a pool of natural holy spring with numerous restorative properties. This foot massage parlor was established with the association's authorization, allowing the use of diluted holy spring water for soaking feet and bathing, offering numerous benefits. He checked his watch and continued, it's about time. Let's start the team leader meeting promptly. I know you have many questions, and we'll answer them all in due course. The purpose of this meeting is to remind all team captains that while we are competitors in the upcoming selection competition in 3 days, we are fundamentally still teammates. In the spacious conference room, the voice of Wang Lang, the vice president of Yuan City, resonated. He glanced around, making eye contact with each captain before continuing. The selection competition is not an official match of the league, but merely an internal selection to choose teams. Therefore, the final 3 teams to advance may still be subject to reconfiguration. Yunfeng, the vice president of Yunlei City, chimed in. This means that it's quite possible for you to team up with students from other cities. As soon as he finished speaking, Kuang Han, the captain of the Bingyuan City team, raised his hand with a slight frown. After being acknowledged, he candidly asked, since the selection competition is just an internal screening, why not simply form the strongest team with us captains? They are the top newcomers from each city, their strengths have been thoroughly vetted. So why complicate things? Besides, from previous battles, it's clear that their abilities don't overlap significantly and can complement each other well. A team formed directly by them would undoubtedly be the strongest in the Huazhong Alliance. Hearing this, Lu Exine shook his head gently and explained, "The teams that don't make it through aren't out of the league entirely." "What do you mean?" Quang Han asked, puzzled. Looking at Lu Exine, Xiao Bing, the vice president of Bingyuan City, took over the explanation. "The 3 winning teams will participate in the public matches, while the eliminated teams have other tasks, though we aren't clear on the specifics, but they also require skilled personnel." After hearing this explanation, Luan and the others fell silent, each contemplating the implications. Seeing this, Wang Lang summarized, "In short, the purpose of this meeting is to make it clear that while maintaining a competitive spirit, we are still allies who can rely on one another. In the selection competition in 3 days, everyone should perform impressively, but let's not let it affect our camaraderie." He paused and added, "Oh, and the selection competition will be broadcast live throughout the entire league." Upon hearing this, Luan and the others straightened their postures and instinctively tidied their appearances. Their gazes unconsciously turned towards Luan, silently praying, "Please don't let us face this prodigy." "Finally, let's take a group photo of the captains, and that will conclude our meeting," Wang Lang announced. With a click, the 7 captains stood in a row, capturing the moment. Luan was surrounded like a star at the center, hands in pockets, exuding confidence and composure. The other captains instinctively leaned towards him, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of battle spirit, admiration, and a hint of fear. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on the 7, marking the end of this significant meeting. Wang Lang waved them off warmly. "Come back next time for a foot soak." The vice presidents from each city left with their respective captains, while Lu Xian and Luan exchanged a few pleasantries with Wang Lang before leaving quickly. Reaching the top floor of the Yuan City Association, Lu Xian summoned his Biasta flame-winged Luan phone with a wingspan of over 30 meters. Its massive form hovered above, blocking out the sun. As the Luan phone slowly descended, the gusts from its wings swept like a storm. Fortunately, Lu Xian was quick to grab Luan's shoulder, preventing him from being blown away. "Taking a car would definitely make us late for class. This is a monarch-level beast. You're in for a treat," Lu Xian said with a smile, then tossed Luan into the air. As Luan soared, a small part of the Luan Feng's blazing flames separated, resembling a ribbon that wrapped around his waist. The flames, though fierce, were gentle as water when they touched Luan, slowly pulling him onto its back. Lu Xian leapt up, landing steadily on the Luan Feng's broad back, and with a light laugh, pressed Luan's shoulder, ready to head back. With a resounding cry, the flame-winged Luan Feng shot into the sky like a dazzling firework, trailing a long fiery tail. As it pierced through the clouds, its wings unfurled, turning into massive blazing wings that stretched 100 meters across. With a gentle flap, a piercing sonic boom echoed, breaking through one sound barrier after another, transforming into a fiery streak speeding through the sky. Even though Lu Xian's mental power enveloped Luan, shielding him from the intense forces of supersonic flight, Luan still felt breathless. This unprecedented experience left him both thrilled and tense as he clung tightly to the Luan Feng's feathers, savoring the exhilarating rush through the clouds. The moment Luan detected the skill that could be evolved, his consciousness became hazy. At that instant, a golden vortex deep within his mental world suddenly shook, flooding his mind with an overwhelming surge of information. The details of the flame-winged Luan's attributes were clearly presented. A 5th-tier monarch-level pet beast. Its gold-level skills were unevolvable. The red-level skills had a very low probability of evolution and were extremely dangerous. The purple-level skills had a lower probability but still posed significant danger. The blue-level skills had a very high probability of evolution with minimal danger, and the white-level skills were guaranteed to evolve without any risk. Luan was momentarily stunned, unsure of what had occurred. His mind raced, contemplating this sudden change. Could it be that his innate talent had an undeveloped function? He gulped, carefully recalling the earlier description. It seemed to imply that he could evolve the skills of magical creatures he touched into card engravings. If this was true, Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement and madness. He was well aware that while there were overlaps between magical creatures' skills and human card abilities, there were also many differences. Some magical skills couldn't be transformed into cards, and some card abilities were difficult for magical creatures to learn. Luan's talent already allowed Xiaogu to seamlessly integrate card abilities, which was impressive enough. Now, he could potentially evolve magical skills into engravings. Once he had the engravings, creating the corresponding cards was a certainty, leaving only the technical and material aspects to address. A question surged in Luan's mind. Was this an ability he hadn't discovered all along, or had it evolved after his promotion to the 2nd tier? With this question in mind, he decided to attempt evolving a purple-level skill. In an instant, Dozens of purple-level skills of the flame-winged Luan unfolded before Luan's eyes, overwhelming him. He had never felt so enriched. After careful selection, Luan finally focused on one skill and began the evolution process. As time passed, Luan felt his mental energy depleting rapidly. The golden vortex spun wildly, exerting increasing pressure on his mental world, even causing the invincible throne to tremble. At this moment, Lu Xian noticed Lu Wen's abnormal state. "What's happening to you?" Lu Xian quickly checked Lu Wen's condition, his expression turning extremely grave. "What are you doing? Your mental energy is depleting so fast," he asked while gently infusing Luan with mental energy. As the flame-winged Luan began to descend, the outline of the Cardmaster Association of Pingyang City gradually appeared, and a piece of information finally emerged in Lu Wen's mind. Name: Flamewing Expansion. Type: Magic Card. Quality: Purple level. Description: releases energy to form fiery wings, granting flight ability during its duration, along with high flight speed and flame enhancement bonus. The flapping of the wings can generate intense heat and explosive damage. Along with this information, a complex engraving pattern also appeared. I did it. Luan was overjoyed. He had evolved not just any purple-level skill, but the purple-level racial skill of the flame-winged Luan. Racial skills, also known as innate skills, are abilities unique to rare species and cannot be learned by other magical creatures. Yet, Luan had successfully evolved it into an engraving. This greatly increased the difficulty and danger of the evolution process, and without President Lu's mental energy support, he might have collapsed from mental exhaustion. "Thank you, Teacher Lu, I'm fine," Luan quickly explained. "It's just that during the earlier battle with the professional cardmaster, I overexerted my mental energy and left a minor injury. You should head to the infirmary," Lu Xian advised with concern. "Let's skip this morning's classes. You can make them up later." "All right, thank you for your concern, Teacher Lu," Luan promptly agreed. At that moment, he was eager to be alone and carefully explore the trigger conditions of this evolving talent. Could it only affect magical creatures, or did it apply to other cards as well? With these questions swirling in his mind, Luan's thoughts raced, contemplating the endless possibilities this new discovery might bring. Luan carefully chose a bed in the corner of the hospital ward and drew the curtain to isolate himself from the outside world. Taking a deep breath, he began contemplating the possibility of crafting a purple tire card. Although he currently lacked the necessary strength, it wasn't completely out of reach. Engraving a purple tire sigil required at least 30 mental power, and Luan only possessed second tier. However, with the aid of momentum, there might be a sliver of hope. He was acutely aware of the risks involved in this attempt. The success rate was extremely low, and the time and materials required would be astronomical, not to mention the potential for irreparable damage. After weighing the pros and cons, Luan decided to set aside this idea for now, opting instead to continue enhancing his skills through fusion. Once his mental power and card-making technique improved, he would reconsider. Turning his attention to summoning Xiaogu, Luan gently stroked its skeletal frame, hoping to trigger some inferential information. However, nothing happened. Xiaogu tilted its head in confusion, the ghostly flames in its eye sockets flickering uncertainly. "Hold still, let me touch you a bit longer," Luan said, and Xiaogu reluctantly obliged. After 5 whole minutes, Luan's perseverance finally paid off. A golden vortex deep within his mental world began to slowly rotate, and inferential information emerged. Species: Undead Archmage evolving. Type: Pet card. Level: second tier. Quality: blue evolving. Probability of inferencing a king tier skill: very low. Risk level: very high. Probability of inferencing a blue tier skill: very high. Risk level: very low. Probability of inferencing a Y tier skill: guaranteed. Risk level: none. "It can be done," Luan exclaimed excitedly, pumping his fist, despite the 5-minute wait feeling rather long. He quickly retrieved all his mental recovery potions from the cabinet, consuming them as he began the inferencing process. Skills like Electric Barrier, Thunder Run, Flame Blade, Tempered Thunder, and Thunder Needle were all new skills acquired through fusion, but he had yet to master their sigils. Throughout the morning, Luan concentrated on inferring the sigils for these 5 new skills. Upon completion, he realized that this breakthrough would significantly enhance his card-making efficiency. Previously, lacking knowledge of the sigils for newly fused cards, he had to continuously create lower-tier white cards for fusion, which was inefficient and costly. Now, with the sigils in hand, he could directly craft blue-tier cards for fusion, doubling his efficiency at the very least. This discovery piqued Luan's curiosity. He materialized the Knight's Belt card, pondering whether other cards could also be inferred. Typically, once a card formed, its sigil would be hidden, requiring reverse inference to reveal it again. However, reverse inference had stringent requirements, and failure could result in the card being ruined, which was why Luan had always been hesitant to attempt it. Reflecting on the fact that since reaching the second tier, he hadn't held any card for an extended period, as they were usually stored in his mental world and only retrieved when needed, Luan decided to give it a try. To his surprise, the inferential information for the Knight's Belt gradually appeared. Inference probability: low. Risk level: high. Luan was astonished to find that, despite being of the same blue-tier quality, the Knight's Belt was far more challenging to infer than other blue-tier skills, even comparable to purple tire sigils. This confirmed his previous suspicion that the Knight's Belt, which he painstakingly fused, was exceptionally powerful within the blue-tier quality. After careful consideration, Luan decided to sell the sigils for the blue-tier skills Thunder Run, Electric Barrier, and Thunder Needle to the association and publish them in a journal. Any new sigil above blue tier could be featured in the Star Journal, which meant the creator would formally announce the sigil's usage rights. Once published, the association would pay the creator a monthly bonus and royalties based on the sigil's usage. Although the Star Journal's review process was lengthy and cumbersome, Luan could directly ask President Yi for help to expedite the process. With this in mind, he immediately borrowed some paper and pens to carefully draft the sigils and descriptions for the 3 cards, then headed straight to the president's office. "You want to publish in the Star Journal?" Yisheng asked with a frown, his first reaction being concern that revealing the Knight's Belt sigil might put Luan at a disadvantage. "Yes, I plan to publish the sigils for these 3 new cards to test the waters," Luan replied, showing the sigils he had just drawn. Relieved that it wasn't the Knight's Belt, Yisheng relaxed and expressed optimism about these sigils. "I'll help you get in touch with the right people, and someone will guide you on how to publish your paper." While these 3 sigils weren't as stunning as the Knight's Belt, they were more versatile. Particularly, Thunder Run and Electric Barrier were relatively easy to engrave but highly effective and functional. Yisheng was confident that these sigils would be widely welcomed. Luan stood in the card-making room of the association, eagerly eyeing the 2 brand new blue-level cards before him. He murmured to himself, "These cards might really challenge the supremacy of speed and energy barriers." He added with a hint of regret, "The lightning rod is a bit of a letdown though. Its application is too limited." Turning to face Teacher Yi, he spoke with humility, "Of course, this still depends on my research being completed and passing the association's review." "Thank you, Teacher Yi. I'll head out now." Luan left the office, brimming with excitement. Yisheng paused in thought, then picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Is this Juan?" he asked in a low voice. "I heard Ing is planning to visit Pingyang City. Luan seems keen on making a mark in academia, and I hope you can connect with Ing to help guide his research work." The voice on the other end confirmed. Yisheng's tone lightened, "You're welcome to visit Pingyang City anytime. I'll personally welcome you." Meanwhile, the Ing in question was leisurely sitting on a high-speed train, watching the scenery fly by outside the window. Her phone suddenly rang, and it was Juan Yi calling. "Hello there. What can I do for our dear Miss Juan?" Ing answered with a smile. "Aren't you interested in seeing Luan's Night Belt?" Juan Yi's voice came through the receiver. "He happens to have a few new blue-level cards he's planning to publish in the Starry Journal. Why don't you go and give him some guidance?" Ying's eyes lit up. "Really? I've been wondering what I could offer him in return. This is perfect mutually beneficial. I'll send you his contact details, and you can reach out to him yourself." "Sure. No problem." Meanwhile, Luan entered the card-making room provided by the association, eagerly starting to create the blue-level cards he had just successfully simulated. The inscriptions from his simulation seemed etched in his mind, and he operated with such skill that he felt he could do it with his eyes closed. After fusing the freshly made cards, Xiao Gu's skill level slightly advanced. Luan thought, with a couple more fusions, these skills should reach level 3. He clearly remembered that the card level cap was level 4, and once the level was maxed out, further improvement could potentially upgrade the card's quality. Stretching. Luan marveled. This is so convenient. He knew that as long as he paid attention to compatibility during card fusion, the risk was quite low. Especially when fusing identical cards, the risk was nearly non-existent. In contrast, other card masters faced not only low efficiency but also the risk of card destruction during enhancement. In terms of growth speed, I can definitely outpace those so-called top talents by a wide margin. Luan confidently muttered to himself, "You won't be ahead of me for much longer." Just as Luan was about to take a break, a friend request popped up on his phone, noted as Juan Yi's Dearing Yaya. This reminded him of his last meeting with Juan Yi when President Yi was present, and he hadn't had the chance to inquire about the treasure. But now he had a good guess it was likely that so-called royal artifact. "Hello. I've been commissioned by President Yi and Juan Yi to come from Xingdu specifically to guide you on your paper publication." The message quickly followed. Luan was taken aback. He had thought President Yi might arrange for a teacher from the association to guide him, but he hadn't expected someone from Xingdu to be brought in. "Hello." Luan promptly replied, "Thank you for coming all this way. May I ask where you are now?" "I'll come to pick you up." "Ha ha ha. No need to be so formal." The response came swiftly, "I'm the same age as you. No need to pick me up. Just wait for me at the association." The next day, Luan arrived early at the association's entrance and waited. A petite girl walked straight toward him, as if they were old acquaintances. "Hello, I'm Luan. Thank you for coming all this way," Luan said politely. "Let's get started." Ingyaya responded bluntly. "I have to go to Kenai City tomorrow. First, I'll explain some procedures for the Starry Journal, and later I have a favor to ask of you." She grabbed Luan's arm and pulled him through the association's doors. Inside the association, each elite class student had their own private study room. While not spacious, it was sufficient. Ingyaya led Luan into one of the rooms, and they immediately began drafting a paper on inscription patterns. "Your inscription patterns are quite good," Ingyaya remarked as she flipped through Luan's work, a hint of approval in her eyes. "Especially the Thunder Sprint and the Electric Barrier. They have the potential to become national cards. People our age rarely develop these kinds of cards. They're usually chasing after something new, like your Knight's Belt. National cards are typically researched by older folks." Listening to Ingyaya's evaluation, Luan felt a bit embarrassed. He knew he had some talent in card creation, with a speed and success rate far exceeding Lin E and others. But when it came to creating new cards, he still had a long way to go. Creating new cards and inscription patterns requires not only solid technical skills but also early exposure and experimentation with various patterns, Luan thought to himself. "In the beginning, I could barely afford basic materials. In this regard, I'm quite behind people like Ingyaya. It's all thanks to the fusion talent. Fusion creates new cards and deduces inscription patterns." Luan realized that his working method seemed somewhat unusual. "Is my industrial approach a bit odd? Like I've reversed the creative order?" "That's about it," Ingyaya said, closing her notebook and interrupting Luan's thoughts. "If you have any questions, come find me tonight. And remember, you promised to help me this evening." She smiled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "If it's just to model, I can agree," Luan nodded. He suspected Ingyaya's interest might be in his Knight's Belt, but she had promised not to involve any cards, only to collect some data. As long as it didn't involve inscription patterns, demonstrating should be fine. The afternoon's practical class was somewhat dull for Luan. The training intensity suited for people like Lin E no longer held much significance for him. Noticing Luan's lack of interest, Teacher Xiao allowed him to move freely. A dragon need not stay in the depths, Teacher Xiao thought. A genius should have the freedom to develop. Too many restrictions only waste their talent. With permission, Luan immediately took out the notes given by President Lu and focused on studying the various uses of force. He concentrated deeply, sometimes unleashing a kingly will, sometimes stirring the surrounding force. Watching this, Teacher Xiao felt a strong desire to witness it up close. For several days, Luan practically lived at the association, not returning home, as training, competitions, and meetings occupied all his time. Despite this, he enjoyed it thoroughly, though he occasionally thought of his roommate Wang Gu. Luan immersed himself in the application of force. From the notes, he learned that the use of force could be categorized into 4 types. Basic power, the advanced king's skill, mental will that affects reality, and the highest level, domain. Currently, Luan was at the king's skill stage, with his influence on reality limited to small tricks like unlocking doors. After class, Luan found Ingyaya in Yisheng's office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the two completed the final touches on their paper draft. The basic content is pretty much there, but some parts are still a bit rough. You should find time to polish it up later. I'll check it over twice more, and it should be good to go, said Ingyaya, scrutinizing Luan's latest work with a hint of approval in her voice. Yisheng interjected with a smile. Ing is a special admit to the card department at Qingdu University, having already passed the special admission exam, which means she can be admitted without taking the college entrance exam. She's also published quite a few research findings in the Xingqian Journal, so you could learn a lot from her. He then turned to Ingyaya. Luan's talent in card making is no less than yours. Many people are debating whether he or you will be the second Lushan of Donghuang. After a day of interaction, Luan had also noticed Ingyaya's exceptional card-making skills, with her thorough understanding of various inscriptions. He was both surprised and puzzled. With the level of talent that Wan Yi and Ingyaya possessed, they were undoubtedly top-tier geniuses. Yet, he had never come across any information about them online. Ever since he began preparing for the Alliance competition, he had been keeping tabs on the movements of talented individuals from various cities, including the 4 capitals, but had never encountered them. There's no second Lushan of Donghuang. Only the first Ingyaya. Ingyaya seemed to dislike Yisheng's comparison. She quickly changed the subject. Come on, let me see your night belt. The two of them found a training room, and for the next while, Luan acted like a model, continuously transforming and detransforming in a loop. Ingyaya also conducted detailed tests on the combat data of his armor. You're quite cooperative. Ingyaya suddenly flashed a mischievous smile. Aren't you worried that I'll sell this data to someone else? However, Luan appeared unfazed. The data you collected is only from today. He knew well that most people would find it hard to imagine his rate of progress. Even if the data got out, it would merely serve to mislead, posing no disadvantage to him. Besides, Yaya hadn't gathered any particularly core data, as if she was genuinely just interested in the unique card. Alright, thanks for your cooperation. Yaya packed up her testing equipment. I have to head to Kenai City tomorrow. If you have any questions about the paper, just contact me on my phone. With that, she walked out of the training room, presumably off to have a private chat with Chairman Yi. Watching Yaya's departing figure, Luan thought to himself, whether it's Wan Yi or Yaya, it seems like they both have big secrets. But these have nothing to do with me. With a bit of time left before the evening's team practice, Luan walked into a clothing store he'd carefully selected. Hello, I'd like to order a custom battle suit. Rush order please. His voice was full of anticipation. In 3 days, the Alliance team competition would take place, and it would even be broadcast live across the city. Standing in front of the full-length mirror in the store, Luan tidied his hair. He smiled with satisfaction, thinking, wow, this looks flawless. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Pingyang City Television. Today marks the beginning of the selection process for the Huazhong Alliance representative team, featuring elimination matches among teams from 7 cities. The camera zooms in on Luan, the captain of the Pingyang City team. The host enthusiastically recounts his achievements. Our team captain from Pingyang City, Luan, is renowned for his impressive victory over Zhong Wudi, the top newcomer from Qianlong City. Can he lead our team to the official alliance competition? Let's wait and see. The scene shifts to the Yunlei City Sports Arena, where a massive stage dominates the screen. Wang Gu eagerly leans closer to the TV, eyes fixed on the screen, searching for Luan. The voice of an on-site reporter echoes, ladies and gentlemen, I am currently at the main stage of the Yunlei City Sports Arena. For the safety of the contestants, the matches will continue in the Card Master world, with the scenes projected onto the stage. We've just invited the captain and vice-captain of the Pingyang City team for an interview. Let's hear their thoughts on the competition. The camera then focuses on Luan and Chiwan. Luan is dressed in a striking red and black combat outfit, with a maroon scarf swirling around his neck under the control of his mental power. Half of his face is hidden by the scarf, and his sharp eyes glance sideways at the camera. Chiwan follows closely behind, cautiously avoiding his scarf. Hello, Luan and Chiwan. The reporter begins. Luan, do you have anything to say to the viewers about today's match? Luan flashes a brilliant smile, his teeth gleaming in the light. In today's match, we will give it our all and showcase the spirit of Pingyang City students. The reporter then turns the microphone to Chiwan. And what about you, Chiwan? Any words? Chiwan responds calmly. The Pingyang City team has been training intensively for this match. I'm confident that today's battle will demonstrate the fruits of our hard work to our viewers in Pingyang City. Suddenly, a commotion erupts in a corner of the stands. Several masked figures in black tackle someone to the ground, struggling to restrain them. Let go of me. I want to be interviewed too. Linny shouts, struggling fiercely. His eyes locked on Luan and Chiwan standing in front of the camera, his anger nearly palpable. Gu Peng sits heavily on Lin Yi's waist, holding his legs tightly, panting as he tries to calm him down. Relax. Relax. We'll have plenty of chances to shine during the match. Damn it. Why? Why? Linny struggles even harder. Gu Peng, Chen Nan, and Zheng Chuan use all their strength to drag Lin Yi out of the audience's view and into the shadows, not forgetting to offer apologetic smiles to the spectators. They know all too well that if Lin Yi were to rush out and say something overly dramatic, the reputation of the entire Pingyang City elite class would be at stake. They recall the stern warning from teacher Xiao an hour earlier. Listen carefully, you must keep an eye on Lin Yi before the match starts, especially during interviews. Do not let him out of your sight, understand? Yes. Gu Peng and the others had immediately responded. Teacher Xiao had specifically stressed, if Lin Yi gets out and says something he shouldn't, you don't want strange nicknames before we even secure the championship title, do you? The thought had sent shivers down everyone's spine. It was an outcome they could not afford. However, just 10 minutes ago, they realized Lin Yi was missing. Where's Lin Yi? He was just in the restroom. Damn, he slipped away. Go after him. Head towards the interview area, split up. Catch him before he appears on camera. This could be the most severe crisis in the history of Pingyang City's elite class. On the other side, Li Shizhong, Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Ri breathed a sigh of relief as Lin Yi was dragged back. But the crisis was not over. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yi suddenly unleashed a powerful card. You won't stop me. Caught off guard, Gu Peng and the others were thrown aside. Wah! Lin Yi, flailing wildly, burst out from the dark stairwell once more, determined to make his mark in front of the camera. From the far end of the stands, Zhang Yuan, Zhang Ri, and Li Shizhong instantly sensed the looming danger. Their eyes, sharp as daggers, locked onto the direction where Lin Yi stood. Muscles tensed, breaths quickened. Danger. Immense pressure. The howling wind. Speed beyond limits. In this critical moment, The three seemed to share a telepathic understanding, executing a series of breathtaking maneuvers. Jinri's muscular physique rippled like waves as he grabbed Zhang Yuan's ankle and gave a powerful swing. Zhang Yuan's body spun like a top, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Simultaneously, the staff in Li Shizhong's hand glowed brilliantly, releasing a concentrated gust of wind at the precise moment Zhang Yuan was about to let go. With a whoosh, Zhang Yuan's body shot across half the stands like a human missile at an incredible speed. His eyes locked onto the target, maintaining perfect balance midair. In the blink of an eye, he pounced on the nearly delirious Lin Yi, pinning him firmly to his seat. "Don't even think about it," Zhang Yuan roared, throwing his full weight onto Lin Yi. Lin Yi's eyes bulged wide as he let out an inhuman screech, sounding like a deranged beast. The sudden scene threw the surrounding spectators into panic, with some even standing up, ready to flee. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan quickly pulled out a pair of stockings he had prepared and deftly slipped them over Lin Yi's head. Turning to the crowd, he flashed an awkward but polite smile. "I'm terribly sorry, everyone. My friend here, he's having a rabies episode. I'll take him home right away, please don't worry." Just as Zhang Yuan thought he had the situation under control, Lin Yi suddenly erupted with incredible strength, breaking free from Zhang Yuan's hold. "Damn it, he's on the run again." Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and once more activated his super speed to give chase. Meanwhile, Gu Peng and others finally arrived at the scene. Without a word, Gu Peng summoned the Lich King. "Soul Scream," he commanded, as the Lich King unleashed a mind-shattering psychic attack. Yet, even under such a powerful assault, Lin Yi maintained an eerie clarity, continuing his mad dash with a chilling laugh. "Ahahaha." In this critical moment, Li Shizhong and Jinri, rushing from the opposite stands, seemed to have anticipated this. As Lin Yi charged toward the stairwell, they unleashed a powerful punch in the direction of his maniacal laughter. "Ho ho 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 ho. Friendship breaker punch. Ethereal bliss punch. Don't blame me. No face punch. You asked for it, sausage lips punch." The punches rained down on Lin Yi like a storm for a full 10 minutes. When it finally subsided, Lin Yi was left barely conscious, his eyes rolling back, looking utterly defeated. Seeing this, Gu Peng pulled out his last trump card. He took a small mirror from his pocket and thrust it in front of Lin Yi's face. "Look at yourself now. Still think you can go on TV?" The reflection was shocking. Lin Yi's face was swollen and bruised, looking like a pig's head, with lips puffed like sausages. In that moment, Lin Yi's dazed eyes suddenly cleared, as if doused with cold water. Regaining his senses, Lin Yi became like a soulless shell, allowing Chan Nan to slip the stockings back over his head. Zheng Chuan patted Lin Yi's shoulder sympathetically. "Hang in there, brother. We'll make sure you're back to normal before the match." He paused, then added, "But, for now, you might have to stay like this. You're about to go on stage soon, so hurry up and change into your team uniforms and get ready." Xiao Laosher's voice echoed in the dressing room, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Upon hearing this, Gu Peng immediately stood up and swiftly distributed the uniforms of the Pingyang City team to everyone. "These uniforms are sponsored and designed by my family, so put them on quickly. We have less than half an hour before we go on stage to draw lots," he said while meticulously checking each uniform for the right size. Everyone hurriedly took their uniforms to the changing room, their steps brisk. Only Luan remained standing, holding his uniform with a reluctant expression. "I just got my battle outfit, and now I have to change," he grumbled, clearly unwilling to part with it. Xiao Laosher sighed helplessly at Luan's reaction. "Luan, you don't need to change." Upon hearing this, Luan's eyes lit up, and a delighted smile spread across his face. Gu Peng chuckled and leaned over to Luan to explain. "Old Lu, the place you visited to design your battle outfit a few days ago is owned by my family. These team uniforms are modeled after your battle outfit, just with the colors changed from red and black to red and white. It's fine for you to keep wearing it. As the captain, it's okay to stand out a bit. But don't forget to wear our team badge." Luan was deeply moved, his eyes slightly red. "You're truly a lifelong brother," he exclaimed, giving Gu Peng a hearty pat on the shoulder. Then, a thought crossed his mind, and he asked with a sly grin. "So, does this mean my outfit is free of charge?" Gu Peng laughed heartily without directly answering, handing Luan a simple yet elegant sun-patterned team badge instead. After changing into their uniforms, everyone sat in the dressing room, an air of tension hanging around them. Lin Yi, in particular, sat alone in a corner, receiving minor healing from Xiao Gu, his face filled with worry and fear. Suddenly, a staff member's voice came from outside, urging them, "Hello, Pingyang City team, please proceed to the stairway now to await entry." "All right, we're on our way," Xiao Laosher responded, turning to his students with an encouraging look. Luan and the others stood up excitedly, their faces full of anticipation and excitement. Only Lin Yi, stubbornly clutching Xiao Gu's hand, refused to let the healing light from the staff leave him. He glared fiercely at Gu Peng, Zheng Chuan, Zhang Yuan, Chun Nan, Li Shizhong, and Zhun Ri, his eyes full of hostility, ready to leap at them for a showdown. Noticing Lin Yi's unusual behavior, Luan cleared his throat, took off his scarf, and offered it to Lin Yi. Maybe you could borrow this, he suggested gently, wrapping the scarf around Lin Yi's neck. Although Lin Yi's injuries had mostly healed with the treatment, his lips still looked noticeably swollen. Gu Peng, pretending to be oblivious, started whistling and looked away, as no one could tell who had dealt the blows in such a chaotic situation. Lin Yi clung to the scarf like a lifeline, reluctantly following the group out of the dressing room. When they arrived at the stairway, all 6 other participating teams were already present. Luan and Xiaogu stood at the front with the flag, side by side with the other team captains. Qi-Wen and Lin Yi stood in the second row, with Qi-Wen holding Lin Yi's hand tightly, preventing him from impulsively rushing to the front. Xiao Laoshi's brow twitched violently at this sight, wishing he could send Lin Yi back to the dressing room. But it was too late now, and all he could do was pray silently that nothing would go wrong. The host's voice boomed through the sound system, spreading across the entire venue. First up, we have the Icefield City team. Marching proudly, Quang Han led the Icefield City team into the camera's view first, holding the team flag high while skillfully using card abilities to create a dreamy snowflake effect around them, drawing gasps of awe from the audience. Next, we have the Panyan City team, exuding confidence and courage, with a spirit of perseverance. Su Datsai proudly raised his head, leading his team with a bold and impressive dance as they entered the audience's sight. Their entrance was both powerful and visually striking, earning even Lu Wen's silent admiration for its wild beauty. The host continued to introduce the other teams. Now, we have the Fengqi City team, the Yuan City team, the Moluo City team, the Yunlei City team. When it came to the last team, the host deliberately drew out the suspense. However, the entire audience knew what was coming, and before the host could announce the name, the stadium erupted in cheers louder than any before. The Pingyang City team. Ah, I love you. Demon King. Bone King, I'm your fan. World Peace Thunderfire Mega Grenade Technique. Demon King, crush them. Onward to the National League. The cheers were overwhelming, with nearly the entire stadium rooting for Luan. After defeating Zhong Wudi, Luan's reputation among the Huazhong League students had reached its peak, making him a role model for inspiration, a person born with a card slot defect who managed to rise to the top through sheer effort. Almost everyone in the league, students and teachers alike, believed that achieving good results in the league matches depended on Luan's strength. Amidst the wave of cheers, Luan and Xiaogu responded enthusiastically, waving to the audience in all directions. Suddenly, Luan shouted, "Armor Beast Mode. Activate." With a resounding dragon roar, the flame armor dragon soared into the air, circling above the stadium and interacting warmly with the cheering crowd, heightening the atmosphere further. The dragon's roar echoed again as it spewed dragon flames, spiraling skyward in a dazzling fireworks display, then drifted leisurely around the stadium like a giant mascot. The host's voice came back on. Next, please welcome Master Yishang, the president of the Pingyang City Card Master Association, to the stage to draw lots and determine the matchups for the upcoming competition. Amidst enthusiastic applause, Yishang ascended the stage under the spotlight, approaching the drawing drum at the center. He slowly reached in and pulled out the first lot. The first team is the Icefield City team. The second team is the Panyan City team. Raising the lot high, Yishang allowed the cameras to capture the results for all league viewers. The big screen instantly displayed the team members' avatars. The first matchup is set. Icefield City team versus Panyan City team. The host announced excitedly. Yishang continued drawing lots. The second match, Fengqi City team versus Yunlei City team. The third match, Yuan City team versus Moluo City team. Pingyang City team gets a bye. A wave of disappointed sighs swept through the stands. Most spectators were eager to witness the prowess of the Demon King and Bone King once more. Meanwhile, the captains of the other teams breathed a collective sigh of relief. Anyone but that monster. Luan and his teammates showed signs of disappointment, especially Lin Yi, whose expression looked as if someone had desecrated his family grave. If not for Qi-Wen holding him back, he might have already rushed to demand a redraw. Luan blinked thoughtfully. He understood that such arrangements were likely intentional, meant to give the other teams a chance to showcase their talents. After all, the first day of competition needed a closely matched game to ignite excitement and passion. Due to Luan, the Pingyang City team's strength was indeed a cut above the rest. If they started by overwhelming other teams, it might lead to misunderstandings among the citizens of other cities about the caliber of their elite classes, causing a significant uproar. Therefore, the first day's arrangement needed to allow the 6 teams from cities other than Pingyang to have a thrilling and impressive display. Luan nodded quietly, understanding the reasoning behind this setup. "Hey, Wang Guo, did you catch today's live stream? Wasn't I dashing?" Luan's voice crackled with excitement over the phone. "Too bad it wasn't my turn today. but just wait for my grand performance tomorrow. As night fell over Yunlei City, Luan lay on the hotel bed with his phone pressed to his ear. The 3 rounds of the competition had just ended, and he couldn't wait to call Wang Gu. Haha, you're such a show-off. Wang Ji's voice carried a hint of fatigue and amusement. He had just returned home from work, only to find Luan absent, so he grabbed a leftover bento box from the convenience store. Now, he sat at the table, enjoying his simple dinner with a can of beer, feeling unexpectedly cheerful. I don't know much about you card masters, but just make a name for yourself. Wang Gu mumbled, his mouth full of food. When I make it big, you'll be among the founding members, Wang Gu. Lu Wen's voice was filled with gratitude, always remembering the favor of that blue card. TSK, you said it. My future is in your hands then, Wang Gu teased. I'll buy the convenience store and make you the manager, marrying the owner's daughter. What? How did you find out? Wang Gu almost choked in surprise. Ha ha ha, Wang Gu, you're still an old bachelor like me. Do you think I wouldn't notice your little crush? Lu Wen laughed heartily. Get out of here, kid. Stop thinking about nonsense. Wang Gu waved dismissively, though Lu Wen couldn't see him. All right, you've got a match tomorrow. I won't keep you. Get some rest. Okay, Wang Gu. I'll do my best tomorrow. I'll be watching. Then you'll be green with envy at my dazzling performance. Yeah right, when I was showing off, you were still playing in the mud. Ending the call, Wang Ji's gaze fell on the TV, still replaying the match. In the dim room, only the TV's glow illuminated his weary face. He chewed his bento, listening to the echoes in the empty room. He used to pay little attention to card masters. Life's burdens left him with no time. But today, sneaking a peek at the live stream, the fierce battles of those young people stirred something in him. No wonder people aspired to be card masters despite the challenges. Watching the replay, Wang Gu felt a strange disconnect, as if he and the TV existed in different worlds. Since Lu Wen joined the rookie elite class, he rarely returned to their shared apartment. The boy who once needed his care was now reaching for greater heights. Wang Gu was happy for Luan, yet a wave of indescribable loneliness washed over him. As Luan soared, that sense of loss breached his emotional defenses like a flood. I'm such a loser, Wang Gu muttered, letting out a beer burp as he headed to bed. Life, after all, had to be walked alone, until its end. The next day, at the competition venue. Welcome, everyone, to the second day of the Huazhong League representative team competition. I'm your host, Qingchuan Zhujiao. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed through the stadium. Hello, everyone. I'm today's commentator, Xiao Tuan. A sweet voice followed. Qingchuan Zhujiao, do you know which match is most anticipated today? Of course, it's the thrilling match of the Pingyang City team, featuring the much-awaited contestant Luan. But their opponents today are no pushovers. I know. The Pingyang City team, who won yesterday's match with incredible perseverance, is also a formidable team. Now, let's welcome both teams onto the stage. As the host's words faded, Luan and the others entered the Cardmaster world, instantly transported to the center of Yunlei City Stadium in a simulated 1v1 arena. The scene was lifelike, with the host and audience's voices and actions perfectly synchronized. The players' performances in the Cardmaster world were projected in real time onto the actual stage. Team members took turns stepping onto the stage to shake hands, with Luan and Su Datsai jointly striking the drum to signal the start of the match. As the drumbeat reverberated, everyone was transported to the contestant seats below the stage, each team selecting one player to compete. Lin Yi, with a steely gaze, stepped onto the stage, causing the Pingyang City team's member to tense up. Pingyang City's overall strength was indeed superior, even without considering Lu Wen's exceptional presence. Lin Yi, the second top rookie in Pingyang City, was on par with the top rookies from other cities. In contrast, Pingyang City sent a regular team member, clearly no match for Lin Yi. As the countdown ended, Lin Yi swiftly released 3 arrows, his speed astonishing. The opponent barely had time to summon a weaponized heavy battle axe that landed just in time to block the incoming flaming arrows. However, as the opponent prepared to lift the axe for a counterattack, the arrow lodged between the axe's crevices suddenly exploded. The unexpected impact made him stumble, barely gripping the axe handle. Damn, he knew he was in trouble. Exposing such a glaring weakness to an archer was almost akin to conceding defeat. As expected, Lin Yi drew his bow and nocked an arrow, this time with flames more intense than before. The arrow shot like a meteor, instantly piercing through his opponent, leaving a searing trail in its wake. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd surrounding the arena, with spectators from Pingyang City excitedly shouting, "Born to be a champion. Lin Yi for the win." Standing in the center of the arena, Lin Yi closed his eyes, arms crossed in front of him, basking in the glory of victory. The commentator's voice boomed through the speakers. Incredible. Lin Yi's delayed explosion technique showcases his exquisite control over card abilities. This is a marked departure from his usual style of stacking card power, truly befitting the title of Pingyang City's second-ranked newcomer. His growth is astounding. As time passed, the cheers gradually subsided, but Lin Yi remained lost in his own world, reluctant to leave the arena. Below, Gu Pang anxiously stomped his feet, whispering, "Hey, Lin Yi, it's time for the next match." However, Lin Yi remained oblivious, maintaining his victorious stance. Seeing this, Gu Pang climbed onto the edge of the arena with a disgruntled expression, reaching out to grab Lin Yi's pant leg. "Hey, can you stop daydreaming? Can't you continue your daydreaming after you come down?" He growled in frustration. At this moment, Qingchuan Brewing Wine noticed something amiss and spoke up. Excuse me, fellow students from the Pingyang City team, please be aware that our arena matches are not in a knockout format. Once a match is over, the next participant can take the stage." An awkward silence fell over the audience. In the contestants area, Luan and others looked grim, thinking to themselves that they should never have let him compete. Teacher Xiao felt a pang of anxiety, as if years of hard-earned reputation were about to be ruined. Having no other choice, Teacher Xiao took decisive action. He exited the card world, turned to the staff beside him, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm the coach of the Pingyang City team, and there's an urgent matter with the team that needs immediate attention." With that, he quickly walked over to Lin Yi's card capsule and unhesitatingly disconnected the internet cable. Lin Yi's body transformed into a digital afterimage, flickering unpredictably around the arena before vanishing completely. The commentators and audience were left speechless, struggling to comprehend the spectacle before them. The host quickly regained composure and maintained professionalism. The second match is about to begin. Contestants, please take the stage. Chun Nan and the vice-captain of the Pingyang City team stepped forward. As the match commenced, both summoned massive shields, exchanging surprised glances. Qingchuan Zhujian chuckled, "Haha, what a coincidence. Both contestants are heavy defense warriors." Chun Nan wore a serious expression as he charged forward with his shield. His opponent sneered and charged directly at him. The collision of their giant shields sent rock fragments flying. Chun Nan's stone spike attack was effortlessly neutralized, and the force nearly ripped the shield from his grasp. Zhang Yuan analyzed, "With a gigantified weapon, Chun Nan is at a disadvantage." Xiaoro supplemented, "Mutated shields excel at resisting elemental attacks, while gigantified shields have the upper hand in endurance and strength. In a 1v1 duel, the gigantified shield has the edge." Indeed, with the vice-captain's formidable skills, it looks grim for the Pingyang City team in this round. The battle became deadlocked. Although Chen Nan was slightly weaker in strength, he cleverly used earth element skills to restrict his opponent's movements. As time passed, the audience began to lose interest, and the atmosphere grew dull. Ultimately, Chun Nan's mental energy was exhausted, resulting in his defeat. In the next 3 matches, Pingyang City temporarily led with a 2-1 record. In the final match, team captains Luan and Su Datsai took the stage. Luan, wearing a baseball cap and a red scarf fluttering in the wind, elicited screams from the crowd. "Long time no see," Luan greeted casually. Su Datsai remained silent, his gaze intense. As the countdown ended, Su Datsai donned his rock armor, charging forward with a stone spike fist. Luan transformed into his flame dragon armor, countering with a fireball to push back his opponent. The two engaged in fierce combat. Luan used his flame jets to gain the upper hand, forcing Su Datsai to the edge of the arena. Su Datsai roared in retaliation, launching a barrage of stone spikes at Luan's face. Luan skillfully dodged, allowing Su Datsai to seize the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, driving Luan back to the arena's center. The audience from Pingyang City erupted in cheers. "Now that's more like it." Luan laughed, his flame dragon sword igniting with even hotter flames. He swiftly inserted a series of cards, unleashing an awe-inspiring flame dragon spirit. Ultimate art, Dragon of Destruction. The blazing dragon spirit dived down, with Su Datsai defiantly standing his ground. The dragon spirit coiled around them, then unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, leading to an explosive climax. Luan emerged victorious, setting the crowd ablaze with excitement. Fans cheered wildly, praising the great Demon King for his spectacular performance. The Pingyang City team members, unfazed by the outcome, remained composed. Someone sighed, as expected. "Name skills are always impressive. I think it's all about the psychological boost, you just feel more powerful yelling it out." "There's another match tomorrow. Tonight, I'm naming my skills. I'll call mine the Lich King's world-ending energy wave." Half an hour of rest flew by in an instant, and the call for the team competition was about to sound. Mr. Xiao skillfully connected Lin Yi's network cable, helping him log back into the system. "How are you all feeling?" Mr. Xiao asked, scanning the room before his gaze settled on Luan. He briefly explained the unique rules of the League tournament mode in Yuka World. After a battle, players don't return to full health. Mental energy depletion and physical injuries remain. and a severe injury or death results in immediate elimination. Everyone shook their heads, indicating that their injuries were minor and their mental energy had mostly recovered with the association's provided potions. Only Luan was in a unique situation. His flame dragon armor was known for its self-destructive fighting style. The intense explosive battle earlier had left even him, the caster, severely wounded. I'll use the Thunder Wolf armor next round. I can still fight, Luan said with a grin, forcing himself to stay strong. Mr. Xiao hesitated, wanting Luan to rest. But considering the potential lineup of the opposing team, he decided Luan was needed to anchor the team. Will the participants please come to the stage? As the announcement played, Luan led his team onto the platform with heads held high. In the commentary booth, Xiao Rotuan keenly noticed the difference in the team's spirits. Compared to the calm confidence of the Pingyang City team, the Panyan City team seems a bit downcast. Qingchuan Zhujiao chimed in, it's a shame, but no surprise, Luan, known as the Great Demon King, received a severe injury ruling in the recent King Toking match. Nonetheless, he delivered a truly spectacular performance for all the spectators. In the recovery area, Su Datsai watched as a substitute took his place on stage, feeling a mix of emotions. He recalled the thrilling moment of that single strike, fully realizing the gap between them. As the match officially began, Luan once again chose the Flame Dragon armor, charging toward the opponent's camp like a fiery lightning bolt. Pinyan City's vice-captain, Wang Li, stepped up to withstand Luan's fierce assault. Amidst the explosions, Wang Li gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching flames licking his face, gripping his now searing giant shield. He knew that retreating now would lead to a one-sided massacre in the team battle. For the honor of Pinyan City, he had to give it his all. When it comes to resilience, Pinyan City never falls short. Wang Li roared, finally managing to hold off Luan's onslaught. In the commentary booth, Qingchuan Zhujiao shouted excitedly, Wang Li did it. He was the first to block Luan's attack. Xiao Rotuan reminded viewers, Luan was also heavily injured in the previous battle. Can he still perform at his best? Chen Nan had no reason to feel wrong losing to you. Luan chuckled, acknowledging Wang Li's strength and determination. Seeing the opposing team about to encircle him, he decisively retreated and shouted, Thunder Wolf armor, transform, armor beast mode, activate. In an instant, the flame armor dragon soared into the air, hovering above the stage. A blanket of fire descended like a net over the Pinyan City team. Luan became a streak of lightning, piercing the enemy ranks like a sharp sword. Wang Li tried to intercept him but was blocked by Chen Nan. The rock shackles quickly bound Wang Li's legs, and Chen Nan collided with him, holding him firmly in place. Try again. See if you can KO me on this stage. Chen Nan sneered. With Wang Li's obstruction gone, Luan moved unimpeded. Already at a slight disadvantage, the Pinyan City team struggled even more without Su Datsai, their key player, to fend off Luan's fierce attacks. The match quickly turned one-sided, and the remaining team members couldn't withstand even a single round against Luan. It didn't take long for the team from Pingyang City to defeat the team from Pinyan City with an overwhelming advantage. Luan's teammates handled the competition effortlessly, causing their opponents to crumble without much exertion. As the match concluded, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Despite their defeat, the team from Pinyan City earned admiration for their performance. They exhibited a resilient spirit, refusing to back down even in the face of adversity. This indomitable spirit will undoubtedly serve as a foundation for their future successes. As the virtual world's lights faded, the participants slowly emerged from their game capsules. Apart from some mental fatigue, they were physically unharmed. Both teams shook hands and embraced, demonstrating sportsmanship. Su Datsai's voice was slightly hoarse, but his eyes still burned with determination. I won't keep losing to you. Luan grinned and playfully punched Su Datsai. I'm not that easy to surpass. The two shared a hearty laugh, lightening the mood considerably. Suddenly, Su Datsai turned serious. Luan, I'll be watching your performance in the league closely. Make sure to take down those top-tier city teams. Deal. Luan raised his fist. Deal. Their fists met in a firm bump. At that moment, Yishang and President Wang from the Pinyan City Card Master Association entered the preparation room, applauding the team's impressive performances. Chairman Yi, President Wang. The participants immediately straightened up and greeted them respectfully. President Wang patted Su Datsai and Wang Li on the shoulders, speaking earnestly. You all did very well, played beautifully. Holding on until the last moment means you didn't let Pinyan City down. We can lose, accept defeat, and learn from it, but we must not fear it. Like rock, stand firm through any storm. With this spirit, the future is yours. Yes. The Pinyan City team responded in unison, their eyes welling with emotion. President Wang then turned to Luan and his team. You were excellent too, truly a new wave surpassing the old. I look forward to your future accomplishments. Luan replied solemnly, we will not let you down. All right, you've all worked hard. Go and rest now. President Wang waved them off with a smile. We old folks truly enjoyed the show today. Yishang rolled his eyes and said wryly, don't include me in the old category just yet. I'm still young. Luan and the others couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed, thinking how the Grandmasters from Pingyang City seemed so cheeky, while the Panyan City team, though somewhat dramatic, at least appeared reliable. After a brief chat, Yishang and President Wang left. The Panyan City team was also preparing to depart, but their whispers reached Lu Wen's ears. Captain, although your speech with Captain Lu was very inspiring, aren't we still in the competition? We have to fight for third place against another defeated team tomorrow. Lu Wen chuckled, amused by their mix of earnestness and dramatic flair. Back in his hotel room, Lu Wen dialed Wang Ji's number just in time to share the good news. Wang Gu was thrilled to hear it and was invigorated for the rest of the afternoon at work. Dear audience, today marks the final day of the Huazhong Alliance's team competition. The top 3 teams will soon emerge, so let's take a look at today's matchups. A booming announcement echoed across the arena, detailing today's match schedule: Moluo City team versus Pingyang City team, and Panyin City team versus Yunlei City team. The host then enthusiastically declared, the first match will be the battle for the championship and runner-up. Contestants, please prepare yourselves as the final showdown is about to begin. Luan and his teammates walked calmly into the preparation room, exchanging friendly handshakes with the Moluo City team. After the routine check by the staff, they logged into the Yucca world. Yesterday's match against Panyin City had greatly boosted their confidence. It was a landslide victory where they maintained an absolute advantage throughout. Noticing the team's slightly relaxed demeanor, Mr. Xiao sternly reminded them, don't let your guard down, and never underestimate the opponent. Moluo City's team has a unique style, completely different from Panyin City's. Understood. Luan and the others responded solemnly, their expressions turning serious and focused. They had already studied Moluo City's match videos thoroughly in the past 2 days. While not feeling immense pressure, they acknowledged that their opponent's tactics were indeed diverse and unpredictable. They're very good at endurance battles. Luan recalled the fire-resistant seeds shown by their captain, Lu Qiqi, especially those fire-resistant seeds. Ordinary flames can't burn through them and instead enhance their power. This somewhat limits Mai and Lin Yi's main attacks. He paused and added, of course, it's not a significant limitation. As the match officially began, Luan was surprised to see that Moluo City team had sent out their captain, Lu Qiqi, in the first battle. From the commentary booth, Qingchuan Zhujiao remarked, looks like we won't see a clash of the kings today, as Moluo City's captain is leading the charge. Xiao Tuan speculated, are they trying to seize the initiative? I think they might be eager to create a team battle opportunity. Is there a special tactic involved? It might also be to avoid the fate of Captain Su Datsai. Qingchuan Zhujiao analyzed, Lu Wen's firepower is incredibly fierce. A single misstep could cost them the chance to participate in the team battle. Mr. Xiao hesitated for a moment before advising Zheng Chuan, who was about to compete. Zheng Chuan, don't exhaust yourself too much. If it gets tough, it's okay to concede. He might not have said this to other students, as admitting defeat before a fight is considered disgraceful at such a young and spirited age. But Zheng Chuan, like the wind element he mastered, was free-spirited and unrestrained, not overly concerned with such matters. All right, Mr. Xiao. I don't want to get seriously injured either, Zheng Chuan responded lightly. Zheng Chuan and Lu Qiqi stepped onto the stage simultaneously, and the countdown began. Zheng Chuan immediately advanced toward Lu Qiqi, while Lu Qiqi, as expected, retreated to the edge of the stage. Qingchuan Zhujiao provided live commentary. Zheng Chuan is trying to close in on Captain Lu before the countdown ends. But who would have thought that Captain Lu, despite her delicate appearance, can run so quickly? Xiao Tuan analyzed, would magic excels in positional and endurance battles, growing stronger over time. Zheng Chuan's only hope of victory is to end the fight within the first minute of the match. As the countdown ended, Zheng Chuan summoned a long sword, and a gust of wind rose beneath his feet. He activated a speed-enhancing card and closed in on Lu Qiqi in the blink of an eye. Lu Qiqi reacted quickly, producing a simple cloth bag from her left palm and scattering seeds from it. Her right hand wielded a staff that radiated a green glow, causing the seeds to grow wildly in midair, intertwining into 4 massive vines that engaged Zheng Chuan. With agile movements, Zheng Chuan evaded attacks while slicing the vines in half. However, by this time, seeds were scattered all around Lu Qiqi. Xiao Tuan commented regretfully, unfortunately, it looks like Zheng Chuan is going to lose. Qingchuan Zhujiao analyzed, speed-based fighters generally counter wood element mages, but Lu Qiqi, as Moluo City's top newcomer, excels in both seed cultivation speed and growth quality, successfully entangling Zheng Chuan. If Zheng Chuan hadn't hesitated to charge directly at Captain Lu, regardless of injuries, there might have been a slim chance. Qingchuan Zhujiao continued, but doing so could have left him unable to participate in the subsequent team battle. However, if he managed to take out their captain, it would definitely be worth it. Zheng Chuan continued to press toward Lu Qiqi, but by now, the seeds around her were growing rapidly. The first to mature was a giant sunflower that, when faced with Zheng Chuan's assault, fired a barrage of large seeds like a hail of bullets, forcing him to slow down and dodge with his sword. As the attack continued, the sunflower suddenly emitted a blinding light, accelerating the growth of the surrounding plants, soon covering half the stage. Even Luan couldn't help but click his tongue in awe, recalling their previous encounter at the foot spa in Yuan City, where Lu Qiqi's abilities had been largely sealed. At that time, Luan hadn't fully realized her impressive capabilities. It seems that Lu Qiqi is likely the strongest newcomer in the Huazhong Alliance, second only to Luan. Her potential is astonishing, and with ample preparation time, she might even demonstrate the dominant power of a top-tier prodigy. On the arena, Zhang Chuan faced the towering plant fortress and knew his chances of winning were slim. He took a deep breath, raised his hand decisively, and declared, "I concede." As soon as he spoke, the audience erupted into boos, which were quickly drowned out by the thunderous cheers of the citizens of Moluo City. Zhang Chuan was teleported out of the arena with a blank expression, and Teacher Xiao gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder, a hint of apology in his eyes. In the subsequent battles, Moluo City continued to employ a strategy of avoiding the strongest opponents. Their vice-captain skillfully bypassed the main forces, Luan and Lin Yi, and instead faced off against Chunnan. Though Chunnan was robust and had impressive stamina, he couldn't outlast the female vice-captain of Moluo City in an endurance match. Her expertise in cultivating parasitic seeds turned Chunnan's rock shield into an ideal breeding ground for the seeds. Despite his confidence in his endurance, Chunnan was eventually worn out by his opponent. Moluo City secured 3 victories in the arena battles, advancing the competition to the team battle stage. Zhang Yuan analyzed with a serious expression. Their insistence on reaching the team battle suggests they have an ace up their sleeve that hasn't been revealed yet. Zhang Chuan chimed in, "It's not just my voluntary concession that drew some online criticism. Lu Qiqi's choice to avoid stronger opponents and face the 4th-ranked team member also faced backlash. Nonetheless, they insist on advancing to the team battle. They want to ensure the smooth progression of the team battle, and they might be worried about Lu Qiqi getting seriously injured in a tough matchup. This suggests they likely have a strategy centered around Lu Qiqi." Chiwen pondered aloud. "So, should we focus all our efforts on taking down Lu Qiqi at the start?" Zhang Chuan shook his head. "It's not that simple. They'll undoubtedly do everything they can to protect Lu Qiqi." Teacher Xiao interjected at the right moment. "If you're struggling to figure it out, don't overthink it. Maintaining a good state of mind is the most important thing right now." He looked around at everyone, speaking with conviction. "Believe in your abilities. No matter what tricks they pull, we are stronger. Let's take it step by step and decisively defeat them." Both teams stepped onto the stage, and the lineup from the Moluo City team was particularly eye-catching. Lu Qiqi, the captain, was at the back of the group, closely guarded by her teammates. There were changes in the lineup compared to previous matches, and the audience held their breath in anticipation of this highly anticipated showdown. What formidable strategy would the Moluo City team unleash? How would the Pingyang City team respond? The enthusiastic cheers of the crowd reverberated throughout the venue. As the countdown ended, Zheng Chuan and Zhang Yuan, the 2 vanguards, quickly advanced, followed closely by Luan, clad in his flame dragon armor, searching for an opening. The only 2 boys from Moluo City stood firm in the middle of the stage, wielding massive vine shields that successfully blocked Zheng Chuan and Zhang Yuan's attacks. This obvious, protect the king strategy made Luan frown. Just as he considered whether to force a breakthrough, 2 female substitutes from Moluo City also summoned their weapons, both wielding wands. Xiao Rou exclaimed, "The lineup of the Moluo City team is really interesting." Indeed, with the captain and vice-captain, Moluo City had fielded 2 shield bearers and 4 magis, a rather rare combination. The 2 new players waved their wands, causing the vines on the shields to grow wildly, soon covering half of the stage and completely concealing their teammates behind them. Under their control, the vines surged like living creatures, launching a fierce attack on Luan and his companions. The audience cheered for this clever tactic, as it seemed the Pingyang City team was at a disadvantage for the first time. However, at that moment, Chiwen quietly circled behind the shields, breaking through the vine defenses and heading straight for Lu Qiqi in the corner. Moluo City's vice-captain, Lu Yaoyao, stepped in front of the isolated Chiwen, sneering, "Your teammates are stuck outside, and you dare to come in alone? Aren't you a bit overconfident?" In this critical moment, a gigantic flaming phoenix suddenly soared into the sky, ignoring the swirling vines, and with a loud cry, it dove straight at Lu Qiqi. Lini lowered his longbow, lifting his head proudly. Chiwen smirked. "Do you think just the other 2 girls can stop the fire phoenix? It's you who's being blocked." Xiao Rou gasped. Moluo team miscalculated. Lini chose a direct aerial assault. Qingchuan Zhujiu analyzed. Although Moluo's strategy quickly established a defensive barrier, they overlooked the opponent's attack, inadvertently giving them a comfortable offensive space. Despite their best efforts, the two Moluo City girls couldn't stop the fire phoenix overhead. It transformed into a flaming comet, plummeting down with unstoppable force. Lu Yaoyao, entangled with Chi Wan, couldn't spare any attention elsewhere. Liu Wen watched anxiously. From the beginning of the battle, the signature wood element magic seed had hardly been used. There were too few seeds to block the fire phoenix, making it impossible to withstand Lin Yi's onslaught. Lu Yaoyao and Chi Wan were supposed to be evenly matched, yet Chi Wan had the upper hand throughout, partly because Lu Yaoyao barely used any seeds. Liu Wen glanced at Lu Chi, wondering what her next move would be. If nothing was done before Lin Yi's fire phoenix descended, the match could be over. Over the past week, Lin Yi's skills had improved significantly, and this fiery phoenix was not something easily countered. With a loud explosion, the fire phoenix landed successfully, and a fierce wave of heat radiated from Lu Chi's position, blooming like a magnificent flower of flame. Zhang Yuan looked over excitedly. Did it work? The flames continued to blaze, and the whole stage gradually filled with the smell of burning. Zhang Chuan's expression was serious. No elimination has been declared. If this hit landed, it would definitely result in elimination. As the smoke cleared, the spot where Lu Chi had stood was still being scorched by flames, but a spherical barrier had formed, enveloping her securely. Around the sphere lay 4 seeds, 3 of which were glowing brightly, while one had been completely consumed by the fire. Seeing the scene unfold, Luan couldn't help but frown deeply. His eyebrows knitted tightly together. On stage, the commentator suddenly burst out in excitement, his voice filled with surprise and exhilaration. Is that the wood giant? It's actually the wood giant. The commentator went on to explain in detail. Among the blue level cards, the wood element mage possesses an extremely powerful magic card called Wood Giant. This card requires 4 seeds containing high concentrations of energy to meet the minimum conditions for activation. These seeds must be formed from the essence of various types of seeds. Each high-energy seed requires the essence of at least 100 ordinary seeds, and the activation process is time-consuming. He added, however, there is a unique advantage to this skill. The high-energy seeds don't all have to belong to the caster. As long as the caster's seed card is the main one, the other 3 can come from others. Listening to the explanation, a look of understanding flashed in Lu Wen's eyes. He recalled that since the start of the competition, those 4 wood element mages hadn't used any seeds. It turned out they had been concentrating their essence for Lu Chi, preparing for this final battle. Such a strategy was obviously tailored for the last fight. Lu Wen smirked inwardly. Did they think this move could defeat him? Even though he had already beaten Zhong Wudi and had held his ground against professional level combatants at the foot spa earlier. Suddenly, a surge of excitement washed over him. Lu Wen coldly said, "You all step aside and handle the others." His voice carried a hint of disdain. The other members of the Moluo City team, being wood element mages without seeds, were no longer a threat. Since you're relying on this, let me see what you've got, Lu Wen said, stepping slowly towards the burning sphere. His gaze firmly locked through the gaps in the fiery vines, meeting the opponent's eyes. Wang Yao watched this unfold and couldn't help but swallow nervously. She recalled how fragile Lu Chi had seemed the last time they met, never expecting her to be so resilient. Lin Yang sneered, his eyes scanning Lu Wen. Look at his expression now. Is that a normal person's expression? Quang Han said solemnly, their resolve is much stronger than ours. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The air was thick with a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere. Finally, someone murmured, "Geniuses really are madmen." This statement seemed to set the stage for the intense showdown that was about to begin. Is that a wood giant? Qingchuan Zhujiu exclaimed, leaping from his seat with eyes shining. As a native of Moluo City, this was practically his faith come to life. On the stage, Lu Chi's moves left everyone dumbfounded. 3 glowing seeds erupted into astonishing vines, sprawling in all directions and quickly enveloping her flaming vine ball. Under the amazed gazes of the crowd, a colossal figure gradually took shape, towering wood giant, standing majestically at the center of the arena, over 10 meters tall. We've all underestimated contestant Lu Chi. Qingchuan Zhujiu shouted excitedly. This move, though not perfect, is powerful enough to rival top-tier talents. Chairman Wang laughed heartily. Chairman Lu, how did you manage to keep such a talented granddaughter under wraps? Even we were fooled. Chairwoman Lu, a gracefully aged and charming lady, modestly replied, I wanted to let this child shine, but she still falls short of the geniuses from Pingyang City. Chairman Lin frowned. With the wood giant on the field, even at 3/4 completion, Lu Wan is in some danger. Yisheng smiled and glanced at the other chairpersons. If Lu Wan is forced to use Sure, what do you all plan to do? Chairman Han from Binyuan City replied coldly, I'll personally oversee it. If he prepares to use Sure, I'll immediately shut down the projection. The entire audience held their breath, and even the commentators dared not speak. Lu Wan, clad in flame dragon armor and wielding a flame dragon sword, walked steadily towards Lu Qiqi. The sword's tip dragged along the ground, sparking flames and heightening the tension to its peak. Xiao Tuan murmured softly, "The real showdown is about to begin." Suddenly, Lu Qiqi made her move. The wood giant swung a massive punch directly at Luan. Luan raised his sword to meet it, but the enormous force instantly knocked him to the ground. "Contestant Luan is down?" Qingchuan Zhujiu shouted in surprise. However, just as everyone thought the match was decided, a series of explosions erupted from beneath the wood giant's fist. The intense shockwaves actually lifted the giant's fist back up. "The fire-resistant wood giant? Huh? Seems like it's tailored just for me," Luan sneered, rolling deftly out of the attack's range. Nialan shuddered at the sight of Luan. "He's really a madman," she thought to herself. Luan was covered in burns, his skin torn and battered, with not a single unscathed spot. He had been at the center of a series of close-range explosions just moments ago. Although the card world didn't inflict real physical injuries, the pain was replicated to the fullest. Beast Armor Mode. Activate. Armor Fusion. Luan decisively switched to Thunder Wolf Armor, riding the Flame Armor Dragon straight into the sky. "Don't think you can escape." Lu Qiqi commanded the wood giant to grab the armored dragon, but it was constantly evaded. Though the wood giant was maxed out in strength and defense, its mobility was lacking. However, in the confined space of the arena, its massive size compensated for its lack of agility. Luan continued to ascend until he reached a height that the wood giant couldn't touch even if it jumped. Standing in the giant's palm, Lu Qiqi sneered, "Luan, are you planning to drag this out with me? The invincible Demon King?" Luan ignored him. He didn't intend to run away. He just wanted to test a new move he had thought of. Quickly, he plucked a few armor scales from the Flame Armor Dragon, which instantly transformed into skill cards. Luan inserted them all into the card slots behind the dragon's head. Flame Blade, Fire Jet, Explosive Fireball, Detonation, Fire Element Amplification, Mighty Strength, Burn, Slash. As the cards were inserted, Luan leaped into the air from the dragon's body. Lightning surged around him while the Flame Armor Dragon circled and danced around him. Lightning Quench, Mighty Strength, Thunderstrike, Thunder Rush, Pierce, Sharpness. All skills were unleashed, draining Luan's mental energy completely. Xiao Gu, like a dutiful assistant, replenished Luan's mental energy and boosted his skills. Assuming a spear-like stance, his left leg bent and his right leg extended, Luan descended like a thunder god, aiming straight for the wood giant. The Flame Armor Dragon, engulfed in flames that could cover the entire arena, soared upward before diving down at an even faster speed. The 10-meter-long dragon body merged perfectly with Luan's right leg, as the dragon's tail emitted a massive flame jet, amplifying Luan's descending impact by several levels. A dragon and a wolf seemed to race alongside Luan, finally merging with him, their jaws wide open, lunging forward. "Oh my god!" Qingchuan Zai shouted excitedly. "The situation has reversed again. This is a skill Luan has never used before, and its power surpasses any move he's shown the public." Xiao Rotuan was equally thrilled. "This is a descending kick from the heavens." Ultimate Technique. Meteoric Demon King Descent. Luan descended with terrifying force from the sky. "Wood Giant, smash him away!" Lu Qiqi yelled. The wood giant roared, facing the overwhelming flames and thunder without fear, throwing a powerful punch. Dazzling sparks erupted from the collision center, like a special effect. Even though the wood giant had fire resistance, the flames instantly engulfed it, forcing Lu Qiqi to jump off the giant's palm. This Luan, always full of surprises. President Lu sighed. President Wang was equally astonished. "I thought Luan was just barely first tier without using his full strength. Now it seems his progress is truly astounding." In fact, not only were they surprised, but Yishang and Lu Xian were also taken aback. "We need to find time to teach him a few more tricks, or soon there might be nothing left for us to teach." The magnificent explosions bloomed layer by layer, and in the end, the wood giant's sturdy body couldn't withstand Luan's terrifying force. The meteoric Demon King descent tore through the vines, piercing the wood giant from within. As firelight erupted within the giant, Luan emerged from its side, landing steadily. The wood giant exploded in Lu Qiqi's incredulous gaze, disintegrating into flying wooden branches and vine remnants. The Demon King did it. He created another miracle. Qingchuan Zai could no longer count how many times he had been excited. "Let's give a round of applause to Luan." "Hey, hey!" Xiao Rotuan helplessly tugged at the frenzied Qingchuan Zai, whispering reminders, "Stay focused, stay focused." The match isn't over yet. As the explosion subsided, Luan wasn't in great shape either. The Flame Armor Dragon was completely destroyed, dissipating into red dots, and the entire right side of the Thunder Wolf armor was charred black, unable to continue fighting. "There's still a chance." Lin Yong was eager to jump into the arena. Luan's current state was dire, but apart from some mental exhaustion, Lu Qiqi hadn't suffered any injuries. Just as Lu Qiqi seemed to see a glimmer of hope, a skeleton suddenly appeared. Hmm? Are you the ones who want to fight me? A meteor shower. The Demon King descends. Lu Wen's ultimate move once again ignited the crowd's enthusiasm. The arena erupted with thunderous applause as spectators rose to their feet to cheer for the spectacular battle. However, rather than the championship title of the Huazhong Alliance, it seemed that everyone was more intrigued by Lu Wen's knack for naming his moves. Ah, the familiar flair. This is the Demon King I love, exclaimed an excited spectator. Seeing him is like reliving my lost youth. I'm rooting for you, young man. Ha ha ha. The Demon King still has a talent for naming, but I like it. Another spectator chimed in. Gupeng nudged Linny with his elbow, grinning mischievously. Hey, I think you're too straightforward with your naming. That's why you can't match him. Maybe try a longer name next time. Lin Yi mumbled quietly. Meteor shower. The Demon King's descent. He turned away and clutched his chest in a corner where no one could see, secretly marveling. Wow, that's so cool. Lu Qiqi bounced over with a cheerful smile. Captain Luan, I'm genuinely impressed this time. Even the wood giant couldn't stop you. You're unbelievable. Luan responded with a wry smile. If your wood giant was at full strength, I wouldn't stand a chance. He sincerely admired the power of the skill. If all 4 seeds sprouted, it would be unbeatable below the professional level. Lu Qiqi shook her head, explaining, it's not that simple. These 400 seeds are the maximum our 4 wood elementalists can hold. Before this skill is complete, we're practically defenseless. Luan nodded thoughtfully. High reward, high risk. He recalled the earlier battle, realizing that if they had known this, they could have launched an all-out assault and prevented the summoning of the wood giant. Congratulations, champion. Lu Qiqi extended her hand with a bright smile. Luan shook her soft, delicate hand, sincerely saying, congratulations on advancing. I look forward to fighting alongside you in the Alliance tournament. Next was the match between Yunlei City and Panyin City. Compared to Luan and Lu Qiqi's thrilling battle, the performance of these two teams was somewhat lackluster. Fighting fiercely for the last spot, the teams were evenly matched. In the end, Lin Yong narrowly defeated Su Datsai in the team battle, securing victory for the Yunlei City team. The host's enthusiastic voice echoed throughout the venue. Dear audience, the Huazhong Alliance representative team selection has finally concluded today. Let's welcome the 3 teams that have advanced. Luan and his teammates proudly walked onto the stage, greeted by the audience's enthusiastic cheers and applause. These 3 teams would represent the entire Huazhong Alliance in the National League Championship, competing for the top spot in the country. This was the first time Donghuang held such a large-scale competition for high school card masters, marking them as pioneers in the history books. Luan, Lu Qiqi, and Lin Yong, representing their respective teams, stepped onto the podium to receive their trophies from the presidents of the 7 major associations. Luan and his team lifted the trophy, basking in the audience's cheers, earning their first competition trophy. The Huazhong Alliance representative team selection concluded successfully. After the competition, Yisheng was thrilled and immediately granted the elite class a 2-day break from makeup classes. Upon returning home, Luan collapsed into bed, exhausted, and slept for an entire day, completely unaware of the sensation the selection tournament had caused across Donghuang. Wanggu started her new workday in high spirits. At the convenience store's checkout counter, she overheard customers discussing the selection tournament, and a sense of pride welled up within her. Wow, look, the Demon King is really handsome. I'm a fan. The girl next to her, the daughter of the store owner, eagerly nudged Wanggu to watch the video with her. Wanggu smiled and agreed. I think so too. He's really amazing. Her tone was filled with pride, as if she were praising her own son. The girl asked curiously, haha, what's with your expression? I'm talking about the Demon King, but you look so happy. Wanggu quickly explained, hee, it's nothing. I just really like him too. Haha, we share the same idol. Not quite an idol, but he is impressive, the girl laughed. Wanggu said earnestly, he'll definitely become even more amazing in the future. The girl was amused. You're so funny. You're the real superfan here, huh? Meanwhile, Luan finally awoke from his long sleep. He groggily opened his eyes to find night had fallen. The cool breeze outside tapped against the window, bringing a chill. Luan dressed, quickly washed up, and stretched. Winter is coming soon, he murmured to himself. After several intense battles, Luan discovered significant flaws in his knight's belt. With a furrowed brow, he examined the belt, contemplating various issues. The first problem was the high rate of wear and tear. After each battle, the belt was nearly in a state of disrepair. Additionally, the process of activating skills was cumbersome, disrupting the flow of combat. Luan was thankful that most battles occurred in the card world. Otherwise, the repair costs would have been astronomical. He recalled the flying kick against the wood giant, which left his flame dragon armor completely ruined and the thunder wolf armor severely damaged. If he had used this move in the real world, he would be overwhelmed with card repair expenses by now. Luan realized that his current offensive methods were too forceful, and the belt's level was too low to handle such powerful output. Despite investing all his savings into crafting the belt and integrating cards of various elements like water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, it could currently only support 2 sets of armor. He knew that upgrading the belt to level 2 would not only unlock new armor but also significantly enhance its capacity, preventing frequent breakdowns. Luan resolved to start working on the belt's glyph evolution and the integration of new skills as soon as possible. The tournament was about to conclude, followed by a month-long training camp, and then the official league matches. Luan was aware that, although his strength was impressive in major cities, it paled in comparison to his invincible performance in the Huazhong Alliance. His current knight's belt might struggle to withstand the high-intensity battles in the league. As the intensity of battles increased, the shortcomings of the knight's belt became more apparent. Unlike Xiaogu and ordinary weapons that could directly unleash skills, Luan needed to constantly insert skill cards to execute moves. Reflecting on his final Demon King kick, he realized that if the wood giant hadn't been so slow, granting him time to ascend, the move might not have succeeded. However, this problem had no immediate solution. The current blue-grade quality had reached its limit, and the integration and switching of 5 armor sets had pushed the complexity of the card glyphs to the peak. Further optimization would only be possible when the belt advanced to purple grade. Luan had considered using his fusion talent to combine redundant skills, thereby reducing the number of skill cards needed. He quickly realized the risk of this approach. Hasty fusion might create near-purple or even purple-grade skills, which the level 1 knight's belt might not withstand. After careful consideration, Luan concluded that the urgent task was to upgrade the card level of the belt to enhance its capacity. Only then could he proceed with further fusion and improvements. After a simple dinner, Luan opened his phone and was greeted by a headline showcasing his spectacular aerial kick. The author reflects on the past 7 days since the debut of their book, coinciding with Valentine's Day. They humorously note their lifelong single status and admit that the book does not feature a female lead due to their lack of romantic experience, making it challenging to write about love. The author apologizes to readers who were expecting a female protagonist. Looking back on the debut period, the author expresses surprise at the book's current success and sincerely thanks the readers who have supported them. They also acknowledge their shortcomings, mentioning that the book's performance started improving on the 3rd day of the debut, and this trend has continued for 4 days. During this time, they have closely monitored reader comments and identified several issues. One major piece of feedback was the lack of clarity in the initial setup, which left some readers confused. The author attributes this to 2 main reasons: their own lack of writing skill, which hindered clear explanation, and inherent flaws in the setup, which might have been too complex for a first attempt. Describing their personal writing style, the author says they are typically shy but have a rich and lively inner world. They acknowledge that some readers find their style immature. While they apologize to readers who were put off, they admit it's difficult to change at the moment. They explain that for their first book, they wanted to write according to their own interests, not intentionally aiming for a juvenile style, but sometimes their emotions inadvertently lead to that tone. As for the book's future, the author expresses uncertainty. They recognize the current issues and are unsure if the book's success will continue. Nevertheless, they are determined to persist, hoping to give their first book a proper ending. They refer to advice from many authors. Completing a book, regardless of its success, can help them identify their own problems. Based on this, even if the book loses momentum or readers, they plan to continue slowly and not end it abruptly. The author thanks the readers who have supported them so far and is pleased to find that some appreciate their style. They acknowledge the polarized feedback, with both praise and criticism, and admit that the harsh comments almost drove them to a state of withdrawal. This experience highlights the vast difference between writing for an audience and writing in isolation, requiring stronger mental resilience. They confess that opening the app to check comments now requires significant mental preparation. Finally, the author shares their motivation for writing. Since middle school, they have loved novels and dreamed of creating their own. They once shared this dream with their parents, but received neither clear support nor opposition. Their parents continued to plan their future in their own way, seemingly not placing much importance on this dream. Eventually, the author stopped mentioning it. The author states they are not opposed to following their parents' path, understanding their good intentions. However, before embarking on that path, they want to pursue their own ideas, believing that youth is a time for trying new things, even if it means risking failure. They have always sought others' approval, but now they want to approve of themselves. They emphasize that they do not come from a wealthy family. Their parents' planning for the future is akin to choosing a major after college entrance exams, merely offering suggestions based on an understanding of various industries. Regarding the uncertainty of the future, the author hopes to find some answers through this book. In conclusion, the author once again sincerely thanks the readers who have supported them, expressing a willingness to shed tears of gratitude for them. The move that descended from the heavens. Such rapid progress. The formidable Pingyang Demon King once again shows his terrifying dominance. As the various league tournaments concluded, videos of the matches flooded the internet. Luan, with his thrilling showdown against Zhongwudi, had already gained considerable popularity. Seizing the opportunity, the Huazhong Alliance launched a massive publicity campaign for Luan, riding the wave of the tournament to boost his fame even further. However, before this, many people were still skeptical about Luan. The general consensus was that his previous victory over Zhongwudi was more due to luck and his opponent's underestimation. While capitalizing on this demonstrated Luan's capability, most believed that in terms of pure strength, he had only just touched the threshold of a first-rate talent. But as the tournament videos surfaced, public opinion underwent a dramatic shift. That stunning kick completely won everyone over. The comments section erupted. There's no doubt about it. The Demon King has become even stronger. Strength aside, that kick was truly impressive. Huazhong Alliance's marketing team, come out. Are you sure you didn't add special effects to that kick? Even if you bring out the geniuses from the four capitals, they might not be able to deliver such a spectacular performance. No wonder he's known for his flair. His skills come with built-in special effects. I absolutely adore the Demon King. Some even started to take notice of Luan's looks. I don't know about his strength, but I just realized Luan is really handsome. Agreed. I'm just a fan of his looks. I don't really understand all the cardmaster stuff. Luan scrolled through these compliments one by one, unable to suppress a smile. He quietly appreciated the keen eye of today's netizens, especially those who praised his appearance, marking each of those comments with a follow. Besides Luan's resurgence in popularity, Lu Qiqi's with Giant also drew significant attention, with many labeling it as a near-first-rate talent. As Luan's longtime friend who helped propel him to the ranks of top talents, Zhongwudi was naturally not forgotten. His cheerful demeanor attracted a large fan base, and with his outstanding performance in the tournament, Luan quickly found videos of Zhongwudi's matches. He's gotten even stronger, Luan murmured to himself. Watching Zhongwudi showcase his overwhelming power on the field, Luan realized he had underestimated the progress of these top-tier talents. In team battles, Zhongwudi almost single-handedly fended off all the opponent's attacks, with no one able to withstand his 3 strikes, securing victory with ease. The newcomer champion from Tianqiong City, Su Ming, was not to be underestimated either. His formidable swordplay left Luan in awe, thinking to himself that he wouldn't dare face it heathen. Although the tournaments in the 4 capitals hadn't started yet, online interest continued to rise. As Luan continued browsing related videos, a photo hidden in the corner caught his attention. The photo showed 4 or 5 people wearing black stockings over their heads, seemingly taken from the stands on the first day of the Huazhong Alliance tournament. This photo had caused quite a stir 2 days ago, with a headline that read, "Why were the black stocking boys publicly beaten? To whom are their frantic mutterings directed? What is their true identity?" An ominous feeling crept into Luan's heart. He remembered Lin Yi's frantic attempt to get on camera, which was thwarted with great effort by Gu Pang and others, but he wasn't clear on the specifics. Could it really be such a coincidence, and so embarrassing? Luan clicked on the video with apprehension. Despite the poor resolution and the black stocking disguises making identification difficult, the peculiar noises made Luan instantly cover his eyes in embarrassment and plug his ears. Oh no, the reputation of Pingyang's elite class is going down the drain. Those familiar with Lin Yi might still faintly recognize some hints. If this video were unfortunately identified and exposed, Luan and his friends might have to consider relocating to another planet. I need a ticket for an interstellar train. Urgently. At that moment, Mr. Xiao's phone was ringing incessantly. Each call brought a fresh round of scolding. How are you managing your students? What's with that video? Did I entrust you with a troop of lunatics? Do you realize the negative impact on Pingyang City's image if we hadn't suppressed the buzz? The second-place newcomer behaving like a mad dog in public? Is this how you lead students? Yes, I'm terribly sorry. I'll be more careful next time. No, there won't be a next time. Mr. Xiao replied helplessly, hanging up the phone. The team had just won the championship, and he had barely enjoyed the accolades before being scolded harshly again. These kids, they have talent and heart, but their brains aren't quite fully developed yet. Maybe it's because they're still growing. I hope they'll mature eventually. Mr. Xiao sighed deeply, scratching his bald spot, which itched a little. If you all don't start using your brains, I might have to start using mine. Luan muttered to himself as he began preparing to craft the knight's belt. He had just eaten his fill and had thoroughly researched all the details of the competition. The complexity of this task was comparable to creating a purple level card, which was no small feat, even for Luan. Fortunately, it was still within his capabilities, and after considerable effort, he successfully deduced the inscription pattern. On the very day the competition ended, Luan applied for a substantial amount of materials from the Pingyang City Association. President Yi approved it without hesitation, not even bothering to open his eyes. This allowed the upgrade of the Knight's Belt to finally proceed. The production process proved challenging. The difficulty of crafting the Knight's Belt far exceeded that of a typical blue-level card. Even though Luan had mastered the deduced inscription pattern, his inexperience in managing his mental energy led to 2 consecutive failures. To continue his work, Luan had to consume several vials of mental recovery potions. After relentless effort, Luan finally succeeded in creating 2 brand new cards, both featuring wind element inscriptions. During the deduction process, he unexpectedly discovered that the Knight's Belt was actually composed of 6 sets of inscriptions, 1 for the belt and 5 for the armor. Currently, the Knight's Belt only had 3 sets of inscriptions, with the other 3 armor sets inscriptions still dormant. To complete the upgrade, he simply needed to create the corresponding inscription cards and fuse them with the slumbering inscriptions. Luan immediately activated his fusion talent. The 3 cards instantly melted, transforming into a milky white liquid that slowly coalesced into a new card. The inscriptions belonging to the wind element armor finally awakened, and the card automatically transformed into a belt, with a new card emitting a green glow shining brightly in the card case. Luan carefully extracted the card, watching the green glow slowly form into an eagle pattern, and clenched his fist in excitement. I did it, he thought with delight. As he expected, with the level upgrade, the remaining armor also appeared. The newly awakened armor was the Wind Eagle armor, equipped with the Wind Eagle sleeve blade. It boasted several powerful abilities. Blue-level skills included Wind Blade Slash, Storm, Wind Wings, Stacking Strike, Super Speed, Wind Element Amplification, and Energy Barrier. White-level skills included Sharpness and Slash. These newly acquired abilities filled Luan with confidence for the upcoming challenges. After taking a full day of rest, Luan still felt invigorated. He downed several vials of potion to replenish his mental energy, and then continued working on the creation of the water element inscription. The Knight's Belt, a level 3 blue quality weapon card still in development, allows the wearer to switch between elemental armors of water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder by inserting different cards. At the moment, Luan was focused on crafting the water scale armor, paired with the water scale orb weapon. As the inscription was completed, a series of skills surfaced in Luan's mind. Blue-level skills such as Vortex Pull, Water Mirror Illusion, Gentle Water Healing, Water Separation, Surge Impact, Water Element Amplification, and Energy Barrier, along with white-level skills like Water Sphere and Precision Throwing. The awakening of 2 new armors filled Luan with joy. The Wind Wing, a fusion of riding the wind, wind swirl, and propulsion acceleration, granted temporary flight capabilities, significantly increasing speed with the wind and slightly decreasing against it. The Stacking Strike skill continuously enhanced damage to the same spot, complementing the high attack speed of the Rapid Wind Blade and the agility of the Wind Wing. Luan planned that once the Knight's Belt reached its maximum level and its carrying capacity increased, he could consider developing a high mobility, high burst purple level skill centered on these 3 skills. The Vortex Pull and Water Mirror Illusion from the Water Scale armor were also new skills, leaning towards control and healing, which nicely filled the gap in Luan's support armor capabilities, despite their weaker offensive power. However, the fact that these newly awakened skills were only at level 1 gave Luan a headache. While upgrading the Knight's Belt could enhance the basic attributes of the armors, it couldn't simultaneously boost the skill levels. Supporting 5 sets of armor would require a staggering amount of resources. Determined, Luan mapped out the inscriptions for all the skills, resolved to use the 2-day holiday to elevate the skills of these 2 sets of armor to level 2. He discovered that when the belt level exceeded the skill level, the number of cards needed for skill enhancement significantly decreased. Just then, a voice of complaint came from Xiao Gu. Ever since returning from the Undead realm, I haven't fused any new skills. The recent new skills are all from the Knight's Belt. What am I supposed to do? Beg for scraps? Love indeed shifts, and the Knight's Belt is my lifelong rival. Luan continued crafting cards until the following evening, when he was suddenly overcome by a splitting headache and a wave of suffocating pressure. Even after drinking a mental energy recovery potion, the pain did not subside until he took a vial of purple-level mental soothing potion, which finally brought relief. Damn, I overdid it, Luan muttered to himself, exhausted as he lay on his bed. He realized that once he immersed himself in card-making or combat, he completely ignored his physical condition, nearly causing a disaster. Nonetheless, after this effort, the skills of the Wind Eagle armor and Water Scale armor had been upgraded, and the materials he had previously requested from President Yi were all used up. Now that the belt level had increased, the armor was no longer easily damaged, and using the Flame Dragon armor in battle would not easily harm him. At that moment, a notification from the post-tournament team chat group appeared, with an everyone message. Tomorrow afternoon, the 3 teams that secured advancement will gather at the Pingyang City Card Master Association. We will reassign team members and immediately head to the training destination Qianlong City. Luan, Linyang, and Lu Qiqi responded with, received. Putting down his phone, Luan stood by the window, gazing in the direction of the Card Master Association, clutching the newly transformed knight's belt. As night fell, he lay back on his bed, anticipating that starting tomorrow, he would have no time to rest and needed to be in top condition. The next afternoon, at the Cardmaster Association. Congratulations to the 30 students present for securing a spot in the Alliance tournament, announced Lu Xian loudly. Now, I will announce the team assignment. The Huazhong Alliance representative team was divided into 3 teams, each with 6 members, with the remaining 12 serving as substitutes. Luan was appointed captain of the first team, Lu Qiqi as vice-captain, and Lin Yang, Lin Yi, Qi Wan, and Chun Nan as regular members. After the training, 6 members will be eliminated based on performance, regardless of whether they are captains, vice-captains, regular members, or substitutes. Yes, Luan and the others responded in unison, then reorganized themselves according to the new team assignments. The first team was undoubtedly the main force, gathering the original captains from the 3 teams, all skilled individuals. The strength distribution between the second and third teams is quite balanced. The captains, formerly vice-captains of the Yuan Yunlei and Mu Luo teams, are now leading, and the team members have been evenly distributed from the 3 teams based on compatibility. Luan looked around at his Sunto battle companions, filled with anticipation. This training camp will see our Huazhong Alliance collaborating with the Tongyi Wanfeng, Qiao, and Longtan Alliances. The coach's voice cut through, grabbing everyone's attention. The Qiao and Longtan Alliances are composed of first-tier cities. Learn from them, but don't lose your essence. Be humble in seeking advice, but also showcase your own style. Understood? Understood. The team responded in unison, their voices resolute. As the Huazhong Alliance team exited the association's doors, they were met with an unexpected sight. The entire street was packed with citizens there to see them off, cheers echoing all around. Go for it. You're all amazing. Don't feel pressured. You're our pride. Xiaohao, learn from your big brothers and sisters, all right? Luan and his teammates were astonished to see not only the citizens of Pingyang City, but also many from the other 6 cities. Even though the Alliance competition was merely a high school event, not as widely followed as professional leagues or major national tournaments, the enthusiasm was undiminished. Lin Yi was flushed with excitement, standing tall to appear more dignified. Lu Xian patted Luan on the shoulder and whispered, "Time to go." Amidst the farewell clamor, Luan and the others boarded the cars prepared by the association. As the vehicles slowly departed, the cheers faded into the distance. Luan gazed out the window, his eyes resolute. In his mind, his companion, Xiaogu, was in a deep slumber, having suddenly fainted last night, entering the final stage of its evolution. Luan recalled Xiaogu's current state. Species: Undead Archmage evolving. Type: Companion card. Level: Tier 2. Quality: Blue evolving. Species skills: Undead Conversion Awakening, Death Aura Awakening, Death Sacrifice Awakening. Finally, Undead skills. Luan thought excitedly. Once you evolve, I'll make sure to tailor Undead skills just for you. With a month to go, whether in Qianlong City, Tian Sky City, or the 4 capitals, this alliance competition was destined to be the stage where Luan and Xiaogu would shine brightly. Upon arriving at the airport, the team boarded the chartered plane provided by the Pingyang City U Card Master Association. As the plane ascended, the entire Huazhong Alliance gradually faded from view. Meanwhile, at the Qianlong City U Card Master Association, Zheng Wudi, fresh from training, was polishing his spear while his phone continuously replayed the battle between the Demon King Kick and the Wood Giant. He murmured to himself, "Luan, I'm looking forward to our rematch. I've improved quite a bit too. Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as Luan stepped out of the airplane cabin, he saw a burly man with broad shoulders striding toward him. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, feeling a sense of unease. This giant of a man, standing at least 6'3", made Luan, who was 6'1", seem small in comparison. Hello. Luan managed to squeeze out a greeting, anxious about the possibility of being engulfed in a bear hug that could land him in the hospital. "Hey, kid. It's only been half a month, and you're acting like a stranger? Where's your enthusiasm?" The big man grumbled, raising his hand as if to slap Luan on the shoulder. Luan quickly dodged, awkwardly looking at the man. "When did we become so close? We've only met once, and that was online. This is our first time meeting in person. Don't make it seem like some online romance coming to life. Readers might get the wrong idea." Just then, another equally burly man came running over, panting. "Boss, when did you get here? The Qiao Alliance team has arrived, and as the captain, you need to welcome them. But the Huazhong Alliance team has also arrived, and I'm welcoming them too, aren't I?" The man addressed as captain raised an eyebrow in rebuttal, showing no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Luan stepped forward and extended his hand. "Hello, I'm Luan, captain of the Huazhong Alliance team. Now that's more like it. Why were you avoiding me?" The big man laughed heartily. "I'm Zheng Wudi, captain of the Longtan Alliance first team." He gripped Luan's hand with such force that Luan winced in pain. though the man quickly released him. Hello, I'm Zhang Yuanjun, vice captain of the first team. The other man introduced himself with a smile. Zhang Yuanjun quietly suggested to Zhong Wudi, I'll take care of escorting the Huazhong Alliance team to the association. Perhaps you should head back? Clearly, he thought the Chao Alliance deserved more attention. Luan frowned slightly upon hearing this. However, Zhong Wudi impatiently waved Zhang Yuanjun off. Stop fussing. Let's all go back together. Come on, brother. Let's go, he said, throwing an arm around Luan's shoulder and laughing heartily. Zhang Yuanjun, resigned, followed along, offering an apologetic smile to the team members behind Luan. However, the Huazhong Alliance team didn't return his smile, clearly sensing that the vice captain didn't regard them as equals. Being the farthest away, the Huazhong Alliance was the last to arrive at the association. By then, the Chao Alliance and Yuanfeng Alliance members were already warming up in the training room. Whoa, the Chao Alliance team is mostly girls, Gu Peng exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement as he entered the training room. Keep your eyes to yourself. They're tough and don't hold back, Li Shizhong warned, pinching Gu Peng's thigh to remind him to be respectful. Zhong Wudi's entrance caused the members of all three alliances to pause their activities. Chao Alliance First Team Captain, Luo Xian, Yuanfeng Alliance First Team Captain, Luo Ao. The four captains formally met, but Zhong Wudi cut straight to the chase, asking, "Want to fight?" This sudden suggestion left Luan and the others momentarily at a loss. However, they had looked into Zhong Wudi's personality beforehand, so it wasn't entirely unexpected. Luan was the first to break the awkward silence. No rush. The training camp is about to start. There'll be plenty of chances to compete. Luo Xian and Luo Ao shifted their gaze from Zhong Wudi to Luan. I've heard a lot about you. Your demon kick is impressive, Luo Xian remarked. Luo Xian politely extended her hand, leaving Luan momentarily stunned. He thought to himself, being quirky has its time and place, and this is just awkward. Yet outwardly, he maintained a smile, shook Luo Xian's hand and said, Hello, Captain Luo Xian. I've been following you for a while. The famous Ice Queen. Luo Xian's smile froze instantly at his words, and a flicker of annoyance crossed her brow. Their eyes met, and it seemed as though invisible sparks flew between them. Nearby, Zhong Wudi, who had been clamoring for a fight, took a step back, as if ready to enjoy the drama about to unfold. He turned to Zhang Yuanjun and said, Hey, go get me a chair. Zhang Yuanjun looked puzzled and hadn't yet responded. Just as tensions were about to boil over, a voice broke the silence. I am the head coach for your training camp, from the headquarters of the Eastern Huang Card Masters Association, not affiliated with any branch association. My name is Xie Xingping. The coach's sudden appearance prompted Luan and Luo Xian to immediately drop their hostility, replacing it with warm smiles. They quickly led their respective teams to stand in formation. Even Zhong Wudi adopted a serious demeanor. Coach Xie continued, The training officially begins today. I understand that many of you have traveled a long way and are quite weary, but in competition, you won't always be in peak condition. You need to learn to perform at your best even when tired. The first training exercise will commence immediately. We will start by assessing your basic ability values to prepare for the upcoming training sessions. Everyone was then led into the association's dedicated testing room. It was filled with various instruments, reminiscent of the equipment in their respective associations. Coach Xie explained, the basic ability values include tests for your mental strength, physical strength, and card amplification strength. The teams I call will step forward for testing and follow the system's instructions. Dragon Pool Alliance Team 1. Step forward. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhong Wudi emerged from the crowd, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Competitors from the second-tier alliances, Huazhong and Yuanfeng, watched him closely, eager to see just how strong a so-called top-tier genius truly was. This was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity to gauge everyone's strength. Coach Xie stood in the middle of the field, expressionless, like a cold statue, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The team that was called quickly stepped forward, marching briskly to the 6 black devices under his stern watch. Each device had a dark helmet placed in the center, and the system signaled for the 6 members of the Longtan team to put them on. Luan and his peers observed from the sidelines. Their association also had these devices, used for directly measuring mental strength. However, they hadn't tested for several weeks, and the association had recently introduced a new scoring standard without a well-established training method. Therefore, Teacher Shao prioritized practical results and didn't frequently use the devices for testing. Unleash your strongest mental power, Coach Xie commanded coolly. Zhong Wudi and his teammates nodded and donned their helmets. Instantly, the training room echoed with shouts and roars, creating an awkward atmosphere. This mirrored Luan's tendency to give exaggerated names to skills. Yelling seemed to unleash greater power, or at least made one feel more formidable psychologically. As the shouts subsided, the values on the devices stabilized. Captain Zhong Wudi's mental strength peaked the highest at 1721. Vice-Captain Zhang Yuanjun followed closely with 1602, while the other 4 team members hovered around 1400. The team's average was approximately 1500. These results cast a shadow over the faces of the Huazhong and Yuanfeng Alliance's members. Many had only recently broken into the second tier, with mental strength barely over 1000. It's worth noting that the Longtan Alliance was renowned for their incredible physical strength, not mental prowess. After the first team finished testing, Zhong Wudi removed his helmet, dissatisfied with his score, shrugged his shoulders, and smirked. The next test of physical strength was his forte. The 6 moved to another area and entered sealed devices. As time passed, the pressure inside the devices increased until it nearly reached the test subject's limits before easing. Zhong Wudi once again came out on top, reaching an astonishing 1903. The team's average was also close to 1700, which was astounding. The final test was for card augmentation strength. Team members inserted their most frequently used main cards, and the device analyzed and provided data. The elemental augmentation threshold for blue level cards was 100, magical augmentation was 50, and physical enhancement was 80. Zhong Wudi's weapon card showed poor elemental augmentation, but nearly maxed out physical enhancement at an impressive 75. Next up were Longtan's second and third teams, who, while not matching the first team, still showcased significant strength. Then came the Chao Alliance. Their first team captain, Luo Xin, performed exceptionally, mental strength of 1901, physical strength of 1583, ice element augmentation of 90, magical augmentation of 30, and speed and strength each at 30. The Chao first team boasted an average mental strength exceeding 1600, earning them proud smiles from the team members. Next, Huazhong Alliance's first representative team stepped forward. Coach Xia announced, still expressionless, as if the astounding results before had not affected him in the slightest. Upon hearing the coach call his name, Huazhong Alliance immediately stepped forward, and all eyes instinctively turned to Luan. Standing amidst the crowd, Luan maintained a calm demeanor, but the atmosphere around him instantly grew tense. Although Huazhong Alliance and Yuanfeng Alliance are both second-tier teams, Luan's presence made their opponents wary. He was like a drawn sword, ready to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. Luan walked steadily towards the apparatus, expertly putting on the helmet. His eyes gleamed with confidence, fully assured of his mental strength. Everyone present understood that mental strength does not equate to one's level. Take Luo Xin, for example. Her mental strength was close to the limit of the second tier, yet she had not crossed into the third tier. Luan quietly reflected on his training over the past 2 weeks. Guided by President Lu's notes and occasional insights from President Yi, he had learned to skillfully combine momentum with mental strength, significantly boosting his mental power. This was the secret behind his formidable Demon King kick. Nevertheless, Luan decided not to reveal his ability to harness momentum during the training camp. It would be his trump card in the league's main competition. Although the method of enhancing mental strength through momentum was subtle, he didn't want to risk the expressionless coach noticing anything. Besides, with the nourishment of kingly will and momentum, his pure mental strength had already reached a whole new level. With a low, fierce shout from Luan, the numbers on the apparatus soared like an arrow leaving the bowstring. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the display, eager to witness the true strength of this once unknown, now renowned young genius. 300, 700, 1200, 1800. The numbers continued to climb, seemingly on the verge of breaking Luo Xion's record, yet showing no signs of slowing down. Although the pace slightly decelerated, it still surged forward powerfully. It wasn't until he surpassed the 1900 mark that it showed any signs of fatigue. The members of Huazhong Alliance were thrilled, barely restraining themselves from cheering out loud. Though the occasion demanded silence, their hearts surged with joy. Earlier, seeing the impressive performances of other teams had dampened their spirits, as they were well aware of their own strength and knew how formidable Longtan and Chao were as opponents. However, with their captain, the great Demon King Luan, setting a new record, their fighting spirit was instantly reignited. Ultimately, the score settled at 1983. This result was nearly perfect, almost touching the maximum score. Seeing this astonishing number, the expressions of the other 3 alliance teams turned grim, as if clouds had obscured the sun. The entire room fell silent. The athletes from the Longtan and Chao alliances simultaneously turned their gaze towards the Huazhong alliance, their expressions of disdain and mockery replaced by a newfound seriousness. The results of the mental strength test had left everyone in shock. Luan, the representative of the Huazhong alliance, had astonishingly surpassed the strongest competitor from the Chao alliance in terms of mental strength. This wasn't just a comparison with Luo Xian or Zhong Wudi. It was a complete domination in a field where the Chao alliance excelled. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. Captain Chen Yuanlan, the vice-captain of Chao Team 1, whispered in disbelief. Luo Xian's face was stern, his brow furrowed. Even though we took him seriously enough, we still underestimated him. Luo Ao, The captain of Team 1 from the Yuanfeng Alliance shook his head with a wry smile. Luan, this training camp was supposed to be a contest between two first-tier alliances and two second-tier ones, but now it feels like we're the only weak link. Zhang Yuanjun looked equally astonished. While basic stats don't fully represent combat ability, they do reveal a lot. Many cities don't place much emphasis on this statistic, but Lu Wen's performance is truly surprising. Lu Wen was quite pleased with his results, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Not bad at all, he thought to himself, delighted. His pure mental strength had reached the limit of the second tier, and with the use of force, he could surpass the threshold to acquire a third tier. This meant he could begin a new round of skill fusion. He had been worried that hastily merging and upgrading card quality might be unsustainable, but now that he was touching the Quasa third tier threshold, he could definitely give it a try. Just then, a member of the Yuanfeng Alliance suddenly exclaimed, "No way, look at that." His voice was immediately silenced by Coach Xie's icy glare. No shouting during training. Everyone followed the direction the athlete was pointing, their faces filled with astonishment. Even Lu Wen widened his eyes in disbelief. Lin Yi had taken off his helmet, lifting his head proudly. The number was frozen on the screen: 1709. Who is Lin Yi? I've never heard of him. How is he so strong? Where did he come from? The athletes from Pingyang City, including Lu Wan, quickly accepted the result after their initial shock. They had all witnessed Lin Yi's unwavering determination, a trait not common among ordinary people. Moreover, with his lifelong rival Lu Wan right beside him, it was only natural for Lin Yi's mental strength to suddenly surge. Lin Yi opened his eyes, intending to boast to Lu Wan, only to see the glaring number 1963 on the device. Damn it, my lifelong rival. Lin Yi's eyes burned with a fierce determination. Lu Wan mused that if he tested again with the helmet on, his mental strength might increase further, potentially surpassing even Zhong Wudi. Soon, other results came in. To everyone's surprise, the overall level of the Huazhong Alliance was quite high. As vice-captain, Lu Qiqi's mental strength reached 1642, which was impressive, especially for a second-tier team like the Huazhong Alliance. Lin Yang's mental strength was 1492, while Qiwan and Qian Nan both scored above 1300. This meant that the average mental strength of Huazhong Alliance's Team 1 seemed to surpass that of the Longten Alliance, despite the latter not specializing in this area. The atmosphere shifted once more. No one dared to underestimate this team any longer. Initially, all athletes paid ample attention to Lu Wan, the rising star, but now it was clear they had overlooked other promising talents. With a vice-captain capable of summoning the Wood Giant, like Lu Qiqi and Lin Yi, who had unexpectedly broken the 1700 mental strength barrier, this was no second-tier team, they had first-tier capabilities. In the subsequent physical strength test, the Huazhong Alliance's average score reached 1400, on par with Chao Alliance's Team 1. In the final card enhancement test, apart from Lu Wan and Lu Qiqi, the rest of the team performed slightly below Chao Alliance. However, when Lu Wan showcased his Knight's Belt, it dazzled everyone once more. At that moment, the perception of the Huazhong Alliance transformed completely. They were no longer seen as a second-tier team to be ignored, but as a formidable force to be reckoned with. Elemental amplifications for thunder, fire, wind, and water. It's a complete mix. Enhancements in speed, strength, and various other attributes. It's incredibly comprehensive. Chen Yuanlan frowned and said in a deep voice, "This Lu Wan is just too formidable. A jack-of-all-trades warrior? What strategy should we use against him?" Luo Xian analyzed coldly. The Knight's Belt with its 4 sets of armor leaves him with no weaknesses. He can fight, run, and even fly, seemingly capable of anything. However, his versatility lacks coordination. He's just dangerously competent. Another member of the Chao Alliance team added in a low voice, "Don't forget, each set of armor has a specific strength, but it's not combined into one. He's a pseudo-all-rounder, yet still incredibly intimidating. Worse, his pet beast hasn't even appeared yet. That's his real trump card." Luo Xian closed her eyes in thought, her brow furrowed. Together, they might already surpass the level of top-tier talents. This is not good news. On the training field, Coach Xie turned to Lu Wan and asked, "Lu Wan, where's your skeleton archmage?" Lu Wan replied apologetically, "Sorry, Coach, it's having some issues at the moment, and might not be able to participate in training." Xie Shengping nodded slightly and quietly circled the name of the Huazhong Alliance. Subsequently, the second and third teams of Huazhong Alliance took the field. Compared to the remarkable performance of the first team, the second team seemed much more ordinary, allowing the Yuanfeng Alliance players to breathe a sigh of relief. Coach Xia assessed, mental strength average of 1200, physical strength average of 1100, very standard for a second-tier level. Finally, it was the turn of the Yuanfeng Alliance team. The performances of the previous 3 teams had already put immense pressure on them. They had hoped that with the Huazhong representative team, also a second-tier alliance, they wouldn't fare too poorly. However, reality proved to be harsher than expected. The final results were out, Yuanfeng's first team had a mental strength average of 1300, second team 1100, physical strength average 1200, second team 1000, undeniably second-tier data. This time, Coach Xie frowned not because the results were too good, but because of the vast disparity within the Yuanfeng Alliance's levels. He couldn't help but feel a headache, puzzled by the decisions of the Yuanfeng Alliance's Cardmaster Association. Training alongside the other three teams with such a disparity in strength made significant improvement unlikely. Coach Xie scanned the list and found that only the second and third teams of the Huazhong Alliance were at a similar level to the Yuanfeng Alliance. He rubbed his temples and muttered, "A match between a second-tier alliance's first team and a second-tier alliance's second team, won't that be a joke if word gets out?" With that thought, Coach Xie felt a headache coming on. Luo Xian's question was something Luan had already pondered. Currently, the state of the Knight's Belt has reached the limit of a blue-tier card. 5 sets of armor, each with different elements and functions, are already pushing the card beyond its capacity. A hint of anticipation flashed in Lu Wen's eyes. Once he reaches the purple tier, he's ready to fully optimize the inscriptions. The current limitation of the Knight's Belt is its quality. The 6 sets of inscriptions are independent of each other, which is the main reason the armors cannot be used in fusion. When the quality improves and the tolerance increases, Luan calculated in his mind, "I plan to use my fusion talent to integrate the 6 sets of inscriptions into one." He knew that merging 5 sets of armor at once wouldn't be achievable in the short term. However, by adding an extra card slot to the belt, it should be feasible to use and merge 2 sets of armor simultaneously. If he could ultimately merge all 5 sets of armor, he would at least reach the red tier quality, with the potential to challenge the gold tier. Lu Wen's thoughts were interrupted by Xie Xingping's voice. "The first test is over. Based on this, I will assign you all a 2-week training regimen. You're free to move around for the rest of the day." Before he finished speaking, Xie Xingping had already turned and left the training room, leaving a silence in his wake. The tense atmosphere dissipated instantly with his departure. "Wow, impressive." Zhong Wudi strode over, throwing an arm around Lu Wen's shoulder. "Looks like this time, I might struggle just taking on you, let alone you and that skeleton archmage together. Haha, you're truly a worthy opponent." Lu Wen replied with a smile. "You're the impressive one. With such an extraordinary physique, you're practically invincible." "Ah, this is nothing," Zhong Wudi said, giving Lu Wen a hearty pat on the chest, his bold grin barely concealing his fighting spirit. "I haven't even used my talent yet. Wait until next time. I'll show you what a real man is." Luo Xian also approached, her cold gaze carrying a hint of approval. "You're quite formidable." Lu Wen extended his hand to shake hers, feeling her palm as cold as her demeanor and magic. "I've heard a lot about you. They say Captain Luo Xian's mastery of ice magic is exceptional. The reputation of the great demon king precedes you." Luo Xian responded earnestly, with genuine admiration replacing any previous sarcasm. Other team members began to warm up as well. The Huazhong Alliance's recent stellar performance had immediately caught the attention of the Longtan and Xiao Alliance's contestants. Facing these so-called top talents, the Huazhong Alliance's team showed no fear, having already demonstrated substantial capability. Luan, in particular, with his ace skeleton not even revealed, seemed to overshadow both Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian. This scene inevitably led to speculation. Which of the top teams from Longtan, Xiao, and Huazhong Alliances would come out on top? As for the Yuanfeng Alliance, they had become virtually invisible at this point, their confidence severely shaken. After the pleasantries, everyone was guided by the staff to the hotel, arranged by the association for the training sessions. Back in his room, Luan promptly applied for a batch of materials from the Qilong City Cardmaster Association. During the training camp, all resource expenses for the contestants were covered by their respective alliances, with approval given first and review later. This meant that no matter what materials were requested, the Qilong City Card Master Association would approve them first and then report the list to the contestants' alliance. Since joining the Elite Card Master class, Luan had never worried about materials. President Yi would simply cover everything. While other students had limits, Luan's quota was virtually unlimited. He could just ask President Lu or President Yi directly. Sometimes, when materials were urgently needed and the association couldn't deliver in time, they would even let him take whatever he needed from their office supplies. Luan never disappointed them, often exceeding the association's expectations, much to the delight of President Yi and President Lu. He always took only what he needed, yet the quantity he requested each time was still staggering. Aware that he couldn't rely on others forever, Luan had begun publishing papers and sharing new inscriptions in the Starry Journal, paving his own independent path. With his fusion and deduction talents, he could continuously create new inscriptions and achieve financial independence. "Do you really need this much?" The staff member stared incredulously at the materials list, thinking it looked more like a stock order for a business. "Please have your association send them over as soon as possible," Luan politely requested. The staff member nodded stiffly, knowing he was only responsible for execution, while any discrepancies would be checked by higher-ups. Still, He couldn't help but feel the list was outrageously excessive, as Zhong Wudi's daily requests were not even a fifth of Lu Wen's. These things are such money pits. Lu Wen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He glanced around, as if seeing piles of gold coins vanish before his eyes. The knight's belt was already at level 3, and the skills for the 4 sets of armor desperately needed upgrading. On top of that, he needed to get the belt to level 4 and start preparing for the next tier. His gaze landed on the small, slumbering creature not far away. It was about to awaken, and its racial skills might awaken with it. Even if it didn't fully awaken, at the very least, it would have quasi-purple tier skills and racial attributes. If it did fully awaken, Luan would have a purple tier pet beast with 3 purple tier skills even before reaching the 3rd tier. His mind raced as he calculated the resources needed next. Once the creature awoke, its racial skill inscriptions would require development, which was no small expense. Other blue tier skills needed to be merged into purple tier to keep up with the overall enhancement. Although the costs were staggering, if these resources could all be converted into combat power, taking on professional level opponents wouldn't be an issue, and ordinary professionals might not even stand a chance against him. Lu Wen clenched his fist, determination shining in his eyes. At the upcoming league competition, he had to secure a place among the top talents. Only then would he have the confidence to face the top threats from the 4 cities. Tonight's goal was clear. Upgrade the last set of armor. Starting tomorrow, before the creature awoke, he would gradually max out the skills of all 5 sets of armor. Once the creature was awake, he would then prepare for its advancement. Suddenly, a sharp headache struck. Lu Wen clutched his head in pain, as if he could see countless mental recovery potions and mental nourishment potions swirling before him. He knew he was about to enter a period where he couldn't survive without these potions. This is going to drain me dry, Lu Wen muttered through gritted teeth. But soon, he pulled himself together, a fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. I'll give it my all. The association provides me with resources, food, and lodging, and I'll sweat and bleed for them. He took a deep breath, as if to bolster his resolve. The Alliance of the Great Believers trusts me. As long as the resources keep coming, I'll take down any top-tier foes from the 4 cities. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted his self-motivation. Knock. Knock, classmate. Your requested resources have arrived. Lu Wen immediately jumped up and eagerly ran to open the door. Outside stood a staff member with a peculiar expression, pushing a small cart piled high with various materials, reminiscent of a food cart on a train. The staff member hesitated before finally saying, Lu, here are the materials you requested. Enjoy. Lu Wen stared at the cart filled to the brim, momentarily stunned. Coming to his senses, he asked with confusion, what were you about to say? Is that how you use a measure word? Name, Knight Belt type, weapon card level, LV.4 quality, blue description. By inserting different cards, you can transform into water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning elemental armors. Earth Tiger Armor, equipped with the Earth Tiger Hunter Blade Blue skills. Earth Mastery, Rock Prison, Rock Barrier, Earth Spike, Earth Overturn, Earth Element Amplification, Energy Shield, White Skills, Sharpness, Tier. After a night of hard work, Lu Wen finally completed the final adjustments to the Night Belt. He let out a long breath, feeling the powerful energy emanating from the belt. The 5 sets of elemental armor water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning were all ready. As Luo Xian had said, this was not just a simple stacking of power, but a way to make Lu Wen's combat abilities more comprehensive and versatile. The new skill, Earth Mastery, of the Earth Tiger Armor caught Lu Wen's attention. The skill's effect was beyond his expectations. It allowed him to refine the Earth within a 50-meter radius, and upon success, not only enhanced Earth element control and related skills, but also continuously drew energy from the refined area. Lu Wen immediately realized that this skill's power in the arena could rival a fully charged Thunderstrike. Although its range was limited, it was enough to create an impressive territorial advantage. Just as Lu Wen was lost in thought about the new skill, his phone rang, interrupting his reverie. The caller ID showed it was President Yi, which surprised Lu Wen at this hour. Mr. Yi? Lu Wen answered the call with curiosity. I have good news for you. Yi Sheng's voice was filled with a smile. Your 3 new inscription papers, Thunder Run, Electric Barrier, and Lightning Rod, have been approved by the Starry Journal and will be published next month. That's fantastic. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Lu Wen exclaimed with excitement, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. This news was significant for him. Although the association currently covered his material costs, his future expenses would only increase as his abilities grew. The publication of new inscriptions would not only bring him income but also elevate his status in the academic world, paving the way for future research funding applications. After thanking President Yi once more, Lu Wen hung up the phone. However, his attention was quickly drawn to a sudden news alert. Strong suppression. Forest Secret Realm in chaos again. Kentai City's Card Master Association president enters the secret realm for a strong cleanup. The news featured images of President Luo Xiaoping of the Kintai City Association leading a large number of card masters into the secret realm. The incident seemed to have been triggered by an unauthorized ritual conducted by the Elven tribe, prompting a tough response from the Kintai City Card Master Association. Curious, Luan clicked on the video accompanying the news. The footage showed President Luo leading a group of novice card masters toward the wind and nature elf tribes within the forest's secret realm. Suddenly, a dozen elves silently appeared atop the surrounding trees, blocking their path with bows and crossbows. These elves, with their transparent wings, small stature, pointed ears, and noses, appeared quite adorable. President Luo narrowed his eyes, his aura as imposing as a primordial beast pressing down on the elves. The Elven tribe's life ritual tomorrow allows for up to 10 young participants from the Kintai City Association as per the agreement. Are you planning to breach the agreement? He advanced, his presence overwhelming. Who gave you the courage to point arrows at me? I am the president of the Kintai City Card Master Association. Even your Elven tribe's elder must address me with respect. Proud as your race may be, there must be limits to your arrogance. Under President Luo's terrifying pressure, several elves immediately collapsed, coughing up blood, while the others were unable to refute or apologize. President Luo sneered coldly, still not planning to apologize? Luan shuddered at the sight. It was already impressive that the elves could remain conscious under such pressure, let alone apologize. He was surprised to see such a fierce side of President Luo, who usually seemed so amiable. At that moment, a raspy voice emerged from the shadows. President Luo, please calm down. These young ones have just started their duties and do not recognize you, hence the offense. An elderly elf with white hair slowly stepped out from the shadows. The fourth elder approached, and Luo Xiaoping furrowed his brows, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. He said coldly, Fourth elder, is it you who came to greet me? Is my reputation, Luo Xiaoping, not significant enough? Or has the Kintai City Association's patience over the past decade led your nobility to believe we can't wield a blade anymore? Where is your grand elder? Have him come out and greet me personally. As soon as President Luo finished speaking, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings. The fourth elder's face changed dramatically, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. The elf guards blocking the path were even less able to withstand it, collapsing and fainting. In this tense moment, a green light flashed like lightning from within the village, instantly appearing before everyone. The power carried by this light quickly neutralized the aura emitted by President Luo. The fourth elder sighed in relief, exhaling deeply. Luan stood aside, dumbfounded by the scene. He muttered to himself, is the Kintai City Association always this formidable? It's the same level 2 secret realm, but why do President Luo and President Yi seem so different in their aura within the realm? His gaze fell on the elder elf who had suddenly appeared, speculating inwardly, is this the highest leader of the secret realm? But why do I feel like even a slap from that vampire would be too much for him? The green light dissipated, revealing the figure of an elderly elf. With a serious expression, he spoke, President Luo, the number of young people your association has brought is indeed excessive. This could disrupt our Elven tribe's supreme life ritual. Could you reduce it by 5? President Luo took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He gritted his teeth and said, 10 years ago, the Donghuang headquarters advocated for a gentle approach, to treat you well, to establish friendly relations, not to view you as slaves of production. So for the past decade, whatever your Elven tribe wanted, we complied, showing enough sincerity. As he spoke, he lit a cigarette, causing the two elders to frown. President Luo continued, you said not to destroy the forest realm's ecosystem. We complied and reduced mining. You said not to disturb the elves' lives. We complied and prohibited other card masters from entering your territory. Whenever we had requests, we always negotiated kindly and never forced you. Yet the result was constant refusal. President Luo took a deep drag on his cigarette and blew the smoke into the elder's face. He sneered, do you know why I haven't entered the realm for years? Because I've been restraining myself from beating you. Even pride has its limits. At least recognize your strength, right? As he spoke, President Luo placed his hand on the elder elf's shoulder, his tone carrying an undeniable threat. And since I've come in today, it means I'm done holding back. Luan suddenly realized the situation. The attitude of the Yucca Master Association in Kintai City towards the undead was completely different from that of Pingyang City. This was because years of appeasement had failed, prompting the association to seize the opportunity to take a tougher stance. However, the situation in Pingyang City left Luan puzzled. President Yi seemed genuinely unable to contend with the vampire, which was unusual. In a level 2 secret realm, the strongest creatures typically only possess lord-level strength, and as a master-level Yucca Master, the president should have been able to suppress it. Yet the vampire's power was evidently beyond expectations, reaching at least the Dominator level, which is characteristic of a level 1 secret realm. Logically, with such a powerful presence in the secret realm, President Yi should have already stepped down, and the Donghuang headquarters should have invested substantial resources to elevate Pingyang City to a first-tier city strength. However, this was not the case. Luan shook his head, deciding not to delve into these complex issues. If the sky falls, there will always be someone taller to hold it up, he thought. Whether second tier, first tier, or from the headquarters, there would always be strong individuals to handle it. His goal now was to strive to become one of those strong individuals. At 5 in the morning, before dawn, a shrill whistle suddenly sounded outside the door. All participants, gather in the training room in 5 minutes. Luan instinctively thought to summon his wind eagle armor to fly down, but remembering that using cards in the city was prohibited, he had to jump down the emergency exit, floor by floor. As soon as he opened the door, the corridor was already crowded with participants in their pajamas, hopping down like frogs. 3 minutes later, a diverse group of figures charged into the association. Wow, you're still in your pajamas. Seriously? It's more bizarre that you managed to change clothes in such a short time. Just kidding, I knew this would happen. So I didn't even take my clothes off to sleep, still wearing my shoes. Smart move. But why didn't you warn me? I was waiting to see you be late. Your dedication to show up for training in pajamas is impressive. Darn it. You stop right there. 5 minutes later, all participants were present, and not a single one was late. Coach Xie nodded in satisfaction and announced the start of morning training. Go to the front desk and get your weights. No using mental power, run around the streets until I say stop. Control your strength, make no noise. If any residents complain, today's training will be multiplied. Nearly 100 participants, led by the Longtan team, began running along the streets. Despite the large number, the streets remained silent, with everyone carefully controlling their steps. After nearly 3 hours of running, the Longtan Alliance participants were still energetic, while others began to pant, barely keeping up through sheer willpower. Coach Xie still hadn't called for a stop, and no one dared to halt, although the sound of footsteps began to falter. Just as Zhong Wudi hesitated about slowing down to help those behind, 6 figures suddenly appeared in front, blocking the path. Excuse me, could you please let me through? Zhong Wudi asked quietly, but the 6 stood firm, blocking the way. Zhong Wudi frowned and stopped, a dangerous glint in his eyes. What's the matter? Looking for a fight? He asked, rotating his shoulders and moving closer to the 6. Just as Zhong Wudi was about to collide with them, Coach Xie suddenly ordered, everyone, return to the association's simulation room. Zhong Wudi reluctantly turned back, glaring at the group, and ran towards the association. Once back, everyone lined up, waiting for the next instructions. At this moment, the 6 familiar figures walked in, smiling as they stood behind Coach Xie. Ah, it's you. Zhong Wudi exclaimed. Quiet, Coach Xie said sternly. Zhong Wudi pouted but remained silent. Coach Xie introduced, these are the reserve team members of the Qianlong University team. I've invited them to spar with you to assess your combat skills. Everyone's attention immediately focused on these unexpected guests. While Qianlong University might not rival the 4 major academies, it is still one of the top institutions in a first-tier city and ranks high nationwide. Being a reserve member of the university team indicates that one is at least a skilled professional-level cardmaster. At this moment, 6 reserve members of the Qianlong University team stood on the stage, meeting Luan and his group's intense gazes. Zhong Wudi suddenly had a flash of recognition and pointed at one of them, saying, wait a minute, I think I've seen you before. The person nodded with a smile. That's right, I used to be at Qianlong High School, so technically I'm your senior. We've crossed paths a few times. Before Zhong Wudi could respond, Coach Xie interrupted coldly. Enough with the chit-chat. Everyone, enter your card capsules and prepare for the guidance match. He turned to Luan and the others, his tone serious. Yesterday was just a test of your basic abilities. Today, we want to see your true combat skills. Battle is the most direct display of strength, so give it your all and aim to defeat your opponents. Yes. The competitors responded with fervor, their spirits high. With a flash of light, everyone entered the card world. The 6 reserve members of Qianlong University's team were already on the stage, while Luan and his team stood ready in the stands. Dragon Pool Team 1, step forward. Zhong Wudi commanded, leading 9 team members clad in crocodile pajamas as they leapt from the stands to the contestant area. Coach Xie announced, we'll skip the individual matches and proceed directly to the team battle. If anyone exits the fight, a substitute can enter at any time until all members are incapacitated. Everyone's eyes lit up. This effectively meant a 10-on-6 match, but even with 4 extra substitutes, overcoming an all-professional lineup was a daunting task. The 6 opponents laughed. Come on, let's see what the current strongest newcomers of the Dragon Pool Alliance have to offer. Zhong Wudi shouted angrily. I'll wipe that smile off your faces soon enough. With the start signal, both sides quickly summoned their weapons and equipment. Zhong Wudi donned his heavy armor and wielded a massive spear, exuding an even more formidable aura than half a month ago. The vice-captain, Zhang Yuanjun, was a heavy shield bearer, his giant shield standing like an impregnable fortress on the stage. Except for one mage, the rest of the team wielded oversized weapons, radiating a powerful presence. "Take this if you dare," Zhong Wudi roared, swinging his long spear like a club as he charged into the enemy formation. Zhang Yuanjun and the others followed closely, their team moving like an unstoppable bulldozer, crushing everything in their path on the stage. The reserve team of Qianlong University, known for their mastery of gigantification weapons, quickly turned their match against the Longten Alliance into an intense hand-to-hand combat. Zhong Wudi activated his strength enhancement ability, pushing his physical prowess beyond the second-tier threshold, nearly reaching the third-tier level. He engaged fiercely with his opponent, trading blows that shook the ground. Meanwhile, his teammates struggled to keep up, barely holding their ground. From the stands, Luan watched with keen eyes, sensing that Zhong Wudi was not yet giving his all. If he did unleash his full potential, he might break into the third-tier level. Even at this almost third-tier strength, he was a formidable force. Users of gigantification cards are inherently robust. Under Coach Xie's strategy, the reserve team focused on guidance rather than eliminating their opponents. This match dragged on for over an hour before concluding, with substitute players rotating in, drenched in sweat. "My goodness, fighting them must be exhausting," Gu Peng exclaimed in shock from the stands. "They're like indestructible cockroaches. These tough guys can really wear down one's fighting spirit." Next up were the second and third teams of Qianlong University. By the time the matches ended, it was already noon. After lunch, the training battles continued, with Team 1 from Qiao University taking the stage. Luo Xian, as renowned as Zhong Wudi, was also a top-tier talent. Her ice element enhancement, combined with her staff, was quite powerful. Right from the start, Luo Xian cast a wide-range ice spell, covering the arena in thick frost. A few of the reserve team members nearly slipped. This control and output strategy was highly effective against the brute force of the Longtan Alliance. However, in direct combat, Team 1 from Qiao University struggled to withstand the opponent's fierce assaults. They managed to hold on for only half an hour before succumbing, with frequent substitutions. Despite this, the reserve team found this round more challenging than previous ones. The second and third teams from Qiao University followed, predictably losing quickly. By dinner time, members of the Huazhong Alliance gathered to discuss strategies. Against the reserve team, we must build enough resistance on the front line, or we'll be overwhelmed, Lin Yang said seriously. Since they're strong up front, how about guerrilla tactics? Chuan suggested. The arena is too small for guerrilla tactics to work. Chiwen shook her head. Splitting up would be worse. Their individual skills surpass ours, leading to an even quicker defeat. Don't worry too much, just play to your strengths, Luan reassured them. I'll try to hold the front. Chuan Nan and Lin Yang protect Lin Yi and Lu Chi, while Chiwen seizes opportunities. Facing a significantly stronger opponent, tactical victories seemed unlikely. Luan viewed this as a chance for growth, encouraging his team to showcase their abilities. He regretted that Xiaogu wasn't available, as their presence would have been a great asset. By the way, Chun Nan, Luan suddenly advised, try to hold out as long as possible, and don't step down easily. If things get tough, let Lin Yang take more of the hits. He then turned to Gu Peng. Once Lin Yang is out, you step up immediately. Lin Yang sighed. Why do I always end up as the workhorse when I'm with you? As night fell, Luan and his team took to the arena, bracing for the onslaught from Qianlong University's reserve team. Armor Fusion. Armored Beast Mode. Luan transformed into his Flame Dragon armor, his most formidable form for frontline suppression. His scale armor unfurled, shooting twin jets of fire as he launched himself into the enemy ranks like a meteor. Kid's got spirit. He's on par with Zhong Wudi, remarked the opposing Captain Jiang Yong, clashing his long staff against Lu Wen's Flame Dragon sword, sparks flying. In the midst of the stalemate, an armored tiger suddenly pounced from the side, fiercely biting Jiang Yong's shoulder. Zhong Wudi, Luo Xian, and others in the stands stood up in surprise, their eyes fixed on this newly appeared Earth Armor Tiger. A new armor? Luo Xian murmured. Everyone knew Lu Wen's armor could transform into controllable armored beasts, but until now, they had only seen the dragon and the wolf, and now a tiger had joined the fray. Is this your beast armor? It doesn't quite seem right, huh? Jiang Yong let out a cold laugh, swinging his staff with force, pushing Lu Wen back several steps. Before Lu could catch his breath, Zhang's right hand shot out like lightning, roughly tearing off the Earth Armor Tiger, completely ignoring the large chunk of flesh that disappeared from his shoulder. He grabbed the armored tiger by the neck with one hand, as if it were a mere cat, and then flung it far away. Impressive. Lu Wen muttered to himself, stunned. He knew full well that the Earth Tiger armor was the strongest in his set of 5 armors, yet it was discarded so effortlessly by the opponent. However, this played right into his plan, as the true purpose of summoning the Earth Armor Tiger was to use Earth control to refine the arena area. With the level of his belt upgraded, Luan temporarily didn't have to worry about the armor being overloaded and breaking, so he decided to go all out. If strength isn't enough, let's bring in the explosion, he shouted, swinging his flame dragon sword. A massive blaze swept across the arena, forcing others to keep their distance from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the other contestants were engaged in perilous battles, but with the firepower support from Lin Yi and Lu Qiqi, they managed to hold on. Thanks to Chen Nan and the others' relentless support, Lu Qiqi successfully set up a plant defense line. Giant pea shooters continuously launched basin-sized cannonballs, packing a significant punch. Their fire resistance, combined with Lin Yi's fire elemental attacks, elevated the damage to a new level. With the firepower support from the rear, the pressure on Chen Nan and Lin Yang was greatly reduced. However, some spectators began to question whether Chen Nan was slacking off, as the heavy-armored warrior seemed to be avoiding damage and leaving the pressure to his teammates. It's not that simple, Zhong Wudi quietly explained to his teammates. Lin Yang is deliberately sharing the damage for him. Luo Xian mused. It seems this seemingly ordinary rock shield heavy soldier has some hidden core skills. Coach Xia also frowned, paying close attention to Chen Nan's situation. Eventually, after withstanding the fierce attacks from several professional-level contestants, Lin Yang was deemed seriously injured and had to leave the field. Just then, the Earth Armor Tiger let out a low growl. Lu Wen's lips curled into a smug smile. Earth control. Refinement complete. Targets, get ready for the highlight of your day. Using the force of the explosion and Jiang Yang's attack, Lu Wen swiftly retreated backward, landing steadily beside Chen Nan and the others. He glanced around quickly and shouted toward the bench, Gu Peng, you're up. Upon hearing this, Gu Peng's eyes lit up with excitement as he grabbed his weapon, ready to enter the fray. Finally, it's my turn to shine, he thought to himself joyfully. Seizing the moment, Lu Wen leaned in close to Chen Nan and quickly whispered, once Gu Peng uses his mental shock, you charge in? Chen Nan was bewildered. If they weren't in the middle of a battle, he would have stared at Lu Wen in shock. The opponents are all professional card masters, and you want me to charge in? He silently questioned. Gu Peng was transported into the arena, fully aware of his role and strengths. As soon as he touched the ground, he summoned the Lich King. Lich King's world-ending energy wave, he shouted, as a ghostly figure rose into the air, unleashing a soul-piercing shriek across the arena. Over the past month, the Lich King had made significant progress, mastering a group mental shock skill in addition to its single-target mental attack. Simultaneously, Lu Wen coordinated with the Lich King's assault by discreetly releasing his own aura. Under his careful control, the aura was subtle, like a gentle breeze passing by. The competitors in the stands remained oblivious, except for Coach Xia from the Donghuang Association headquarters, whose eyes suddenly gleamed with insight. Although Lu Wen's aura wasn't powerful, it was enough to affect those without a king's will. The 6 substitute members of the school team momentarily froze, just as the Lich King's mental shock swept over them, leaving them defenseless and under control once more. The spectators were astounded, unable to believe their eyes. What did I just see? That guy controlled 6 people at once, someone exclaimed. And they were professional card masters with far superior mental strength. How did he do that? It's not just an influence. They were actually controlled, another added. Logically, given the mental strength of Gu Peng and the Lich King, even a wide-range mental shock shouldn't have stunned the 6 opponents. At most, it would cause a headache and disrupt their actions. Yet, the reality was that even though the duration was brief, his mental shock genuinely controlled all members of the opposing team. We underestimated Lin Yi, and we've definitely overlooked this Gu Peng, Chen Yuanlan muttered to himself. Zhang Yuanjun smirked. A mental control technique that can affect professional card masters is troublesome, but they've revealed it too soon. It's indeed a powerful weapon, another person analyzed. But even though Lu Wen is skilled, he lacks patience. If Gu Peng's secret weapon could have been hidden until the league finals, it could have taken down a strong team. Unfortunately, now that it's exposed, word will spread, and all teams will be wary of Gu Peng. Despite the apparent danger, Chen Nan remembered Lu Wen's instructions. Trusting Lu Wen, he charged forward at the moment the Lich King activated its skill, crashing into the enemy formation during their brief moment of confusion. Meanwhile, the Earth Armor Hunting Tiger behind Lu Wen lightly tapped the ground with its claws. With the Earth Control skill in play, the arena floor suddenly sank, causing everyone's footing to falter as their ankles sank into the ground. Lin Yi and Lu Qiqi seized the opportunity, launching a fierce assault with all their might. Lu Wen, focusing on controlling the Earth Armor Hunting Tiger's Earth Control, could only make a token gesture by swinging his sword twice. Such a level of entrapment naturally couldn't hold 6 professional card masters for long. They could easily break free with a strong step, but their attack rhythm was inevitably disrupted. Faced with Lin Yi and Lu Qiqi's relentless assault, the school team substitutes found themselves retreating for the first time. They were also surprised by the opponent's skill level. Although their overall strength seemed slightly inferior compared to the previous 2 first teams, Their tactics were dazzlingly varied. The skill that altered the terrain was particularly intriguing. Not only could it create pits, but Qian Nan could also manipulate the ground to soften, spike, roll, and tremble, greatly affecting their performance. Even though the range was limited and the power wasn't exceptionally strong, it was enough to disrupt their unparalleled strength. More astonishing than this skill was the ghost's mental shock, which affected even the 6 professional card masters. That Qian Nan has some tricks up his sleeve, causing a large-scale ground collapse all of a sudden. One team member commented, "We really underestimated them. Their raw power might not be top tier, but they have so many sneaky team battle skills." Another agreed. "Too bad they're too impatient, revealing their cards so easily in just a practice match," someone remarked with regret. "Indeed, but it's to our advantage. We can start planning targeted strategies against them tonight," another said. Listening to the discussions around her, Luo Xian looked at the arena with a puzzled expression. Lu Wen's actions were too reckless. Is this really a mistake a captain would make? He stood on the sidelines, brows furrowed, watching his teammates fight fiercely on the field. Exposing the team's hidden tactics like that, surely it wasn't intentional? His gaze swept over each player, calculating the benefits of this decision for them. These 2 skills, especially Gu Pang's mental impact, are a powerful weapon in the league matches. Lu Wen imagined Gu Pang unleashing the mental impact, an invisible force that could catch opponents off guard. Even top-tier teams could fall into a trap if they were unaware. Although Luan and his team had a temporary advantage, the school team substitutes were still far superior. Once prepared for these skills, the substitutes regained their dominance, pushing Lu Wen's team back steadily. The players on the field panted heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. In truth, the power of Earth Mastery was even more extensive, but Lu Wen had no intention of revealing too much. He kept a close eye on the situation, weighing every decision. After holding on for another 10 minutes, the elimination rate for Hua Zhong's team began to rise rapidly, leaving only Lu Wan and Lin Yi, who eventually met the same fate. Despite this, Hua Zhong's team had caused the most trouble for the school team substitutes since the beginning, proving to be the most challenging opponent. After the match, Zhang Yong approached Lu Wen with a hint of admiration in his voice. "I'm honored that you used your trump cards against us, but wasn't it a bit reckless?" Lu Wen chuckled at this, saying nothing. Internally, he was ecstatic. Joking aside, "I'm an expert at misdirection. The goal is for everyone to think I've revealed my trump cards. When you haven't shown all your cards, everyone is wary of what you might be hiding. Once they think they know everything, they might let their guard down." His plan was already forming in his mind. "If necessary, I'll just increase the power in the league matches, giving you all a shock. Once you've adjusted, you'll realize these 2 aren't our only assets, and you'll be surprised again." Finally, Qian Nan was naturally a tank. Drawing enough attention was optimal. Gu Pang's strength was slightly weaker, but if he could draw fire away from the other main players, that was beneficial too. These 2 were the decoys Lu Wen set up specifically for the league, to hide his real strategies. Surrounded by everyone, Gu Pang laughed heartily. Seeing this, Lu Wen nodded in satisfaction, thinking, "Gu Pang has great potential as a decoy, already a natural at it without needing instruction." Following them were Huazhong's 2nd and 3rd teams, as well as Yuanfeng's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams. As the competition continued, the atmosphere on the field noticeably changed. The movements of the school team substitutes became stiff, as if they had suddenly lost their previous confidence. These teams were far inferior in both skill and tactical coordination compared to the previous ones. Despite the school team substitutes carefully restraining their strength, their defeat was astonishingly swift. Although Huazhong's 2nd and 3rd teams didn't perform well, the outstanding performance of their 1st team kept their overall reputation intact. However, Yuanfeng Alliance found itself in a much more awkward position. Their 1st, 2nd, and 3rd teams consistently ranked at the bottom, and even their 1st team couldn't match the 2nd and 3rd teams of other alliances. This lackluster performance rendered them virtually invisible in this training camp. Coach Xie frowned, caught in a dilemma. He knew that if the situation continued to deteriorate, Yuanfeng Alliance's team spirit and morale would be utterly destroyed. In such a case, not only would they fail to improve during the training camp, but maintaining their current level would already be a miracle. Offering them special treatment? This idea was quickly dismissed. At most, they could be given more training opportunities, but this wouldn't significantly alleviate Yuanfeng's current predicament. The original plan to have 2 first-tier and 2 second-tier teams train together was meant to give them both a target to chase and evenly matched opponents. However, Huazhong's 1st team's exceptional performance disrupted this delicate balance. Guided battles end here, teams are dismissed. Assemble in the training room at 5 a.m. tomorrow, Coach Xie announced coldly after exiting the virtual card world. Yes, the trainees responded in unison, finally revealing their youthful exuberance. They cheered, shouting, "School's out," as they joyfully skipped towards the hotel. "Coming for a drink?" Zhong Wudi casually draped an arm over Lu Wen's shoulder, inviting him. Lu Wen glanced at his watch and politely declined, It's already past 11, leaving only 5 hours of sleep. We pulled an all-nighter yesterday, so I'll pass. Tisk, Zhongwudi grumbled, patting Luan's back. What are you afraid of? With a mental power of 1900, you could go a week without sleep and still be full of energy. Luan shook his head, thinking that instead of drinking, he would rather spend time studying cards. Today's battles made him realize that Zhongwudi and Luo Xian's card levels might be overall higher than his. Although they lacked fusion talent, their efficiency in card enhancement was undoubtedly high. In contrast, his fusion talent was convenient, but nurturing 5 sets of armor simultaneously meant that each armor's skill level lagged. Back in his room, Luan decided to carry out a skill fusion. Each set of armor currently had 8 or 9 skills, and upgrading them individually was too slow. He took out his Knight Belt card and chose his most frequently used armor, the Flame Dragon armor. This armor was simple, effective, and packed a punch, making it Luan's favorite. The Flame Dragon armor's current skills included Flame Blade, Fire Jet, Explosion, Fire Element Amplification, Explosive Fireball, Great Strength, Energy Barrier, Burn, and Slash, all at LV.2. Based on Luan's experience, fusing about 5 or 6 skills at this level could elevate them to a quasi-purple quality. Luan wasn't sure if Zhongwudi and Luo Xin, these frontline prodigies, owned quasi-purple cards, but he knew they definitely would by the time the Alliance competition rolled around in a month. With the Knight Belt already at LV.4 and his mental strength nearing the second-tier limit, he could handle quasi-purple skills. After careful consideration, Luan decided to fuse Explosion, Fire Element Amplification, Great Strength, Fire Jet, Burn, and the previously devised Flamewing expansion. Although Flamewing expansion was a purple card, Luan could downgrade it to quasi-purple during the process, slightly reducing its effectiveness. In fact, many lower-level cards were derived from higher-level runes gradually modified and downgraded, such as the lower-tier skill Great Strength. This is the advantage of runes. Fortunately, Luan had prepared ample materials yesterday, leaving him with a good supply. He spent nearly 3 hours crafting the quasi-purple Flamewing expansion. Compared to the full purple version, Luan removed the additional damage, retaining only flight and amplification functions. His fusion strategy aimed to create a low-consumption, high-damage amplification skill capable of sustained combat. Moreover, the fusion of Explosion and Burn could provide sufficient damage, making the additional damage from Flamewing expansion somewhat redundant. With 2 hours left before assembly, Luan used the quasi-purple skill Flamewing expansion as the core to fuse the other 5 skills. The fused skill, named Holy Flame Battle Garb, was of quasi-purple quality. It enveloped the wearer in high-density fire element energy, forming a battle garb that significantly amplified fire elements, strength and power, and reduced fire element damage. Attacks carried Explosion and Burn effects, consuming the battle garb's energy with each instance. When energy consumption exceeded half, it entered the Flamewing Burst Armor state. Flamewing Burst Armor concentrated all remaining fire element energy into jet wings, losing fire element damage reduction but granting flight and high linear mobility. It could also combine with other skills, using wing energy to unleash the Burst Armor skill Meteor Fire Feather. Fire Feather combined the wings with Flame Blade, transforming the wings into feather-like flame blades for wide-range fire element attacks. Meteor merged the wings with Explosive Fireball, enveloping the user in wing energy to plummet like a meteor, dealing high fire element and impact damage. Luan stood up excitedly, finally possessing a quasi-purple skill of his own. Quasi-purple skills had no level restrictions. Just one more step and they could advance to purple skills. If the fused skills were at LV.4, the fusion might already have resulted in a purple skill. However, Luan wasn't in a rush. Purple skills might be beyond his current control, while the quasi-purple's consumption suited him perfectly. The Knight Belt card began to heat up, a purple line spreading across its back. Luan speculated that fusing another armor set's quasi-purple skill could elevate the Knight Belt to quasi-purple. Once all 5 armor sets were completed, it would transform into purple. By then, these quasi-purple skills would automatically upgrade without manual enhancement. Fastening the Knight Belt around his waist, Luan examined himself in the mirror. He wasn't sure what the next day's training would entail, but he wasn't ready to reveal his quasi-purple skills yet. In the upcoming training, he planned to test the power of his other armor sets, especially the Wind Eagle armor. Although he had previously flown using Firejet and Dragon Riding, he hadn't personally experienced growing wings and flying. Besides, Firejet provided a terrible flight experience, akin to being pushed into the sky with poor maneuverability. If not for its instant acceleration, it would have made him an easy target. Today marks the 3rd day of training camp, and I've developed a fair understanding of your overall abilities. Coach CS stood at the front of the training room, his tablet glowing with data. He tapped the screen, projecting the information onto the large screen behind him, and scanned the athletes before him. From the reference data, it seems that Longtan Team 1 is the strongest overall, followed by Chao Team 1. Coach Xia's voice resonated in the quiet training room. He paused, his gaze settling on Huazhong Team 1. As for Huazhong Team 1, they may fall short in the arena matches, but their team competition strength is top tier. This assessment was based on yesterday's guided match against the reserve team of Qianlong University. The athletes nodded, unsurprised by the results. The strength of Huazhong Team 1 is complex and unique. Luan is the only one in the team who can be considered a top-tier genius, on par with Zheng Wudi from Longtan and Luo Xian from Qiao. Lu Qiqi has also demonstrated top-tier talent. Lin Yi's performance is rather unusual. His regular strength hovers just below top tier, but with Lu Wen's encouragement, he can leap to top-tier power. This belief-driven strength is indeed fascinating for a card master who specializes in mental power. Lin Yang's strength is comparable to Lin Yi's regular state, also hovering just below top tier. As the top newcomer in a second-tier city, this is quite commendable. In contrast, Qi-Wan and Chun Nan's abilities appear mediocre, reaching only the pinnacle of second-tier strength. However, from a functional perspective, Huazhong Team 1 shows extraordinary potential. Lu Qiqi, a wood element mage skilled in positional warfare, has a clear advantage in team battles. Lin Yang, serving as Lu Wen's power bank, could become a crucial ace support. Chun Nan's large-scale pitfall ability and Gu Peng's professional-level card master control skills are important assets in team battles. After yesterday's battle, many even believe that Gu Peng was more suited to be a formal team member than Qi-Wan. Yet, the members of Huazhong Team 1 knew that Lu Wen's display of momentum was not his debut, and the sudden large-scale pitfall move was puzzling. Despite their curiosity, the team members tacitly kept silent. After the basic training, Coach Xie sent the data to the training group and announced a 30-minute break. Each team began analyzing and studying their data, the atmosphere varying. Compared to the cheerful atmosphere of other alliances, Yuanfeng Alliance seemed rather gloomy. Their data was dismal, only barely surpassing Huazhong's second and third teams, which was a shocking blow for them. While Yuanfeng Alliance members were steeped in disappointment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the training room. President. Luoao immediately stood up and respectfully called out. He suppressed the moisture in his eyes and stood up straight. The other athletes also stood up upon hearing. The visitor was a president from the Yuanfeng Alliance. He smiled kindly and said, "Everyone has been working hard in training. Luoao, come with me." He patted Luoao on the shoulder as he spoke. Luoao trembled slightly and silently followed the president out of the training room. Coach Xie watched the entire scene with a cold eye, not interfering. About 10 minutes later, Luoao returned to the training room with his head down, his expression unreadable. With the break over, training resumed. Unlike yesterday's focus on team tactics, today's training centered on individual metrics, including strength, speed, agility, and mental power specialization. This type of fundamental ability enhancement is the most solid, but also the most grueling. The training required the use of real-world equipment, as reliance on the card world was not possible, making today's training intensity far greater than the previous 2 days. The group was ushered into the association's dedicated simulation room, where the equipment immediately began to replicate various harsh environments. The scorching heat of volcanic lava, the biting chill of a blizzard, and the flickering flashes of a thunderstorm swiftly engulfed the participants. Coach Xie strictly prohibited the use of cards. The competitors had to rely solely on their mental strength and physical resilience. In such extreme conditions, a robust physique proved more crucial than mental strength. The contestants from the Longtan Alliance gritted their teeth and persevered, while others had already begun to cry out in distress. The Huazhong Alliance was assigned to the lava zone. Gu Peng, barefoot on the searing volcanic path, felt his soles turn red-hot instantly. He hopped towards Luan, shouting, "Oh man, old Lu, save your chubby buddy." Before he could finish, Gu Peng lunged at Luan like a giant sloth. He wrapped his legs tightly around Luan's waist and clamped his arms around Lu's neck, nearly choking him. Luan cried out in pain. "What the heck? Get off me!" Gu Peng's weight pressed his feet down as if they were being seared by a branding iron, doubling the pain. "Go bother someone else, not your buddy." Luan couldn't take it anymore and used his strength to shake Gu Peng off, seizing the chance to fling him away. However, the toss nearly strained his own back. Thrown to the ground and scorched, Gu Peng scrambled to his feet and set his sights on the nearest person, Chun Nan. "Brother Nan, help me out," he pleaded, running toward him. Chun Nan, alarmed, shouted, "Stay away from me." Undeterred, Gu Peng continued to approach. "Brother Nan, you're tough and resilient. Help me out." "Get lost. Is that how you compliment someone?" Chan Nan retorted, throwing a punch in frustration. Rejected, Gu Peng turned to Lin Yi, who coolly said. Gu Peng grinned cheekily, "Hey, don't be so heartless. I've always thought you're the most handsome. Luan doesn't even come close to you." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, slowing his pace, seemingly indicating, "Go on, I'm listening." Sensing an opportunity, Gu Peng pressed his advantage. "Look at Luan, tall and strong. Yet he can't carry me. I bet you can. You're definitely stronger than Luan." As he spoke, he edged closer and catching Linny off guard, clambered onto his back. Now, show Luan your prowess carrying someone. You can still beat him to the finish line. Gupeng exclaimed excitedly. After the morning's basic training concluded, the famished competitors surged towards the cafeteria like a tidal wave. However, the members of the Yuanfeng Alliance were different. They dejectedly left the training room, dragging their heavy steps toward the hotel. Their eyes reflected a mix of humiliation and unwillingness, a scene that many present observed with a knowing sigh. The disparity in strength was evident. For the formidable teams of Huazhong, Longtan, and Qiao, sparring with Yuanfeng failed to provide the desired training effect. For Yuanfeng, such training was even more futile. Some quietly pondered that perhaps training in a place with evenly matched opponents would be more beneficial for Yuanfeng. In the association's cafeteria, the teams of each alliance were distinctly separated, maintaining a certain distance from one another. Each group was focused on analyzing their team's data and discussing future strategies. Suddenly, a loud exclamation from Gu Peng shattered the calm, drawing Luan and others' attention. Look at this. He quickly shared a news article in the alliance's chat group. Xingdu University Research Institute announces breakthrough in core technology. Is the era of universal card mastery finally coming? Luan raised an eyebrow. The headline was indeed eye-catching. He thought to himself, card masters cannot use non-self-made cards, which nearly eliminates the possibility of universal card mastery. Moreover, using cards requires mental power, and not everyone can break through the first level to become a novice card master. Statistics show that a significant number of people are inherently unable to become card masters. As Luan opened the news, he initially paid little attention, but the content increasingly surprised him. It turned out that for decades, Xingdu University Research Institute had been researching how to allow ordinary people to use cards. 10 years ago, they invented life cards, enabling those without mental power to use cards, but only in civilian fields. Now, the institute announced a major breakthrough, combining technology and cards to allow ordinary people to experience the wonders of cards. The news included a video showing a sleek black mechanical handgun. The operator was Lu Shan, recently a frequent figure in TV news, hailed as the top genius in the Eastern card-making department. In the video, Lu Shan inserted a card into the flat gun barrel, pulled the trigger, and a flame ray shot out, leaving Luan thoroughly astonished. Although this world, like Earth, has technology, the presence of card masters has limited the development of technological weapons. Unexpectedly, they are now pursuing a new path of integrating cards with technology. If successful, this would undoubtedly be a revolution in cardmaster history. Furthermore, this card-inserting skill release mechanism was quite similar to Luan's Night Belt. The news concluded by mentioning that although the current technology cannot yet be mass-produced, Xingdu University Research Institute promised to accelerate the research and overcome this technical challenge as soon as possible. Meanwhile, at the Xingdu University Research Institute, which was at the center of public attention, Lu Shan, Wang Yi, and Ing Yaya were racking their brains with the institute's professors to overcome the final technical hurdle. I suggest we invite Luan to join our research team, proposed Lu Shan. His Night Belt's engravings might be the key to breaking through this last barrier. He then looked at Wang Yi and Ing Yaya. An elderly lady with a kind demeanor asked, Xiao Wan, Xiao Ying, you've both interacted with this young fellow. What do you think of him? Ing Yaya responded earnestly, his talent in card making is indeed outstanding, but his technical skills and foundation still have room for improvement. Creating the Night Belt, I believe, was more a stroke of luck. However, this does prove Luan has exceptional potential in engravings. Wang Yi nodded in agreement. Another professor added, this young fellow's Night Belt is certainly ingenious, but it's fundamentally different from our research. Luan's Night Belt also has card slots that require card insertion, but those skills inherently belong to the weapon, merely stripped away during battle to lighten the card burden. Our research, on the other hand, aims to use the principle of card master capsules on non-card technological weapons to read the engraving information of cards, finally using technology to interpret engravings and simulate human mental power to trigger card skill releases. Although it resembles a knight's belt, it is fundamentally different. After a moment of contemplation, a professor spoke slowly. There's no denying that Luan's knight's belt indeed offers some valuable insights. Perhaps we should consider inviting him to join our research team to explore the potential of the belt's engravings. Lu Shan's eyes lit up, and he quickly volunteered. Let me talk to him. He glanced around the room, noticing that everyone's gaze had shifted to Wang Yi and Ing Yaya, the two young women present. He couldn't resist teasing. I'd also like to meet him. Don't let the opportunity fall only to the junior sisters. His words made the professors burst into laughter, instantly lightening the previously tense atmosphere. A kindly elderly woman softly remarked, there are still many other technical challenges to overcome, so there's no rush for this matter. Let's take it slow. She paused before adding, I'll inform the admissions office to reach out to Luan as soon as possible, aiming to have him join our card-making department at Xingdu University. We can waive the exam, and we'll do our best to accommodate any of his requirements. After lunch, Luan left the cafeteria. As he passed by the association's window, he happened to see the 30 contestants from the Yuanfeng Alliance boarding a bus to the airport with their luggage in front of their hotel. Everyone silently watched this scene. No one went down to say goodbye or offer comfort, as if they felt it would only intensify the sorrow of parting. Back in his room, Luan was about to take a nap when his phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up to see a message from Coach Xia in the training group. Everyone, meet in the association's training room in 10 minutes. Luan noticed that the group, originally with 133 members, now had only 100. Upon arriving at the training room, the space felt especially spacious after the Yuanfeng Alliance team had left. Coach Xia scanned the room and began outlining the afternoon's training session. Today, we will assess your individual combat skills and your ability to respond to various situations. He paused, his expression turning serious. I just received notification that the secret realm projection in Qianlong City has appeared. That will be your training task for today. In the outskirts of Qianlong City, a desolate expanse stretches out, with a towering spire piercing the clouds. From within the tower, deafening roars of beasts echo, sending chills down one's spine. The Card Master Association of Qianlong City has set up multiple layers of barricades around this area, with fully armed soldiers standing like immovable iron statues, blocking any vehicles or people from approaching. Who would have thought the secret realm projection would appear at a time like this? Zhong Wudi murmured. The people in the vehicle, particularly the contestants from the Huazhong Alliance, turned to look at him with curiosity, while those from the Longtan and Xiao Alliances seemed excited but not puzzled. Luo Xian explained, a secret realm projection only occurs with level 1 or higher secret realms. It can appear when a 6th-tier overlord level beast dies within the realm. She went on to elaborate on the characteristics of these overlord beasts, how they refine the secret realm area to form their own domain, and how upon their death, the domain initiates a trial to select a new overlord. She also explained how the release of power in these instances can merge with the present world, temporarily creating a secret realm projection. After hearing this explanation, Lu Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, an overlord-level beast's legacy? There must be so much valuable stuff. As the vehicle jostled forward, the massive trial tower became increasingly clear to everyone. As they approached the defensive perimeter surrounding the secret realm projection, an officer recognized the Card Master Association's vehicle and promptly gave the order, let them through. The barricade opened, allowing the vehicle to enter the wilderness. After passing through several checkpoints, the vehicle finally stopped at the last line of defense. Coach Xia instructed everyone to stay inside while he stepped out and approached a man standing amidst the crowd. How's the situation? Coach Xia asked. The man replied with a smile, the minimum entry requirement is Tier 2, and we got lucky this time. Coach Xia showed a rare smile. I didn't expect the secret realm projection to be significant enough to have President Bianjiang personally overseeing it. Do you know who fell this time? President Bianjiang let out a cold laugh, causing Coach Xia's expression to grow serious as he pressed further. One of those? An overlord-level candidate king just died in the king selection trial. I was there monitoring the trial, President Bianjiang said. A candidate king. Coach Xia's face shifted with uncertainty, and after a moment of contemplation, he firmly said, no, the trial for an overlord candidate king is too dangerous for them. How could you let me bring them here for such a trial? President Bianjiang earnestly responded, this is an exceptional opportunity. Do you know what the first test in the king selection trial is? Coach Xia remained silent, waiting for more. Momentum. Bianjiang simply stated, causing Coach Xia's pupils to contract. Coach Xia questioned, impossible. If it was already overlord level and could refine a domain to create a secret realm projection, its mastery and momentum must be substantial. How could it die in such a trial? Bianjiang explained, strictly speaking, it didn't die from the king selection trial. His eyes showed deep apprehension as he recalled the figure that moved freely under the terrifying might of the king artifact, even hunting other candidate kings. It wasn't an overlord yet. Bianjiang even began to regret sending the king artifact into the scene. If such an extraordinarily gifted beast were to ascend to overlord, even he, as the president, might not be a match, let alone if it became a king. He didn't believe humanity should create such a formidable enemy for itself. In any case, this secret realm projection should be related to momentum, and it might allow them to grasp a sense of kingly will, even if only in its infancy. You should let them enter quickly, Bianjiang urged. Kingly will. Coach Xia pondered. If it relates to that, then it might indeed be worth the risk for them to attempt it. Coach Xia returned to the car, his expression serious as he looked at the students before him. Taking a deep breath, he began. This situation is rather unique. We've encountered a Dominator-level monster, and this trial in the secret realm projection might be related to the will of the king. The students immediately held their breath, fully concentrating on every word from the coach. Coach Xia continued, even if you only grasp a fraction of it, it will be immensely beneficial to you. However, the risks are unprecedented. It could even be life-threatening. As his gaze swept over each student's face, his tone became even more grave. I must remind you, this training is no joke. I won't force anyone to participate. If you choose to take on the challenge, you can stay. Those unwilling to risk it, I'll arrange a ride back for you. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce determination ignited in the eyes of Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian. They were eager to jump out of the car and rush towards the opportunity-filled trial grounds. However, Lu Wen's expression turned exceptionally solemn. To him, this news was not encouraging. Why has a will of the king's secret realm suddenly appeared? Lu Wen pondered to himself, if they all comprehend the will of the king, how will I compete? Isn't this dominator-level monster just a trap for me? Coach Xie continued, the trial will match 1 to 4 levels of difficulty based on your strength. The first level corresponds to your second-tier realm. Once someone completes a level, the trial for that level will end. If you're serious about participating, you need to hurry. Upon hearing this, Lu Wen immediately jumped out of the car and sprinted towards the trial tower. He thought to himself, the will and the will of the king are my trump cards for the alliance tournament. If they also comprehend it, I'll lose my edge. I must complete the trial as quickly as possible. Seeing Lu Wen's urgency, Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian quickly followed. Soon, more and more participants began rushing towards the trial tower. Damn it, Lu Wen. Don't be so greedy, someone shouted angrily from behind. However, when they reached the trial tower, the station soldiers gave the restless students a cold stare. Lu Wen immediately curbed his eagerness and stood properly. Under the orderly direction of the soldiers, the students entered the trial tower one by one. The Tower of Trials loomed before them, lacking a grand entrance, but protected by a massive barrier spell. Lu Wen was the first to rush to the tower, only to be stopped by the guards and forced to wait for the arrival of other card masters. As time passed, more and more card masters gathered. From 2nd to 5th rank, each corresponding to the tower's 4 levels, each completion promised the inheritance of a dominant magical creature. Lu Wen gazed up at the towering structure, only 4 stories tall yet reaching skyward, and couldn't help but marvel. Soon, card masters from all walks of life converged. In addition to newcomers like Lu Wen, professionals, elites, and master-level experts arrived, ready to showcase their skills. The spell's patterns connected with the tower, obscured by a mysterious device. Once the crowd nearly filled the barrier, soldiers halted new arrivals and slowly removed the device. In an instant, the spell emitted a dazzling white light. The barrier patterns seemed to come alive, rising from the ground as countless white threads enveloped everyone. Lu Wen felt a dizzying sensation, as if he had stepped into another world. Before him stretched a vast, endless grassland, with the wind howling and a clear horizon where the blue sky met the green earth. Lu Wen quickly fastened his knight's belt. Armor fusion, he shouted. The eagle spirit let out a piercing cry in the gale, and green armor enveloped him. The scale armor was as light as feathers, gently swaying in the wind, yet ready to transform into sharp blades at any moment. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, Lu Wen noticed the eerie silence on the grassland, except for the howling wind. Suddenly, sharp wolf howls pierced the air, shattering the tranquility. A pack of enormous wolves charged across the grassland, their gleaming fangs bared as they lunged at Lu Wen. Is the first challenge this intense? A dozen giant variants? Lu Wen muttered to himself. Though these wolves were not much taller than an average person, they posed little threat to him now. He decided to finish quickly, activating his super speed ability and sprinting toward the wolves. As he raced forward, Lu Wen unleashed wind blades, swiftly tearing through the wolves' backs and flanks. The lead wolf, however, was formidable, using its strong fangs to shatter the incoming wind blades, its blood-red eyes fixed on Lu Wen as it charged. Just as they were about to collide, Lu Wen's back suddenly sprouted a pair of transparent wind element wings. Harnessing the powerful winds of the grassland, he soared into the air, creating vertical distance from the wolf pack. Water Kirin armor. Lu Wen switched his armor again. An ethereal water Kirin circled him, a blue robe fluttering in the fierce wind, a crystalline blue orb held in his hand. Vortex pull. The orb glowed with a deep blue light, and a massive pool appeared beneath the wolves, pulling them toward its center with a powerful whirlpool. Nearly half the pack lost their footing, sucked into the whirlpool's core. Only the lead wolf stubbornly resisted, inching forward with furious roars. Without his wings, Lu Wen plummeted from the sky, quickly switching back to his wind eagle armor, ready for another attack. Landing at the whirlpool's center, he spread his arms wide, summoning the gale of the grassland. With the whirlpool's pull, a small tornado formed at the center, lifting the wolves high into the air. Standing in the eye of the storm, Lu Wen unleashed a barrage of cutting wind blades. The storm transformed into a massive meat grinder, shredding the wolves into pieces. Bits of flesh flew through the air, staining even the storm itself a bloody red. Natural grassland wind storm vortex, pull cutting wind blades enhanced blade storm. Luan thought with satisfaction. As the storm subsided, the wolves' remains fell like minced meat. Yet, the lead wolf's resilience was extraordinary. Even with half its body gone, it continued to growl at Luan. He approached slowly, placing a foot on the wolf's head, a sharp sword extending from his armor as he gathered a deadly wind blade. Suddenly, everything went dark, and Luan found himself in the second trial. This time, his opponent was a nearly 10-meter tall stone giant. Elemental giants do not feel pain, and thus they fearlessly charge into battle. Even if parts of their bodies are severed, they can regenerate using elemental power. The only weakness of these massive beings lies in the elemental core located in their chest, as the core is the true essence of an elemental giant. Luan skillfully maneuvered around the clumsy stone giant, taking full advantage of the high mobility provided by his wind wings. He soared through the air, sometimes diving, sometimes ascending rapidly, leaving the stone giant swinging its massive fists in vain. For Luan, this trial was less challenging than the pack of wolves he encountered before, even though the stone giant before him was considered one of the more formidable mutations. Seizing the moment when the stone giant lost its balance and fell, Luan darted like a gust of wind onto the giant's broad back. His blade sleeves extended, gleaming with a cold light, and he unleashed a flurry of attacks aimed directly at the elemental core. With the combined effects of amplified strikes and wind element enhancement, the wind blades, typically used for harassment and relatively weak in power, now sliced through like sharp cutting machines, quickly tearing open a massive gash on the stone giant's back. Rock fragments scattered like raindrops, revealing a large elemental core that glowed with an earthy yellow light. Without hesitation, Luan drove his twin swords into the core with force. As they pierced through, cracks began to spread, and the stone giant's body started to crumble. In the next moment, Luan found himself in a vast palace. The air was thick with an invisible aura, pressing down on him silently. He realized this must be the final stage. The boss hasn't even appeared yet, but the setting alone radiates a kingly presence, Luan muttered to himself. This last challenge is no joke, truly befitting the legacy of a dominant creature. However, while this level of aura might intimidate others, to Luan, who had already reached a master level and even awakened his kingly skills, it was hardly impressive. A slight smirk appeared on Luan's face as the invincible throne floated out behind him. In an instant, a golden aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire palace. The weak pressure that had initially pressed down on Luan was instantly overturned by his sheer power, causing the palace to tremble slightly. At that moment, the statue standing at the center of the palace slowly opened its eyes. Those stone eyes were filled with confusion, as if silently asking, "What just happened?" No wonder this beastly secret realm requires a first-tier city to suppress it, boasting the largest giant transformation species in all of Donghuang. Luan stood inside the palace, gazing intently at the stone statue gradually awakening before him. It was a massive mutated lizard with wings sprouting from its back, seemingly evolving in the direction of a western dragon. As the stone chips fell away, the red flame giant lizard slowly twisted its enormous body. Its massive head spewed fierce flames, and its kingly will clashed with the palace's aura, matching Luan's presence and emitting a low, warning growl. Luan's expression grew serious. From the oppressive aura emanating from the lizard, he could clearly sense that this was a quasi-purple grade magical creature. Such creatures are naturally endowed with greater mental strength and physical prowess than humans, making them better equipped to handle the burden of quality advancement. Just like the skeleton leader in the Undead secret realm, which was of the first order yet reached quasi-purple grade, it was reasonable for this red flame giant lizard, as the gatekeeper boss, to possess such quality. Armor fusion. Luan decisively transformed into the flame dragon armor. A surge of heat waves clashed with the red flame giant lizard inside the palace. Luan's presence firmly suppressed the lizard. He quickly realized that the lizard had not yet comprehended aura. It had only awakened its kingly will, which allowed it to harness the palace's aura due to their shared origin. Unfortunately, this incomplete aura was as effective against Luan as lifting a stone only to drop it on one's own foot. Seeing its aura fail, the red flame giant lizard let out an earth-shattering roar, engulfed itself in flames, and charged at Luan with its gaping maw. Luan raised his sword to block, but the immense force of the lizard's attack made his hands tremble, and he was slammed into the palace wall, leaving a human-shaped crack. Despite the flame dragon armor's quasi-purple grade skills, the belt's quality had not advanced, and its base stats remained at the blue grade, making it difficult to fully withstand the giant transformation species power. Luan immediately unleashed his golden aura, forcefully dispersing the lizard's kingly will, causing it to momentarily stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Luan swung his greatsword at the lizard. The blade struck its evolved scales, creating a shower of sparks and leaving only a shallow wound. However, the force was enough to bash the lizard's head into a pit, allowing Luan to break free. Holy Flame Battle Garb. Luan decisively inserted his only quasi-purple grade card into the slot. Instantly, dragon roars echoed, flames surged, and a fiery dragon soul enveloped him, transforming into a transparent, fiery red energy garment that covered his body. The cloak flapped wildly in the blazing flames. With the Holy Flame Battle Garb's enhancement, Luan's strength, fire element amplification, and damage reduction were significantly boosted. The red flame giant lizard quickly recovered, shaking its head, and charged at Luan once more with an avalanche-like momentum, spewing flames from its mouth. Luan did not evade. He charged directly into the roaring flames. Thanks to the Holy Flame Battle Garb's fire element resistance, the flames were unable to penetrate the Flame Dragon armor's defense. Luan was like a sharp sword, slicing through the fire. Seeing this, the red flame giant lizard swung its tail violently, sending a roaring gust of wind toward Luan. Luan raised his sword to block, but was sent flying several meters, leaving a scorched trail on the ground before coming to a steady halt. Since you're offering me a tail, I won't refuse. Luan sneered, his lips curling into a wicked grin. The invincible throne radiated light, rendering the lizard's kingly will useless against Luan, and it was swiftly shattered, leaving the lizard temporarily stunned once more. Taking advantage of the moment, Luan grabbed the lizard's tail with one hand and swung the flame dragon greatsword with the other. Flames roared and surged, and he mercilessly slashed down on the tail. Roared, the excruciating pain jolted the red flame giant lizard awake, and it struggled fiercely to save half of its tail. However, the other half fell into Luan's grasp, burning with fierce flames, and was casually tossed into a corner of the palace. Luan squinted, curiously examining the red flame giant lizard. To be honest, the creature's strength didn't seem particularly formidable. Its quality might not even surpass the quasi-skeleton leader from his previous assessment. So far, it had only met the quasi-purple grade standard in terms of stats, but hadn't demonstrated any quasi-purple grade skills. It seemed this red flame giant lizard, like his knight's belt, was only half quasi-purple grade. Without its ability to control a slight aura of the palace, this gatekeeper boss would have no presence at all. The red flame giant lizard, enraged, resumed its fierce battle with Luan. Without using his aura, the lizard's stat advantage allowed it to barely hold its own against Luan. However, under the pressure of Luan's aura, the lizard was utterly dominated. The frequent explosions echoed through the Golden Palace, as every swing of Luan's sword blazed like a scorching flame, searing the scales of the giant lizard. However, this intense battle rapidly drained Luan's holy flame armor. In the blink of an eye, the energy armor on his lower body was depleted, with the remaining energy surging like a tide into the fiery cloak behind him. Seizing the opportunity, Luan launched a fierce attack that forced the crimson giant lizard to retreat, then swiftly withdrew to create distance. The influx of energy caused the fiery cloak to swell, transforming into a massive, floating movie screen. Unexpectedly, the cloak broke free from Luan's control, sweeping out with a life of its own, striking the giant lizard with a mighty blow. The lizard let out a confused hiss, as if questioning the sudden assault. Meanwhile, the fiery cloak seemed to release its pent-up anger, quickly returning to Luan's back. The cloak split in the middle and transformed into two massive flaming wings, lifting Luan into the air. Though these flame wings lacked the agility of wind wings, their straight-line speed was unmatched. Luan slowly ascended, as the crimson giant lizard, enraged by the slap, spewed flames at him from the ground. However, Luan skillfully maneuvered the wings, effortlessly blocking all the attacks. Realizing that continuing the fight would deplete his mental strength, Luan decided to unleash his ultimate move. Exploding fireball, armor-piercing technique meteor, he muttered, and the wings behind him swelled to over twice their size. The wings closed around him, forming a meteor descending from the sky. A dazzling tail of flames traced an arc through the air, with countless fiery feathers drifting down, filling every corner of the palace. The crimson giant lizard roared defiantly, charging towards the falling flaming meteor with reckless abandon. Boom! With a tremendous roar, layers of fire erupted outward like a blossoming flower, charring the entire Golden Palace. A terrifying column of flame shot skyward, its might as overwhelming as a mountain. When the flames finally subsided, Luan knelt breathlessly on the scorched ground, in front of a giant lizard with its head completely burned. Just as he was about to smile in victory, he sensed a surge of excitement from his spiritual realm. Xiao Gu had finally awakened from its slumber, slowly opening its eyes. At that moment, the entire trial tower began to shake violently, as if heralding an even greater challenge to come. Click. Xiao Gu groggily opened its eyes and looked around in confusion. It tried hard to remember what had happened, but could only recall a sudden wave of drowsiness. Meanwhile, Luan was carefully inspecting the palace, observing everything around him. Moments ago, The Tower of Trials had suddenly trembled but quickly returned to calm. Luan was puzzled. By all accounts, he should have cleared the level, yet he had neither received any rewards nor been transported away. This unusual calmness only made him more vigilant. However, recalling the large army stationed outside and the president of the Qianlong City Association personally overseeing the situation, Luan felt somewhat reassured. After all, the presence of a heavenly king-level cardmaster was enough to make anyone feel safe. Noticing that Xiaogu had woken up, Luan immediately summoned it. Xiaogu was thrilled to finally see the light of day after many days of slumber. However, sensing the faint aura emanating from the palace, it instinctively unleashed its own aura, causing the palace to tremble once more. Luan carefully assessed Xiaogu's condition. Species: Undead Archmage evolving. Type: Pet Beast card. Level: Tier 2. Quality: Quasi-purple rank, semi-awakened. Though Xiaogu had not fully ascended to a purple rank creature, its quasi-purple quality was already quite impressive. Luan speculated that once the death sacrifice skill fully awakened, Xiaogu might officially become a purple rank creature. Xiaogu's new skills caught Luan's attention. Undead conversion. This skill can transform life forms killed by death aura into undead, with their strength depending on the corpse's integrity and mental vitality. It can restore 1060 of the original strength, but these undead can only exist for 13 days before decaying. Death aura. When applied to the soul, it induces fear and mental shock. When applied to the body, it reduces various attributes and causes toxin damage. However, if the opponent's mental strength or physical resilience exceeds that of the caster, the skill will fail. Luan was quite satisfied with these two clearly linked skills, considering a future talent fusion once they fully awakened. As for Death Sacrifice, he was still unsure of its specific effects. Sitting on the corpse of a crimson flame giant lizard, Luan and Xiaogu studied the newly awakened skills. Luan remarked with a hint of regret, "It's a pity you woke up too late. Otherwise you could have finished off this big lizard and tested your new skills." Seeing that the Secret Realms projection was not transporting them out, Luan decided to continue helping Xiaogu with skill fusion. He first considered the Sacred Flame Battle Garb, which had proven effective on the Flame Dragon armor. However, since Xiaogu was a mage and not suited for close combat after summoning an undead army, Luan decided to focus on fire element augmentation for this fusion. Activating the fusion talent, Xiaogu acquired a third quasi-purple skill. Name: Sacred Flame Crown. Type: Enhancement. Quality: Quasi-purple. Description: Concentrates high-density fire element energy to form a sacred flame crown, providing significant fire element augmentation, strength enhancement, and fire element immunity. Attacks carry explosive and burning traits including summoned creature attacks, with reduced potency. Each explosion or burn charges the crown, and once fully charged, it enters the Lead the Charge state. Lead the Charge. When surrounded by summoned creatures, it boosts morale and slightly enhances some abilities of the summons. Damage received is distributed among nearby summoned creatures. Upon first taking damage, it gains the I Will Lead the Charge skill. I Will Lead the Charge significantly boosts the comprehensive abilities of summoned creatures during a charge. When combined with Flame Blade, it enhances each summoned creature's attack. The more creatures, the smaller the boost. When combined with Explosive Fireball, it gathers the army's strength to inflict impact damage. The more creatures, the greater the damage. Note: using this skill causes significant backlash damage to the user, so use cautiously. Luan was amazed by the power of this skill, even considering it superior to the Sacred Flame Battle Garb. He suspected this might be influenced by Xiaogu's kingly will. Pleased with the outcome of this skill fusion, Luan decided to pause further fusion for now. Although Xiaogu's remaining lightning element skills were enough to synthesize another quasi-purple skill, Luan chose to hold off. He planned to continue with lightning element skill fusion, centered on Tempered Thunder. However, while Tempered Thunder was potent, it couldn't recharge autonomously. Luan realized that a skill capable of influencing weather would require at least a purple rank card, so further selection of this critical recharging material was necessary. As Luan and Xiaogu reveled in the joy of the new skill, Zhongwudi and Luo Xian also concluded their battles. As Luan had anticipated, these two top-tier captains indeed each had a hidden quasi-purple card, boosting their combat power to a new level. However, they lacked both the power and the will of a king, making it quite troublesome to resist the might of the red flame giant lizard. Their speed in defeating it was much slower compared to Luan. Nevertheless, Zhongwudi and Luo Xian each managed to overcome the gatekeeping boss, secretly feeling proud, believing they were the first to complete the kill. According to the usual rules of the Secret Realm projection, as long as someone clears a level first, the entire trial is forcibly ended, and everyone is teleported out. This means that even if someone cannot defeat the boss, they can survive until a champion clears the level and escape. However, when Zhongwudi and Luo Xian completed their kills, the expected rewards and teleportation did not occur. Outside the Tower of Trials, Bian Jiang and Coach Xie quickly noticed the anomaly. Coach Xie frowned and said, "Strange, the light on the first level has gone out. So why haven't they been teleported out? Bianjiang also lost his usual composure. This situation was unprecedented since the secret realm projection began. At that moment, the entire Tower of Trials suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Everyone inside the tower staggered and struggled to keep their balance. Following this, not only the first cleared level, but also the trials on the second, third, and fourth levels were all forcibly terminated. Luan noticed the scenery around him change abruptly. He thought he was finally going to be teleported out, only to find himself in a vast, gray stone brick room. Zhong Wudi, Luo Xian, Lin Yi, Lu Qiqi, and everyone else who had entered the first level were also there. We haven't been teleported out. Could this be the true interior of the Tower of Trials? Luan murmured to himself. The room was simple and unadorned, far from the grandeur he had imagined. The training participants instinctively gathered together. Luan, Zhong Wudi, and Luo Xian exchanged glances, each with a smug smile. Lu Qiqi, puzzled, asked, "Why haven't we been teleported out? Weren't we told that as long as someone clears the level, everyone would be sent out?" All eyes turned to Luan, Zhong Wudi, and Luo Xian, the most likely candidates to have cleared the level first. Zhong Wudi was the first to speak. "I defeated the red flame giant lizard, but I didn't receive anything." The Dragon Pool Alliance participants stood tall, their pride evident. Not to be outdone, Luo Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "I also defeated the red flame giant lizard, and likewise received nothing." The participants from the Chiao Alliance straightened up, drawing the attention of the boys. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Luan reluctantly admitted, I also didn't receive anything." The Huazhong Alliance participants, except for Lin Yi, proudly lifted their heads. After a moment of eerie silence, a series of question marks popped up in everyone's minds. Why did all three leaders claim to have defeated the red flame giant lizard? Shouldn't there be only one person who cleared the level? Who among them was lying? The three of them fell into silence, with an awkward tension hanging in the air. Luan, however, wasn't too surprised. He recalled his experience of defeating the red flame giant lizard, and how he had fused a new skill with Xiaogu. He thought to himself that if these two couldn't even handle the gatekeeper boss, he might have overestimated them. Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian exchanged a knowing glance. Luan pondered silently. After defeating the red flame giant lizard, he indeed had an inexplicable gap of time. Could it be during this interval that they dealt with the boss? Regardless, all three were convinced they were the first to clear the level. Just then, Chen Yuanlan suddenly asked, "If we've all cleared the level, why are we still trapped in the trial tower?" This question hit like a heavy blow, plunging everyone back into silence. Even the slowest among them realized there was an issue with the secret realm projection. Luan was left speechless, his mouth twitching in frustration, thinking to himself, "Do I have some kind of jinx with secret realms? Why is it that every time I enter a place related to them, something always goes wrong?" Meanwhile, outside the trial tower, the fourth level had completely lost its glow, yet no one was being transported out. Bianjiang stood on the dull formation, continuously trying to activate it, but to no avail. This was no small matter. Those who entered the secret realm projection were all elite members of the association, young geniuses, or scions of great families, each an important figure that couldn't be risked. As Bianjiang racked his brain for a solution, a sudden exclamation sounded not far away. Looking in that direction, he saw the secret realm projection gradually dissipating. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Bianjiang decided to forcibly enter the trial tower. However, the entire tower felt like an illusion, and his body passed through it without any resistance, unable to affect the secret realm projection. The connection between the secret realm projection and the real world is being severed. Bianjiang growled through gritted teeth. Although he possessed spatial cards, even black gold level cards couldn't affect the realm's layer. Once the secret realm projection began to dissolve, unless a legendary card master intervened, they were out of options. Those inside the tower were likely being transported into the actual secret realm. At that moment, a card master hurriedly reported, "President, the vice president has already led the remaining master-level card masters of the association into the secret realm, heading towards the trial tower's location within the giant beast secret realm." Bianjiang nodded, feeling slightly reassured. There were also many master-level card masters inside the trial tower, all of whom had ventured into the secret realm multiple times. Such a lineup was formidable within the realm, and with their protection, others should not be in immediate danger. However, just as Bianjiang breathed a sigh of relief, several beams of light shot skyward from the trial tower, scattering in all directions. His pupils contracted sharply, alarm bells ringing in his mind. This was merely a projection, not in the real world, meaning the trial participants inside the secret realm projection were dispersed throughout the realm. "Everyone, head to the secret realm," Bianjiang shouted immediately, transforming into a stream of light rushing towards the association. He was filled with regret, wishing he could punch himself twice. There were several second-tier kids among them. Most were even from other cities. Entering the secret realm without supervision could lead to disastrous results. Meanwhile, Luan and the others were engaged in conversation one moment, and the next, they were swept away like a roller coaster, chaotically flying through the air, finally landing in a desolate area. Where is this? Luan exclaimed in shock, looking around in disbelief. Could the trial not be over? Or had they really entered the secret realm? He couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. This was no joke. It was entirely different from the safe zones designated by the Pingyang Card Master Association during assessments. Although first and second-tier monsters still dominated the secret realm, there were definitely plenty of fierce height-ear beasts. While Luan was lost in thought, the bushes behind him suddenly rustled. He immediately summoned Xiaogu, transforming into the Wind Eagle armor, ready to flee at any moment. Fortunately, Luan's luck wasn't too bad. A bear, roughly 5 meters tall, and seemingly at the second-tier level, appeared before him. He sighed in relief as Xiaogu repeatedly struck the bear until it was barely alive, finally ending it with the newly awakened skill, Death Aura. Luan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, carefully approaching the fallen bear. Now was the perfect time to test the new skill. He watched as Xiaogu lightly tapped the bear's head with a staff, causing a black pattern to spread from its forehead across its body. The bear, though dead, began to convulse violently, its eyes rolling back to reveal only the whites. Moments later, the bear ceased its convulsions. The black pattern faded, and it returned to stillness. Luan glanced at Xiaogu, who gave a slight wave of his hand, and the large bear immediately stood up. The bear's eyes were vacant and its entire body swayed stiffly, clearly having lost consciousness. Luan thoughtfully stroked his chin, a thought flashing through his mind. Isn't this just like a zombie army? He pondered to himself, regretting that the undead transformation was currently only a quasi-purple level skill, meaning the transformed undead were not very strong and the duration was short. As he was deep in thought, Xiaogu suddenly tugged at his sleeve, producing a series of clicking sounds, as if urgently trying to explain something. Luan, surprised, asked, "Are you saying you can control them to transform into either zombie or skeleton forms?" Xiaogu nodded vigorously, accompanied by more clicking sounds. Luan listened intently, gradually understanding Xiaogu's point. It turned out that when activating the undead transformation, one could choose to convert into either zombies or skeletons, but once chosen, it was irreversible. Considering that Luan, as a human, was like a living target in the secret realm due to his scent, Xiaogu cleverly turned the bear into a zombie, attempting to mask Luan's presence with the stench of decay. This move not only reduced the chance of being attacked by monsters, but also increased their chances of survival. After all, most monsters were not inclined to eat corpses and had little interest in a small skeleton, so they naturally wouldn't hunt them. Luan couldn't help but be impressed by Xiaogu's cleverness, patting its shoulder and exclaiming, "Xiaogu, you're quite something. You've finally become as smart as me." Xiaogu made a soft clicking sound as if to say, "As long as you're happy." The journey ahead unfolded just as Xiaogu had anticipated, with almost no attacks from monsters along the way. Only occasionally, when their luck was bad and they happened upon a monster, did they engage in small skirmishes. These were mostly first or second-tier monsters, and thanks to them, Luan gained a few more zombie guards. Despite the overwhelming stench of decay, which was hard to endure, Luan grit his teeth and accepted it as a necessity for survival in the secret realm. As they continued on, he couldn't help but worry about the safety of his other companions. "I wonder how the others are doing," Luan murmured, his brow furrowed. With Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian's strength, he wasn't too concerned. Lu Qiqi's wood element magic would be quite advantageous in this dense forest environment, likely boosting her abilities by at least half a level. Furthermore, the versatility of wood element magic meant she should have no trouble hiding and protecting herself. However, Luan was quite worried about the Lin brothers, Linyi and Lin Yang. It wasn't that they were lacking in strength, but rather that the two Lin brothers didn't seem to be the sharpest tools in the shed. "Get lost, you stinking ape!" Zhong Wudi bellowed, veins bulging and muscles swelling like hills. His body expanded once more as he grabbed the hairy gorilla in front of him, lifted it high, and flung it away with all his might. Luo Xian seized the moment, waving her hands as icy blue energy spread through the air. As the gorilla hit the ground, sharp ice spikes erupted from the earth, piercing the creature's thick hide. Blood splattered, staining the ground around them. Lin Yi quickly drew an arrow and released it, sending a fiery dragon streaking through the air. The intense flames evaporated the blood and engulfed the gorilla, causing it to howl in agony. Though exhausted, Zhong Wudi leaped into the air, long spear raised, delivering a final, fatal blow to the gorilla. Huff huff he panted, wiping the blood from his face and spitting on the ground. The trio was fortunate to have been teleported together. As some of the top contenders in the Alliance training, They had a fair chance of surviving until the association's rescue, provided they were careful and luck was on their side. However, their luck seemed to have run out when they found themselves face-to-face with a third-tier leader-level beast that had been sleeping peacefully. Thanks to Zhong Wudi's loud voice, their plan to sneak away quietly was over before it began. This giant gorilla was no easy opponent. Even though Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian were strong enough to take on a typical third-tier creature, they had to endure a tough battle. Thankfully, 3 days of training had made them familiar with each other's skills, allowing them to coordinate effectively even on their first joint mission. Let's find the others, Luo Xian suggested. The 3 of us alone might struggle to survive here unless we're really lucky. There were 12 candidates in the Secret Realm trial: Luan, Lu Qiqi, Lin Yi, and Lin Yang from the Huazhong Alliance, Zhong Wudi, Zhang Yuanjun, Yin Chenghuang, and Xiahou Zhong from the Longtan Alliance, and Luo Xian, Qin Yuanlan, Tang Yu, and Tang Ling from the Chao Alliance. Despite their skills, they were still underprepared for a first-level secret realm. Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian thought they needed Luan to join them to stand a real chance. With the main combat strength concentrated in their group, other members might be in danger. With the alliance competition approaching, they worried about losing team members at a critical moment. We can't just blindly search, Lin Yi, usually quiet, spoke up. That could put us in danger too. Luo Xian nodded in agreement. He's right. As much as I hate to say it, we need to prioritize our own safety. Let's just go, Zhong Wudi said, hoisting his spear and striding forward. We need to find them. If we run into more third-tier beasts, we might lose someone. Don't worry, Linny said coolly. You have a way to find them? Luo Xian asked, intrigued. Linny smiled with a hint of pride. Supporting characters naturally flock to the protagonist. That's the charm of a main character. They'll join us sooner or later, just like how you were teleported to me. Both Luo Xian and Zhong Wudi frowned, sensing trouble. Luo Xian turned and silently followed Zhong Wudi, thinking, whether it's the Longtan or Huazhong Alliance, none of them have a normal brain. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, dozens of figures streaked like meteors, heading towards the sacred heart of the realm amidst the roars of giant beasts. What is President Bian's intention? The serene mountain range suddenly convulsed, causing a massive earthquake that shook half the secret realm. Eyes like blazing suns opened, exuding an aura of authority as they looked at Bian Jiang and his entourage. Is the human who always preaches about agreements now leading the charge to break them? The mountains rose, revealing a colossal earth dragon stretching thousands of miles, guarding the heart of the realm within its body and watching Bian Jiang warily. Why has the secret realm projection suddenly changed? What are you beasts up to? Bian Jiang's voice was cold, his immense presence bearing down on the earth dragon. Roared, the earth dragon's eyes burned with anger, its formidable aura clashing with Bian Jiang's. Bian Jiang, I'm not like those useless wind and nature spirits. The dragon's homeland never lacks the resolve to fight to the end. If you humans want war, bring it on. Do you think we fear you? At that moment, countless beasts converged from all corners of the secret realm, and the situation quickly became dire. President, things are getting out of control, someone murmured, seeing the unfolding chaos. Vice President Liao Yangqiu suddenly raised his hand, his gaze as sharp as a knife cutting through the timid person before him. Get out, he barked fiercely. The person trembled as they spoke. President Liao, Get out. Liao Yangqiu interrupted again decisively, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. If the behemoth secret realm dares to go down in flames, why shouldn't our association? If comfortable days have dulled your fighting spirit, then from today onward, you have no place in this association. Seeing that President Liao was serious, the person's eyes welled up with tears, their voice choked with emotion. President Liao, that's not what I meant at all. Please forgive me. I volunteer to lead the charge and wipe out these monstrous creatures. Liao Yangqiu snorted coldly, his tone softening slightly. You'll have your chance to make amends later. Remember, even though many of you are not from a military background on the battlefield, I expect no idle chatter. Meanwhile, Bian Jiang ignored the commotion behind him, his eyes blazing as he approached the earth dragon. Each step he took was filled with authority, his aura growing ever stronger. Give me an explanation, Bian Jiang said coldly. If you're really looking for a fight, then let's fight. From now on, the behemoth secret realm will be erased from Donghuang. His words immediately caused an uproar among the dragons. Arrogant. Presumptuous. Elder. Let's fight them. This is too much. The furious roars echoed one after another. However, a few dragons wore peculiar expressions, as if searching for something suspicious. The earth dragon remained unmoved, instead showing a mocking gaze. The secret realm projection is created by the Overlord of Death. Now that it's dead, it's not my concern. Why don't you go find the Immortal Clan? Bian Jiang responded with a cold laugh. In that case, you kings and overlords should just stay here and not leave. The earth dragon swayed its massive tail, slowly advancing toward Bianjiang. The last time we crossed paths was 5 years ago, wasn't it? Bianjiang hefted a giant axe onto his shoulder, grinning menacingly as he faced the earth dragon. Yeah, it's been a while since I've given you a good beating. Did you miss me? At that moment, another violent earthquake shook the entire secret realm. The ground trembled violently as countless behemoths surged out, rampaging through the secret realm. Amidst the chaos, Luan cautiously hid beneath a corpse-like monster, feigning death. Right before his eyes, a fourth-tier creature was being trampled nearly to death by the mass migration of dozens of creatures of the same tier. Lying half-dead in a massive crater, on the verge of death. A gleam flashed in Lu Wen's eyes as he exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Gu. Should we finish it off with one last strike? He whispered. It might be worth a shot. Damn, a fourth-tier undead experience card is worth the gamble. Hiding beneath the body of a mutated creature, Xiao Gu cautiously attempted to use her death aura to corrode the dying fourth-tier beast. The black markings slowly spread across the creature's body, indicating the gradual penetration of the death aura. Although the beast was on the brink of death, its fourth-tier physical and mental strength still far surpassed Xiao Gu's, making the corrosion process extremely difficult. After a long hour of waiting, the secret realm of the giant beast finally returned to calm, and the creature took its last breath. Luan and Xiao Gu eagerly approached the corpse, hoping to successfully transform it into an undead warrior of at least third-tier level. Xiao Gu tapped the creature's head lightly with her staff, causing a tiny black to appear and slowly expand. Luan was overjoyed at the sight, but quickly calmed down. He estimated that it would take at least a day to complete the transformation, and the fresh corpse might attract other creatures. After weighing the pros and cons, Luan decided to temporarily retreat, leaving most of his zombie minions to mask the scent of the corpse. He and Xiaogu quietly left, planning to return the next day to check the results and search for other classmates. Meanwhile, Zhong Wudi and his group's situation was even more perilous. Luo Xian's right arm was broken by a rock rhinoceros, bent at a gruesome angle. Lin Yi's shoulder was pierced, rendering him unable to draw his bow with both hands. Among the team, only Zhong Wudi remained relatively unharmed. Zhong Wudi felt helpless about President Bianzhang's impulsiveness. He speculated that the shockwave came from the south, likely caused by the president leading people into the secret realm, sparking a battle. To avoid being caught in the crossfire, he decided to lead the team northward. At the same time, a master-level card conjurer quickly gathered the surrounding card conjurers, including Zhang Yuanjun, Chen Yuanlan, Tang Yu, Tang Ling, and Yin Chenghuang. He entrusted elite-level card conjurer Kukayan to look after them while he prepared to join the battlefield. Yin Chenghuang, from the Longtan Alliance, watched the master-level card conjurer, known as Brother Yin, nervously and whispered, "Uncle, please be careful." He simply uttered a few words and then transformed into a beam of light, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Kukayan watched the fading streak of light, his brow furrowing unconsciously, a deep worry reflected in his eyes. This time, it's really different, Kukayan muttered to himself, his voice heavy with concern. He turned to his companions, speaking more quickly. Thanks to this secret realm projection, most of the master-level and king-level card masters from Qinlong City have gathered in the beast secret realm. If a battle breaks out, it might turn into an uncontrollable melee. He took a deep breath and decisively said, "I'll escort you back to the association first. We'll discuss everything else later." Tang Yu, upon hearing this, showed a look of anxiety. She pleaded softly, "But Mr. Ku, we still have classmates in the secret realm. Could we? The situation is more dangerous than you think." Kukayan interrupted her firmly, his tone resolute. "I'll get you out first. If we encounter others on the way, I'll take them too, but there's no time to search now." Seeing Kukayan's unwavering stance, Tang Yu pressed her lips together and fell silent. Zhang Yuanjun, noticing her distress, gently reassured her, "Don't worry too much. There are many other elite and professional level card masters in the secret realm. They're among the best in our association. Before returning, they will definitely search the area." Under Kukayan's escort, the group quickly headed towards the nearest teleportation point to the association, their steps hurried and their expressions tense. Meanwhile, in another part of the secret realm, two competitors were trapped under a sudden landslide. They were Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang, two other members of the Huazhong Alliance. "I'm barely holding on." Lu Qiqi's voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, as the staff in her hand emitted a weak glow, barely sustaining a barrier to hold back the crushing rocks. Seeing this, Lin Yang immediately said, "You rest first, I'll take over." She also erected a barrier, but once Lu Qiqi withdrew, their space became even more constrained. Lin Yang's weapon wasn't a staff, so the energy barrier's amplification effect was nowhere near as strong as that of the vice-captain Lu Qiqi. Both knew that at this rate, they could hold out for only 3 more hours at most. Lu Qiqi had used all her seeds during an encounter with a third-tier monster earlier, and even if she tried to cultivate more now, she wouldn't be able to produce many. In their despair, a tiny sprout was striving to push through the cracks between the rocks, trying to grow outward, as if it were their last glimmer of hope. "We might be buried deeper than we thought," Lu Chichi said with a weary smile, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Her seeds had spread upwards for over 10 meters, yet still hadn't reached the sunlight. Using the last of her mental strength, Lu Chichi nurtured a dozen more seeds. Under her control, the thick vines grew upwards, barely holding back the stones pressing down on them. "The vines can help us absorb and store water. If we're thirsty, we can cut them open and drink a little," Lu Chichi explained weakly. "It should sustain our basic survival needs." Lin Yang nodded in agreement. As would element mages, they had a strong adaptability to their environment. As long as they could hold on, there was hope for long-term survival. "Let's try to recover our mental strength for now," Lin Yang suggested, "and then see if we can break out." With that, he closed his eyes to meditate, beginning to restore his energy. Earlier, they had encountered a third-tier magical beast. Though it wasn't a mutant, it had still put them through a tough fight. Their mental strength was almost depleted, and Lu Chichi had used up all her seeds. Both were seriously injured. In this resource-scarce environment, relying solely on meditation and self-healing, it would take a long time to return to full strength. Thankfully, the current environment was relatively safe. With plenty of prey around, the magical beasts were unlikely to expend the effort to dig through the rocks to hunt them. Half a day later, Luan was wandering through the forest on a zombie giant lizard, seizing opportunities to ambush and harvest. His zombie army had expanded from 1 to 10, with 7 being gigantified species, and even included a third-tier magical beast. Apart from the initial zombies used to mask their scent, the other undead had been transformed into skeletons. This skeletal army marched majestically through the forest. Luan preferred using skeletons as mounts, as they were more comfortable than constantly decaying flesh. As long as they didn't enter the territory of third-tier or higher magical beasts, most beasts would avoid them. The group was not only large but formidable. Even if they won a fight, all that would be left were useless rotten flesh and bones, making a battle pointless. As a result, Luan and Xiaogu lived rather comfortably, rarely encountering danger. At that moment, the undead guarding a fourth-tier magical beast's corpse suddenly fell into a slumber. Luan and Xiaogu, exploring elsewhere, were unaware of the anomaly. The mental link of the undead transformation remained intact, but Xiaogu hadn't issued a rest command. A gentle breeze passed by, and the black markings on the fourth-tier beast's corpse seemed to pause, then rapidly spread, covering the entire body almost instantly. Suddenly, the corpse opened its eyes. Its eyeballs eerily rolled in a circle before quickly closing again. At the moment of transformation completion, Xiaogu's body shuddered. The spiritual link of the undead transformation was now fully established. Click-clack, Xiaogu exclaimed excitedly. Luan was initially indifferent, but after hearing Xiaogu's explanation, he was shocked. "It transformed so quickly?" he asked incredulously. "This is a fourth-tier beast, a whole level above Xiaogu. Even if it finished transforming by tomorrow, I'd be grateful. But how long has it been?" "Half a day. Bring it over here," Luan immediately instructed. With such quick transformation, the fourth-tier beast's body shouldn't be too damaged, possibly retaining 40 to 50% of its strength. This strength refers to its numerical power. Even with only 40 to 50% of its numerical strength, this fourth-tier beast's combat power equates to a typical third-tier beast. More importantly, fourth-tier beasts possess red-grade skills. Although undead transformation falls short in basic numerical attributes compared to an undead army, capturing high-level beasts can instantly grant powerful skills and formidable combat strength. A beast with red-grade skills, even if slightly weaker in fundamentals, is beyond the capability of ordinary third-tier beasts to handle. "What is its red-grade skill?" Luan eagerly inquired. With the mental link established, they could share information. As one party in the master-servant contract, Xiaogu could forcibly probe the other's information. Xiaogu gestured animatedly, conveying information through the soul contract. "War God's Descent?" Luan exclaimed in surprise. This beast was quite strong in life. War God's Descent is an all-around enhancement skill that not only boosts the user but also allows them to gather immense energy forms to accompany attacks, making each strike powerful. Among red-grade skills, it's notably potent. Luan couldn't help but wonder how such a powerful beast could have been so easily slain by a group of giant creatures. Unfortunately, the burden of red-grade skills is substantial, and Luan wasn't ready to attempt simulating skills of this level yet. This fourth-tier monster is a giant ice demon wolf, but after being converted into an undead, all that remains is a skeletal form. Its 10-meter-tall frame rampages through the forest, exuding a chilling aura that covers everything in its path with a thick layer of frost. Even its bones, enveloped in the cold, appear crystal clear, shimmering with a ghostly blue light like an ice sculpture. "Let's rest here," Luan murmured. gazing at the distant sky where flashes of light continued to erupt. The battle between the Qianlong City Association and the giant beast secret realm was expanding, and although they had distanced themselves from the battlefield, the phenomena from the fight were drawing closer, with aftershocks sweeping through. The ground trembled continuously, not as violently as before, but unsettling nonetheless. Suddenly, in the midst of the ruins, a thick vine burst out of the ground, unfurling like a blooming flower to reveal Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang, who had been trapped inside. Finally, we're out. Lu Qiqi panted, drenched in sweat, her mental energy nearly depleted. Let's find a place to hide, recover, and then regroup with the others, Lin Yang suggested, helping the weakened Lu Qiqi, his expression grave. Escaping the ruins was mostly thanks to Lu Qiqi's abilities, as Lin Yang could barely assist, thus conserving his strength. The secret realm is too dangerous, Lu Qiqi said worriedly. Even for Luan and the others, it must be tough to make any progress here. She secretly hoped Luan could summon a legion like in the Undead secret realm, but in the giant beast secret realm, that seemed impossible. The two quickly slipped into the forest, only to feel the ground shaking violently upon landing. Another earthquake? Lin Yang exclaimed, hurriedly leading Lu Qiqi away from the ruins to avoid another collapse. No, it's not that, Lu Qiqi said cautiously, sensing the forest's agitation. A massive creature must be approaching. They hid in a corner, observing their surroundings carefully. Sure enough, a 10-meter-tall skeleton appeared in their view, cold air swirling as it moved through the trees. How is there an undead here? Lu Qiqi whispered in disbelief. Too bad there's only one, Lin Yang muttered. I would have loved to see Lu Wen's feats in the undead secret realm firsthand. They had only heard rumors and seen brief videos of Lu Wen's bone army and felt a twinge of regret. The giant skeleton strode over the ruins, scattering rocks in all directions. Lin Yang and Lu Qiqi were relieved. Had they emerged later, they might have been caught in another collapse. We need to move quickly, Lu Qiqi urged. We must find Lu Wen as soon as possible. He's our main force in the alliance competition, and if he falls in this secret realm, we'll lose our edge against the top teams. Lin Yang nodded in agreement, silently lamenting. This secret realm is fraught with danger at every turn. Jing Rue darted swiftly through the forest, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of human presence. As an experienced professional cardmaster, he was well aware of the dangers lurking in the beast's secret realm. Every venture into this chaotic land was a dance with death. In the dense forest, each ancient tree might conceal a lethal monster. Jing Rue knew all too well that a few children with only second-tier abilities had mistakenly wandered into this treacherous area. Without quickly banding together or finding the protection of a stronger ally, their chances of survival in this harsh environment were slim. Suddenly, Jing Rue's pupils contracted. Not far away, a fourth-tier undead creature came into view. Although it was in a weakened state, operating at only 40 to 50% of its usual strength, the oppressive aura it exuded was enough to confirm its true rank. When a creature reaches the red level, its intimidation factor against lower-tier beings increases exponentially. Life detection, Jing Rue murmured, as a burst of purple light appeared. His eyes transformed instantly, capturing all life information within a 360-degree radius. This rescue team's standard card allowed him to perceive every movement within several hundred meters in an instant. Earlier, when he encountered the giant skeleton, Jing Rue had used this skill. At that moment, he was alarmed to find a human life form directly in the path of the skeleton, and worse, surrounded by a dozen other creatures. Without delay, Jing Rue accelerated, determined to rescue his compatriot before the skeleton arrived. According to the scan, the person surrounded and the surrounding creatures were of low strength, likely only at the second tier. While taking down a dozen second-tier monsters in one go was challenging, rescuing a fellow human from the encirclement was not beyond Jing Rue's capabilities. As the outlines of the creatures became faintly visible, Jing Rue summoned a broad-backed sword. Lightning crackled along the blade, its violent energy almost bursting forth. He shot out from the underbrush like a bolt of lightning, slicing the nearest creature in two with a single strike. However, even as the third-tier creature was struck down, it let out a piercing howl, baring its sharp fangs at Jing Rue. Another undead? Jing Rue frowned, glancing around to realize that all the creatures encircling the human were undead. Recalling the giant skeleton leading a zombie army, a light bulb went off in Jing Rue's mind, piecing together the puzzle. This was clearly an orchestrated attack by the fourth-tier skeleton. This meant that if he rushed in recklessly, he too might become a target for the skeleton. But hesitation lasted only a moment. Jing Rue charged into the fray. As a member of the Qianlong City Association's rescue team, leaving someone to die was not in his nature. The small skeleton, though not large, emitted a chilling aura of death, undoubtedly the leader of this undead group, a lieutenant dispatched by the giant skeleton. Wielding his sword, Jing Rue cut through the horde like a dazzling streak of lightning, breaking through the encirclement. He leaped high, his sword enveloped in a thunderous force, slashing down fiercely at the target. Jing Rue's speed was unmatched among the professional cardmasters that Luan and Xiaogu had encountered. Fortunately, the gruesome demise of the transformed undead bought them precious reaction time. Misunderstanding, Luan shouted, swiftly summoning a knight's belt. In a split second, Xiaogu activated the thunder tempering, lightning rod, and crown of holy flame. Although the blazing flames were scattered by Jing Rue's strike, the lightning on the blade was absorbed by Xiaogu. The suddenly empowered Xiaogu barely withstood the powerful blow, but was knocked off the skeletal mount by the immense impact. Luan tried to explain further, but was suddenly hoisted onto Jing Rue's shoulder, who sped away from the scene. Xiaogu, alarmed, erupted with dazzling electric light, initiating a lightning sprint to keep pace. The undead army behind them roared in unison, following Xiaogu in pursuit. The tardy fourth-tier undead also switched direction, launching a chase after Jing Rue. Definitely not easy to deal with, Jing Rue thought grimly. In an instant, Jing Rue felt the gaze of at least a dozen demonic creatures fix on him. His heart raced as he realized the situation was far more perilous than he had imagined. Clutching Luan tightly, he pressed on, though each step grew increasingly heavy. Big brother, put me down. Luan cried out anxiously, his voice filled with fear and unease. There's no need to say more. I won't abandon you and run away. Jing Rue interrupted firmly. Trust me, I'll get you out of danger. Without giving Luan a chance to argue, Jing Rue swiftly summoned 2 blue-tier cards. They shimmered briefly in the air before dissolving into stardust. Luan immediately felt a strange energy envelop him, as if something had detached from his body. Hide yourself well. I'll lead them away, Jing Rue whispered. As he finished speaking, lightning crackled in his hand, slashing behind him. Using the blinding flash as cover, he quickly tossed Luan into a concealed spot. To ensure the creatures chased him more eagerly, Jing Rue deliberately slowed his pace, feigning exhaustion. Yet, his plan seemed to falter as the creatures abruptly stopped pursuing him and instead headed straight for Luan, who was supposed to be hiding. Jing Rue's eyes widened in panic. He quickened his pace, rushing back to help, only to be stunned by the scene before him. With a resigned sigh, Luan quietly commanded, armor fusion. In an instant, the flame dragon armor enveloped him. He raised a great sword, poised at the neck of a skeleton-like creature. The creature, though bewildered, remained still and compliant. Jing Rue skidded to a halt, nearly toppling over, his face a mask of disbelief. Thank you for your kindness, my friend, Luan said awkwardly. But as you can see, I'm quite safe now. This unexpected turn of events left Jing Rue deeply perplexed, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Jing Rue stood dumbfounded at the scene before him. A regiment of skeletal soldiers lined up in perfect order, emitting an eerie blue light that sent shivers down his spine. Seeing this, Luan chuckled and explained, "This is my pet beast, called Xiaogu. As for these, think of them as Xiaogu's summoned creatures." As he spoke, he reverted from his transformed state back to his normal form. "Oh, you're the guy from Pingyang City who's become a warlord in the undead secret realm, right? I've heard about you," Jing Rue exclaimed in realization, then added in surprise. "But I didn't know your Xiaogu had summoning skills. That's quite impressive." Jing Rue's astonishment was understandable. Summoning skills are extremely rare, and those below the purple rank are even more so. Luan felt a pang of anxiety as he realized he had inadvertently revealed the existence of his undead army, a skill that was best kept secret. He quickly clarified, "It's not exactly a summoning skill. It just temporarily turns creatures killed with specific skills into members of the undead." While the conversion to undead was a powerful skill, it was far less impactful on the Alliance tournament compared to an undead army. The tournament's rules imposed too many restrictions, rendering the conversion skill almost useless. Jing Rue nodded thoughtfully. "I see, but that's still impressive, at least a quasi-purple skill." What a pity, his tone carried a hint of regret. As a contestant in the Alliance tournament, having such a skill that couldn't be fully utilized felt like a missed opportunity, widening the gap with other top competitors. Despite this, Jing Rue didn't underestimate Luan. Having a pet beast card meant an extra source of power, a significant advantage in the early stages. Before reaching the professional level, few would contract a pet beast card. At that moment, a loud crash resounded. Boom thud, a giant skeletal ice wolf finally arrived, reminding Jing Rue of the fourth-tier creature that had been pursuing him earlier. "Did you also defeat it?" Jing Rue asked incredulously, staring at Luan. If they had the power to kill a fourth-tier creature, entering the Alliance tournament seemed like overkill. They should be competing in the University League instead. Luan laughed awkwardly and explained, "We just got lucky." He then briefly recounted the events leading up to it. Even so, Jing Rue was still astonished, scrutinizing Xiaogu from head to toe. Being able to refine a fourth-tier creature in just half a day was a feat he understood better than Luan. As a third-tier expert, his knowledge of fourth-tier capabilities far surpassed Luan's. He couldn't fathom how this seemingly ordinary skeletal mage could accomplish such a feat. This defies logic. It's just too unbelievable, Jing Ruin muttered to himself, then asked, "Are all your cards this outrageous?" Luan responded nonchalantly, "Haha, well, they're a bit special." He thought to himself that with only 2 card slots, the few cards he could use had to be extraordinary to have come this far. Jing Rui reluctantly accepted these astonishing facts and waved to Luan. "As long as you're safe, that's what matters. With this skill, as long as you're not too reckless, you should be able to protect yourself in the secret realm. I'll go check if there are others in danger. But don't make too much of a scene. Most of your little minions aren't strong enough, and they could easily fall if you encounter a real threat. There's a teleportation point to the west, so prepare to leave soon." Luan nodded in agreement. As soon as he finished speaking, Jing Rui transformed into a flash of lightning and sped away to search for others. Breathing a sigh of relief, Luan and Xiao Gu turned their attention to the eagerly awaited 4th-tier Ice Demon Wolf. TSK, an ice element creature that's a giant variant with a red rank skill suited for close combat. War God's Descent. What a peculiar skill tree, Luan remarked. He activated his talent for deduction, which not only allowed him to analyze runes, but also to detect various skill information of creatures, making it incredibly powerful. This 4th-tier creature was indeed exceptional, boasting over a dozen purple rank skills, and even if its stats were somewhat lacking, it was far beyond what a typical 3rd-tier could handle. Luan mounted the Ice Demon Wolf as a steed and casually deduced several purple rank skills to enrich his rune library. Although he was tempted by War God's Descent, he refrained from attempting it due to its high risk. Meanwhile, Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang were struggling in the opposite direction of the giant skeleton when they unexpectedly encountered Lin Yi, Zhong Wudi, and Luo Xian. Compared to them, Lin Yi's group was in much worse shape, with Zhong Wudi even needing a stick as a crutch to barely move forward. Although Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang had been buried by a landslide, it inadvertently provided them with a relatively safe environment, turning misfortune into a blessing. In contrast, Zhong Wudi and his group's journey was fraught with danger. They not only encountered numerous 3rd-tier magical creatures, but also inadvertently stumbled into a territorial battle between 2 4th-tier beasts, barely escaping with their lives. When they finally met Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang, their exhaustion was palpable and heart-wrenching. "Just the 2 of you? Is Luan not with you?" Lu Qiqi asked with concern. Zhong Wudi and Luo Xian's faces instantly darkened. After a moment of silence, Zhong Wudi spoke with difficulty, "He is not with us." Lu Qiqi did not press further and immediately took action. "Let me heal you first." She skillfully manipulated the surrounding foliage to conceal them and then began treating Lin Yi and the others. Zhong Wudi let out a heavy sigh, his gratitude evident. It's a stroke of luck to encounter a wood element mage in the wild. Just as they began to feel a bit relieved, Lin Yang suddenly warned, "Don't go any further in this direction. Lu Qiqi and I just ran into a 4th-tier undead up ahead, followed by a horde of lesser undead." This news was like a bucket of cold water poured over them. Worry was etched on Zhong Wudi and the others' faces, especially Lin Yi, whose expression hinted at painful memories being stirred. However, Zhong Wudi quickly shook his head. Resolute, "No, we can't. The nearest teleportation point is in that direction, only a day away. If we take a detour, it will take at least 2 to 3 more days." Lu Qiqi and Lin Yang looked troubled. The dangers of the secret realm made them wary of taking unnecessary risks, as delaying by 2 or 3 days would greatly reduce their chances of survival. Luo Xian tried to reassure everyone, "Let's just keep moving forward. Maybe that 4th-tier undead has already moved on, and we won't run into it." She paused, then asked with some confusion, "But how can there be undead in the beast secret realm?" Lin Yang explained, "While the main species of each secret realm exist in others, undead are different. Their existence contradicts natural laws, and currently, only the undead secret realms in Pingyang City and the Underworld City have undead." After a long silence, Lin Yi finally gathered the courage to ask softly, "Did you see if that 4th-tier undead was a skeleton?" His question hung in the air, as if foreshadowing a greater crisis to come. "Indeed, it's a massive skeleton. Why, is something wrong?" Lu Qiqi asked, her eyes shimmering with curiosity. Lin Yi pursed his lips, looking serious. "I think we might not need to worry about that undead creature," he said, his voice tinged with uncertainty, yet there was an underlying sense of intuition. Luo Xian frowned, dismissing her unrealistic thoughts. "You don't think that 4th-tier undead has anything to do with Luan, do you?" She shook her head and continued, "Impossible. I've heard about Luan's feats in the Pingyang City secret realm, but that was a completely different situation. Besides, it's a 4th-tier monster, far beyond our capabilities. How could it possibly be controlled by Luan?" Lin Yi raised an eyebrow at her words, displeased. "You can say Luan's weak, But don't question the protagonist's intuition, he replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. Zhong Wudi interjected at the right moment to ease the tension. Let's keep moving. The association regularly clears the area near the teleportation point. Further ahead, there will be fewer monsters. The group nodded and continued forward. Despite their apprehension, they understood that turning back now was too risky. They could only hope for the best with the fourth-tier undead. The scene shifted to the depths of the secret realm, where Bianjiang was fiercely battling a ground dragon. The ground dragon, tasked with guarding the heart of perpetuity, couldn't fully engage in the fight and was brutally suppressed by Bianjiang. Bianjiang sneered, punching the dragon's head into a deep pit. Tell me what kind of tricks you're up to and order the monsters in the secret realm not to attack any humans for 3 days, or I'll kill you right now. The ground dragon roared. I've said it many times. The Dominator's trial has nothing to do with us. It's the lingering will of the magma dragon lizard. As for not attacking humans for 3 days, I can only promise we won't actively hunt them. If they seek death by invading our territory, that's not my concern. It paused, then added, if he becomes an undead, he's out of my jurisdiction. You should look for the undead. Huh. After decades, you've really mastered the art of passing the buck. Bianjiang laughed, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Turning away, Bianjiang ordered a master-level card user. Yunhao, take Ji-Wei and another rescue team into the secret realm. Yunhao nodded and quickly returned to the association with another card user. Outside the secret realm's entrance, Yunhao and Ji-Wei exchanged a glance and swiftly split up. Yunhao went to organize the rescue team, while Ji-Wei led a large group into the association's resource warehouse. Everyone, bring all the surveying equipment and coordinate with the rescue team, Ji-Wei shouted, and make sure to finish mapping the rest of the secret realm within 3 days. Soon, a large number of professional card users, equipped with various instruments, poured in from the secret realm's teleportation points, beginning the rescue operation. The ground dragon roared loudly from afar, a deep resentment in the monster's eyes as they watched a large group of humans brazenly pass by. An utter humiliation. The ground dragon seethed with anger. Seeing so many humans with equipment, it understood the association's intentions. But for now, it had to endure. The beast's secret realm couldn't completely break with humans yet. The royal artifact had returned to the secret realm. With the king's birth, there would still be opportunities to plan long-term. The ground dragon silently mocked. Bianjiang, you're bluffing, just like me. Would you really gamble the lives of an entire city? You've humiliated the land of dragons today, and you'll have to pay some interest. The scene shifted again. Luan and his group had stopped to rest. The sky was dim, and as Luan looked around, he noticed that the number of monsters seemed to be decreasing. Not to mention 3rd or 4th-tier monsters. Even 2nd-tier ones were scarce, leaving only low-level 1st-tier creatures. Not far from where Luan rested, 2 brown lizards, each about 2 meters long, were hiding in the dense forest, watching the terrifyingly intimidating ice demon wolf skeleton from a distance. Big brother, it's the undead. It shouldn't eat us, should it? Maybe we should pledge allegiance to it, one of the lizards suggested weakly, flicking its green tongue. Not long ago, their leader was a powerful dominator-level creature, fair and protective, allowing the monsters in its territory to thrive. However, their leader suddenly died a few days ago, and the unclaimed territory was swiftly divided. Their new leader was a brutal near-4th-tier poison-horned electric lizard, who often devoured its underlings, forcing them to flee secretly. You fool! The other lizard retorted, flicking its tongue and smacking its brother's head. The undead loathe the living. We'd be doomed if we showed ourselves. The 2 lizard brothers found themselves in a dire predicament, surrounded by undead creatures, as if trapped in a hopeless situation. The younger brother's face was filled with despair as he muttered, we're doomed for sure. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. The older lizard brother was equally at a loss, choosing to stay put. Just then, the younger brother's gaze was drawn to some zombie and skeleton lizards on the outskirts. He pointed at them in surprise. Big bro, look at those undead creatures, they look just like us. Following his brother's direction, the older lizard scrutinized the undead and gasped. They really do, and they seem oddly familiar. This discovery filled him with suspicion, prompting him to quietly circle around the group of undead creatures to observe them more closely. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, the older lizard stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening in shock. The younger brother, not paying attention, bumped into him and yelped, Big bro, what's wrong? Why'd you stop all of a sudden? But the older lizard seemed not to hear, trembling with an indescribable fear. He stammered, That's your sister-in-law's grandmother's brother-in-law's son's cousin's wife, and I secretly slept with her. How did she become one of the undead? The younger brother was baffled. What? I remember the second sister-in-law, but when did I get a sister-in-law? What are you talking about? You don't even have a wife. The older lizard, embarrassed and angry, slapped his brother hard. What do you know? Anyone I've slept with is my wife. The younger brother rubbed his cheek, grumbling. So if you've slept with that someone or other, just call her your wife. Why drag in distant relatives? The older lizard, still fuming, retorted, if I don't mention her background, how can you understand my prowess? You inexperienced kid. Get lost? This outburst seemed to dissipate much of his fear. Seeing this, the younger brother quickly changed the subject. So what do we do now, big bro? Why did your wife become one of the undead? The older lizard shook his head helplessly. How should I know? Let's just get out of here, he whispered as he started to back away cautiously. However, the younger brother seemed frozen in place, unable to move. Just as the older lizard was about to scold him, he noticed the terrifying undead ice wolf slowly rising. Instantly, he was struck silent, the words dying in his throat. Big brother. What do we do? It seems like we can't escape. The little lizard shivered, his voice trembling almost beyond recognition. Shut up, you stupid lizard, the elder lizard hissed, his eyes darting around nervously. Just stay hidden. Can't see me, can't see me. With that, the elder lizard quickly dug a hole with his claws and buried his head inside. The little lizard, seeing this, frantically followed suit, diving headfirst into the dirt, leaving only his comical rear exposed. Let's go, Xiaogu, Luan said solemnly. Every day that passes, the strength of the undead diminishes significantly. We need to leave here as soon as possible. Even though he had managed to acquire a 4th-tier follower in this level 1 secret realm, it wasn't enough to give him a sense of security. Xiaogu nodded and began to mobilize the ice demon wolf and the undead army, preparing for a grand departure. Luan sat atop the skeletal ice demon wolf, surveying the surroundings from above. Suddenly, his gaze landed on the two peculiar lizards. Wait a minute. Luan suddenly halted the army. We only know the general direction of the teleportation point. Xiaogu, go and ask them if they know its exact location. With a slight mental command, Xiaogu had the massive ice demon wolf lower its head. A chilling aura, interwoven with the cold, deathly energy unique to the undead, enveloped the two lizards, terrifying them to the core. Luan quickly assessed their mental strength. One was 2nd tier, the other nearly 2nd tier. In a level 1 secret realm, such strength indeed made them a vulnerable group. Big brother. What do we do? The little lizard was positioned even closer to the ice demon wolf, facing its terrifying pressure heating, almost fainting. Don't be scared. The elder lizard forced down his fear, trying to reassure himself. Out here, I've always relied on my wits. With that, the elder lizard, instead of retreating, advanced boldly, quickly surpassing the little lizard and charging straight towards the ice demon wolf. Big brother. The little lizard exclaimed, shocked by his brother's bravery. To give him a chance to escape, he was actually confronting a 4th-tier beast. Big brother, I won't leave you. The little lizard gritted his teeth and followed. Luan watched these two spirited lizards, especially the one at the back, who seemed fearless in the face of death. He couldn't help but wonder if they were prodigies from the beast secret realm with the power to challenge a 4th-tier beast. He immediately remained vigilant, not daring to underestimate them. The ice demon wolf, which had been staring blankly, began to exude a chilling, killing intent, its deathly aura growing even colder. You stupid lizard. Don't mess things up. Are you trying to get us killed? The elder lizard suddenly turned back, giving the little one a good beating. The little lizard was left bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. The elder lizard, with a sycophantic expression, ignored the ice demon wolf entirely, bypassed its massive form, and headed straight for a zombie lizard. Oh, honey. What are you doing here, honey? The elder lizard acted as if he'd met a long-lost relative, completely ignoring the stench of decay, affectionately rubbing against the zombie lizard, even extending his tongue to lick it. However, the zombie lizard remained unresponsive, its eyes lifelessly drooping on either side of its head. Oh, so this handsome and mighty ice demon wolf is your new boss, honey. The elder lizard suddenly understood. Your boss is my boss. Boss, please accept my humble respects. With that, he buried his limbs, head, and tail into the ground, performing an exaggerated act of submission. The little lizard, completely baffled by the situation, decided to mimic his brother. He found a skeletal lizard, rubbed against it, and then also performed a full-body bow. Luan watched this scene, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He stopped Xiaogu, who was about to translate, and said, don't say anything yet, let me guess. They want to pledge allegiance to the ice demon wolf, right? Xiaogu nodded decisively. Got it, let's just follow the usual procedure. Under the ice demon wolf's pressure, the elder lizard, clinging to his lizard wife, detailed the situation in the surrounding area. We have to pass through the territory of a quasi 4th-tier mutated species up ahead? Luan frowned upon hearing this. Yes, the elder lizard continued to explain. Originally, this area had no owner. Human teleportation points had cities stationed nearby to periodically clear out the surrounding monsters. But after our old boss met an untimely demise, this area lost its governance. Countless monsters began competing for territory, plunging the area into chaos. Humans couldn't spare the effort, so a horned electric lizard took over this region. Luan looked back. According to the directions from a professional card master earlier, this was indeed the only way to the teleportation point. If they couldn't deal with that horned electric lizard, all the card masters would be trapped here. Patting the ice demon wolf's skeletal body, Luan thought, with this fourth-tier undead as support, even if its strength was partially diminished, there was a good chance of taking down that Quasi fourth-tier monster. Boss. The elder lizard sidled up to the ice demon wolf with a flattering smile. I know of a few other groups nearby. Several of my wives are among them, and I'm sure they'd be more than willing to follow the boss. A smile tugged at Luan's lips. This lizard's cleverness suited him well. While the undead monsters, converted through skills, were absolutely obedient and fearless, they were slightly weaker than normal monsters. If he could supplement them with a batch of fresh monsters, it would significantly increase their chances of success. With approval given, the elder lizard eagerly led the undead army in one direction. Meanwhile, not far away, another group of people. Phew, we finally managed to sneak past that huge undead group without being spotted by the ice demon wolf. Luan sighed in relief, feeling the weight lift off her shoulders. Just a bit further, and we'll reach the nearest teleportation point. Zhong Wudi pointed ahead. There are also association personnel stationed there, so we'll be safe soon. I don't think it's that simple, Lenny suddenly interjected, dampening the mood. What do you mean? Luan, already fed up with Lin Yi's odd logic, spoke with obvious impatience. The protagonist's journey home is never so smooth, Lenny stated seriously. The group was left speechless, finding his words utterly absurd. Luan scoffed, regretting once again seeking the opinion of a lunatic. We shouldn't waste any more time, Lu Qiqi urged. The longer we delay, the more unpredictable things become. Let's head back as soon as possible. Everyone began moving forward, but Lin Yang couldn't help but glance back in the direction they had come from, hoping Luan, alone and perhaps in great danger, would be safe. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.